Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Well, good morning, folks. Sorry I am late, but the good thing is I got enough sleep. So y'all bear with me. Excuse me. I'm going to be doing a few stories. Excuse me, to start off with. And hey, Portia. Hey, Virgo.
Hey, I just wanted to say it's probably gonna be so what is it? What time is it? It's 1:46 my time, and for the 12 hours,
Right.
more than likely, I don't know when I'll be back, but I do want you to know that please prioritize your rest.
Oh,
Stanley.
okay. What on earth is going on here?
Prioritize your rest and make sure you get some sleep in between time. In the meantime, like whenever it's time, make sure you do that.
Okay, I wouldn't.
Crack, he's actually been here and he's been hanging out with us like longer than what we're used to.
Right.
Yeah, and so that's been nice. And I'll be sure to have for Monday, I'll have the show set up. And what I'll go ahead and do right now is I will have the link pinned in the chat and everything like that. But I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay.
And I don't know when I'll be back, but
Okay, well, you have my email and phone number and all. Call me if you need me.
You know that. So I just wanted to say that to you, so you knew.
Okay.
And Portia,
All
you know
right.
you have
We'll have
all
a good show.
Portia, you know you have all my government too.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you guys. Stanley, I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay.
So have a good show, and of course, I'll be listening from the shadows. But if there's anything that you need, just let me know.
Okay. That
You have
sounds
my phone number too, Portia, if you need it.
Thank you, Dothman.
You know it.
All right. Talk to you guys.
All right, Portia, take care.
okay. I'm gonna play. Well, let's see. This is strange, but what I'm gonna do, I've got about, oh my goodness, probably five, maybe. Well, let's just say five news stories. I had them all lined up in the order that I wanted, but when I got to my computer a few minutes ago, I accidentally shut down the browser. So, I'm going to have to basically start over from scratch. I mean, I have all my news stories saved, so I know what I want to play. I just can't remember which order. And then towards the end of the show, I've actually been waiting on Virgo to be here. So, we can do our food stuff right after the news stories if you want.
Oh, absolutely, Stanley. I'm staying away from the husband today because
Oh, yeah, I heard he's got a cold.
oh my
Hey, I got a
God.
question. Which one of you? Hey, y'all ever ate? You ain't never ate chitlins, Virgo?
Ate
Hell
what?
no.
Oh, yeah.
Golly, man, y'all don't know what you missing.
Well, bring up the chitlin recipes, and we'll play.
No, I can't.
Well, Portia said she cleans hers with bleach. So I may
Wait a minute, bleach. Ugh.
I may try Portia's. I may try Portia's. She's already convinced me to try her catfish.
Supposed to use white vinegar to
Catfish is
clean
good.
chitlins, not bleach.
No. When I do my
Use
chitlins, I
vinegar.
just do vinegar and water. But I mean, you gotta continuously clean the water, clean it. You gotta get that sin out. I ain't never tried it with bleach. I don't think, because I'd be afraid of having bleach poisoning. Chlorine.
Yeah, but
poisoning or
Portia,
something.
the way Portia explained it, I think I may try Portia's chitlins. Okay.
Yeah, try it with bleach. I ain't gonna lie. I really want to try it myself. I'm thinking about it.
I was avid about not eating catfish because I've had catfish, and to me I don't like the taste of it. But Portia said that she can cook me the best, and she can convince me into liking catfish. So I'm up to that challenge.
Hey,
So
Virgo,
whenever
have
I'm
you
in
ever had
Texas,
white perch?
oh yes, sir, I have. White perch is
That's like
delicious.
that is the best fish you can have. Now. You can go to jail. You can go to jail for having white perch around here. But nah, I ain't gonna lie, chitlins, that's what we use on New Year's, like for the New Year's dinner. It's sort of like a little southern thing where you gotta have your
And
collard greens, black-eyed peas, you got
cornbread.
Yeah, you gotta have all that. So
That's what my in-laws are making,
Yeah.
but they're not making chitlins. They're making they putting the ham bone and
ham
the
hocks.
black-eyed peas and some cornbread and collard greens, and I'm like,
That
oh.
leftover from Christmas, the ham bone leftover from Christmas.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Ham bone soup.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
making my soup.
Know how to
I
eat
know I'm
good,
making some
not let anything go to waste, huh, Ebony?
Well, yep.
He called
Yep.
you Ebony? Oh,
My
that's who
husband
he
was
talking about.
born and raised in Florida.
Well, you was born and raised not far from there, so.
No, I was born and raised in New York.
Oh, well, I thought you was from Havana or somewhere.
No, my dad.
No,
Dad is
Haitian.
That's
Your
my mom.
dad's from Haiti. You never lived there yourself, Virgo?
No, I
But
visited, but I've never I was not born there. I was born here in the US.
oh
I'm
wow.
surprised, Virgo, that when you was down south going to college in Grambling, nobody introduced you to chitlins.
Oh hell no, I didn't want to try chitlins because I knew what it was. But let me tell you, I love me some gumbo. I learned how to make gumbo in Louisiana. I learned how to make some shrimp etouffee in Louisiana.
Yeah. But nobody
Yeah.
introduced you to chitlins. Oh,
Oh, they tried to. Trust me, they tried to, but
ooh-wee.
I was
I'm
like, that
telling you.
is pigs. What? Nah, I'm
This
good.
is, you got to really clean them though. You know. Now I'm gonna tell you, in our family, what we usually do before we usually kill a hog, we'll usually feed it a diet of corn and cornbread type material to just make sure that all we wouldn't give it any meat or any of that kind of stuff. You just let it flush out. The intestines, so that way, when you get ready to clean the chitlins, it won't be so raunchy. But like
Yeah,
I
well,
say,
that
we did
is a
our
good
own
thing.
thing.
Yeah.
Well, you know how they used to do it is take a long coat hanger and stick it up that gut and pull it up the back, and then it exposes the inside of the chitlin. Then you can scrape all the bullshit off of there.
See, but
and
another
cook
thing
it
a lot of
after
people don't know is actually 2 liners you got to actually take. Like, you can get clean chitlins at the store, or you can get them unclean. The unclean is usually cheaper, even though it's more weight, but it's because you got to actually pull out that inner lining of the intestine. And that's where a lot of the
Yeah,
smell comes from. You got to take that inner lining, you got to
right.
separate, you got to clean those chitlins, and then once you do that, you got to go back and you got to sterilize it with vinegar, water, salt, get it. But like I say, I never tried the bleach thing. That's something, but we're not trying to make chitlins popular no more now.
Well, here's the thing, Solid. Here's the thing, Solid. I ain't never make it in my life. I ain't never tasted it in my life. So I wouldn't even attempt to make it unless somebody showed me. Unless somebody that I tasted it from.
YouTube video, how to make chitlins.
I don't know. I'm scared to do it myself.
Hey Stanley, can you find a video about how to make chitlins, Stanley? Can you find a video like that?
At some point.
I'm sorry, Stanley. It's sad. My bad. It's sad.
Oh, no, that's all right.
I can't go to the club. I'm going to be that 40-year-old dude in the club today along with all the other 40-year-olds. But they all married,
You're only 40 years old? Holy shit.
I'm close to 50. I don't know why I keep saying that, but.
No, Solid is the same age as me. We went to Grambling at the same time. Stop playing.
And that's
I'm beginning to think that Solid Snake is a secret agent.
Oh man, I wish. I would love to be a secret agent. No, let me stop, man. They might be listening. Hey man, we got a job for you. Hey, you Solid Snake, ain't you? No, man, that's just Avatar. I would never put my life on the line for a country that's about to replace me. I wonder though, that's crazy to me. You know what I was thinking about though last night when me and Stanley was on, and I had to been tired as hell because when they was talking about TikTok, I'm pretty sure I was answering the question correctly, but I kind of ticked him and Portia off because they were like, what? I was like, what? Wait a minute. I know I'm telling them, wait a minute. So I had to get off, man. I had to get off. I thought I was just way too tired because I had been working like 12 hours that day. I had pulled a whole nother 12-hour shift.
Damn.
I only did 4 today, so I ain't do before today.
How much liquor did they buy?
Ooh, Jesus, Lord Jesus, man. You know, when people come down here from other places, you know, in certain cities over there in Texas, they don't sell the same type, you know, liquor. So it's like they'll bring their kind, but then there's certain types we sell over here in Louisiana that they may not have in Texas or Georgia. Because that's 90% of the people that leave here, they go from Georgia to Texas.
Like
And,
that 190 proof. Do you
well,
get that in there?
yeah, but they sell that'd be like Everclear and I forgot this
Yeah,
other.
Shit, that is some
Everclear.
fucking moonshine.
Yeah, I tried to commit suicide with it at one time because I was so depressed.
Damn.
I thought it'd work, but it didn't. It leave you with a
Do
hell
y'all
of a
sell some
hangover.
Mad Dog 2020 over there? 12? I mean, not
No,
12.
Oh, yeah,
Solid.
we got Mad Dog 2020. We got Night Train. We actually got like a collector's edition of Cisco. Remember Cisco?
I
Oh,
heard
hell
Night
yeah.
Train went out of
And then, you know,
business.
you had that St. Ives. We had that St. Ives collector's edition a couple of years ago. You can buy it was like a case with 6 bottles. It had all 6 flavors in it. It was like a gift box with the shot glasses. We were selling that for like $80. We was trying to get some this year, but they sold out.
Man,
Right
I'll
before we
slap
got
somebody if
So
they gave me a St. Ives collection. Man, I'll be like, what the fuck?
hell yeah, because you know what?
solid,
I'm finna sit there. I'm finna drink this shit.
You know I
solid
would.
snake.
That St.
Yeah,
Ives, boy, the crooked eye, man. Ooh,
yeah,
they
you
had a
can.
little store over there at Grambling, right there, right
I'll
when you go
probably
by
regret it the next day.
Man.
Can solid snake. If I send you a little weed, can you send me a couple of bottles of Night Train?
Night
Put
Train?
your.
I'm gonna have to order some more now. I'm
I
gonna be
heard,
honest with you. Man, they bought
I heard
all
they
that
quit
stuff.
making it a couple of years ago.
Well, you know, yeah. That's what I'm saying. We sold out, so I would have to see if I could actually get some. I don't know if they stopped making it, but I know it's been difficult to order. I know we had some from like 2 years, you know, but when a lot of people came home this Christmas, man, they pretty much cleared out the store. We still got toys and stuff we bought, you know, a couple months ago to get prepared for Christmas, you know, so everybody can get their Christmas. Because it's like we got like a small community. So what we do is we try to resell a lot of items that you know, a lot of people probably can't get as far as toys and things of that nature to try to, you know, expand our inventory. But yeah, man, they basically just bought up all the liquor. It was all of the LeBron James, Hennessy, and that's all they was buying this Christmas, man. The Petron, all these extravagant looking liquors and stuff.
Cisco.
Well,
They
yeah,
still make Cisco.
I don't think so. Like I say, we had
Remember
those
that orange
like collector's
Cisco
edition.
one?
That
Or
was just
Mad
like a
Dog
collection. I think that was like
2020?
some
None of that.
promotional thing.
Damn, that shit will grow some hair on your chest, man.
Yeah, man. Wild Irish
Or
Rose.
Colt 45. We was
What
talking
they call
about.
it? That junk Fred Sanford used to drink. What they call it? Ripple?
Yeah, Ripple.
Yeah,
Okay.
man, we got a whole bunch of old type of liquors in that store that, you know, and then some of them might be still good because I don't think it's a shelf life for liquor, but we had some at the time, I don't know how long it's been in that store, but at the time we ordered, it was called 13-year-old Old Charter. Anybody remember that? But I'm pretty sure
Okay.
that shit
No.
like
Hey,
23 years
y'all.
old.
Let's.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
you
ahead.
can
And,
ship me some though.
we're gonna start
Okay.
this quick article. Then I got a video, and then the New York Times has in the end of the year who died this year story, and there's some people that I didn't know died. I didn't know Bob Newhart had died. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I saw something about who died this year, which is sad,
he
man.
must have.
Oh.
He must for some reason, because I'm a huge fan of his. How did I miss that? He must have died just recently. But anyway, let me go ahead and play this story.
This is my
And I
brother Bob.
definitely definitely have words on this particular topic.
Okay.
Krishnan, and then there's a video after this that's sure to stir up some hornets. The only problem is I wish I could play this. I may play this video again during the day because plenty in here to piss people off, and I've got even more to piss people off. So who was it? I don't know where did Clue go? He was talking shit. I heard it.
All right, he'll be up later. He
I was
probably
just
come back
half
later.
asleep. I was half asleep when he started talking shit. So anyway, let me play this right quick. If I can figure it out. Oh, there we go. All right.
Who is Sri Ram Krishnan, the Trump appointee that triggered MAGA infighting? Donald Trump's appointment of an immigrant from India is causing considerable controversy within the MAGA movement after he was named senior advisor on artificial intelligence. MAGA has split into factions after Sri Ram Krishnan was appointed as Trump's senior advisor on artificial intelligence, a move that drew support from tech magnate Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, but the ire of ardent anti-immigration advocates. Trump to give women a bigger seat at the table in second term. Musk pleaded with some of Krishnan's MAGA opponents to give him the benefit of the doubt, given he believes, along with Ramaswamy, that the United States needs talented immigrants to supplement the workforce. But his opponents used his immigrant status as a reason for why Krishnan shouldn't be a part of Trump's administration. Anti-Defamation League CEO Jonathan Greenblatt condemned the reaction, saying, "No one should be for national origin, especially individuals stepping up to serve their country." As for Krishnan himself, he has largely stayed quiet about the opposition to his appointment. Here's what you need to know about the recent Trump appointee. How Linda McMahon could wrestle the teachers' unions as Trump's education secretary. He immigrated to the United States in 2007 on an L-1 visa to work at Microsoft before later moving to positions at Facebook, and then a pre-Musk Twitter. He became an American citizen in 2016. Krishnan hosts a popular podcast, The Good Time Show, on the Clubhouse audio app, with his tech-involved wife Aarti Ramamurthy. Their guests span a large spectrum, including Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, rapper Kanye West, and skating legend Tony Hawk. Krishnan's new position is unrelated to immigration policy, despite criticisms of it himself. He has expressed opinions that the United States and other countries should raise the green card allowances to unlock skilled immigration. The Indian
Something stopped, Stanley.
I think it's muted.
Stanley sounded like he was moving around there for a minute. So,
I'm sorry, what's the problem?
oh, we didn't hear the last half of the article.
We need some food, and which one of them go to the dog?
Okay. Well, tell you what. Oh, I know why. You know what? There's a weird thing in here. I know why you didn't hear it. Let's go back to here.
He immigrated to the United States in 2007 on an L-1 visa to work at Microsoft before later moving to positions at Facebook, and then a pre-Musk Twitter. He became an American citizen in 2016. Krishnan hosts a popular podcast, The Good Time Show, on the Clubhouse audio app, with his tech-involved wife Aarti Ramamurthy. Guests span a large spectrum, including Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, rapper Kanye West, and skating legend Tony Hawk. Krishnan's new position is unrelated to immigration policy, despite criticisms of it himself. He has expressed opinions that the United States and other countries should raise the cap on green card allowances to unlock skilled immigration. The Indian-American businessman became a general partner with venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz in 2020, a firm which had helped finance Musk's purchase of Twitter, now X. He spent time with Musk and Trump's AI and crypto czar David Sacks in his time with the firm. He announced he would leave the firm in November before either he or Sacks received job offers from Trump. Click here to read more from the Washington Examiner. Since his appointment on December 22nd, Krishnan has shown nothing but excitement for the position. I'm honored to be able to serve our country and ensure continued American leadership in AI, working closely with David Sacks, he said in a post on X responding to Trump's announcement that he'd be in the administration. Thank you @Real Donald Trump for this opportunity. Later that day, he added that he was honored to be a part of this team and mission. President-elect Donald Trump's appointment.
This is, to be honest, now that he's an American citizen, I'm not exactly sure why people are so up in arms about this, except the green card part. And in my opinion, Donald Trump, I don't think he quite understood what people were wanting. People like John, as a matter of fact, who want, like, you know, a clampdown on all immigration.
Yeah, like me.
Hold on one sec. This H-1B thing is, in my opinion, hilarious. But I want to play this next video, which kind of, you know, says a lot of things I want to say, and then we can talk about it once this video's done. Video's hilarious, by the way, too. Oops. Man, I am rusty.
You talk to a war against America in defense of America, right? So we have two different national ideals at war, and this is good because usually these are fought through using Black people as proxies, but since it's about the tech sector, there aren't enough Black people in the tech sector to act as proxies, so it's kind of a mask-off moment between an open war between recent Asian immigrants, the H-1B post-1965 immigration crowd, and you know, the ultra-nationalist, ethnic nationalist, white American crowd about what America is, right? So the story we've told ourselves about America is that it's a meritocracy, and the best and brightest in America get to take advantage of America's institutions and then rule over their lessers. And that was a very good argument for everyone except the Black people who were at the beginning of the argument, when this argument was launched and was so persuasive, were so far behind in terms of material access and overdetermined in terms of policing their culture that they couldn't compete. So you got your white ethnic nationalism along with your meritocracy, and it used meritocracy as a strategy. And the same way, depending on who you talk to, Israelis use the Holocaust as a strategy. Americans used meritocracy as a strategy to legitimize degrading Black people, and that was effective. And that was effective and popular for everyone except Black people. But we were so far behind, it didn't really matter until we made that meritocracy, the nation of laws, such a fertile ground for recent immigrants from East Asia and Southeast Asia to then survive and thrive by the rules and the rhetoric of legitimacy of rules that was established in order to suppress Black self-determination. So we made this nation a nation of laws, and Black people did contribute to making this nation a nation of laws through the civil rights movement. So we're a nation of laws. And then people who are very good at winning within the laws moved here and then beat everybody at the laws, right? So I've seen this fight. I'm from California, so I've seen this fight for the last 25 years, except usually they use Black people and Latinos as a proxy but it's really always been about whites and Asians. And, you know, there are different salvos different communities face. In some neighborhoods, they just retreated. Like, there's an earnest retreat from the Bay Area, from San Jose to like Atherton. There's the whites have just retreated, and there's a retreat going on in Johns Creek, in Atlanta, outside of Atlanta, to different whiter suburbs because the whites can't compete by their own rules. And usually, if they can, when the whites can't compete by their own rules, they try to find a way to surreptitiously change the rules.
Just a quick note: are you guys familiar with the Johns Creek? It's Johns Creek, Georgia, right out north of Atlanta. Are you guys familiar with that story? Oh, I take the answer is no. Let me see, can I find Johns Creek? I have to find this because this makes me laugh too. I've talked about it earlier, but I don't know.
Can you look up Uncle Tom's Cabin while you're at it?
No, unless it has something to do with what I'm talking about. Does it?
No, that's for you to decide. It's your show, Stanley.
Okay, well, I've decided it doesn't. Anything else?
Not right now. No, sir.
Okay. Oh, let's see. I should have thought to look at this story. Well, you know what? I'll go ahead and play the video, and then I'll bring up Johns Creek right after the video's over. But it's hilarious.
Because they use the idea of a rule of law in order to keep out black people from justice claims. And then when they can't win by their own rules, they have to try to surreptitiously change the rules. But that's hard to do in an internet world. All right. So in a social media world where it's all kind of public and out there. All right. So what we have is a Euthyphro problem insofar as in the Euthyphro dialogue, there's a section where Socrates asks, or the question comes, is it good because the gods like it, or do the gods like it because it's good? Right? And in America, that looks like, are Americans the best because what we do in America, or are you an American because you're the best? Right? Are Americans the best because the best people are made in America, or are Americans the best because if you're the best wherever you are in the world, you are also de facto an American and you are welcome in America? So pretty much the top tier of every nation in the world is also an American. So American's not a nationality as you know it. It is more of a grade for being the best, right? And here's where we just happen to congregate in the U.S. But for the most part, every person who is the best in the world is de facto American. Or are you American because of what we do in America? We've made you the best. And so that's the problem. Are Americans the best because everyone who's the best is American? Like is de facto American, even if they don't happen to have American citizenship? Or are Americans the best because we make or we choose or we love Americans and we make them the best? And until we actually work that out, this is always going to be a bit of a rub. This is always going to be a bit of a rub. Because the people who say that Americans are best because the best are de facto Americans want the elite who happen to be born from other places to come to America and then, kick up our GDP by being the best. And then we'll find a way to pay off all of the other people who happen to be Americans. All of the not deadweight Americans, but the ones who happen to be Americans but aren't necessarily the best. We can pay them off. We call it a UBI. We can call it something else. But for the most part, the American identity is being the best, and that means we need to look at the best from everywhere and call them American. Not because we necessarily make the best through our institutions at home. So that is the rub. And for the first time, like I said, this proxy fight is fought in tech. I remember this a little bit in the 80s with Japan, but for the first fight, this proxy fight is fought in tech, and there aren't even enough Black people to serve as proxies. So this is nakedly like East Asian and Asian recent immigrants, the post-1965 Immigration Act crowd, versus the white ethnic nationalists who think that, well, they're the best just because they're American. And it's their values and not necessarily the values in the apple pie and the football. All of that is what goes into making America, not necessarily scoring the best on our meritocratic tests. Right? So when DEI was trained at Black people, both MAGA sides, Tech MAGA, Make America Great by making it a meritocracy again, although it was never a meritocracy. It was always an ethno-state. The meritocracy was a strategy, versus Make America Great by making it an ethno-state, a naked ethno-state again. Those two were both aligned insofar as they could both just agree that Black people just need to shut up and sweep things. And they're culturally deficient. Now, when we unpack that cultural deficiency, the ethnic Americans, the white ethnic Americans, will say that actually these Eastern Asian and Southeast Asian immigrants are culturally deficient insofar as they're not really American, they're not Protestant, they don't care about family in the same way. They care about family a different way. They use they train their kids to beat our kids, and we don't like that. And that is, they're not culturally of us. And then
I know where we're going now, Stanley.
Americans will say, like, actually, we are just better at being American than you are, as shown by our test scores on tests that you designed. Right? You designed this, you designed the standards of merit, and we are better at training our kids for it. So you should listen to us about how to be better Americans, because you guys are culturally deficient. You know, the whites don't like it when you call them culturally deficient. Now, I've been telling you for a while that liberal Americans are the worst parents in the United States. But Vivek wasn't even as specific as I am. He just thinks that like he lumps the conservatives in there too, right? They're just bad at parenting. Because they don't produce kids who score as well as the East Asian and the Southeast Asian kids. And so that's the argument he's making, and he's saying that obviously we are better Americans because we score better on the meritocratic tests that Americans designed in order to determine who's the best American. Like, we beat you on your own tests. So obviously we're better, and you can learn something from us, is what Vivek Ramaswamy is telling you. You could learn something from us.
Wow.
And, the whites do not like that. They do not like being called culturally deficient, although it is
Yes, sir. It sounded like you wanted to comment.
Well, I do not want to learn how to worship poop in the street or get some kind of stomach disease from eating street food. I actually like having
anything
some
else?
regulations.
Anything else?
No.
Gotcha.
empirically attested that by whether you look at the median incomes of Southeast Asians or the test scores, they are better at being Americans than white Americans. So you have to say that maybe they are culturally superior if that's what your culture is, and maybe like white Americans could learn from them.
Well, hold on a minute, Stanley.
Now there's going to be.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to know which culture of white Americans this guy has actually studied to come to these conclusions.
Ask him. You want his email address?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
he's
Well,
basically
I'm
just
pretty much
talking out of that.
basically what he's talking about is white people. At least they think they're cultural Americans, like white people like Ann Coulter.
There's going to be a few different problems because in the same way that the Ivy Leagues graduates disproportionately go into finance because these are industries that earn, concern, and attract money. And if you're just around that kind of money, especially if it's scalable, some of it will come down to you. It doesn't mean that you're not necessarily the best or the brightest just because you're richest. You've just gone into industries that earn, concern, and attract money. So that you'll make money because of your proximity to money. And so we need to actually make sure that our best and brightest don't go into finance. They go into something else, right? So that's kind of the same thing with engineering versus non-engineering careers. It's not necessarily that they're the best and brightest. They're not necessarily the best and brightest, but they're going into scalable industries where there's going to be more money like swirling around. Right. So this idea that the best and brightest will necessarily be the richest is a little bit of a confusion. So just because you see people going into industries that make money doesn't mean that you should necessarily go into those industries. Although I don't want you to go into finance necessarily. I wouldn't mind you going into tech. I think there need to be more Black engineers for a few different reasons. But don't be distracted by the fact that obviously this is what you should do because this is where the money is. Sometimes the money's in bad places. Right. So
what does that mean?
The question is, what is America? Is America the...
What does what mean?
Sometimes money is in bad places.
Well, basically, a lot of people on the right talk about the quality or the type of degrees college students get. Like if you go to college and you want to be a history major, that might be a waste of time. You would make more money becoming a plumber or something like that. What he's saying is that even if you major in STEM, there are some jobs that, kind of eat away at your soul. He mentions finance. So, a lot of people with math degrees, for instance, they wind up working for Goldman Sachs or something like that, where there is a lot of money to be had, writing algorithms and all that sort of stuff. But, after, there are a lot of people who go to work on Wall Street and just wind up quitting and doing something more soul fulfilling. So, it's more or less a value judgment or subjective sort of statement. Does that clarify?
Like becoming a...
Okay, whoa. Before you get off into space, did I clarify that enough for you?
That's pretty good, Stanley.
Good. I'm ready to continue. Anything else?
Yeah, I was about to.
Not right now.
Stanley, do you think most
I'm sorry, John.
look at I was going to ask you, do you think that most people look at math and later working for Goldman Sachs is like a STEM type career?
Well, math is a STEM. Math is a STEM field.
Yeah, I totally get it. It just, to me, it seems like more of the focus is on like the computer aspects of it.
Oh yeah, there are computer people.
The math.
There are all kinds of people that go work. Yeah. You remember Bobby? Damn it, what's his name? He used to be governor of Louisiana, Indian guy.
Yeah, Jindal.
Jindal. Yeah, he was a biology major.
Yeah. My bad.
He was a biology major, and I think he went to work for Goldman Sachs. So all kinds of smart people go work for Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
What irony is saying
I guess what I was
is
saying is that I was just saying it seems like most people, when they think about STEM, it's mostly like tech. That's what It's,
Okay, well,
what I
math,
see
the M in STEM is math. So if they're thinking something other
Now, I
than
know,
math,
yeah, I know,
well,
yeah, I
that's
know what you
fine.
mean. I mean, I guess I just think like the careers that people tend to focus on as it relates to them be more computer technical versus say math
Okay,
related.
that's all
fair
well
enough.
and good. The question was
Yeah.
why. What the comment that Irene made about, hey, there are some places where the money might be good, but you don't necessarily be.
Yeah.
Basically, what he's saying is that not all high-paying jobs are equal. A lot of it depends on the
Yeah.
type of person you are. If you're going into Goldman Sachs because you love money, well, that's a good place to go.
Yeah.
If you're going into, Goldman Sachs, but you love, hold on one second. If you go into, Goldman Sachs and you love doing something else, well, maybe Goldman Sachs isn't worth all the money you're going to make.
Yeah, that's true. I would love to. One day we have to do a breakdown on what the majors are in STEM. I wonder how many math majors, as a percentage of STEM majors are they? Just out of curiosity.
No idea.
On the side though, can I say something? Everybody
Quickly.
on the chat, we got 17 people in the chat. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. We have Stanley on the panel. John
We got
just
more than
joined.
10 people. We have a whole 17.
Solid Snake. So if you can, everybody please hit the like button, and if you can, share.
And shoot
Welcome to
John
the
Gall
Stanley
to
versus
catch
the
at
World. Oh, and 12th man also.
Stanley the Cross.
We ready to continue? Oh, math
Okay, yeah.
majors? I honestly don't know, but you'd be surprised. Let me look up Georgia Tech right quick, just out of curiosity.
And support the stream while Stanley checking for something because hey.
Yeah,
this
get
stuff
your words in.
Yeah, let's and if you want to, you can join the panel.
Yeah, I would think it would be more like. I think it'd be more something like computer science, information systems.
Yeah, you never know what
Hey, could
someone's
you give us
talent.
the definition of STEM for everybody that's in the chat,
Actually, you
myself
do know
included?
what
That's not.
people's talents are if you're paying attention.
Hey, Stanley, can
Yes,
you
sir.
for the chat and everybody that probably don't know what is the anagram? What does STEM? What does the anagram of STEM actually mean? Could you define that for the audience?
Science, technology, engineering, and math.
Okay.
You never know what someone's talent might be. A landlord or a dog trainer or lots of things.
That's obviously incorrect. People have an idea of where their talents lie, or should, by the time they get out of high school. Now, things happen, and a lot of people do career changes. I did a career change, when I was in my late 30s. But you have an idea of the basics, like whether you're good in math or not, by the time you exit high school. And I'll go ahead and start. I'll go ahead and start this video again while I look up those math numbers.
Best,
Yeah,
which
what's
means
the-
everywhere you find.
Okay, what is it, 12th man?
I was just wondering what you think 0 divided by 0 is.
No idea.
Still 0.
Do you
Oh,
have
man,
a
what-
calculator?
Tough man, where the fuck that come from? I just said, are you drunk?
Oh,
What the
he's
fuck?
trying. He's trying to be funny.
No, that came
by the
from
way,
Coolwall.
12th man, anybody who's good at math knows you can't divide stuff by 0. So apparently your talent isn't math.
Was still 0 then, right?
Okay,
You didn't know
this is-
0 by 0.
You can't.
What's going on?
If you divide something by 0, you'll get an error on your calculator, or you used to. So you
Wait a
can't
minute.
divide by 0.
Did 12
Sorry?
man not know that? Why are we talking about this? Did 12 man not know that?
You know what?
My bad.
He was asking.
You didn't know you couldn't divide by 0?
He was asking. He was asking about talents. Did you know you weren't good at math by the time you graduated from high school?
Oh God.
12 man? No, 12 man.
Well, 0 times 0 is 0.
Okay,
So
you didn't ask 0 times 0. You asked 0 divided by 0. You can't divide by 0. And my question to you now is, when did you know you weren't good at math?
I was always good at math, Stanley.
Oh, yeah,
So why
okay.
we ask about 0 divided by 0? How the hell we get here? How the hell we get 0? No, in serious, someone doesn't know that? Am I missing something?
He thought he was being funny.
Oh, I thought you really didn't know. I'm like, what the fuck?
My bad, Jones. Oh.
No, I thought you really didn't know. I was gonna say, see if we can help you.
It's like with me when I say 1 times 1 equals 2. You know, it's like a little meme. You know, just being for fun. You know.
Hey, John.
What's up?
It looks like between math, applied math, and statistics, Georgia Tech gets roughly 150. So that's not very many people.
You said 150 math majors?
Yeah, between pure mathematics, applied mathematics, and statistics.
And out of a class of what?
I think they're I can't remember, but I think they're better than 2,000 students, so the percentage is really small.
I think with Georgia Tech, you know, is probably not as telling as, say, because they have all these different, you know, applied math, this type of math, that type of math. There's statistics.
Well, there's also there are also math fields. But, excuse me. It's funny because I almost majored in applied math. I thought about it, but believe it or not, a lot of math majors go work for places like NASA. I knew a math major. I knew a math major who got a law degree. So you know, generally, if you're majoring in math, you're pretty well put together.
Yeah. I would definitely.
But it's one of those fields that, you know, there are applications for it, but it's kind of rarefied. But there aren't a lot of math majors, so you know, I guess it kind of balances out.
Yeah.
Well, on with the show. I knew this was going to piss some people off, but I think it's pretty funny and pretty true.
Find the best people. They are de facto Americans, and they should just be able to come over. Or is America the best because we make the best here in America through our own institutions? And if not, and if we're not doing that, we need to fix our institutions and actually talk about how our institutions aren't doing what they could be doing. Right. And so that is a productive discussion to have. Now, JD Vance is in a peculiar position in order to actually make this discussion. To make this argument, because depending on how you read Hillbilly Elegy, the book is about, look, you know, American culture, the hillbilly culture is kind of garbage, lovable garbage, but it's full of violent degenerates. And, you know, my wife's family culture is a lot better. So like we need to change color, but we need to change culture, but we don't need to go outside of America in order to fix American cultural institutions. That's going to be the synthesis. Unfortunately, it's a synthesis that I think the right is better poised to make. That American culture is not great, but we don't need to go outside of American culture and bring in other non-Americans to fix it. We need to fix we need to fix our cultural institution. So why did this dude's folks come here? Because this is where you can make the money. Because this is where you can make the money, right? So Saga and Jetty, you know, posted, and you know, we go back and forth about this, about how those conformist countries that just are very good at taking the test are kind of stifling creativity creatively. So they come here because you could actually like both excel through given rules and have the creativity to try out new things in a way that you can't in a more traditional culture. So that's why a lot of people come here. That is a bit true, but there needs to be a little bit. I think there needs to be a little bit more nuance in that discussion. I think they come here to make a buck. I think they come here to make a buck. And and if you make a buck independently of your home culture, you don't have baggage telling you how to spend that buck. And you could spend, and that's like one of the virtues of capitalism. Nobody can tell you what to do with your money. And you could use your money to run other people. So yeah, it becomes what you call it?
Slave trade.
Yeah, and I've said this before in the patriotism video. I've said this before. It's just.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, didn't a while ago he said something about J.D. Vance and his book was about nothing but a bunch of degenerates?
Who, me?
And so, no, this guy, the guy you're playing.
Oh, yeah, he might have.
That's what he said.
So
you believe that people that support J.D. Vance are a bunch of degenerate inbred hicks that aren't worth recognizing? Like this puke?
Is that what he just said?
Well, basically, didn't he say something like that? Yeah.
Hey, scroll it back about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Stanley.
Okay.
Yeah, scroll it back. He said something about J.D. Vance and his book and about how they're nothing but a bunch of degenerate hillbillies and shit like that.
I'm about to replay it.
Yes.
And why would I slow it down? Why do we want to slow it down?
Yeah, because he talks pretty fast.
Why do we want to slow it down?
So many people can comprehend what he's speaking, what he's saying. Because
okay, well, how about listen closer?
Okay, Sam.
In that discussion, I think they come here to make a buck. I think they come here to make a buck. And and if you make a buck independently of your home culture, you don't have baggage telling you how to spend that buck. And you could spend, and that's like one of the virtues of capitalism. Nobody can tell you what to do with your money. And you could use your money to run other people. So yeah, it becomes what you call it? An arms race.
You know what? I slowed it down. I'm not going to be able to listen to this slow down. It's annoying.
Oh, Stanley, it's not for you. It's for the people. It's for the
you know what? The people need to keep up. You know what? As a matter of fact, if I have to slow this down for the people, Vivek Ramaswamy is right.
No, I didn't want him to slow it down.
Everybody in the chat, can we all sponsor? Find Stanley a lot lizard. Stanley need a lot lizard. Stanley is real touched up.
Hey,
we got
Solid
to leave
Snake.
this stress for the year.
Solid Snake, don't let Vivek be right.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Yeah, and I've said this before in the patriotism video. I've said this before. It's just now it's a direct conflict between Indian Americans and East Asian Americans telling white Americans that you're culturally deficient. You are culturally deficient. This is why we beat you. And we will continue to beat you. And
What have
until
you
fix
beaten?
your culture. Although if you don't fix your culture, that's fine. We will just get people who are not culturally deficient and bring them over here and call them Americans, because they're the real Americans anyway. Because what it is to be an American is to be the best, and we don't grow the best homegrown. We grow the best in, you know, Calcutta or whatever. So we'll get those people who are really Americans because they're the best, and we'll just officially call them Americans as we bring them over here. Right. So that is, I mean, that is, like I said, the Euthyphro problem, where is it good because God loves it, or does God love it because it's good? Are Americans produced here because we produce Americans, or are Americans the best and we just call everything that's the best American? Right? But to be an American was never about being the best. It was actually about like thinking through democracy in a certain way.
Excuse me?
You just confuse that because calling it being the best.
Okay, you obviously have a challenge to that point.
You know, I have a question about the same. Go ahead, HB, 12 man.
No, go ahead, John Galt.
You know what's interesting about this? He sees it, or he seems to phrase it from the standpoint of beating white people, like the Asians are beating whites. But whites aren't the only people here. If they're beating people, they're beating everyone.
Okay, the reason he's going through this is basically the large fight historically has always been between blacks and whites. Of course, there are other people. So basically how he's framing this is between blacks, whites, and Asians. And he's basically, at the beginning, he said, hey, usually this sort of meritocracy fight is about blacks, where blacks are the proxy, like in the Asian, you remember the Asian lawsuits against UNC and Harvard that got rid of affirmative action? Well, in those cases, the cases were actually about the meritocracy and whites and Asians. It's just that because affirmative action was on the chopping block, it became about Asians not getting in because blacks were basically taking up their slots. So hold on, let me finish. Now that affirmative action is over, it's nakedly between whites and Asians in the meritocracy. Asians are better at the American meritocracy than whites are, at least if the statistics are supposed to be believed. Now, there is a cultural argument, okay? One of the problems Asians have run into is that, you know, American culture basically says, hey, your kids shouldn't be studying all the time. They need to have some fun every now and again. So they're getting dinged culturally. Asians are saying, but we're better on your tests.
Okay.
So
can I roll it back a little bit?
That is how this is being framed.
Okay,
Black people are just basically on the sidelines.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what
Stanley.
it seems to me that it seems to me that he's okay with the black people and I guess everyone else being on the sideline of the Hispanics. And it seems to me.
Okay, well, the thing is historically Hispanics have identified as white, except for, there is the black brown coalition that you bring up every now and again that never really existed, at least in a solid format. Traditionally it has been black and white and now Asians, because Asians feel that they're better at the meritocracy. We need more of us in these, meritocratic positions. So we all know there are other people besides blacks and whites. But the argument, simple as it might be, is crazy as it might be, it's Asians and whites talking to each other, kind of like that Vivek Ramaswamy and
okay,
culture.
But Stanley, hold on, Stanley. Let me put my 2 cents in.
Make it quick.
Why I gotta make? Okay, fine. Okay. What I was going to speak about was when you were talking about. Oh God. Okay, what I was going to speak about was when you was talking about that they gave that lawsuit to these higher end
They didn't
echelon
give the
colleges.
lawsuit. Hold on.
Okay,
We didn't
wait.
give
You're talking
anything.
about the lawsuit against the affirmative action. But here go my point, Stanley. What about the abuse that they used with the HBCUs when they were the minority
Okay,
in those colleges received multiple grants and funds?
That's what
It was
about it?
relegated
That
supposedly
is
to
literally,
minorities, which was at the time considered to be
literally,
by
dude.
the
I'm not
largest of. Come
Solid
on, Stanley.
Snake.
Can I get a word
Solid
in,
Snake.
Stanley? Please,
No,
Stanley.
Solid Snake.
Please,
You may
Stanley.
not. Solid Snake. You may not bring in HBCUs. We're not talking about HBCUs.
We talking
We
about
are
abuse
not.
of the system. You talking
Dude,
about
don't get.
how
Hey,
they filed a
Solid
lawsuit,
Snake.
but let's also, as
Solid
African
Snake.
Americans, let's discuss the abuse that they did
No,
against the
let's not
HBCUs
discuss.
when they were considered the
Dude,
minority
you're about to be
in our
gone. Are you
majority
gonna?
populated black colleges.
Are you gonna be the first to go?
Oh God, you know what, Stanley? See, this is why I can't deal with you, man.
Do
You
not
standing up
bring
here,
up
you on a soapbox,
HBCUs.
Stanley. You are not on a
Sorry,
soapbox.
bud.
This is not Stanley's show to be like
Sorry,
that,
bud.
man. Come on,
We're
man.
not
Stop
talking
it.
HBCUs.
Respect the channel, bro. You abusing
No,
your authority.
motherfucker, respect me.
Why
God
don't you
damn it.
respect the capitalists? That's why we can't never get
Motherfucker,
nobody in the damn chat
respect.
because of your fucking ass, uppity ass attitude.
Respect the host.
Respect John Galt.
Motherfucker,
Stanley,
respect.
man, why
Okay.
you do this shit, man?
Solid Snake, I don't give a fuck what your problem is. You will respect the host or you'll be gone. How about you, 12th man? Any words?
I just said respect John Galt. That's
Well,
all I said.
motherfucker, respect Stanley Cross.
Well, I do. I've been sticking up for you for days.
Good for
I don't
you.
know what
I
else
appreciate
you
it.
want.
Now what you need to do is talk to Solid Snake. I'm not talking HBCUs. It's not part of the subject.
It is part of the subject. We talking about them fleecing the country, using our education system, denying American citizens for those same grants that were set aside for American citizens, abusing them in HBCU colleges. And yes, I do hear you, but I'm telling you, man,
Telling me what?
there is no excuse for them to sit there and try to praise no lawsuit against affirmative action when they've been using affirmative action to their advantage since 1995. I
Who is
remember when
they?
kids was that's like
Who
$1,000 or
is
$1,500 a semester, but due to the indulgence of these
God damn it.
Asian
You know
Americans,
what?
these Indian Americans, these Arab Americans, these so-called immigrants, future Americans, supposedly, hopefully they can get there. But at the same time, they still sending that same goddamn money back to the motherfucking country they came from, and they fleecing it out to the small communities that needed that money, that needed that education, that needed that. Come on now, Stanley, come on. You
Are you
can't keep
done?
going on this high horse
Are
and then
you done?
deny like 50%
Oh,
of
this
the damn
motherfucker's
problem.
gonna go on for days. Are you done?
Well, you do too.
Are you done?
Stanley, now, I was just asking the question like he had
Why you're
something
mad
to
about
say.
affirmative action? It
Now
ain't got
two
nothing
of
to do
you
with those
motherfuckers are
high-end
talking
colleges.
at the same
It was the
time.
fact that they couldn't abuse historically black college universities because they had taken away affirmative action. It ain't got nothing to do with Georgetown and Yale and all those other colleges. It had everything to do about them abusing the systems at the low-level colleges.
Solid Snake.
Don't look at what they want you to.
Okay, Solid Snake, I have no idea what you're nattering on about. Give me a link or an article that we can explore and we'll do it. Okay?
You had all these illegal.
Well,
okay. Solid Snake, you're kind of scattered here. If you could provide me with a link or a story, I will gladly explore it. We have time tonight to do so. What I don't have patience with is you rambling on about something I'm not even talking about.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
What I wanted,
Okay, what you want to what?
Stanley, because he mentioned something about J.D. Vance and his book and what he
Okay.
thought
That's
he
why
meant
we
about them.
that's why we rewound so you could rehear it. Do you want me to rewind it again?
Stanley, you ever
Well,
tried to get
I
him
don't
on
know.
the show?
I don't know if we went back that far or where we're
Okay,
at
well,
Get him
now.
on
motherfucker,
the
you know
show,
what?
Stanley?
How about pay
That'd be a good
attention this
idea.
time? Let me rewind it. Apparently, you guys are going to get caught up on this one little bit.
Okay, what's that?
Yeah, are Americans produced here because we produce Americans, or are Americans the best and we just call everything that's the best American? Right? But to be an American was never about being the best. It was actually about like thinking through democracy in a certain way. We just confused that because calling it being the best was a great strategy to design tests and design measures in order to kick Black people down and legitimize subordination of them. Now, there are some deficient aspects of American culture that we need to fix. And not just the racial nationalist aspects of American culture that we need to fix, but also just like a quality of anti-intellectualism that we need to fix, an unseriousness, even about art, not just about finance and industry, but just a quality of unseriousness about the meaning of freedom that can be realized in art. And let me just end with talking about art for a little bit, because one of the reasons why we don't want to be a nation of test takers who are not necessarily good at thinking about rules, but instead thinking about how to follow the rules as they are given, who are not necessarily creative, is that we might get confused about what freedom means. But one of the issues that goes along with being American is thinking through freedom. Is thinking through what freedom means. And art, in a way that other things can't, helps you think through. This is art, not just music and plays, but art in general. It helps you actually realize and think through what freedom means. And if you don't understand art, or you can't produce it as a realization of freedom, you're going to have a stultified culture in terms of like turning your creativity, turning your money into meaning. Right. So I do worry about.
Okay, one of the points that I've made in the past is that the one thing America has, and the one reason I don't particularly fear a place like China, is because they aren't creative. The one thing that people don't talk about enough, and I think is the one thing that sets America apart, is we're pretty smart. We're not like Asian smart, to use a pejorative there, but we're damn creative. And when you put, relatively smart and creative together, you get something that, tends to be able to, dismantle the robots. So to be honest, I think if you start thinking about, hey, it takes more in life. My parents used to tell me, hey, book smarts isn't everything. You got to have common sense. And I think that's what America has, though sometimes we're slow to use common sense. There's no reason to fear China. They're not creative. They have to come over here to learn creativity. In other countries, kind of suffer the same thing. So I think I'm amused at the argument. I'm pretty, anytime that, the meritocracy can be tweaked in the nose, I'm all for it. I think Vivek Ramaswamy is 100% right. And that now the way he said it, it's who said it and how he said it that might be problematic. But the basic message is something that the Ron DeSantises of the world have been saying for quite some time. People have been complaining about public education forever. So the interesting thing is going to be once, the crybabies have settled down and the adults come back into the room, what comes of this? Linda McMahon's the education secretary. Let's see how she responds, and let's see how Trump responds, for that matter.
Well,
You know, Stanley, I was thinking about that. I was
Well, you
seriously
know.
thinking about that. But here go my point. Remember when Ann Coulter and Vivek Ramaswamy had that conversation? That kind of seemed out of place and unprofessional the way she addressed him. Don't you
I don't
think
know that
that?
it was. I mean, who expects professionalism from Ann Coulter?
I mean, I get it. She's like a shock. She want to be like the shock jock, the conservative female shock jock. But I mean, that was pretty blatant racism on his face on a national platform. And that has always unsettled me. And it always has. I don't understand, you know, and it's just like when you come back to that's what we create in America. We create and we produce. And that's what I'm trying to see. Why all
Okay,
of a sudden
I
it
think
has
you're
shifted
fooling.
to
I think you're fooling yourself if you're not looking at the things Americans don't do well. And reading books is
okay,
one of them.
what? Oh, okay. So why do you think we need to read more books, Stanley?
Because we don't value education.
Okay, Stanley. Once again, why do we not read more
I
books?
literally just answered your question.
Didn't we just have like during the 90s and the early 2000s this great
this is 2020.
environmentalist,
This is
let's say the
2024.
agenda going on where we
So-
literally had to stop producing and writing books for a certain amount of time about real
Okay,
education.
how
But for
does
some
this
strange
address?
reason, everybody
How
that had a
does this
political
address?
opinion came
How
out with a
does this?
fucking book.
How does this address anything that I said?
Well, it increased the prices of the books, and that increases
Brent-
the taxpayers.
Wait, hold it.
had
Now
to
we're
pay for
Brentmore-
when the
Wait,
school
hold
had
it.
to have
Now we're talking
replacements.
book prices. Where the
No, that's
fuck
what
do
I'm
book
talking about.
prices
You
come
see,
from?
Stanley, I don't think you understand the entire
No, I
tapestry
don't
of this,
understand.
of this fucking scam we got called a country. I don't
Oh,
think
for
you
God's
understand
sake.
the entire tapestry. You
Let's
just focusing
let's
on
go
one
ahead and give.
side and
Let's go
how
ahead
it
and give.
injures African Americans. But at the
Let's go
same
ahead
time,
and.
you gotta understand, Stanley, we all lose.
What the fuck are you
Then-
talking about?
This
It
is
don't
why the
matter.
Department of
Stanley, what
Education.
kind of world do you think? Let me tell you something,
Motherfucker,
Stanley.
well,
Do you
I
think
can't
you
say.
won't actually exist in a
I
world where
can't
full of
say.
homogenous societies integrated into one colony?
I
Do
can't
you
say
think
we
that
live in
you
an
can? You've
orderly
been here
world.
400 years, Stanley, and you crying about it.
The
And if
fuck
you
are you
ain't crying
talking
about it,
about?
something
You
wrong
know
with you.
what?
You ain't realize what you're doing.
Your drift is boring me.
Well, it ain't boring to chat,
Well, I don't give a fuck. Stay on topic.
and that's the problem with you fucking niggas. Just
Damn.
when you
What
fucking
have you got
adequate.
to? Oh, you
Still
know,
a
you know it's
goddamn
gonna.
nigga. You ain't got no damn
Yeah,
respect for
Solid Snake.
nobody.
Solid Snake
And
must
you
be
chill
getting
every
sleepy and
day.
ready for bed.
Oh,
You
come on,
ready for?
Stanley.
You ready for bed?
Ooh,
You must be.
I'll be ready about 6 o'clock when Virgo pull back up.
Virgo's here now. She's been here for a
Virgo
while.
ain't that. Virgo is not on the panel. Oh, there she go.
What, 12 man, what do you have
I
to
didn't
say?
see Virgo a minute ago. I thought she had.
Well,
This video is taking
I was
forever.
thinking,
Wait a minute.
like you,
John
Stanley,
Virgo.
print more books, print
here,
more
Solid.
books to dismantle the Department of Education.
Oh yeah, then
Print
Sunday,
more
man, we
books.
gotta come down with all this cursing. We gotta get these people ready for church this morning too.
Okay, well, let's get back to the video.
We're not going to church.
The degradation of art by the money elite, because that'll be a degradation of freedom. I also worry about the degradation of art by the crass poor, because that's also a degradation of freedom. So
I wish we could have this guy on the panel one day.
just keep that in mind. We don't want everyone to be a tech industrialist or a tech or a finance bro, because they might actually confuse us about what art means. And if you're confused about what art means, or what freedom means, and if you're confused about what freedom means, you're going to be kind of confused about what art is and that relationship to meaning in life. First of all, I can't, and this is also realized even in Tesla's design, I can't be the only one who doesn't find Tesla as the most aesthetically appealing cars in the world. I
No,
find
it's
them
not.
brutish and not beautiful. I haven't ever driven in one. I've just looked at one. I'm sure the driving
Ooh,
experience is something special, but I find it soul destroying. I look at the design of a.
Yes.
Okay, later on in the stream, I want you to look at Xiaomi. You remember the phone company that Donald Trump had banned from the United States? That was like, Huawei got banned and Xiaomi got banned, right? So in 2020, Xiaomi said that they wanted to get into the car market. Right now, Xiaomi got a car that's like $35,000 in China. And I promise you, it is almost like it's like a Porsche Taycan type car. And my boy Doug DeMuro, shout out to Doug DeMuro channel. If you ain't subscribed, subscribe. But yeah, he like a Jay Leno looking cat. But but I'm telling you, man, that Xiaomi car, man, that sucker, they say they got a model right now that's $50,000. That's going 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds.
Okay, so we know about Chinese cars now.
$50,000.
We know about Chinese cars now. Can you tie that?
Hold on, wait a minute, Stanley. Wait a minute.
I am tired of waiting for a minute.
And I'm telling you, man, if I own Ford,
I need you
to scoop up
to tie it
right about now.
Can you tie the Chinese car to what we're talking about here?
Oh, I don't. Oh, wait, no, I don't know. I think that was off topic, Stanley. I think that was off topic. My bad.
Anything, 12th man?
No, I mean, this guy is totally off topic with Chinese cars. I mean, we don't buy them and we're not gonna buy them.
Gotcha.
No one gives a fuck about a Chinese car.
I was talking about how Trump had banned Chinese products from being, with those expensive tariffs. And I was thinking maybe I'm still trying to think about that dang on TikTok question last night. That's the problem. I can't get over that. I'm still trying to figure out why.
Why are you watching TikTok?
Okay, let's get back to the video, folks.
It was something we was talking about last night, 12 man. You missed it. It was about the TikTok, and I was like,
I have a feeling Portia got the best of y'all tonight. I'm getting what's left over.
What you mean?
You always get the leftovers, Stanley. That's what you deserve.
I'm gonna tell you, last night I couldn't unleash because it was Portia on the panel, and I figured, we old school. You got a baby in the building. I respect Portia. You know what I'm saying? Like that. You know what I'm saying? She like a little niece. You know what I'm saying? She like, I'm not finna do that. I really can't get into myself like with Portia on the panel. I can do it when we got OGs up here, but it's like when you get up into like the 20 age, the 30s, I don't too much like dealing with them like that because, they got a whole little thing going on, in they style,
Gotcha. Well, let's get on with the video. 5 minutes left.
That's why I fuck with you, Stan.
Soul destroying. I'm not. Yeah, they look like Soviet vehicles. Like they don't even look like Soviet vehicles. They look like a caricature of Soviet vehicles, which makes me, which I find bizarre. They are not beautiful.
Talking about a Bearcat.
Yeah, they're designed by engineers, not designers, which is why we don't want a nation full of engineers necessarily. They call it minimalist, but you can have minimalist. It's unbeautiful. But I think the Elon Musks of the world think that they're beautiful because they don't have really good taste, and that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem, right? So there needs to be varieties of kind of a variety of like.
Do you think there's a
technological expression?
I'm sorry. He's drifting himself.
Do you think that's like unfair criticism
of what?
Yeah, it seems like he may have an issue with Elon and now
Yeah.
he's extending that to the design of the car. I mean, I don't have an opinion about
Well,
Tesla.
I
They're
think
like
you're
in full
probably
force. I don't
right.
even think much.
I
I think
feel
that's why he's drifting. Because
well.
like
But
when
the
you
thing
really
is,
think about the car market and
if
the
you've
impact,
if you've known about him, I've been watching him for probably 5 years now. He does drift, and he is drifting now. However, it's towards the end of the stream, and he tends to do that. I think I happen to think Tesla's, as a matter of fact, that Model 3, I think it is, with the wing, with the gull wing back doors. I love that car. As a matter of
hey
fact,
Stanley, go look up the
it's
price of a
possible.
Tesla, and then go look up the price of the new Xiaomi car they coming out with. Now, what I was going to say about that
No,
company
Solid
Xiaomi.
Snake. No,
Listen,
Solid
hold,
Snake.
wait. I'm
Please
just
don't
saying,
drift into the
Xiaomi
Chinese
tried
car
to
again.
take over Huawei
No,
position in
Solid
America
Snake.
due to the fact that it could be sold
No,
there.
Solid Snake.
So Apple
Oh,
always
this
had
motherfucker's gonna go
competition,
on.
and
I actually disagree with Irony over the aesthetics of the Tesla, which I think is besides his point. He should be stopping the video now. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think it's subjective. It may be an ugly car. I just never feel
I
like
think they're.
anymore.
I think the Teslas are perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, if I had, as a matter of fact, who knows? I might just fucking get a Model 3 or whatever, Type 3, whatever it's called. Because I don't care about. At my age, I don't care about the beauty. I care about the functionality.
And I know nothing about the car. What functionality do they have? That
Well, the gull wing doors means you can get into that car. Old man that I am, it's easier to get into a car when the whole door's not there.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can get boxes in there. You can get all kinds of things in there from the side, which I think is awesome.
Like, what do they call it? Shit,
Yeah,
suicide
they
doors?
flip up like wings, just totally out of the way.
Mm.
Here, let me
Damn.
find one. I think it's the Model 3. I think that's what it's called.
I mean,
But anyway, the points that Irene's making, I think, are spot on. America it's the Model S. Basically, we are going to forget about this episode just like we always do. But I think it's important that we kind of face this issue now, and it'll be swept under the rug. But when I make the jokes about Black people need to start adopting Asian, the Asian respect for education and other things, I'm dead serious about that part.
what? So Stanley, you think I'm gonna tell you the truth? I'm kind of angry and I'm jealous at the same time. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know I come from a bloodline of mechanics, and right now they got a car in China, and it's like a little old small
Okay,
pickup
I've
truck.
heard about the car in China.
No. Listen, what I'm
No,
saying is we're
I'm
talking about
thinking,
5
I'm
mini
thinking
cities.
it's wasting my
Why
time
don't
to
we
listen.
take this idea as the okay? Think about it like this: we sitting on the internet,
Fuck
we sit up
China.
here, we bounce ideas off each other every day. How hard is it for us to invest in our own system? Well, we can basically set up an account and we can start us a little warehouse. First year, warehouse property, whatever. Second year, we go through the regulations, whatever. I mean, we got enough intelligent Black people to do this in a small area. And we can start our first car company right here on American soil. Don't you think everybody that come here from a different country got to go? But don't you think it's strange that everybody that's in this country don't have that same level of desire to create their own business, to say made in the fucking USA, but then we want to go and tell everybody, oh, we're going to put a tariff on your car. Well, we don't even fucking make cars no more. All the cars made in China. So it's not really a threat to China because China can say, fuck America. We can shut off the car. We can shut off the material. We can shut off the chips. We can shut off the goddamn every motherfucking thing. And goddamn
John,
me, what we gonna be? What we
this is
gonna be?
this is the
Come
car I'm
on,
talking
Stanley,
about,
man.
where the back doors flip up. I was thinking of
Oh
finding
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice right there. Yeah.
You
Yeah, that
really
is
need
nice.
to go
Damn,
over
them
there
doors
to
go way up in
Africa, man. They really starting to start their own
and
business.
that's what I mean about getting into it comfortably. The whole doors out of the way.
You have your chauffeur, Stanley, and you just get in the back.
So I
That's
actually
what
like
I have done, Golf. I have an actual chauffeur and a few of them, as a matter of fact.
Okay,
You're not
so
talking about Uber
to
driving
end
stuff, man.
to end this part of it, basically, I think Vivek is right. And
Oh,
as
come
far
on,
as
Stanley. Oh, you fool.
Hillbilly Elegy goes,
Stanley.
I read the book. I thought it was a pretty good book. So
Oh,
whatever his words are about it, it's his opinion. Mine is different.
But Stanley, my thing is, I don't like automatic doors. You know what I'm saying? What if they have
Okay.
a glitch in the system and your baby outside, and your baby try to get in that car and that gold wing door come down, and it might be her baby ball in front of the sensor, and that motherfucking computer might glitch, and the door crush your baby. I mean, come on, man. No.
Well,
I don't like all
my
this robotic
response,
ass shit. I don't think America ready for it. You
my
don't know how to build it,
response,
so how the hell you gonna operate with it?
my
You just
response is
learn how to use it, but you don't know how it's made.
my
How that
response
make
is
sense,
hey,
Stanley? That's a
mother,
lot of.
fucker. My
Damn,
response,
Solid Snake, let the man speak. God damn, dude. Let Stanley speak.
my response is
Oh,
life
really?
is dangerous.
Oh God.
All right. Well, any final words on the Asia White fight?
Hit the like button, everybody. Hit the like button. Hit that motherfucker. And let's all support Stanley on getting him a lot of some new pussy for 2025.
Subscribe
So
to
hit
the
that
Urban
cash app and
Landlord.
support Stanley tonight, y'all. Send him your last $2.
Subscribe to John Galt, the Urban Landlord.
Stanley, dog.
All right. Just want to go over this
Oh, yeah.
quickly.
Shout out to John Galt for being on the channel tonight. It's a blessing. It's an honor for you to be on the night
Well,
show.
let me put it to you this way.
Clue was saying he was fake.
Basically, the New York Times put out an end of year episode where I guess it's a retrospective of people we lost this year. Willie Mays is a big one, and Bob Newhart is the other big one. And I'm just going to put this link. I put a link in the back,
boy,
and I'll put a link in the chat. But I want to point out some people. Willie Mays, Bob Newhart, and then the other person I didn't realize we lost was famous. Damn it! I'm gonna have to get some water. Was a famous Amos, the cookie maker.
You know what you need, Stan, to get you some of that.
When I was a kid,
drink it.
Snake,
warm.
when you hear people talking, man. Snake, when you hear people talking, man.
Anyway, I don't know.
Don't-
People these days probably don't know who Wally Amos was, but he, way back, I guess in the 80s maybe, started a cookie company, famous Amos. And, I kind of lost track of him over the years, but looks like he died this year. One of the earliest entrepreneurs that became famous that I personally can remember. It was a big deal in Ebony magazine and stuff like that. And then the other thing, Angela Bofill, she was popular when I was in, I think, like 7th and 8th grade. So she died early. She was born in 54, so
what did she do?
roughly
What did she do?
60. Well, I guess she was 71. I
What did
didn't
she
realize
do
she was that old.
for the audience?
I'm sorry, what?
What did she do, Angela Bofill?
She was a
Educate the
singer.
audience.
She was a
Okay,
singer.
What was one of her number one songs?
I don't recall. I just recall that she was famous.
So you didn't take the time to do a Google search before
Nope.
the show?
That's why I'm going
I
to put the
remember.
article. That's why I'm going to put the article in the chat so people can do their own research.
I remember Famous Amos from the Tennessee prison system, and they had his cookies everywhere in there, and you could get them on the commissary and all that shit.
Did they have them in the vending machines?
No, you could only get commissary through the cart, right?
I don't.
And yeah,
You have to tell
yeah,
me.
and that's where all your coffee and Famous Amos cookies and stuff like that would come in, and then we'd sit there and play dominoes and eat cookies and drink coffee and sometimes smoke weed, because we always got the best
Very
weed in
appropriate.
prison, Stanley. You know that, right? You know we got the best weed in prison, bro. Telling you, man.
So Virgo, are you awake? I guess she fell asleep again.
Oh,
All right,
I'm
well-
here, Stanley. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm here.
well we got
Hey, Virgo, Ebony.
Hey, Virgo, are you familiar with Angela Bofield?
No.
No.
Maybe you can tell us about her.
Well, let's see. Angela Bofield.
Okay, well I put the link in the chat.
It's not a problem. I mean, if you want to bring them up, let's bring them up, but let's at least doing the due diligence of explaining to the audience who they are and what their important relevance are to the community.
You know what, Solid Snake? Here is
It's
my
good to bring them up. I mean, I get it, Stanley. You just got to implement
Who's
it.
Echo?
Right.
Who's
Oh,
got the echo there?
Was probably, hold on.
here
I think it was
is the,
Virgo. Go right ahead.
we're moving right ahead here. Solid Snake, you asked about chitlins, so here's a video about it. We're
Come
gonna
on,
move into.
Stanley. Why you do me like that, bro?
I asked about it too.
Cold-blooded, man. You cold-blooded.
You know how to eat good chitlin.
Stanley Rick James. I bet you Stanley kidding Rick James somewhere down that bloodline.
Hello, welcome to Dorothy's Kitchen. Today we have a great recipe for you.
Can you blow it up,
And I want to
Stanley?
show you how to make it easy and simple. First of all, it's
I'd
chitlins,
like to keep it this size.
pork chitlins.
Okay, I'll blow
The
it up.
first thing you're gonna do, a lot of people don't cook them because they don't know how to cook them. And I'm going to teach you how to cook them. If you get the Uncle Louis extra clean chitlins or clean chitlins, they still need to be clean. They're not as clean as they should be. So what you're going to do is thaw them out, and then you are going to take each piece and look at it to make sure it's clean. And then the next thing you're going to do after you clean them, that's the longest part, is to clean them, because it's going to take a while. Even 5 pounds, it take a while, maybe 2 hours to clean them. So what you're going to do after you do that, you're going to, what we call in Mississippi, you're going to parboil them. And so when you parboil them, I want you to look and see all this grease. You parboil them in water for 1 hour with a potato on top of the lid, so that the smell won't, it cuts the smell. But you see all this grease, that's going to take all the grease out. So that's the first thing you're going to do. And I'm going to drain this and then put some fresh water in, and then put all the ingredients in it. So you see 10 pounds, this is 10 pounds.
Can't
of
watch
chitlins.
that.
And you see how many is left? I mean, after
Hold on, man. Wait a minute, man. Stanley, did you just purposely go find the most wrong video ever? Oh, man. Ooh-wee. Hey, everybody hit Portia J Cash App, y'all. Hey, everybody hit Portia J Cash App like $10 if you can. Hit the like button if you can. But we're going to put the hashtag video making some chitlins.
Okay,
hook them chitlins up. Hashtag hook them chitlins up. Hey,
you asked to watch
them chitlins and show us how she make them.
Piss me the fuck off.
Why you getting mad?
You asked to watch this video, right? Well, not this video.
I didn't ask to watch that video. Did you see that chitlin she pulled out there? That thing had already been cooked. And I'm gonna tell you something. By the time I cook my chitlins so clean they don't have no smell.
Okay, well, tell you what.
I clean my chitlins.
You're the expert here. Apparently,
no meat. What you gonna do? Absorb the shit in the meat before you clean it?
I'm probably gonna have to do that, HB. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Sorry, I'm the one that brought chitlins up in the first place. It's all my fault, Stanley.
I can't tell one from the other at this point.
Man, I'm telling you, chitlins all right, man. You just gotta know how to clean them, man. That ain't how you clean no chitlins, though. You gotta, man, it's nasty.
Okay, do you want to go through the process, or are you gonna let this video go?
I ain't got no computer up, no video. I can record it on my phone. Wait a minute, I could.
Well, you do that. Can you do that right now?
Not tonight. I gotta wait till the grocery store open. But that's a good idea. That's a good idea,
Snake. God dang it. Why don't you let him play the fucking video, Snake? God dang it.
It's all right, John. This is all for
the fuck quiet for the video play. God damn.
My bad.
God damn.
I'm trying to show you how a nice black lady cooks chitlins, but it's all good if y'all don't want to watch it. I don't care.
Oh,
I thought he was showing it.
That one.
I thought that's what Stanley was showing.
No, you don't cook chitlins like that. That ain't how you cook no chitlins. You put a potato on the top to hide the smell. No, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When you clean them chitlins right, it's gonna taste just like pizza. I mean, it's good to have. I mean, I can get the potato part, but no.
You know what?
No.
How did I unshare that? My bad.
No, you don't cook no chitlins like that. Chitlins, I ain't gonna even lie. I don't even think YouTube will allow you to even upload that. Because it's so disgusting.
Funny.
It is. It is like when you put your hand down in the intestines because you gotta pull it out. See, you're gonna snipe it, and then you're gonna snip the tip off, where it roll over, but you're gonna catch it right at the root. And then you take it and you pull that inner lining out. Now the main thing about having that inner lining, having it where the inside the roll
solid snake.
My bad.
I'm sorry, I took that video offline right quick. Basically, I've had chitlins once in my life. I had a friend who owned a restaurant, and we got to talking one day, and she like made a batch for me just so I could try them. They were okay, but nothing that I ever wanted again. But
she used the vinegar.
However, I've actually never gone through the process or seen them prepared, so it's actually kind of instructive for me. Not like I'll ever prepare them, but
no,
you
because
gotta know a little bit about
you don't clean them chitlins.
Gotta know a little bit about everything. So since Virgo, hopefully she comes back. We've been talking about
I
doing
think she
we've
probably
been
knows.
talking about doing a cooking episode forever. We were going to do it every Friday, but schedule hasn't permitted. So anyway, once Virgo comes back, we're going to go heavy into the cooking parts, just because I miss doing it. I like doing it specifically with Virgo because she knows how to cook.
10
Yeah.
pounds is 10 pounds of chitlins. And you see how many is left?
I
after they
work
boil
with
down.
cooks every
Oh,
day.
this motherfucker's just going to talk over everything. Is it what is your problem? Why do you have to talk every 2 minutes?
What I was saying, Stanley.
Okay, it is a structured show. Okay, you don't have to talk every minute of every day. It's annoying.
Boil them for 1 hour. You boil them to get all that grease, as much grease as possible. You're not gonna get it all, but much as possible. You boil them in plenty of water. That's what you call parboiling. Now we're gonna take, this is 4 cups of water, and we're going to add celery, a large onion, bell pepper, and we're gonna add salt to the taste, which is gonna be about a tablespoon, and then you're gonna add pepper. Gonna add black pepper, about a tablespoon of black pepper.
Oh God!
Starting to look better, ain't it,
And
Stanley?
then what we're gonna
Oh shit!
is we're gonna put the lid on it,
You say so.
and then we're going to
No.
use these 2 potatoes. This is 2 I had when I was boiling. You're gonna put it on top so that the smell, it'll cut the smell. You won't cut the smell of the chitlins. You know how the chitlins smell when you walk in the house? Well, this is going to cut the smell. We're going to cook them on medium heat for 2 hours. It takes 2 hours to cook. The finished product. See, look, very little grease. See, because we parboiled them first and for 1 hour on high speed, and that took care of the grease part. Now you have only chitlins here. Look at the water. You see the water? No grease. So this is how you make chitlins, down home Mississippi chitlins with no grease and all chitlins. They're yummy, yummy. All you need now is some greens and cornbread, and you're good to go. And a lot of times I make mine with spaghetti also. I eat mine with spaghetti too. So, but this is the way it looks, see?
Oh, God. Hey.
All the grease came out the first boil. So you got to boil them twice. Remember that. A parboil first, and then after that, you boil them for 2 hours on medium heat. And you see, this is the way it looks. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
I have to say she
Ooh.
keeps
Next time, happy eating to
That's
you.
not right.
Remember to hit me up.
She's cornbread fed, John Galt. That's the kind of woman you want right there.
And we'll see about doing it for you.
That's not right. That's not right. That ain't right.
Well, what's not right? You got a better way?
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
God. Man, that is not the right way.
John, have you ever had chitlins before?
Oh, yeah, man, many times. You know, man, I hated to smell them so bad when I was young, man. I had to go out of the house, and then, as I got older, in my probably teen,
Mm-hmm.
I started connecting the smell. Like, how the hell can I eat this? You know what I'm saying? And I had probably haven't eaten them in 30 years or so. We used to eat them with coleslaw.
It's funny, people. Well, I could see how the coleslaw would sweeten it up a bit. I somehow or another, had them once, and it was, more or less by request. My grandparents, like my father's parents, I mean, I've killed chickens, I've done all kinds of stuff, but my grandmother never made chitlins. And as far as I know, as far as I know, they never ate them. So, however, I do think that, knowing what they are, I'm sure chitlins sustained many of our ancestors at one point in time. So, I wouldn't, personally, I wouldn't just dismiss them outright. Some people, there's some things like chicken livers that I like. I will go buy chicken livers.
Man, chicken gizzards.
So,
Ooh,
well, not
Chicken liver,
gizzards.
chicken liver, and
Now, I won't.
ooh, that's
chicken
so
Y'all don't do
liver and chicken
gizzards?
gizzards is good in dirty rice.
Yeah.
Ooh, I used to
So, I mean,
make
there
them.
are certain innards that some people like. Chitlins.
Yeah, I don't eat that organ meat a lot. I
Yeah,
don't like
yeah.
it.
Oh, I
Have you
love
ever
me
had
some liver and
crawfish,
onions.
John? Did you know that you gotta suck the head out the crawfish?
You gotta bite the tail and suck the head.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's why
well,
you seasoning that.
oops.
That's some good eating right there.
I'm telling you. Shrimp mud bug
So this
brain.
next video, actually,
Hey, Stanley, someone said they've seen it completely. Hey,
see
Stanley,
what?
someone said they've seen it completely. A chitlin cleaning video is trauma.
Hey, John.
It is.
Hey, John.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, if I send you some
Yeah,
the mushrooms, if I send you the mushrooms to make the black rice, you think I could talk you through it to make it for yourself?
I think you could do it. I think you could do it. I think I could do it.
All right, that's a
If I
challenge,
can make,
John.
I know my lady friend. I know my lady friend. She makes good rice for me. She makes rice for me all the time.
Oh, is she
Between
Haitian?
no, yeah, she just makes my rice. She makes the rice for me. I eat a lot of
Oh,
rice with
okay.
meat. She makes my rice for me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I know you love your black rice, and I made that.
I do. I
I made
do.
that for Thanksgiving.
Oh man, I missed that. Yeah, very good.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
wish
don't
I could
know.
freeze dry it and send it to you, but
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
why a video is trauma inducing. It's like
You might have to
people
find that
have
video, Static.
people have weak stomachs. I ran across this. I never thought to put meat in boiling water, but apparently this is some restaurant trick. So I want to see what this is all about.
In boiling water, I learned this trick at a 5-star steakhouse. Start by adding 4 garlic cloves. Then add 1 tablespoon of dried rosemary and 1 tablespoon of dried parsley. Add a beef steak weighing approximately 400 grams and let it cook for 1 minute. Dry it well with paper towel. Repeat this process with another steak. Cut a medium onion. Cut it in half into strips and into cubes. Cut 2 ripe tomatoes. Cut them in half into strips and into cubes. Add the onion cubes, 3 crushed garlic cloves, the tomato cubes, 3 teaspoons of salt, a pinch of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of cumin, 1 teaspoon of chimichurri, 1 teaspoon of Italian seasoning. Add this mixture to the baking dish with the meat and let it marinate for 1 hour. After this time has passed, add 2 sprigs of fresh rosemary, 2 tablespoons of unsalted butter. Take to a preheated oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 40 minutes. That recipe is ready. You may now serve and enjoy it. See you next recipe. Bye-bye.
Well, anybody want to try that?
Did he say? Well, that's like a sous vide, but I'd rather sous vide it.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
I've
I
never
can
seen tomatoes on steak. Steak doesn't eat all that stuff, honestly.
well, unless you want it.
Yeah, unless you want to make a sauce, but
Yeah, that's
I
exactly what I
guess.
was thinking. But I don't know. want to try.
Put the meat in boiling water. I learned.
I mean, people do all kinds of things to steaks. Like my son likes to, baste it in butter and all this fancy shit, and leaves
Oh,
a
I love
mess.
to baste it in butter. I love actually not even butter, in ghee.
I think
Have you
all
ever
that.
tried ghee?
Yeah, I know clarified butter. Yeah, no, but I don't.
Mhm.
I don't
Hey,
need all
Virgo,
that.
could you explain to the audience?
I don't need all that stuff on a steak.
Because I don't know what ghee is. I ain't never heard of ghee.
Ghee is just clarified butter. So you boil the butter. Well, I buy it already pre-made because I ain't got time for all that bullshit sometimes. So, but if you want to make it homemade, you just take butter, you boil it, and then you wait till it separates, and then you skim it, and then all that oily, good buttery stuff is at the bottom, and that's what ghee is.
Never tried this.
It's very good.
Yeah, it's just butter without the solids.
Yeah. And even my white rice, when I make white rice, so I have a rice cooker. So I'll put about 2 or 3, depending on how much rice I make. I'll put 2 or 3 garlic cloves in there, and then I'll put some green onions, not cut, just wash them and just put them in there, and then it flavors it. It's so good. It will elevate. I mean, I can sit here and eat a bowl of white rice by itself.
Yeah, I'm not that big I mean, I like rice okay, but not enough to go that far.
Well, us Caribbean people, we love rice. Rice is with every dish. And if we don't have rice, we are not feeling right. John will tell you he's dated a lot of Caribbean women.
Yeah, I like that rice.
Very important. That rice is important.
I was talking to somebody the other day about roasted chicken and how good they can be, but something that sounds simple is deceptively complicated, and vice versa. Overcomplicating it, kind of, is unnecessary also. So I ran across this roasted chicken video, and supposedly every bachelor should know how to, at a minimum, know how to fry an egg and roast a chicken. So
and make some spaghetti, to be honest with you.
Yeah, probably. But spaghetti, I mean, people tend to just, take the noodles and pour a jar of sauce on it. Yeah, well, making marinara is probably a little bit more involved than, some college kid will want to do.
Cooking. Today we're
but
making
it's so
oven
easy.
roasted chicken. Enjoy the video.
Yep.
Remember to like, share, and
Ooh, let me
subscribe.
turn this volume
Hit that
up.
notification bell to be notified when we post a new video. Let's get cooking. For this recipe,
Them
you need a whole
MFers be
chicken,
cooking.
yellow onion,
Damn.
garlic,
Can y'all hear
shallot,
that?
green bell pepper, red bell pepper,
It's kind of low.
celery,
Yeah, I can hear it.
parsley, thyme, rosemary, butter, chicken broth, seasoned oil,
Okay.
garlic powder, onion powder, oregano, sage, paprika.
Now, see, I don't think you need all
See,
this.
I don't use all of these seasonings. I use wet seasonings. So what I do is I take my fresh herbs and my fresh garlic and I put them in the blender, and that's what I use to season my meat. I don't use all of these like powdered junk.
I don't even
and
do that. Salt, pepper, garlic powder, and sage, like rubbed sage, is pretty much all you need. And the sage is even probably
Sage is
don't
so
need
good.
it. Yeah.
And then
I don't.
That and
you
tarragon.
can do your broccoli And
Okay,
if you
what does
want like
broccoli have to do with the
flavor,
chicken?
you just frappe it a little bit and take the oil out the skillet. You know what I'm saying? And marinate it on top of the meat. I don't know. I don't use
So
all the
wait,
powder.
say that again. Broccoli in oil.
Well, I use broccoli, bell pepper, yeah, and a little cucumber. And I make an oil out of it using a black skillet. You know, you just fry it up, use the oil out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Black skillet. Do you mean a cast iron pan?
No, I'm talking about a black skillet. It's rough on the outside, real smooth on the end. Yeah.
So what do you do with the broccoli?
You know I'm saying? You put it all in there. You put it on you add your little bit of water. You don't put no seasoning in. You just let it steam down, let the steam out. You know, get you one of them little
Oh,
lids with
so
the
you
hole in.
basically puree the broccoli?
Well, I mean, it's like a saute process. You know, you just and get your onions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But you take all that. You don't add no vegetable oil. You just use that. But you gotta have it at like a medium light temperature, so the oils and all of the juices can come out of it. You know what I'm saying?
There's no oils in broccoli salad.
It's water.
So you basically telling us that
steam it,
you
you saute, but I'm
season your
using that like
chicken with some broccoli water.
that's my marinade.
Lord have mercy.
What y'all be doing?
When I cook broccoli, I basically get the water boiling with a little butter and garlic, and then
No, you
So we get
real
to
hot.
How do we get to broccoli talking about roasted chicken?
I have no idea.
Oil steam come up through the skillet, and it's gonna bring the broccoli water back down into the water.
No.
Marinate, make a flavor.
Oh,
You're gonna use it with
motherfucker.
cloves. You're gonna use it with, any leafy green vegetable will work. You can actually use collard greens, cabbage greens, whatever you want. But you just
Gotta
want
get
the water out of the meat. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna cook it slowly. It's gonna take like a minute, but
Well, shall
once
we
it's done,
get
it's
back to the
done.
video? Let's get back to the video.
Crushed red pepper, black pepper,
not
cayenne
torturing the
pepper,
broccoli.
and salt. We're gonna
You know, the other thing I noticed, Virgo, is this tendency for young black cooks to wear gloves. And I mean, I can understand why you might want to, wear gloves.
Germaphobes.
But I mean, this guy's cutting cutting up a garlic cloves. Why does he need gloves?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I have to make a meatloaf or something where I'm gonna have my hands in, and right now I don't have nails, but when I do have like nails and I get my nails done and stuff like that, I'm very OCD and I don't like food underneath my nails, and I think it's nasty to have food underneath your nails, and
I see. Because
I will wear gloves.
I tend, unless I have a cut, some sort of open wound, I tend to like to use my hands. Now,
Yeah, but if I'm chopping up, and I have like an onion chopper, I have a mandolin, so I have all those tools where I don't have to like get down and dirty. So.
Hey guys, can I
down
come in
and
with a break
dirty.
pause right quick for the? Can I come in with a break pause right quick? Cause we had 2 hours. Hey everybody, if you're in the chat and you're enjoying the show, you're enjoying the conversation, please hit that like button. We got John God on the channel tonight. We got Stanley in the house, 12th man. Then we got our homegirl, sister in charge, Virgo in the house, representing the motherfucking female, man, because they know what they be doing. So if you can, man, just stop, hit the cash app, and welcome to everybody that's new in the chat, that's chatting down in the panel. Hey, we enjoy your company, and we hope you stay. And if you could, hey, invite some people over through everybody else chat. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we just a cool community. We like the vibe. Just hit the like button, man. We just chilling up in here, man. I'm high, I'm drunk, but hey, it is what it is.
It's
You're
par for
high
the
and
course.
drunk. I couldn't tell.
What'd you say, Stanley?
By
Par
roasting
for
our
the
garlic,
course?
cut the head of the
Yep.
garlic, place on furrow, drizzle
Don't
Oh, I
olive
nobody
love
oil
else
on the
doing
want to
this.
garlic,
do it.
and season with salt and black
But no,
pepper.
Stanley, what
Okay,
you
I
think
see.
about
Hey,
that comment though
Virgo,
about
I see what he's
torturing the
doing.
broccoli? You think I be torturing the broccoli when I
Bake
add the
at 400
broccoli in? Because
degrees
I
for
do chip
45
it
minutes.
down.
Chop.
I see what he's doing now with all those spices, Virgo.
Yeah, you know what
Okay,
I'm saying?
yeah.
You
He's
making
making like a spice
marinade.
blend. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, essentially, he's just making the roasted garlic type seasoning, which I
Yeah,
assume he's
I love a good roasted garlic. Like I'll do the same thing and put it in. But what I do, I wouldn't put the garlic whole. What I do is I get the garlic cloves
Yeah,
and
well,
I'll
what
put
he's
it
going to
in
do
like
is roast. I hope he's going to roast them and smush them up and then make like a
yeah.
spread.
But how I roast them is I take them out, I peel them and I put them
Mm.
in like one of those little ramekins, and then I
Okay.
put it in olive oil and I let it like cook in that, and then I scoop them out, mash them, and I put it underneath the skin with like
Right.
I make like a butter, like a herb butter, and I put
Right.
it underneath the skin of the chicken, and then on top of the chicken, I'll put like my wet seasoning and stuff like that.
All right. Well, let's see here.
3 stalks of celery,
Mm.
slice of yellow onion, slice of green and red bell pepper, dice of shallot,
Love me a shallot.
Onions and shallots.
I love shallots.
Oh, that's great
chop up
for
and
gut
roast.
health. All those onions and peppers, that'll keep your gut clean.
I want to say this guy is Caribbean because this is all the stuff
Chop
that I
up some
put in my wet
rosemary,
seasoning.
add the veggies to a roasting pan,
Oh, maybe he's not Caribbean
He's
at all.
going all out.
See, all that stuff, Stanley, I would put into like the food
season with
processor and
seasoned
blend it.
Exactly.
black
Now
pepper,
Yeah.
see that now
garlic
see now
powder,
these go to
onion
adding all that,
powder,
I
and
just add a
cayenne
little
pepper.
salt and pepper and a little dash of vinegar. I wouldn't do all that. Let the oil build up.
Add a cup and a half of
Because that's
chicken
not
broth.
seasoning the
Next, we're
chicken
gonna
at all.
spatchcock the chicken. Use a pair of kitchen shears to cut out the spine of the chicken.
Damn, all that for like a little 8-pound.
Press down
That's
on the
probably not
breast
even an
so the
8-pound
chicken will
chicken.
lay flat. Pat dry with a paper
That's
towel
probably
to
like a
ensure the
6
chicken is
pound,
dry.
5 pound.
Always cook with the chicken back in it to feed the dog with.
Yep.
Or it cooks faster if you
Good.
spatchcock it.
Yeah, I love
Season with
spatchcock.
seasoned oil, garlic powder, onion powder, black
You
pepper,
don't cut the
cayenne
back
pepper.
out for a spatchcock, though.
Sure you do.
Yeah, you do. You have to.
Just cut it in half.
I'm
Boom.
taking a flavor of the chicken.
Pop it open. Bam.
See, I don't know. That's a lot of seasoning for the skin.
I'm serious, man. There's gonna be some dry ass skin. Ain't got no original
Well, that
flavor.
might be, he might be trying to get it
Tasty.
crunchy or crispy or whatever.
Yeah,
you
but
want to
that's
call it.
why I like the batter. You know, I don't
Wait,
do all that.
wait, hold it. Batter
Next,
a
we're gonna make a
batter a roasted chicken?
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Lord have
Solid.
mercy.
You can do it.
Oh wow,
Just
you
Can't
one.
batter
It had no
smoked
flour
chicken.
to it, but it still had crispiness to it. You ain't gotta
Okay.
use all that goddamn seasoning. You drying out your skin.
We might have been rubbing some cornstarch on there to get a
Bro, I'm gonna tell you the
crispy
truth, bro.
skin
I'm 40
after he's
years old.
smoking
I
it.
smoke. I ain't gonna lie. I got deficiencies. I can't have my skin too crispy. You know what I'm saying? My shit gotta be just right crispy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna eat no rotisserie chicken. Now, I understand it's soft,
Okay.
but I
What
do
the
like my
fuck?
skin
Where?
brittle.
Rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, that's what he
It-
making, ain't it?
Baked chicken or
I thought
roasted.
he was working maybe a smoked spatchcock chicken.
No, I
What
just don't
Okay,
like
chicken?
it
people putting
literally.
seasoning on like
Do
that.
you
I like
see?
to mix mine in
Do
a
you
vegetable oil and try to baste it a little
do you
bit.
see
Then
the
it don't.
title? Do you see the title of the video?
No, I got that time over it.
Okay, it says how to make the best oven roasted chicken.
Oh well, okay.
So it's
I
oven
thought
roasted.
mine was pretty good.
A pound butter in a bowl. Add a stick of butter,
Yeah,
roasted
see,
garlic,
okay, he's making
shallot,
concrete butter.
parsley,
Yes.
rosemary, and thyme.
I don't know though. I still think he's over seasoning it.
Me too.
Trust the process.
Yeah, I just
Season
like
with
garlic
sal,
and
black
a
pepper,
couple other
garlic
things
powder,
on my
onion
chicken.
powder,
You know,
cayenne
I
pepper,
just don't like
not a
too much
lot.
salt. I don't mind
oregano,
seasoning. I just
sage,
don't like too
and
much
crushed
salt.
red
Yeah,
pepper.
yeah. Me too, Virgo.
I don't like all that seasoning. I just don't.
Look at all that shit he's dumping in there.
Mix
The
until well
fuck?
combined.
He really wants to impress some girl.
He ain't
That's
watering it
that
down
marry. That's
on
that marry me chicken, right, Stanley?
Hey,
Oh
she's gonna
no,
be 40
I
years old
wouldn't.
with
I
high
wouldn't be
blood
marrying
pressure,
any
wondering
woman who
how she
makes this
got it.
much.
Add
Does
butter
this
And it
much?
into
came
the
from when you
skin.
was 20 years old and this dude cooked you some roasted chicken 20 years ago, gave you high blood pressure because this dude don't know how to season it. Look at this.
Spread the rest of the butter over the
Damn,
chicken.
that's that chicken. It's either going to be incredible or it's going to be just too
I
busy.
think it's gonna be incredible.
Really?
Oh my God. I season
Make
my
your
chicken to the
doctor's appointment
gods,
because you're going to
man.
have high blood pressure. You're going to have high blood pressure.
Yeah, but I don't use like salt seasonings, you know. But let's see.
Hey, later on, I
Place
want
the
to talk
chicken in a
about sea
pan.
salt
Season
because
the top
somebody
of the
said
chicken with
something tonight
season
earlier
off.
about sea
Bake at
salt.
350 degrees for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, or until the internal temperature reaches 165 degrees.
2
Baste every
hours.
20 to 30 minutes,
That do look good though.
and there you have it. Oven roasted
Yeah.
chicken.
See,
We hope
Oh
y'all enjoyed
shit!
the video.
Oh,
I
It's
mean,
too
this.
dark for me.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
come
about to
on,
say
no, that's perfect.
that's a whole lot of burnt seasonings that don't have to be.
Yeah, I like that though. That's that crispy flunk, man. That's what you want. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Pretty
I
Rican
could.
right there, man.
I like my chicken a little bit more blonde.
Oh Lord, Stanley. Come on now.
It look a little burnt because it's supposed to be, Lindy Lou. Hit the panel. Hit the
We know
panel.
you
Hit
love
Virgo
blondes,
out.
Stanley.
Virgo, the only
Well,
one in
no,
here
it's not so
tonight.
much blondes as much as I like
I'm gonna drop down
the
in a
more
minute, guys. Y'all ain't got to deal with my live, but
the more French look. You know what I mean?
Like coq vin.
Oh no! I mean more like a
coming with them words.
more
What is
like
that? What is that,
a
Virgo?
brown,
Define
like
it,
an
Virgo.
even brown instead of the charred look.
Oh,
I
okay.
love the
Well,
charred look.
Solid doesn't know what coq vin means.
I
So we
don't.
must explain to him. It's chicken with wine.
Ooh.
Solid chicken
And usually you use
marinated and cooked with
an
wine.
old tough chicken, an old tough
And the
rooster.
best wine to use with coq vin is Burgundy.
What about a Taylor Port?
No, it's
I
Burgundy.
got access to Taylor Port though.
No.
I got that cheap
Burgundy.
wine, girl. Hey, what about Wild Ivy Road? You think I could do that? I was
Lord have
thinking about
mercy.
that.
Why don't you
Just
just put your St. Ides in that chicken?
shit. No, get that wine. Get that what that was we used to drink back in the day. God dang it, I can't think of it. But I think it'll make a great basting.
Oh, Stanley,
Yeah.
you know what, Stanley? I haven't spoken to you since Christmas.
Yeah, it has been a while.
Oh my God, that tenderloin came out so good.
Yeah, actually, I wound up making the pork tenderloin
Mhm.
with a bone in.
Oh, you talking about the rack?
It was part of a rack. It wasn't the whole thing.
Oh my God, I saw that and I really wanted to make it, but my mother-in-law made she made a ham,
Hmm.
so we weren't gonna have two pork dishes.
Right.
So I made my tenderloin. She made her ham, and I sous vide the tenderloin. So I cut off the throwaway, and I cut off the flap, and then I just had the tenderloin. But I still cooked like all three of them. But I had to cook them at different times because the throwaway is like really thin and stuff like that, and the
Right.
flap is a little bit more fatty. So what I did is I sous vide all of them. I just put garlic and rosemary in the bag, and that's it. And then once it was done with the sous vide, I encrusted it with truffle salt, and then I pan seared it, and then I put it into the oven. Oh my God, it came out so good. And then I made onion and mushroom sauce, and I did that with cream, Dijon, and what else did I put in there? Rosemary. It came out so good. Oh, and sherry. I put sherry wine in there, and it was so good.
Yeah, sounds good.
And
Yeah,
I just winged it. I was like, I don't even know how I'm gonna make this because she was talking about making a ham, and the week before I was so upset because I wanted to make the tenderloin, and whatever. It was last minute, and I was like, man, fuck it, I'm just gonna make it, and I just winged it, but it came out really good.
I have to start getting out and smoking on my barbecue more. That's for sure.
connection. Internet connection at my grandmother's house has been real spotty.
Oh, are you still away, Stanley? Are you not at your house yet?
Yeah, I'll be going back to actually tomorrow morning.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
White dreams. My dreams are back. Oh yeah, the dream of the show. Dream big white dreams, but aggressively. You like that? You like that title, huh? Toxic Angel. Well, I came up with it for a reason. I was it was a conversation I had on an earlier show yesterday, and we started talking about Vivek Ramaswamy and how the American culture is mediocre. We worship mediocrity and all that stuff, which I agree with, by the way. So I think it was him who said something like, "We need to dream big." So that's what I came up with. White people need to dream bigger, and we need to do it aggressively. I said
Dream
we.
bigger than.
You know what? I agree with y'all. I think we need to ban porn. I think that's the
I
problem.
don't know that I agree. I grew up in the
I
80s. I went
do.
to high
But
school
we
in the
weren't
80s.
even talking about porn. What are you talking about, Solid? Did I
Who
miss
cares?
something?
No,
Toxic
topic.
Angel.
That's what he was going with.
No, Toxic Angel. I grew up in the 80s, went to high school in the 80s. I don't know that it was that great. I think it was great because high school students still read books. I have an 18-year-old now, and as a matter of fact, the subject came up last night at dinner, and a friend of mine asked, well, what are your favorite books? And I think he said something like, I've taken a break from books or something like that, which, to me is just like a horror show. You know what, Toxic Angel? No, I actually haven't listened to the radio in years by now. So
This
no,
is
I
DOA.
don't bother. I don't bother with the.
You always changing a damn.
I don't bother with music these days. Oh, there are tons of good books. Have you read James? That's like the best book I've read all year. Which, yeah, you ought to come up and let's talk books, Toxic Angel, if you like to do that.
I'm wondering, is
All right. So this next recipe
nobody
is.
came up on the panel. Lindy Lou, where are
Yeah,
you?
Lindy. Lindy Lou, come up on the panel, Lindy Lou.
This next recipe, I've never seen this chickpea recipe before, but it looked interesting, so we'll have a look.
Chickpea, okay. Must be hummus.
No meat? Where's the meat? That's hominy.
Those are chickpeas, not corn.
Eggs. Okay, where's she going with this?
That's what Northerners eat.
God damn, is she making burgers with that shit?
Northerners eat that shit.
Okay, it's not hominy.
Grits? Is it grits at that point?
No, God damn it.
I love a good immersion blender.
No, essentially, what it's ground up chickpeas. It's well, I've never seen falafel. Do you use it? Looks like she's making falafel.
Where's the beef?
Well, no, Lindy Lou, you don't use eggs in hummus. At least, no. The egg is to bind it. Assuming she's making.
She's probably making some kind of
Yeah, she's putting flour in it.
vegetarian fish cake or something.
God damn. How much shit you gotta put in one dish?
See, I would have blended the spices with the peas because now it's hard to mix. And then add the eggs and the binders.
Yep.
Put it in a food processor.
It's basically flour.
Yeah.
Somebody put a falafel, one of those.
But I think falafel's made with lentil.
No, well, you can make. You can use almost any type of dried bean.
Yeah.
Egyptians, I think Egyptians use fava bean.
Holy fuck, I could make salmon patties quicker than that.
You know, I'm actually getting pretty bored.
Oh, vegetarian. Oh no, that'd make a good side dish, Stanley.
Yep.
Like I'd like that on the side with my fish and chips or something. Yeah. Almost like little hush puppies. And they almost like little hush puppies, ain't they, Stanley?
Uh-huh.
That's what those are.
Let's see here. Let's reorganize my tabs. Let's see.
Well, Stanley, I got some stuff saved on my my YouTube, but I don't know how to post it to the back.
Okay, well, just right click on the little 3 dots. It'll say share. You know what I'm talking about?
All right, hold on.
Here, I'll show you how to do it if you want.
All right, I right clicked on the 3 dots. Okay, share.
Yep.
And then what?
Then you can put them in the back chat. Just right click and paste.
It says Gmail messages, more. So let me click on more.
What? Are you on Android, Ebony?
Yep.
Okay.
You should
can you see my screen, Virgo? It should be. That's basically my watch list. Go over that first video here. If you right click, I'm sorry. I said right click. Just left click the dots.
Yeah, but it's already saved.
Just
so
hold on.
I'm not.
Hold on. I understand that. Once you left click, it'll give you the option to share. See that?
Okay.
So we're going to share it, and then right here where it says copy. Right there.
Oh,
see?
okay.
Okay, so copy that. Okay, then once you've done that, you'll want to go to the back chat, and then I think it's right click and paste.
It might log me off though. Hold on.
Shouldn't log you off.
All right, hold on.
Should just be able to copy.
Wait, hold it. Are you on your phone or laptop?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it's gonna be pretty difficult to do. It's a lot easier to do from a laptop.
Yeah, I'm quarantining myself.
Okay, well, then I guess what you could do is here, I'll put my email in the back chat, and then you can just email them to me.
Okay. It might log me off for a second though, but I'll be back. Hold on. Let me see.
I've been meaning to email you, Stanley.
Have you now?
Yeah.
I get 97, 87.
Did you see that smoked chicken link I sent you?
Yes.
About how to smoke a chicken? That's how you smoke a chicken right there. Can your grill do that? Oh no.
Well, I have a smoker.
I need to start smoking on my barbecue more, Stanley.
Well, I
Man.
actually have a smoker.
Yeah, that something about that barbecue smoke, man, that keeps you alive, dude. You can stuff the chicken with whatever you want and just have it on a steady temp all day. Well, about 3 or 4 hours. Man, I need to get back on my smoker more, Stanley. I know that much.
Yeah.
I mean, that's food for the soul. Cavemen.
Toxic Angel. I actually found a video just now by Robert Greene on. He's talking about the book. I'll hold on to it and show it overnight tonight because I'm kind of interested. My son's in college now, but always interested. Oh, excuse me.
Bless you, Stanley.
I'm always interested in how people choose careers. So we'll have a look at that video tomorrow night or overnight into tomorrow. And we'll go ahead and show this.
BarbecueWeb.com. Today we're going to do a chicken roast on the barbecue smoker. Man, that looks good. It's real easy to do. You just need a couple big roasting chickens, some butter or olive oil, some soy sauce, and pepper. Now let me show you how real easy this is to do. I'm getting the smoker all fired up, but you can use a regular grill with a good cover. But we're using a smoker here so we can low and slow these birds. I got that water pan and drip pan there and put the grill on, and let's raise the temperature of that grill before we put those chickens on. Of course, you want to add a chunk of wood, get just the right amount of smoke. All right, here we got a couple big roasting chickens. What I want to do first is put some melted butter or olive oil mixed with equal parts soy sauce and brush it all over the birds, both sides. Now this will help seal in the juices of the chicken. Make them nice and moist and tender. And of course you want to sprinkle some fresh ground peppercorns on both of those chickens. All right, let's get them on the grill. Now I just need to put these two birds on the upper rack. There's actually a lower rack if you want to use it. You can put about 20 pounds of chicken on this smoker. But 2 of these birds will be good enough today. Here I am adding a little bit more wood to have a gentle light smoke throughout this 4 or 5 hour cooking process.
Takes a long time.
Now, the ideal temperature of the smoker should be about 275, even 300 degrees.
Yeah, the R2D2 types take a while.
Smells good already. Now we've been smoking about 3.5, 4 hours and adding a little bit more water to the water pan and putting another chunk of hardwood in there to keep that light smoke going. Now we're about ready to pull these off. I'm just checking the temperature. They're both about 180 degrees. been smoking for about
Your
5
chicken
hours
look
here.
like that off your
Say it's time to
smoker,
eat.
Stanley?
Yep.
Don't look like that.
Look at
Like that?
Yep. But I
Oh,
don't use number one. He should have greased the grill. And the smoker I use looks more like a refrigerator, actually.
yeah. Well, you're gonna have to send me your email, Stanley, so you could send me your next smoked chicken off your smoker, and then I'll do one and send you a picture of my smoked chicken too. Then we can let the audience judge who did the best job on the chicken.
Okay.
Even like John Galt likes the bit.
You hungry or what?
Yeah,
What I like to
hungry,
do
yeah.
first is let this bird sit for a while so the juices can render back into the meat. So we'll just wrap it in here aluminum foil, or if you got some plastic wrap, that'll do just fine. You want to do that for about a half hour or so.
Back on it, good.
All right. I'd say it's time to cut this bird up. It's so tender and juicy. You just watch the way the bone pulls away from this bird. If you know anything about cooking chicken, you know that when a leg pulls away from a chicken like this, it's nice and tender. Look at that juice. Can you smell that? Man, it smells good. All right. I'm going to cut right along the breastbone here and cut it up into a few pieces. Man, chicken don't get any better than this.
That's melt in your mouth smoked chicken, Stanley.
Yeah.
It's almost like religion now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now take a look at this white piece of breast meat right there. Just oozing with moisture.
Fair use, fair use.
All right, let's plate it up. Now, next time you're looking for a real special chicken dinner, consider smoking up one of these birds. Maybe two. BarbecueWeb.com.
Man, that is good though.
I ain't never smoked a chicken, but I tell you what, I make me some good beer can chicken.
Okay, now again, Virgo. There you go again, Virgo. Now I'm gonna have to ask you to explain that one to me. What is beer can chicken?
Oh Lord, you don't know what beer can chicken is?
I know what
I
it
drink
is.
beer, but I ain't never had no beer can chicken.
Okay. So you
Somebody got an echo.
Get rid of that echo.
Is it me?
I think it's Solid Snake. Well, let's call it out. Hello? Hello? Yep, it's you,
Yeah.
Virgo.
Hello?
Virgo,
Okay.
Is it me?
You should have been playing in the background.
Virgo, the echo is you.
Oh, okay. I'll log off and come back on. Sorry.
No.
Well, you have
Just
two
hit
instances
the
running
square
for
button
now.
on your phone if you got Android. And then hit the three button on the side, and then you can just go into the YouTube and then pause the video, because I think that's where your echo probably coming from.
Okay. Okay, this is Solid Snake. This is my smoker.
That's a good one too, Stanley.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
good.
gotta
grief,
show us what a smoked chicken on that baby looks like.
man.
Yeah, I'll do that. But it's basically an oven, with a little digital smoke thing.
Yeah. Takes those hockey pucks.
Right.
So what the maintenance on that run you?
What do you mean maintenance?
Like keeping it clean.
I don't, on the inside. I mean, I take the racks out and run them through the dishwasher.
Oh, you ain't got no metal brushes. You don't use no brushes on it.
Why would I do
I
that?
don't believe in cleaning no cooking product unless it's been like a while. But it's like I'm living like off the grid, like in the middle of the city. Like I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke. Don't hit my cash app, y'all. I'm just bullshitting. I like being broke so I can have something to look forward to. That's just me, though.
Am I better now?
Yes.
Yeah, much better,
okay,
Virgo.
good.
All right.
Okay,
well,
good. So I was
no,
about to
it's not.
explain that beer can chicken.
Okay, the echo is back.
Yeah, you
Well,
probably.
Hold on. So what do I need to do now? Because I already logged off and came back on.
Okay, well, do you have YouTube and StreamYard going?
No, I took all the applications off my phone.
Okay, well, somehow or another, you have two instances. You either have YouTube and StreamYard going at the same time, or you have, well, I can only imagine two StreamYard.
You know what I was thinking? Maybe she using her Google browser at the same time she using her StreamYard, but StreamYard is probably running through her search browser.
I took everything off. I don't know why it's doing that. It doesn't usually do this.
You might need to restart your phone.
Ain't that a bitch?
It'll be all right. We still here.
What do I need to do? Press the three buttons? I got the three buttons up there.
Well, for now, you can mute.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
Just restart your
Welcome
phone.
to my Products Network's kitchen with Jamila. My dear friends, hello, hola, buongiorno, amis. Today we'll cook the vegetable for fry. Oh, like my videos. Right, your friends. And
Apparently, this is from Russia with Love.
Hey, Stanley, say fair use. Fair use.
Thank you, Solid Snake.
Yeah, I think that'll keep us from a lot of copyright strikes.
I can't imagine copywriting this.
Well, yeah, our viewer count low, so we probably just riding under the radar at this point.
Nora. Где махалка?
My God, that's a lot of work. Just for vegetables.
That do look good.
Wow.
What the fuck is she cooking, Stanley?
Looks like vegetables.
No chicken at her house tonight, I guess.
Hey Stanley, what channel are we watching?
You have to look it up, Solid Snake.
It's called Mila Naturist Kitchen.
Yeah. See, what I was trying to get at, the point I'm trying to get at, if we're gonna play other people's content, it'd probably be a good idea to probably try to advertise their channel. I mean, since we playing it freely, I think it'll be a good idea to, show them some level of respect.
It's okay, Snake. Calm down.
Yeah, I understand we don't have a lot of viewers, but somebody pull up on the channel and we're criticizing their
Once
channel.
you got a dog. Is that a Cocker Spaniel?
They say, hey, they didn't even advertise the channel, so everybody saw the video through their channel and not my channel, and they'll be like, hey, so drop by, make a comment to a channel if you can for the channel. Say I'm from the John Gall channel. I mean that'll probably be good.
What time do you have to work today?
I'm off today, man. I'm off today, man. I'm gonna sleep though. I'm gonna go to sleep in a minute. My bad, Stanley. I'm sorry. I apologize. My bad. I'm trying to get better at this thing,
Let's see.
You're getting better, Snake. You're all right.
I'm trying to get better. I don't want to irritate the audience. I'm trying to bring in as many people as I possibly can. I was thinking about doing like the YouTube short version and streaming the video like our stream. I stream it live on the YouTube shorts. And I could probably link my Cash App to the StreamYard or the Stream thing, and we could just, and everything that go to the Cash App just automatically go to the channel, you know what I'm saying? Because I think we can probably gain subscribers through this. Ooh, that's some ASMR right there, y'all. That's that ASMR right there. Yeah, dog.
Oops. Sorry about that.
That's like, man, that was, man, look, I promise you, if anybody listening through that in a good audio system, oh my God. The way the motherfucking peppers crushed, ooh. I was like, damn. It sounds good on my speaker. Hey, did I show y'all my speaker? Ooh, I bought it for Christmas. Pick up that detail real well. Listen. Yeah. Now, see, I would have added some mushrooms.
This video is rather slow.
Man. This is called food porn, everybody. This is what we call food porn. Oh, Lord Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah. Spaghetti and cheese. That's how y'all make macaroni and cheese.
No
Yeah.
meat? Where's the meat, man?
You just
Who's gonna eat that glava shit?
No.
You ain't putting no chicken in that shit? What the fuck?
No, man, that's a side dish. That's a side dish to it, man. Oh yeah, break them down, break it down. Ooh, this is Lord Jesus Christ. That shit look good, man. Is he using a Sony camera?
Oh, motherfuck. Can we just watch the video and comment afterwards? And just so you know, there are people who don't eat meat. There are people who don't have to have meat with every meal.
But Stanley, that's
Well, I am not one of those people.
I didn't ask a question.
I think I want to do that
I
right
asked a question.
now. Dang, I want to do
What
that.
was that, Tanner?
Oh God.
I said I did not ask a question.
Oh, I thought you were saying something about having to have meat with every meal.
Not everyone has to.
I don't either, but I mean,
Cook some chicken.
like that
fat
glot,
chicken style
that
on the Oklahoma Joe Highland Smoker.
I
Let's
use
go.
beans to substitute.
that's how you cook right there.
So first, we're going to brine the chicken. In order to do this, we're going to get a half a cup of kosher salt, half a cup of rub, and a whole lemon. What we're going to
I'm
want to
gonna
do is get a
drop down,
bucket and a briny
guys.
bag.
Have a good
We're
night.
going
I'll
to
let y'all
put the
later
whole
on this
chicken
evening, man.
and the lemon cut
Take
in
care,
half,
solid.
and then we're going to mix the rub, salt,
And anybody
with
on the
water.
channel, man,
Pour it
everybody
in.
in the chat, man,
You keep
join
adding
up,
water until the
man.
chicken's
Hit
covered.
that
We're
like,
going to keep
share,
this
subscribe,
overnight in the
join the
fridge.
channel.
All right. After we brined it
And here's
overnight,
Stanley
we're going to want to rinse
Cash
it
App,
off,
man, so
take
we can
paper
give some New
towels,
Year's coochie.
and dry it off really good and get the moisture off of it.
My bad. I was just playing.
Now, I'm going to spatchcock the chicken. I'm going to cut the backbone off by going to both sides of the spine until the backbone is removed. Then I'm going to take a knife and I'm going to push down on the breastplate just a little bit in order to be able to push it down like this. So when I flip it over, it lays flat, which will allow even cooking throughout the smoke. On to the second bird, which I'm going to do the same thing to. I want to do all this prep before I go outside and start the smoker. I'm using
Can't do
Oklahoma Joe,
one
which is a
chicken,
real
Stanley. You gotta do
not a
two
pellet
if you're gonna smoke
The
chicken.
fact that it's a real wood
You gotta
smoker,
smoke
not
two
a
of
pellet
them.
grill, just means you have to tend to it more. So it's better to get your prep done early. Now it's time to season it up. I'm going to do a light layer of AP seasoning, a little salt, pepper, garlic, and then I'm going to do a layer of Holy Gospel Meat Church's seasoning. It's really good. All right, after we get the backside done, I'm going to flip it over. I'm going to take some cooking spray and spray the skin really well. That way the skin will crisp up during the cook and the rub will stick a little better on this side. Once again, I'm going to use a little AP seasoning and then a little more of the Meat Church's Holy Gospel. And you can put on as much of this as you like. You don't have to go too heavy. Poultry, you don't have to go too heavy. A light coating like this will do. Okay, now that I'm seasoning up the second bird, I just want to say, if you want to inject your bird, do that before you rub it. If you want to do that because you want a Cajun flavor or something of that nature, go ahead and do it. As far as doing it to make the bird more juicy, you don't need to do it if you brine. As you'll see at the end, this bird is plenty juicy without doing it. After we get the chicken prepped, it's time to go ahead and start the Oklahoma Joe up. And take a couple of these fire starters that you can buy, tumbleweed ones. They work really well. And put it over a chimney of coals. And then you're going to want to just wait. It takes about 15-20 minutes until the coals on top start turning white. And then you can dump them in your smoker. So it's been about 20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and put the coals in the fire basket because they're ready to go. I'm going to want the pit running around 275 today. And I'm going to use coal as the base. And I'm going to be using hardwood, which is a little mixture of ones I have around: hickory, oak, pecan.
That's the way I do it, Stanley.
Source. I'm also putting 1 rack of ribs on. I just thought I would show it, even though this video isn't about ribs. I'll do that video in the future. But I just wanted to show you everything I'm putting on the pit today. So now it's time to put the chicken on. I'm going to put it closest to the firebox around the higher heat so the skin stays crispy. So we'll come and check on it in about an hour and see where we're at. Okay, it's been an hour. The smoke's rolling nice. It's time to get these ribs sprayed and keep the fire going. Everything's looking good. Now that I'm further along in the cook, I'm going to go ahead and put a probe in each chicken. I'm going to put it in the breast meat, and I want to make sure it hits 165, but I don't want it to go too much more than that, so I don't dry it out. I'm going to go ahead and wrap these ribs. More on that in a future video about ribs, but for now, I'm going to wrap them and get them back on the smoker. So the probes went off for me. I checked them. They're up to temp. It's time to take them off and let them rest. All right, got the chicken off. Going to let them rest. Put them on here. I'm going to put some aluminum foil on top for about 15-20 minutes or so, just so the juices can reabsorb into the meat and it doesn't just run everywhere when I cut into it. So anyways, we'll be back and try this in a minute. But I also have the ribs off, so here's a look at them. This video wasn't about the ribs, but I just had to show them. They turned out really well. My wife ate about 4 of them, and she said she doesn't really like ribs, so there you go. Now it's time to try a piece. I've let it rest for about 15-20 minutes under some aluminum foil on the cutting board. And so I'll go ahead and cut it, and here we go. That smoke flavor. You can't beat it off a stick burner. Pellet Grill just does a little light smoke flavor, but stick burners gives you that true smoke flavor.
That's right.
Use clean smoke, or I should say if you burn clean smoke, you won't over smoke it where it'll taste bitter. But if you run a clean smoke in your smoker with correct fire management, you'll get a nice clean smoke and everything will taste really well and give you a nice heavy but clean smoke. So anyways, nice and juicy. I can't believe how juicy this is just from brining it. Unless you want, like I said earlier, a Cajun flavor or something, you don't need to inject it. Just go ahead and brine it the night before, and it'll be nice and juicy. And as my daughter said, it tastes buttery to her. So there you go. And she doesn't like anything hardly, and she loved this. So it was really good. Spatchcocking it, if you're a little worried about cooking it with temperatures, is the breast meat going to get done before the thighs? Spatchcocking kind of relieves some of that because everything cooks a lot more evenly than it does if you leave it whole. So that's a way to go. So anyways, had nice crispy skin too. Nice crispy skin because you don't spray it. Don't spray your poultry. You don't want to do that. You can spray a Boston butt, a brisket, your
And
ribs.
spray your
not your
ribs,
poultry.
but not your
So
poultry.
anyway,
Yeah, you ever smoke a chicken like that, Stanley?
Yeah, I've been smoking chickens for 20 years.
That's a pretty good way to do it. I think.
I still like my beer
And,
can chicken.
oh yeah,
Well, you can do a beer can chicken on a smoker.
yeah.
Yeah.
Basically all you're doing is, like, I don't know, it's not a full can of beer. You got to empty it a little bit, but basically
Yeah, I
just
take a couple of sips out of it.
standing the chicken up on a beer can, and essentially the beer and whatever spices you put in the can kind of season the inside of the chicken.
Yeah, I put some garlic in there, and I might stuff some herbs like a little bit of parsley.
Is that before
onion.
or after? Virgo, is that before or after you take a couple of sips?
Oh, that's after I take a couple of sips.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure.
Yeah, and then you season the chicken the way you want it. I've done some jerk chicken like that. Oh my God, it came out so good.
Yeah, that jerk chicken like they roasted over a fire, right? That's the way to do it.
But I can't get pimento logs here in Florida, so I have to use apple wood.
Well, applewood's good.
Yeah,
That's
just gotta
good for
soak it.
fish too.
Yeah, you just gotta soak it nice.
Not really. You don't want to soak your wood. You want me to tell you why, Virgo? Because it just brings down the temperature of the clean smoke. Because what you want
Well, I
is
like to
that
cook it low and
you want that.
low and slow.
So you don't want to soak your wood in any kind of water or anything like that. What you want is a clean, even flow, right?
Well,
It,
I soak
'cause
it in some
that
apple cider.
that steam is just gonna make dirty smoke, or that moisture. That's what it'll create, is that dirty smoke, and you don't want that. The guy in the last video just talked about that. How you do not want.
Here we go with the next video.
Okay. Sorry about that. What kind of meat they cooking, Stanley?
Don't know. Might be in the title. Oh, ostrich eggs and goat cheese.
Молодцы. Хорошая девочка.
I wouldn't want to feed their asses. Yeah, you need a hatchet to crack an egg. The fireweed right there.
Красавец. Красавчик. Ой, привет! Привет, мой хороший! Привет! Привет, зайчик! Здорово! Добрий день!
Більше 20 видів сирів, але зараз вони не всі в наявності. Почнемо
Well,
з молока.
apparently English isn't
Це
going to
буде
be
молодий
spoken
із
here.
італійськими травами. Беріть зубочисточкою.
Добрий.
Дякую. І це буде молодий з щебрецем.
Дуже добре.
Так, закінчується.
Russian?
Тримай. Тримай.
Це він з
Молодець. Ні, це з чебрецем. Це з чебрецем, так? А оцей отакий, отой сірий, так.
Це овечий. Це з чесником і з перцем, а оце з кавою і червоною гострою паприкою.
Fuck is that?
Добре, дякую.
І вам дякую, смачного.
До побачення.
До побачення.
Gooded cheese. Something like that.
Так себе вести. Як?
Yeah, that was goat cheese.
Так стрибаю. Коли в вольєрі, тоді зручніше, бо вони в цьому закриті. Все. Так. Яблуко. Все, давай масаж.
Did she milk the goat, Stanley?
Don't know.
Looks like she did. Got that nice cheese on her.
Гарно.
Looks like she's got some crackers to go with that cheese. Little brat, get out of there. Well, that was pretty good. The almond spread. Setting up now. Damn. Stanley, does that have goat milk in it?
Don't know.
Looks like it.
Hey, 12th man, are you under the impression that your running commentary is entertaining? So if you need me to stop the video, just ask me to do it.
Okay, sorry about that, Stanley. Can you pause it, Stanley?
Oops.
I told you she's gonna get that hatchet to go after those eggs.
Well, it looks
Right.
like she's about to split wood.
Oh.
Does that look like an egg?
Well, they had some ostrich eggs a while ago.
Before we get too far into this, looks like she's about to split wood. Can we acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, well, when she gets to the egg, let us know.
Hey, you're hired. Oh, here we go now. Where'd she get that? Butter, yeah, go butter. Good shit. Uh-oh. Mm. No, I could get down with that, Stanley, with the cheese and everything and the egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Na pozorate druge.
Діана,
Мирний пес.
Діаночка, ти гарнюня дівець.
Грузові всякі, сіно возять, прямо дрова, але це все кінь, з таких гоїв, що кінь возили.
Так, тоді двигаємося. Сиди тут, Манюка, сюди сюди. О, отут сідать. Так, ти сюди, надо розповім.
Almost turned into a pie of sorts, huh, Stanley?
Well, more like a quiche.
Yeah. Well, quiche is a pie, so.
Хлопці, ну як вам? Супер. Я рада. Кушай, кушай.
Nice family.
Yep.
I wonder if they really live like that or if that's a vacation spot.
No idea. It's the Carpathian Mountains, so who knows? Let's see.
Might as well watch a Amish documentary next.
Oh, they weren't.
Stanley, did you?
Yeah, I got it. This is one of yours, Virgo.
Oh,
Okay.
you got it?
I mean, you don't have to play them all. I just had a couple, so you can pick through and see which one was interesting and stuff
Yeah,
like
the
that.
zebra one is next.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
You need zebra?
Chaotic situation.
Apparently they
Fryers
do.
bubbling away. We are very much open for business right now, so we're gonna make this happen. But it's gonna be great. Hi, I'm Eric Kwong. I'm the chef and founder of Pecking House in Brooklyn, New York. Today we're going to make my perfect fried rice. I've trained in New York as a chef for the last 12 years. I was a cook at Graham's Tavern, and then most recently I was a sous chef at 11 Madison Park. And then when the pandemic started, my family's restaurant got locked down, so I started frying chicken, and thus it has become my life. The reason fried rice tastes different in a restaurant than the kind you have at home is usually thanks to these very intense wok burners that look like rocket fuel. Great seasoning, emulsified rice. Every grain is going to be covered in a light slick of oil, and then high heat. That's the flavor we're trying to cultivate by using these really intense woks over here. So this is going to be chicken fried rice, just like the one that my mom makes in her restaurant, the one I grew up in. And first step is to marinate the chicken with a technique we call velveting. Velveting is a technique to prepare proteins for stir fries. It really improves their texture, keeps them really moist, and gives them a nice bouncy texture. So egg whites obviously have protein, and they are slightly alkaline. And that alkaline texture is actually going to tenderize the protein a little bit. And that's what gives those stir fry ingredients you get in your Chinese takeout that unique texture. Okay. Señor, ¿tienes un chili sandwich con hígado, un sandwich picante con hígado? Necesito un papa frita y aleta. El sandwich chili está listo? Okay. So, we're going to cut this into very thin strips. This is chicken breast, boneless, skinless. You can use chicken thigh. You can use whatever you want. We're aiming for kind of like noodly consistency. Not quite spaghetti, but maybe a little thicker than that. What should we say? Bucatini? So normally in a Chinese restaurant, at least how we would do it at my mom's place, we would freeze these, slice them on a deli slicer, and then cut them into strips. It's a little harder to do with fresh chicken. Why is Chinese cuisine such thin portions of meat, whereas like a lot of Western cooking is these giant roasts and such like that? I learned recently it's because China is considered quite poor in fuel, as in like wood and combustible fuel. So they generally prepare things to be cooked as quickly as possible, whereas there were a great deal of forests in Europe, and that's why you can create these big fires and bake bread and such and such. My mom would probably tell me to cut these thinner, but you know, this is what we're doing here. It'll cook very quickly. So we have our chicken strips. We're gonna add a little salt, some cornstarch. Cornstarch is going to allow the protein to hold on to a little bit of moisture by hydrating. And then we're gonna add a little baking soda. Again, alkalinity is going to tenderize proteins a little bit. This is going to give it the texture of that great Chinese American dish, chicken and broccoli. That really nice slippery and bouncy texture of a thinly sliced piece of chicken that is not achievable unless you do this step. Okay, so we have our chicken velveted. We're gonna put this away for a second, and then we're gonna address the rice. So day-old rice is the key to fried rice. It's the history, you know, using leftover rice. How would you bring it back to life and make it something delicious? It has crystallized. The starches in it have made it hard, but it makes it great for stir frying because it's going to be really loose and fluffy. It's going to hold on to fat for a little bit, and that's what gives great fried rice this awesome texture. So this would be rice that is drying out overnight. We got racks and racks and racks of it, and as you see, after we fluff it, we pack it in these containers, and then we get ready to fry rice during service. At home, since you're doing a small quantity, I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you got it, that white takeout carton, you just didn't finish your rice from your takeout meal the night before, it'll be totally fine, ready to fry it the next day. We use jasmine rice in the restaurant. All varieties of rice contain a measure of amylopectin. It's ultra exaggerated in risotto rice. That makes it really sticky and creamy. And then there's less of it in long grain rice, which is why it's nice and drier and fluffy and like in individual grains. This is very much a really important step, fluffing the rice, cooking your rice the day before at least, then taking the time the next day to run through it, massage it all into these beautiful little fluffy grains. So if you're making fried rice at home and you see that it has become a congealed, clumpy mass, unappetizing, it is because you have skipped this step and your ancestors would be disappointed.
Yeah, you run out of rice. What do you do?
Oh man, you're screwed, dude. You're fucked. My mom's gonna yell at you. You can use fresh rice. What you could do is you could use slightly less water when you're cooking your rice. That will prevent it from being super sticky. So you would get something that's a little closer to the ideal texture of fried rice. So our rice is fluffed lovingly. I'm gonna put this in a separate container. If I was really slick, I would do the parchment slide, but I don't trust myself on camera. Let's see. Please hold. Yeah. So we're gonna prep the rest of our ingredients. It's really important when making fried rice, any sort of stir fry, that everything is as close to ready as possible. Most things that cook and wok, they only take about 45 seconds to a minute. It happens really fast. So it's really important that you have everything ready, you're well prepared, and then you're off to the races. All right, we're gonna make our eggs. We're gonna scramble them up. It's a very inexpensive and easy way to add protein to the dish. It just has a wonderful texture to it. Obviously, they're not gonna be creamy scrambled. They're gonna be kind of firmly set, but it eats really well with all the fluffy rice that we're gonna make. I said fluffy how many times today? So we're gonna beat them all up, whisk them nicely, and get them ready for our fried rice. Some would say I should use chopsticks. Believe it or not, I don't have chopsticks in this restaurant. Great dishonor and shame. We're going to dice some onion up. When you're stir frying vegetables, even for fried rice, you don't want them to be too soft. We want a texture that it still has a little bit of bite. It's not too mushy, so can't be too small. Kenji Lopez calls it tender crisp. I think that's a great term. I don't add garlic to fried rice. I think it's a little much. Everyone thinks like anytime you cook something Chinese, it has to have garlic, ginger, and scallions in it. That's not true. Then we're going to do our scallions. We're going to separate them into the dark green, and then the light green and the whites are going to go together. We're going to cook these first. They're a little bit more pungent, but they're going to add a really nice foundation of savoriness to it. And then we're just going to finish with the dark green part. So it has color, has pungency, has aroma. My mom has a Chinese restaurant on Long Island. Her original restaurant was in Queens. It was called Peking House. Her and my father were servers there. The owners sold it to my parents. I grew up taking phone calls, takeout orders, reservations, bussing tables. Learned a lot about life. Also going in this thing, we got peas and carrots. Very classic for Chinese takeout restaurants and adds a really nice bit of color and texture. We're gonna add soy sauce to our fried rice to add salinity, to add umami, savoriness. You're going to add the soy sauce around the edge just so it cooks down a little bit, reduces just very slightly. You don't want it to be too wet, but you do also want to add all that color, aroma, and salinity. There's a very specific technique when you're stir frying things. You're adding your seasonings, your liquid seasonings along the edge of the pan. The only other seasonings besides soy sauce, salt, and MSG. You can't have great fried rice without some degree of MSG. It is simply a salt. It is glutamates. It's what activates in your tongue and brain to develop that flavor of savoriness, what Japanese people call umami. And you should have it in your home. It's very useful. So we like to add a little butter to our fried rice. Not traditional, but rice and butter are great friends. It works really well. You just need a little bit, kind of brings the whole party together.
I like butter in my rice.
Okay, we got everything ready to go here. Again, this has come together really quickly, and we're gonna make some fried rice. All right, we got our chicken velveted here. I'm going to do a pass through. And the idea here is to set the texture, cook the chicken through, obviously, before we stir fry everything. So we have everything ready beforehand, then the rice comes together very quickly. It's called a pass through just because you're cooking it very quickly. Usually you would just pass it through hot oil because you have this like almost paper thin slice of protein. It cooks in like 30 seconds. We can also do it in water. It just changes the fat content of where you're trying to cook. If you're stir frying something, you might want that oil. But since fried rice, we're going to add oil. We can just use water. Unlike in Western cooking, you're not trying to get a fond by searing chicken in a wok or a pan or anything like that. You just want everything cooked ahead of time. You get all the color and the flavor from the soy sauce and the other seasonings. If you didn't velvet your chicken, you don't need to do a pass-through. You could cook it in the pan beforehand. That's totally fine. We're cooking this in a wok, as it would be done in a Chinese restaurant. A very thin sheet of either cast iron or carbon steel. And it doesn't retain heat very long because it's very thin. But it does transfer very quickly, which is why we have these massive jet burners. We're looking for something called wok hei. It's the Cantonese term literally translates to breath of the wok. It's that really intense heat, that almost char flavor that you have to a lot of great Chinese cuisine.
Stanley, can you pause it for a minute?
Heat that's combusting.
Like, did he mention what kind of rice he was using?
No.
I'm just curious. Like, if I do a fried rice, I only use jasmine. That's it. Jasmine rice.
Right.
Gotta be that or nothing.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, it's not good fried rice. Like, you can make all the nice specialties you want, but if it's made out of shit rice, then, I mean, that looked like he is probably using jasmine from what I've seen of it. But be nice if we knew.
Yeah, well, maybe it's assumed.
The fats in your fried rice and your stir fries, all oils have a smoke point, and you can achieve that very quickly by tossing food through the fire of a wok burner. It's lightly smoky, it's lightly charred, and it tastes like intense heat, if you believe it or not. If you have a gas burner, you can be tossing your food through the gas burner, as we'll see in the stir fry technique, but if failing that, you could also use a blowtorch. All right, we have a 2-ring Cantonese burner here for this big wok here. We need this wok super hot. We want the oil to be smoking the second it hits the pan. As you can see, it's already starting to smoke. Going on onions, a little bit of egg. You want to add the eggs first so that they set. You don't want to add them on top of the rice because then it emulsifies with the rice. It's an entirely different product. Everything happens really quickly. We set the eggs first and then everything comes together. All right, we're going on rice. We're rocking it against the sides so that we're cradling it against the flame as much as we can. Enough oil so that the fried rice has a bit of a shine. We're tossing it over the flame, over the gas burner.
That's definitely jasmine rice.
Noisy
Gotta
up
be.
there. All right, then we're gonna go in with our other seasonings. Park it for 1 second. We're gonna do some peas and carrots, scallions, salt, and a little bit of MSG. Fire it up again.
You know, I kind of wonder why you need salt and MSG. You know, MSG has sodium in it. Any ideas?
Well, I always choose the non-MSG product, but if I'm going like to a Chinese buffet or something like that, Stanley, then you know that's what they're gonna use in it.
Well, no, my point, if you're doing it homemade, I always use either salt or MSG. And fried rice, I'll use MSG, but I never use both. Oh, you don't need to.
Yeah, I like that. I like that non-MSG Johnny's seasoning.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's pretty
You
good.
always want it to be in motion. Otherwise, it's going to burn a little bit. That's not what you want. You want charred flavor, but you don't want to burn your ingredients. Soy sauce. Again, we're adding it around the side of the pan. So it caramelizes immediately. You want it to reduce just ever so slightly as you're making it. Just as we're almost finishing, I'm just going to add the smallest bit of butter. It's going to give it a little shine. Just my personal touch. You kind of learn by experience with the texture and how it falls. The grains are no longer hard. They're not bouncing around the wok. They're almost moving with it in a wave motion. That's kind of how you know that it's ready. All right, this is how you want to be eating your fried rice when it's hot, steaming, almost going to burn your mouth. Nice individual grains, no clumps. Everything's kind of the same size. You eat it with one bite. That's good. Oh, hot. Has that really lovely texture. Individual grains, light, but still has like a light slick of oil to everything. Peas are nice. Onions still have a little texture. Chicken is really silky and bouncy at the same time. To me, it has just the right amount of salt and MSG. It does have that kind of like lightly smoky aroma. That's really important. Otherwise, fried rice is just kind of sad and lacking character without it. It's going to be difficult to replicate exactly the super intense heat and the cooking vessel, but as long as you get your seasoning right, you treat your rice right by cooking it the day before, coating it with oil and soy sauce, or whatever seasonings you want to use, it's still going to be a great fried rice. I don't believe in the idea of perfection, but it is pretty good. I think my mom would say it's pretty good. Some classic Asian American childhood. It's like, I guess it's all right. You could always do better.
Big game hunting in Africa is nothing short of controversial, conjuring images of well-to-do hobbyists taking an animal's life in exchange for a head mount. Some claim it's cruel, that it's wasteful, or that it reduces animal populations. Yet every year, thousands of hunters fly to South Africa to partake in one of these hunts. Today, I'm on a mission to learn how this industry works, and I'm doing it from the inside.
We're looking for a male that's just traveling alone. Yes. I thought I would be shooting into a big pack and then just hoping for the best.
Getting my hands dirty, doing what some hunters pay tens of thousands of dollars to experience.
I see one up there. Is that the one?
In the end, I'll sample some of the most uncommon game meats you can find here.
Oh,
wow. I've never smelled any food like this before.
But before that,
Good morning.
Morning.
breakfast.
What do we got here? What does it look like? It looks like sausage.
Well, this is actually the same as boerewors, but this is the smoked pork.
Most boerewors these days are made from beef, but for hunters with access to game meat, the sausage-making possibilities are endless.
Is it wild boar?
It's actually a crossbreed between a wild boar and the Duroc pig breed, but we kind of put them together with a big black.
Menage a trois. That sounds like 3 pigs.
Yeah, that's right. We use salami spice inside this pork sausage, and then we smoke it, and it comes out like this.
In the skillet, add sausage, smoked pork belly, and potatoes. Saute and dive in.
This pork belly looks stunning. It's so crispy, and I like how you cut it real thin.
Have a skillet.
Really good texture. It's very dense but crunchy, kind of sweet. And that's just the pork belly. This is the sausage here. Oh yeah. It's interesting because a lot of the sausage I've had here so far has been either like sheep or beef. It seems like there's several people who don't eat pork.
It is. Pork only really became more familiar the last few years because red meat been very expensive in South Africa. So a lot of guys went and started eating pork. But this is free-range pork, and that also makes a huge difference.
That's delicious.
I'm gonna need a nap.
Yeah. I mean, this is really heavy.
Sitting next to me, my high school buddy Greg. He's obsessed with hunting deer, turkey, ducks, pretty much anything. So I've invited him to South Africa to witness hunting on a whole nother level.
I'm so curious how things work here. My only experience being in places like this would be like in Tanzania in the Serengeti, where I went on safari and you get to look at the animals, but you definitely cannot shoot them. Here, this is a private game reserve.
That's right.
What does that mean and how is that different?
These brothers, Philip and Hendrik, are the owners of Bejani Game Reserve. They'll be guiding me through my journey here and providing insight on the big business that is the game reserve hunting industry.
The difference is that the nature reserve is left as it is in its natural stance. And game reserve is what we have here, we kind of do commercially. So it's 3 legs in a game reserve. You have commercial hunting, and then you have the ecotourism side. You know, you have people coming here, staying over, go out in the field, see the game, and then also then the meat processing is the 3rd leg, where we take the meat, we put it through our slaughterhouse, and we sell it. So nothing of it gets wasted. It goes into the community, it goes into the economy of what we have, and what's keeping this thriving.
I mean, it's sustainable farming.
Absolutely. We call it conservation through utilization.
Before we wrap up breakfast, I must ask you, I need you to explain to me why I'm not a terrible person for hunting a zebra.
Commercial hunting, put simply, you own an animal, I pay money to hunt it.
This is part of management. You know, Mother Nature is much cooler than any human. I mean, if it gets dry, there's no food, that animal dies. So we have to look at the numbers we have and control those numbers.
In that sense, the hunter is fulfilling the same role that a pride of lions would in nature.
Now, what we normally do is you'll shoot the older ones.
Yeah, the stallion that's been kicked out of the group of zebra, and I won't ever accept him again back into the group.
Good, I like this metaphor. Hey, if you're an outcast, it's okay. Someone will come murder you.
Yeah, lonely, not for long.
South African hunting regulations state all non-residents must be joined by a licensed PH or professional hunter. That is Hendrik's role.
So we're on our way to a camp where we're gonna hunt a mountain zebra. We call it a quagga.
Is this whole game reserve fenced in?
It is. I know a lot of people don't like fences, but you know, it's all about management at the end of the day.
Some claim fences like these mean the animals have no ability to escape, thus taking the sport out of the hunt. But here, this plot is a little more than 3 miles by 5 miles, full of hills, rocks, foliage, and trees.
The person who owns this land, do they own all the animals on the land?
Yes, we do, yeah.
Wow.
Layers of fencing keep the animals inside, and unwanted animals, like jackals, on the outside.
How do you know if you're shooting too many animals?
So what you do is you get a helicopter in, say, every 5 years, and you do a head count on the animals and make sure you can get your numbers right for the next hunting season. We won't hunt them if not a lot of them populated on the property.
So it's an ongoing balance.
It is an ongoing balance.
Today, I'm hunting a zebra because of their large population here, but also, if I'm honest, I've always been curious how zebra meat tastes, and soon I'm gonna find out. This is the mountain range of the Root River Valley on the west side of Eastern Cape, a semi-arid grassland. It's beautiful, it's breathtaking, and I don't see any zebras.
What do you think?
Well, they're not here in this open plain area. So I think they moved up. We're going to cut through that little valley there and we're going to walk around the hill and see if we can spot them at the back there.
All right, what's your hope meter at?
Out of 10, 4.
It's pretty rough, but higher than mine usually is.
Hunting a zebra is a game of spotting and stalking.
This area is not flat at all, so there could be zebras hiding anywhere amongst these bushes here.
If they're in open terrain,
I can see one.
the stalk could be impossible, as they have excellent eyesight, and they're always watching their back for predators. Our large hunting party is working against us. Time to change strategies.
Have you ever used a drone to like drive the animals somewhere?
No, let's try the old-fashioned way first.
Avril, an experienced Khoisan tracker, will move up the hill to get a better look, while all of us head to the valley. If he spots a group of zebra, Avril will try to push them our way.
Oh my god. We spotted 4 zebra. We're trying to track them down. Right now they're too far away to shoot.
This is the Cape Mountain zebra, the smallest of all existing zebra species. They habitate only in certain mountainous regions of South Africa's western and eastern Cape provinces.
They definitely are aware of us. Benny said they're very skittish. They're moving around constantly.
Wind direction is critical. If the wind is pushing your scent toward the animal, they'll get spooked. If they sense any sign of danger,
I see antelope,
even from other game species, they'll run, moving with the crowd.
Oh, he's so far.
But if you're patient enough, you may have the chance to close the gap. Avril, the tracker, checks in. He spotted a small group that's about to come our way.
Oh, there it is. Come off the shoulder and squeeze out.
Shot placement for a zebra is easy to recognize. Follow their front leg up to where you see an inverted V. That's the spot. A clean shot there will rip through the animal's vitals, putting it down almost immediately, with as little pain as possible. That is the goal.
Take your time. This is a very far shot for me. That should I'm coming. Sorry, I feel like I'm squeezing and it's just like not going. Okay, it's moving now. It's so tiny in my scalp, I can hardly freaking see it. And now I'm like shaking, trying to shoot it, trying to breathe, trying to squeeze the trigger, and like the trigger's not squeezing, and I'm getting more and more shaky. It's still there, right? It's still there. Okay, let me find it. They're very unpredictable. Should I go for it? Thank you. Right on the shoulder, yeah.
From about 250 yards, I take aim, I breathe in, I breathe out slowly, and I squeeze the trigger.
Looks like a good shot. That looks like a very good shot.
He's behind that tree.
Okay, let's just move.
Yeah, okay.
The exhilaration of a hit is undeniable, but my shot was off, missing the vitals and breaking the animal's front leg. A sense of guilt and duty creep over me as I aim to finish the job.
He's gonna pop out.
Yeah, there we go. That's better. He's gonna go down. Yeah, man.
He's on his back, kicking his feet.
He's down?
He's down. Good job, man.
That was crazy. He just chased down a zebra in Africa.
Oh my God.
That's pretty nuts.
Wow. That was like really like exhilarating is the only word I can think of, because every single moment just like trying to track it, hide behind bushes. And then finally we got it. A little jittery, a little shaky, but my first feeling hitting it, it's like equal parts feeling accomplished and then feeling guilty because I just want to finish it, you know? So the poor guy's probably almost dead now.
Holy cow, man.
Fully dead.
Oh, beautiful shot, man.
It looks like the first shot just broke its leg.
Yeah, just a little bit too low. Second shot's almost on the V.
Yeah.
Oh.
See what I mean?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
A little nervous on the first one and
the
then a little
second
more
one.
solid on the second one. Wow.
Well, congratulations. It's a beautiful animal.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Thank you, Zebra, for your life. This is incredible and you will not go to waste.
Every part of the zebra will be utilized. Its skin is carefully removed. It'll be used to make a rug or other upholstery. The meat and organs are sectioned up. Front quarters, hind quarters, ribs, tenderloins. Some will hang and some will brine overnight. Today we're taking a break from hunting and enjoying the treasures this animal offers. Philip and his wife Adriana will prepare zebra meat in 4 very different ways. First up, a combination of the wild and the west, a zebra burger, with patties made of minced zebra meat, seasoned with salt, pepper, and local 6-gun seasoning. Grill on a skillet until the edges are brown and the juices start to accumulate. Now for the burger build. Spread butter on both buns, then tomatoes, pickles, and a zebra patty topped with a slice of cheese.
I love this touch right here. What is this? Porcupine quill
that's keeping it together.
I wonder how much that cost, then.
What's going on the outside?
That's like a bun pancake.
This is a fat patty right here. Pickles, tomato,
You mean the
cheese.
safari?
Let's try it out.
Yeah, let's go for it.
More than I'd be willing to pay for a zebra burger.
Tasty. Neutral flavor. It's slightly beefy. The dark meat, dark red, well seasoned. I like it.
You go to Montana and get a horse burger. What's the difference?
That's unique for me, but I enjoy it very much. Oh man, not gamey at all, but still really juicy, succulent, cooked maybe about medium. Awesome. What about this little guy? This guy's looking desperate right now. He's like, there's no way they don't drop some of that. Yeah. This is our first course. We have a lot we're going to be trying today. We have this right here.
That's mountain zebra tenderloin.
It's really thick.
Yeah.
The tenderloin was brined overnight in salt water, then rubbed down with Philip's seasoning, made of brown sugar, salt, black pepper, and coriander. Add thyme and place on a hot grill. Let the fire do the work, then serve with tequila sauce.
The first bite, though, I just want the pure zebra. No sauce, because I just really want to get a sense for the zebra meat. Oh, this looks insanely juicy. Oh, let's go for it. Oh, wow. It doesn't taste like the softest meat ever, but the way you prepared it has made it tender and soft and juicy on the inside. But is zebra known for being a little on the tougher side or softer side?
I think it's just the way you prepare it.
There's a certain wild flavor. It's not gamey, but it's so flavorful. Maybe it just tastes like the plants it eats all day. Like I had the guru lamb. It's eating the guru plant. It made it some of the most sweet meat I've ever had. And this meat has a certain type of wild, hard to describe flavor. It's like zebra tastes like zebra. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's very delicious. How much was the zebra?
I think it was $1,000.
You know, I'm curious. How does the pricing work for people who come out here to hunt animals?
Monkey, baboon, even giraffe are on the hunting menu here. The most expensive of all, the Cape buffalo, one of Africa's big 5, costing a total of $10,000.
So it's all about demand and supply. It works on that basis. If it's in abundance, you'll get it obviously at a lower price. But everybody's kind of have the same kind of prices. It's made over time.
Most hunters flying into a game reserve likely spend $20,000 to $30,000 and opt for a package of up to 5 animals. But that price, that just gets you the hunt, not the animal meat itself.
So if the guy comes, he takes his trophy, the skin or the shoulder mount, whatever he takes with, but the meat normally stays the property of the farm. Then what we do with the meat most of the time, we either cook the meat, process the meat, or give it away to some of the communities.
Do you ever sell the meat?
Yes, we sell it to the restaurants also. So it kind of forms part of the economy of the whole area.
This is round 1.
Can you pause it for a minute, Stanley?
Let's get to it.
Our next course, zebra organ stew.
That's the way they do it in Alaska too. Like when a lot of these people come in here hunting bear and everything else, like they just want the trophies, so they leave the meat for the community. That's the way it works.
Yep.
Liver, heart, and kidney all get chopped. In a pot, add oil, onions, and the organs. Season with salt and pepper, add white wine, and simmer it for about 3 hours. In the meantime, Philip is checking in on his final course.
Did you build the smoker?
Yes. It was actually a COVID project.
Okay, yeah, you had a little extra free time?
That's right.
What's inside?
Inside here, we have the smoked mountain zebra leg that it's brined before you put it in the smoker. If you just put it in the smoker beforehand, you lose all that moisture.
The tension is killing me. Let's see it.
It's already marinated in red wine overnight. before placing it in the smoker for about 5 hours.
Marinating red wine, did I hear?
Something like that. But here we have like a beehive texture on the outside. The color has already changed. It's getting a nice bark on the outside. It looks juicy. It looks delicious. It looks like you removed, I don't know, wait, who's somebody else who's more relevant? It looks like you removed a bodybuilder's quadricep and just laid it down there. That is a fit piece of meat right there. How many more hours for this?
This is about ready.
About ready?
Yes, sir.
Hey Stanley, why does so many recipes require red wine?
Well, for the flavor, I guess.
Well, it makes sense, right?
I guess. I mean, a lot of recipes call for beer too.
Yeah, like beer
I mean,
can
it's a-
chicken.
both add a fermented taste. They're fermented. I mean, there are a lot of foods that, are fermented themselves. There's a certain taste, a certain kind of a sour taste that fermented food has. So that's why they add wine or beer, I guess. It's not for the alcohol.
No, because it all burns off in the cooking, of course.
Oh, wow. You know what's funny is it smells like zebra hair. What do you think of the smell?
It's delicious, man. Gonna dig into it now.
Let's try it out. Oh, wow.
Quite nice.
The meat is super soft. I cannot get over this taste. I like it though. It tastes exactly how a horse smells. I would say the sirloin is super neutral, really delicious, succulent, not horsey. If anything, it was, kind of along the lines of beef. No, this is something completely different. But I like it because it has so much personality. It's just
Smells
so
like a
different from
horse,
other
tastes
food
like a horse.
Oh my god.
Probably a horse.
No, with a horse. We have one more course here. This is what we just saw outside. This is the smoked leg of the zebra. Now, I don't know if I've seen anyone smoke a leg before, and usually I see people smoke stuff that has a lot more fat in it, like ribs or brisket.
What's important about the process is that with the brine, you secure the moist inside it.
Big, beautiful pink smoke ring on the outside. Ooh, juicy. It almost smells like ham. I'm impressed. It's a tough cut, right? Because very little fat, still very juicy, full of flavor. I just feel like we've had four
No,
different
thank you.
experiences with the same animal,
Yeah.
depending on which body part you chose and then how you cooked it too. Nobody would ever guess this was horse. I'm sorry, zebra, mountain horse, stripy horse. Coming here to
Mule.
this game reserve, it's like a
Mule,
whole new education. It's a whole
donkey.
new industry I knew nothing about, and that's why I wanted to come here and not just observe, but to involve myself in what you do here to understand better. But for you guys, especially you, Hendrik, what are the misconceptions that people have about game hunting like this?
From my side, as a professional hunter, my job is to take people out there and make it happen ethically. And I think people's got a misperception of trophy hunting, of an animal on a wall. But if you do it respectful towards the animal, I mean, that's my job. And I make sure I do it right. So.
Mountain zebra, one of the species in South Africa that was almost extinct.
The one that I hunted?
Yes. The last 10 years, things changed around because of our mountain zebra park areas, private owners. The numbers were up suddenly over 2,000 to the extent where it's now listed as a CITES 2. So meaning it's actually saved from extinction. So what happened is the parks can now sell them to private owners who can buy them up and then present them in the veld to for ecotourism or for hunting.
Oh, wow.
And this is exactly what's happening now. You shot the zebra, you had the meat, you take the skin with, and it's a whole new economy that we can now go buy new mountain zebra in from the money we get from you, basically.
And it's sustainable.
It is sustainable.
I think what you're doing here is an argument
Well,
for the
Stanley,
privatization
I
of
guess-
animal conservation, where oftentimes, I don't know, even in my country,
If the
those things
people
would
can
privatize
eat 'em,
and
let 'em
function
eat
a lot
'em.
better than those that fall under a government program. And here, you two have a lot of incentive to make sure the animals procreate, repopulate.
Yeah, I didn't hear you, 12 man.
Sorry about that.
What'd you say?
Well, just like it, if the people want to eat them, let them eat them. But you don't need to go to Africa to find a horse. You know what I mean? Like, I
Well,
heard there were a
Zebras
horse.
zebras aren't horses.
Well, Well, they're kind of the same thing, and you can go to Canada and get a ground horse burger. I mean, that's what you
Okay,
really
well,
want.
horses aren't zebras. So if you want a zebra burger, pretty much have to go to Africa unless you know a zoo that's I'm sure there must be some game preserve in America somewhere that has zebras. But
I wouldn't doubt it.
Bottom line is horses aren't zebras.
Gentlemen,
They kind of
thank
are.
you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, okay.
Best Ever Food Review Show is a small team of independent creators, and everything we do here works because of you guys. Click the link in our description to join our Patreon and receive exclusive benefits. A peace. All right, gentlemen, I have come back successful. It was a victorious
Yeah.
mission. Did you think I could do it this morning?
First, I had my doubts, but then you proved me wrong.
Thank you so much. Oh, you sound like my parents, except for the last part. What I have heard is that underneath here, there is a surprise from the zebra, and I'm going to reveal it in a moment. And whatever is under here, I'm supposed to eat.
That's right.
Greg.
I will eat whatever is under there.
Oh.
They're still the same size.
They didn't cook down much, did they?
I was expecting deep fried.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We share the big one?
It's your show.
All right. 3, 2, 1, cheers.
You just ate it raw.
That's real tough.
Oh my god.
Oh, I just realized that's semen. Oh. I can't eat it.
It's too hard.
You gotta swallow it. That's why I said.
You're still chewing.
Jeez. You're doing it. I don't want to do it. Here you go. That's all yours.
You better take a shot after that.
Mine was twice the size of yours.
I know.
Guys, that is it for this video. I hope that you had an open mind as you watched and learned about a new industry, something completely different from what I've ever experienced. That is it for this one. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time. A peace. I thought about hunting a giraffe, but is just too much. It would be too sad.
Big of a deal that they made a documentary about it. And if you ask me, this is the only documentation you really need. So today we were making the coveted General Tso's chicken. Who is General Tso? Apparently he was a real person. Not gonna get into it. The point is his chicken is delicious. This is a different kind of a butt butter. This is more of like an all-encompassing butt butter. How can we make General Tso's chicken the best way possible at home from scratch? By the way, it only takes like 20 minutes. So with all that said, let's make this, shall we?
Oh, look, it's Panda. Oh, he's so cute. Look at him.
I'm confused. They don't have General Tso's.
We'd have one of those, sir. The closest thing we would have would be the Chang spicy chicken.
Okay, all right. Well then, never mind. Thank you. Bye-bye. What? Okay, Panda doesn't have General Tso's. PF Chang's doesn't have General Tso's. What is happening?
You need to hit some hole-in-the-wall Chinese restaurant.
I'm about to put a hole in the wall. We ordered from Payway and we ordered from a general Chinese restaurant. So we're going to do that instead. Today, Panda Express and PF Chang's have failed us. Congratulations. This is a rough one, guys. But you know what? We pushed through it. We pushed through it. We strive for success. But better, God damn it. Let's just get this over with. All right, that was a tragedy, wasn't it? So we have, what is this? Who do we get this from? A general Chinese restaurant. We got PF Chang or whatever. Okay, it's from. This is Payway's. The one from the local Chinese restaurant looks significantly better. Are we shocked? Of course not. Yeah, that's a bummer. There's no flavor. The chicken's overcooked. This is bad. My guess is this isn't far off of what Panda's would be like. Low flavor, high sugar, and overcooked chicken from the local place. I mean, God, that looks good. Chicken's pretty overcooked. Honestly, this is actually not that much better. There's not really any salt and the chicken's really underbreaded, but normally it's really good, just not from this place. There's a national General Tso's shortage, and I think it's our job to fill that void. Right, so you can make this pretty quickly. Start with 1.5 pounds or 700 grams of boneless, skinless chicken thighs. Cut those into bite-sized pieces. By the way, bite-sized means like you should be able to fit a whole piece of chicken in your mouth. Mouth dimensions may vary. To your chicken, add a 1-inch knob of ginger, grated, 2 cloves of garlic, also grated, 2 tablespoons or 14 grams of Shaoxing wine, which, by the way, look at this bottle. Wow. Papa like. You can get this stuff at most Asian markets. And finally, 1 tablespoon or 14 grams of soy sauce. Toss that together and, well, enjoy the sound of that. Very nice. Let that marinate for at least 1 hour or up to overnight in the fridge. Okay, it's chicky fry time. Get yourself a heavy bottom 5-quart pot. Add in enough oil for frying to be about 2.5 inches deep. Turn the heat to medium and bring it to 375 Fahrenheit or 190 Celsius. While that's going, you're going to coat your chicken by first combining half a cup or 75 grams of all-purpose flour and half a cup or 60 grams of cornstarch in a medium-sized bowl. Give that a nice thorough whisk to combine, or, well, whiskey business. It's been a while. Fine. Then add a generous handful of your chicken, toss together until thoroughly coated in every crevice. I've said this before, I'll say it again. If your chicken is bald, expect a very angry call from Papa. Once all your chicken is coated, shake off the excess flour and place it on a small rimmed baking sheet. Then repeat with the rest. We've all seen me fry enough at this point, so as you know, carefully lower in your chicken as to avoid furious oil splashing, and fry in batches for about 3 to 4 minutes. I like to toss them around gently in the beginning to keep any pieces from sticking together. Now, once they're a gorgeous golden brown, fish them out with a spider or skimmer, place them on a wire rack to cool and drain while you fry the rest of your poulet. Shout out to the French homies. Season your chicken to taste with salt while it's still hot, and look at this chicken. Don't you just want to, like, kiss it or something? For the sauce, first get a small bowl, add 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of cornstarch, and whisk in 1.5 tablespoons or 21 grams of vinegar to make a nice slurry. Set that to the side and heat a wok over medium-high heat. Add 2.5 tablespoons of vegetable oil or enough to coat. Now, once that oil is shimmering and nearly smoking, add a 2-inch knob of minced ginger, 4 cloves of minced garlic, and 4 to 5 dried red chili peppers such as arbol or Korean chilies. Cook and vigorously shake and stir for that quality wok hey. And once the garlic just barely starts to toast, add in 1 tablespoon or 14 grams of Shaoxing wine. Let that boil and cook out for about 20 seconds. Then add 1 teaspoon or 14 grams of Chinese chili flakes, 3 tablespoons or 45 grams of granulated sugar, half a cup or 120 milliliters of chicken stock, optionally a splash of shirdashi, 3 tablespoons or 50 grams of soy sauce, and MSG if you flexin'. Stir that together and let that come up to a vigorous boil. Taste and adjust seasoning with a touch of salt if necessary, and after boiling for about 30 seconds, stream and stir in your cornstarch slurry, and as soon as it thickens, immediately remove it from the heat, add all of your fried chicken, and toss vigorously to coat each and every piece beautifully in sauce. Again, no bald pieces of chicken, okay? Please, just take a look at this absolute unit of gloss. Now you just gotta plate it up, add a nice coat of sesame seeds and a generous handful of thinly sliced green onions, shed a tear for its beauty, and serve immediately. The clouds in the sky looked exactly like a checkerboard. The light was like on, off all day. The flavor of this is insane. This might be better than the orange chicken. We won. Hey, we always do, I know, but this is like a big step up. The spice level is good. The breading on this is also super different. It's very light and airy and almost like Korean fried chicken a little bit because of that cornstarch in there. It's the perfect level of umami. It's got the sweetness. This is how I like it, General. So, but we have to have a taste tester. And I think the right man for it is Vikram because Vikram's eating my orange chicken. That's all he makes every day. So I need you to try this. Okay, I need to find a mass. Yeah, okay, yeah. Cool. Number 1. You want some water? You good? I'll get some water. Oh, Vikram wants some water all of a sudden. Here's the water. Number Dos Equis.
Definitely the second one is so much better. Well, number 1, it didn't take me like 5 minutes to chew it. This one like is at least tender.
Why is it so chewy? That's the thing I
know.
don't understand. So we won, but better. Episode 31?
Oh, I have no idea.
I think we've done and did it. We did versus 2 actually. As a reminder, this was the better of the 2, and we beat the better of the 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this is the best General Tso's in the world.
I agree.
All right, but better.
Nice.
You wanna know what else is crunchy, glossy, and can make someone weak in the knees? B-roll. And that is it. So we made, I keep wanting to say Kung Pao chicken and orange chicken, but it's General Tso's chicken. Well, I hope the General is proud because we slapped this chicken. It was perfectly spicy, sweet, salty, umami, all the things that you want in a nice General Tso's chicken, and yet better than any of the other General Tso's that we tried. We had 2 options from completely different places, one that was commercial, one that was like a highly, highly rated local place, and we still knocked them both out of the park. Now, does this mean that we made the greatest General Tso's chicken in the world? I don't know. Maybe, probably not. I don't know. I'm sure that there's someone somewhere that's developed a absolutely oh god, I can't believe I just said that. General Tso's chicken. But the point is, I feel good about the one that we made. And if you make this at home, not only is it easy, not only are you going to be happy with it, but I think that it might be one of the best ones you've ever had. And that's a tall order to say, and I say it all the time, and I have a big mouth on me, but I mean it with all of my heart. So with all that said, if you enjoyed this video or you learned something, leave a like, subscribe, and I will see you next time.
So that's how you make General Tso's chicken, regardless of its background of Genghis Khan and all that.
I actually have a recipe. My son actually generally makes it. I don't like it that much.
That's one of my favorite Chinese dishes.
I basically stopped eating Chinese food unless it's there's some high-end Chinese restaurants, sometimes, well, most times they're in big cities. I won't go to the mom and pop corner Chinese food place anymore.
Oh, you're missing out, Stanley.
No, I can make it myself. It's Chinese style food isn't hard.
Well, it's only like $15.95 for the buffet,
Well, no, I don't do buffets.
Oh, you don't do buffets?
Not if I can help it. Now, last year, after my mother's funeral, we went to this buffet place in Savannah. But, the only reason I did it is because, the family was going there. But left to my own devices, I rarely do. It's not so much because, sanitary reasons or anything like that. I just don't like them. The food's generally not good.
Well, I have one I like here, and it's all right. I mean, it's only $16.95, and then you could take one to go.
It's not the amount of money; it's the quality of the food.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They got those Korean wings. Those Korean fried wings. Those are pretty good.
Yep.
But yeah, it's loaded with a lot of sugar and stuff that's not good for you. That's for sure.
Well, this Virgo's not awake to look at her recipes or food videos.
Hey, today I'm
This
making
looks
tender
interesting.
and juicy pork chops in a delicious creamy garlic mustard sauce. Let's get started. And here are all the ingredients that you will need. Okay, let's get cooking. I'm adding 1 egg, salt and pepper, and 2 tablespoons of cornstarch. Now, adding an egg and cornstarch to pork chops before cooking serves a number of purposes, especially if you want it crispy and tender. Now, the cornstarch locks in that moisture, keeping the meat tender and juicy, and also creates the crispiness when you fry it. Cover the pork chops evenly.
You know what else helps in that, Stanley?
Make sure they rest for half an hour before you start cooking.
Is that little bit of milk before you put in the cornstarch? You want to roll them in egg and milk, and then maybe add the cornstarch. Like
I don't tend to like to use butter or milk because of the solids.
Oh, yeah.
Too easy to burn the milk solids.
Well, I keep forgetting how black folks got lactose intolerant.
I'm sorry, what?
Never mind.
Black folks like milk solids.
No, got a lactose intolerance, so that's why y'all don't use milk as much. 'Cause
What the fuck are you
upsets the
talking
gut.
about? I'm not lactose intolerant.
Okay.
As a matter
Well,
of fact,
HB and Porsche is. Did you know that?
oh, I don't
Neither
care.
one.
Why would I need to know? I mean, unless I'm cooking for them.
No. Yeah. Never know. You might be one day, Stanley.
Dude, I'm 60 years old and can still drink a glass of milk. I don't think I'm going to be lactose intolerant.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me too, Stanley.
By the
I
way,
can dr-
just so you know, I don't know that lactose intolerance is that big a deal. Most American blacks, you know, with any sort of history in America, have a lot of European in them anyway. So
Oh yeah,
it's more an
and
African.
a lot of Europeans have a lot of black in them. They don't even know it.
It's a more African thing as far as lactose. And I would imagine India probably has a high rate because they don't even do dairy. Or well, they do ghee, but they don't. Anyway, why am I even talking about this?
Don't they worship the cows over there?
It'll take about 4 to 5 minutes per side. I'm adding rosemary and thyme because they are so well matched, adding depth and an aromatic quality to this creamy mustard garlic sauce. And now I'm adding a little bit of oil to the pan because I don't want the pork chops to stick to the pan. And also to cook evenly. I'm cooking the pork chops on all sides because I want them evenly browned. And then I remove them and set them aside. I also remove the rosemary and the thyme. They've done their jobs. I reduce the temperature to medium, and then I add a little more oil and 2 tablespoons of butter.
Lard.
When the butter has melted, I add my
Yeah,
garlic,
butter.
and I cook until fragrant. This takes about a minute and a half, and then I add pepper flakes. Move them all around, make sure they infuse in the oil really well. And it's time for the turmeric. I'm using turmeric because it has anti-inflammatory properties, so it's very healthy for you. It has a beautiful color boost, it's bright yellow, and it's a flavor enhancement. I've added my Dijon mustard, and now it's time for salt and pepper, and a little bit of wine goes a long way.
Little bit of wine.
And after about 3 or 4 minutes,
Pour it in
wine
there,
has
bro.
reduced by half, and it's time to add the zest of 1 lemon. I'm adding the chicken broth and stirring it very vigorously to loosen up all those tasteful bits at the bottom of the pan. Adding the cream to enrich the sauce.
That's
And
right.
this emulsifying process creates a uniform and a very stable mixture. I apologize, I didn't film the additional butter that I put just before I placed my pork chops back into this pan.
You just made a gravy for it,
Over the
really.
pork chops,
What is
cover
it?
it, and 5 minutes later, oh, the creamy mustard garlic sauce is luscious and flavorful, combining the sharp tang of mustard with the warm, savory notes of garlic for a perfect finishing touch. Oh, yeah. And don't forget to pair it with your favorite sides and let me know in the comments how everything turned out. And if you enjoyed the video, give me the thumbs up, subscribe for more recipes, and I'll see you in the next one. Happy cooking.
That was pretty good. Couple of things I'd have done different, but yeah. Really enjoying the cooking videos, Stanley.
Good.
Did you get that one air gunner video I sent you?
Yeah, I've seen enough hunting videos for today.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, it's about air. It's like you don't even have to have gunpowder bullets. You just do it with air. Yeah, literally. That means well, I'm not going to go into all the legal issues with air guns because it might be different in your state.
Oh, and don't forget to ring that bell. Stay tuned. We're going to start right now. Well, hello there, friends. Let me show you how easy it is actually to cook a prime rib. We're going to do it the most simpler way. Everybody can do this, I promise you. We're going to do reverse sear. That technique is very simple. Sounds fancy, but it's nothing fancy about cooking anyway.
Yeah.
It means we're going to sear it at the end instead of at the beginning. So then
That's
we will
right.
have an even medium rare all the way from one end to the next without having that gray sear line that we normally get. And when you do a big piece of meat like that, you need to do it this way. It's really the only way to do it. Very simple. What do we do? First, salt and pepper. On the outside, everywhere, rub salt and pepper, put it in the fridge for about 24 hours if you have it. If you don't have 24 hours, at least 3-4 hours, please, 3-4 hours, at least minimum. 24 hours, it allows the salt to penetrate, dries out the surface, creates even a better crust. And now it's salt all the way through. It's like a dry brine. How do you buy a prime rib? Buy one with the most marble you can find, normally prime it is. But prime is very difficult to get these days. Matter of fact, I went to 3 stores trying to get a prime rib. Couldn't get one, so I got a nice choice. Prime will have a lot more marbling than this. Nice, this is beautiful, but prime is better if you can get it. Okay, you want to also get it from the chuck end. From the chuck end, if you notice, this side is a little smaller than this side right there. The chuck end is much more tender, much more flavorful. Okay, so that's all we need to do. Salt and pepper. Put it in the fridge. The next morning, if you have time, what else do we do? Not much. I like to brush a little bit of clarified butter. If you don't have clarified butter, then brush a little bit of avocado oil, just a little bit. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to brush a little bit of herb de Provence on it. I'm going to sprinkle a little bit of herb de Provence, and that'll make the herb de Provence stay nice and not dry out so much. You can't use fresh herb for this. No fresh herb, friends. If you use fresh herb, then they're gonna burn completely. Makes no sense at all. If you want to use a little bit of herbs, you certainly don't have to. Herb de Provence. You see, I have them because remember I'm from Provence. So they say whenever you do a big roast first, you really, really have to do the reverse sears. There's no other way around to cook a big roast. It doesn't matter if it's a prime rib or not. A roast, you got to do the reverse sear. So then you have an even cook all the way around it. You see? Beautiful right there. Let me dry my hands. And now we're going to do one more thing. This is very simple. I got my oven set at 250 degrees, friends. 250. Yeah. We're going to cook it very slowly. And this is a 7-pound with a bone. I got 3 bones right here. This is 7 pounds. This is going to take 3.5 hours. And the secret is not really the time. I mean, it's important is the temperature. We want to cook it to 120. Remember, I like my meat rare and medium rare to rare. So if you like it more cooked, you'll cook it longer, but we're going to cook it to 120 degrees. We're going to take it out of the oven when it's 120 degrees, and we're going to let it rest 45 minutes to an hour. We're going to let it rest. When it's resting, the juice will be redistributing. And then we'll put it in the oven a good 10 minutes at 500 degrees to create a beautiful crust, and I'll show you how to do that. Okay, so believe it or not, folks, we're going to use a thermometer. If you don't have a thermometer, it's time to get one. Okay, this I love. That's the one I use for the turkey. Remember, for the turkey, we use that. So I'm going to put it inside, and it's going to warn me when it gets close to 120. I'm going to put my alarm at 116. Okay, we're going to go right in the chuck end, and we're going to go right there, right in the middle.
Wanted to make a point here, and I guess Virgo, are you still asleep? Yeah, I guess she is. For something like this, I actually do use a thermometer. I almost never use a meat thermometer because, I've been doing this long enough. You kind of know how long something takes. And then you can always finish it off in the microwave if it's still a little too pink. But for something like prime rib, which I probably haven't cooked a prime rib in 2 years, because, usually you'll cook something like this fancy for guests. However, you definitely want one of these, not even the poke-in thermometer, but you want one of these fancy electric thermometers that you can, with the probe, put it in the oven, and then there's a wire, attached to a dashboard, so you can monitor the temperatures. Because this you definitely want to get to right at 120, and the thing is it keeps cooking once you take it out of the oven. So, if you're really into cooking, you definitely want one of these thermometers, even if you don't use it. I use mine maybe every couple years, but you'll be damn glad you have it when you do. And it will get meat perfect. You will get it perfect every time with this type of thermometer.
Yeah, Stanley, I know these guys, they go all out and they'll have like 10 different probes and 10 different parts of the meat. Like,
oh, you don't need all that. Just one is good enough.
Like barbecue scientists and stuff, they go crazy on it, man.
Well, I don't ever use thermometers if I'm smoking, but if I'm doing something like this in the oven, you definitely want one.
Oh, no, Stanley.
And we're going to try to stay in the middle.
Well, if you're trying to get prime rib perfect, if you don't need it perfect, if you're just cooking something like this for yourself, you don't need a thermometer. You'll just wing it. However, if I'm this sort of meat, it'll cost you $100 for a prime rib. If you're cooking it, I'm assuming it'll be for special guests or something. You want the meat perfect. This will achieve perfection every single time. You'll never fuck it up using a thermometer.
Can I tell you what I do when I buy prime rib, Stanley?
Sure.
I have that the ribs cut off of it, and then I have it sliced into 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch steaks, depending on if I want one for breakfast or dinner. And then I get some butter and salt and pepper, and flame it up real hot on the grill for a few minutes each side. Then it's done. Perfect steak. It only takes about 10 minutes to cook tops. Then if you're smart, you already have the baked potatoes on and the sharp cheddar cheese and sour cream and bacon bits and carrots and all that stuff ready to go. So,
yep.
So I got to be about around here somewhere. So let's look to see. Pick up the same hole. And don't worry about losing the juices. You got a lot of people that said, oh, mamma mia, I'm going to lose the juice. No, you don't. You'll see when I take it out. This hole is going to be dry. No juice is going to come out of there, all right? So we're going to put this in the fridge at 100, and we're going to get to 120. The oven is 250 degrees. Really simple, my friends. Nothing special. Look, put it in the oven.
I run my smoker at about 265, Stanley.
Get the thermometer right there. Plug it in. The alarm is set up. It's 250 degrees. The alarm is set up to give it to me, to warn me when it's 117 degrees. So I got a few minutes to set up to make sure I'm comfortable. That's all there is to it, folks. Put it in there. When until you see how beautiful it is when we cut it. So I'll be back in about 3.5, 4 hours for you. It'll just be a few seconds. And we're going to cut it. We're going to finish it first before we cut it. All right. So we'll be back as soon as it's cooked. Well, hello there, friends. 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 45 minutes to be exact. We have 120. Internal temperature 120. So we're gonna unplug it, check it out. We're gonna take our probe out so we know that we have the right temperature. Now I know 120 is not exactly cooked, and that's okay. That's okay. Some people like it very, very rare. We're gonna let this guy rest beautifully like this. We're gonna let it rest for about 45 minutes, half hour to 45 minutes. Just cover it up. You know, I hate aluminum foil, but
Use
really
butcher paper, you fucking inbred.
And the beauty of it now, all
Butcher
of the
paper is the way
on
to
the
go.
outside, inside are gonna slightly travel through a little bit of the outside, so we won't have any of overcooked edges at all. It's going to be nice and moist from the inside out. Beautiful. But we're going to let it rest, and when we're ready to eat, that's a beautiful thing. You can finish all your vegetables and everything, and when you're ready to eat, turn the oven up at 500 degrees. I'm going to put some butter in there, and then I'm going to put it back in the oven just to get a beautiful golden brown, so we get this beautiful color. That's all we're going to do. So we'll be back in about 45 minutes after we give it time to rest. Because when we cut it, we're not going to lose any juices. All right? So we'll be back in about 45 minutes. Well, hello there, friend. 45 minutes went by. Nice and relaxed. So I'm just going to put a butter in there.
That roast
just
to
so a little bit of
crisp.
extra fat right there. I'm just going to remove it to make it look pretty. That's all. That's all. There's nothing else I can do with it. We're not going to touch anything. The butcher removed a little too much fat for me, but that's okay. I'm just going to pour a little bit of soft butter in there, friends. And it's still warm, so it's going to be very easy to just apply it everywhere. You see,
Overdone.
I got myself a brush in case I needed to, but I don't think I'm going to need it. And now what we're going to do, the oven's going to be at 500, so the butter is just going to get golden brown. And we don't want the butter to be too soft because we want it to stay on long enough to get golden brown, you see? And you certainly don't need to put the butter. Some people add mustard and things. It's up to you, really. I like, you know, I love butter. What can I tell you? I love butter. At this point, you could put a little more herbe de Provence if you want to, but certainly don't need to. This is good right there. And we're just going to pop it in the oven. The oven, very important, 500, friends. And 500 degrees. And that's all we're going to do. We're just going to pour it in here. Even the dish is warm, it's not hot. Going to go right in there and give it to me right there. And we're going to put a timer for 10, 15 minutes. Now, if you like it more cooked than that, don't take it out at 120. Take it out at 125, 130. And then do the same thing. And then it'll cook 135, 140. But that's like getting to the medium well. So be careful how you want to cook. If you want to reheat it, it's going to be very well done. If you don't have a cookie sheet with a rack like I do it on a roasting pan. And in a roasting pan, just put leeks, carrots, celery, and onion. Just put it on there, and then you can use those vegetables to make your au jus. But we made an au jus. We got the video on there, and also the horseradish sauces. So if they're not released, they're going to be released in the next couple of days. So you'll have both of them in the sauces. All right. We're going to come back in 10 minutes when it's beautiful golden brown, and we're going to cut it, all right? We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, friends, 10 minutes, 15 at the most, okay? 10 minutes, here it is. Look at this. Look at this, friends. I don't know if you can hear, but man, let me tell you. Whoo! Look at beauty. Look at this beauty. Look at this beauty. It's wonderful. Let me turn this off. Let me turn it off so I don't forget, because I always forget. Now, at this point, the beautiful thing about doing it the way we're doing it, friends, we do not need to let it rest. It already rested. Now, this is just to get it nice and hot. So let's take it out of there. Let me grab something so I don't have to put my hands on it because it's quite hot at this point. And right there, my friends, all we're going to do is we're going to take it out. Okay, so here we have it. Now, at this point, you could also get rid of some of that extra fat right there, then which a lot of it is a butter, and deglaze that to put in your au jus if you didn't make the au jus the way I showed you how to make, because I've got a beautiful recipe on that. So now, friends, we're going to take it out. It's very simple. All we got to do now is we got to take the bone out. Because unless you want to give somebody a 2-pound pieces, you want to take the bone out. It's a lot easier. So to take the bone out, my friends, what we're going to do is we're going to take the knife and we're going to rub it against the bone. So we're going to go right there and we're going to cut. The knife is on the bone. All I'm doing, friends, I'm following the bone. Really, really simple. Whoop, we grab it with a towel. Oh, I didn't grab it very good. We grab it with a towel because it's quite hot. And I'm following the bone, friends. And that's all I'm doing. And I got cut right there and right there. There you go. All right, we're following the bone. So now we'll take it out. Now, there's not much meat on the bone, but a lot of people like to chew on the bone, friends. They like to chew on that bone. And so the meat on the bone is quite tender at this point, okay? So we're going to take it out, and now we're going to cut into it. All right? So this is a little rare in the bone, but it always is like that. But, remember, I like it rare, medium rare to rare. So this is how we're going to get it. We're going to go in there right there, and we're going to cut this to show a perfect, beautiful, medium rare all the way through. You see? There's no gray area. There's no gray. It's very hot. There's no gray area overcooked from the sear. This is medium rare to rare from here to here, all the way through. And look at this. Look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous, my friends. So cut it as big or as little as you want. I like to cut them about 3/4 of an inch thick to an inch thick. Depends how you want it. Depends how you want to cut it. Or 1/2 an inch. Depends how you want to cut it. There's no right or wrong here, my friends. Look at this. Look how gorgeous that is. Look how beautiful that is. You see? This is absolutely gorgeous, friends. This is going to be like butter. Cut it however you want it.
Nice.
But let me tell you, this is like absolutely beautiful. I love it. Love it, love it. So we're going to put it on the platter. And we can certainly, I got to test it. Look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous, my friends.
Got a stuffed baked potato to go with it.
It's beautiful. It's going to be like so tender. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. Look at this. This is my piece right here, friends. Look at this. This is gorgeous.
You didn't reverse sear it.
Oh,
Skip that part.
Yeah, actually, he did.
Absolutely wonderful, my friend. So we're serving it with the horseradish sauces and the au jus that I made. And a little bit of au jus right there on top of it. Let me tell you something. This is going to be a beautiful roast beef. Now remember now, you want them more cooked? But you're cooking more. But no matter how I cook it, some people are going to think it's undercooked. Some people are going to think it's overcooked. Cook it the way you like it. That's all there is to it. I hope you enjoyed the video, my friends. Remember, thumbs up if you like the video. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and ring that bell. We'll see you soon for another fantastic video. Thanks for watching.
Damn it.
Nah. Stanley.
Yes.
How you doing, boss?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good. I sent you that one in the back chat of competing the way rib roast should really be cooked.
Okay, you know what?
And it wasn't like that.
I'm not a big believer in one way to cook anything. So you mean another way to cook it? Let's have a look.
Yeah, another way to cook it.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at it after a couple videos. Not everybody likes the taste of smoke, by the way.
Well, how could you not? Isn't that what manly?
You know what? I don't. Did you just say manly?
Yeah.
You know
You
what?
want to smell like smoke in the outdoors?
You motherfuckers think manly is one way. I sometimes wonder about the red pill folks. It's
Well, we don't wonder.
well, you know what? Apparently all of you think alike. Real men fucking think for themselves and do what the hell they want. And they don't ask other men how to do shit.
I'm not asking you how to do anything.
Okay, I didn't say you did ask. Stop. Real men don't hear voices in their head either.
Back in the early 2000s, our place burnt down. And on Saturdays, this is the truth, I hated Saturdays because I would look out the window and I would see people riding up down the road, and I would tell myself, God, I hate this place on Saturday. But when the place burnt down, it made me realize that I took things for granted. And then once we built back, I thought, this is my dream. I worked hard for it.
Now that's
This
a
is my dream. I
barbecue.
love it. I love people. I love being here. My name is Anita Ann Bartlett. This is my restaurant here at R&S Barbecue. I've had it for 31 years. People from like way down south, most thing they usually ask for is the ribs and the pulled pork. And be like, no, you don't want no pulled pork. Or you get a pulled pork at a 5-star gas station. You want to try some real meat. So we'll give them a pulled pork, but we'll put a couple pieces of shoulder on there too. And they walk up to the counter like, wow, Miss Anita, you're right. This is good. The shoulder go way back to the early times because people raised hogs back then. And that's how they fed their family. You had shoulder if you didn't have anything else. But you go places like Nashville, Tennessee, up north, it's different places out in Monroe County, you don't get shoulder. They want to serve you pulled pork or brisket because it's cut a certain way. And Mr. Rouse knows how to cut it.
I'm Larry Ross, and I've ran this ever since '66, so several years. It actually started in 1944 by my father and my great uncle, and then it came down to my father and his brother, and then my father and me. I started actually cutting the barbecues in about 19 and probably around 70. I had started out with 2 barbecues, and then it's grown. We're cutting for 50 now. We cut 4 days, about 8 hours a day, or 8 to 9 hours a day. We run 3 saws constantly for a length of time. We cut Boston butts. Everybody calls it pork shoulder, but it's actually a Boston butt is what we cut the meat from. A lot of people go to the store and they'll order pork shoulder, and they get a picnic, and it ain't nothing like what we cut. We cut frozen butts only. You can't cut fresh butts like we cut. It's harder to cut frozen butts. You can't cut the fresh butts, the saw. I mean, they just wiggle through the saw and make that thick and that thin, and they're not consistent, not very consistent. And you can't, you throw one on the grill like Anita's down here, you throw one on there, cook one piece in 10 minutes, and one piece it takes 30. These here are very consistent. All of them will be around 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch thick. Every one of them will be.
If it's cut frozen, you're going to have some good shoulder. But if it unthaws and then cut, you're going to have a problem with it.
Last week we sold right at 20,000 pounds of the shoulder. So it's got to be addictive, or people wouldn't be eating that like that. We sell more shoulder than we do anything else, and all of them together, it's shoulder. It started here. Anita's grandfather started cooking Boston butts or sliced shoulder. This was back when I was a kid, so it's been 70 years ago. Where Anita's at, a guy there put a little block building in and started cooking it there. I had one, then I had two, and then for a long time we just cut for 3 barbecues. And then then all at once it exploded. We have 8 counties in Tennessee and 8 counties in Kentucky that we cut for. Of course, we're right on the border. It's just 8 miles to Tennessee. So you've got about 16 counties here, and then the counties sort of surrounding them comes into those counties. After you get out of that, it's a dead item. I've never seen a barbecue succeed if it didn't join the county or was one in. I've never had one that ever jumped the county and succeeded. It may someday, but it never has yet. It's because it just started in this area and it's stuck in this area.
My shoulder is my #1 seller. It got me in the Southern Living magazine. It got me in New York Times. Believe this or not, I've had people that come here from Australia, Italy, Chicago, Canada, just all around. Shoulder is a kind of a meat that you can't rush it. It's got to be cooked slow. Let it lay there and simmer. Keep it fast. Flip it like every 10, 15 minutes. When you look on both sides, and both sides is brown, then you know it's done. And when it's flavored good, it's a good tasting meat. It really is. We use a hickory wood because that's where the flavor comes from. That hickory is what gives it the taste. And those hot coals are hitting that shoulder. It's simmering up, and that's where that flavor is coming from, is off of that hickory wood. I don't think propane or charcoal would make it taste good. I mean, if you're at home and you want to do some quick barbecuing, fine, but when you're cooking, all day long, no, you got to have that hickory wood. When you go to a barbecue place and you smell the smoke, then you know that barbecue is going to be good. But if you pull up on one and you don't smell smoke, there's nothing to it. The most important thing of the dip is like if somebody come in and they say, I want it hot. People think that if you go in the bottom of the pan to get the sauce, that's where the heat is at. But the heat is not in the bottom. The heat is on the top. There's cayenne, there's black pepper, there's salt, there's the dark vinegar, butter, and lard. That's where the heat comes from, the lard. Everybody thinks it comes from the pepper, but the heat comes from the lard.
That's right.
I wouldn't say I'm the biggest cog, but I'm probably about the only cog that is me and this crew here, 3 boys that work here, and my wife. She's made a tremendous difference in my business. She comes in, she takes care of all my work, and that's relieved me so I can go in here in the cutting room, and she understands the business and made a big help. Yes, I need probably to be thinking about retirement, and sort of am thinking about retirement, but. I've been with these people, most of them ever since in the 80s, and they're just like family. And of course, they all keep saying, "Oh, you can't quit, you can't quit, you can't quit, you can't sell it, you can't," But someday it's going to come, But,
like I said, this is my livelihood, and if God blesses me, pray that He does, and I can stay here about 4 years, then I'll turn it over to my son, my daughter. And they don't want to do nothing with it, sell it. Don't mess my name up. It's a great experience. It is. I feel like I'm being blessed.
Like that,
not
don't
big and
mess my
fancy,
name
but
up.
we want to make you feel like family when you come in here. And I think by the grace of God, I have truly, truly been blessed. I've been blessed with you all coming today. I'm making friends. And so I look forward. I'm getting older now, but there's some moments where I like to lay in the bed a little longer, but I'm like, no, you got to go. This is what you do.
Real people like actual smoke in their food. thought that was a beautiful video, Stanley.
I'm glad you liked it.
You didn't?
Yeah, it was great.
We eating now fish?
Mm-hmm. Looks like it.
Farm fish? Or lobster?
It's fish.
The cod?
I don't know. Looks like it could be. Whatever it is, it's
chicken.
It's in German. At least I think it is.
I gotta get me one of those electric pepper grinders, Stanley. I could
Why's
just
that?
press a button and sprinkle my food with pepper.
Let's see.
Well, you know, I like those salty ones too, like the you get a automatic salt and pepper shaker to go bzzz. It shakes exactly the amount of spice you want in your dish, right?
Right.
And ground it up, and sprinkle it up, just as a push of a button. But the only problem is you gotta keep filling it up. So what do you use to fresh grind spices, Stanley?
I have several things. Depends on what it is.
What about coffee beans, or do you
I
drink
generally-
Folgers?
I generally I use Caribou coffee. Oh, let's see.
Caribou coffee?
Yep.
Where's that out of? Back from Alaska?
No.
Well, it's not real Caribou coffee then. The Caribou come from Alaska. Someone could have adopted the name, I guess.
It's out of the company's out of Minneapolis.
Well, they're by Canada, so they could have some caribou. Never know about those people.
Can't figure out why they're using water here.
Seems kind of a watery bath, doesn't it? Then? She likes her food overcooked. Okay.
That's not overcooked. Still can't figure out what the water does.
Well, kept dipping it in it and then putting it in whatever fry oil she was using.
Maybe it keeps it from flaking off.
That's how you cook a prime rib steak.
It's all about prime rib. I've got this giant 18-pound boneless ribeye roast that we're going to herb crust and get on the smoker. It's going to be fantastic for those holidays coming up. This is a feast you're going to want to try. Let's get to cooking. So I bought this ribeye roast at Sam's Club. You can find them anywhere. This one weighed about 18 pounds and it's sold in a Cryovac bag. When you get it home, you want to take it out of the package, blot any of that excess moisture liquid off, and then you got to do a little trimming on it. It has a lot of fat on the outside, a lot of sinew. So we just take that off, expose these beautiful muscles on it. And I also tied it up with the little butcher twine. This is going to help it hold its shape during cooking. And I just simply pulled out some, laid the roast on it, and tied it up. I'm sure there's fancier ways to do it. This one's easy enough for me. And you can also ask your butcher to trim and tie it for you. It's no problem for them to do. Now let's talk seasoning. The first thing we're going to do is get a little olive oil on the outside, and I'm just going to drizzle some on top. What we're doing, we're building just a little base binder so the seasoning stick to the outside. It's going to help that roast brown up a little bit. You know we can't forget about the bottom side, so I'm going to go ahead and roll the roast over. A little more olive oil. And we'll start our seasoning on this side first. The first thing that I want to do is get some salt on the I'm going to go pretty heavy. Just pat that in just a little bit. And then for just a touch of color and a little bit extra pepper, I'm going to hit it with some of my hot barbecue rub. You can substitute out your favorite seasonings. Make this recipe your own. Now for that herb crust that we're going to put on the outside of this prime rib, I'm starting with some of my coarse ground steak rub. You need probably about half a cup, which is about half a bottle. And then the herb part is going to be some fresh seasonings. I have some finely chopped sage, some thyme, some rosemary. Then you got to have 5 or 6 cloves of garlic chopped up. We're just going to mix all this together to make a herb seasoning. Now we're going to take this herb mixture and we're just going to put it over the prime rib. And remember, this is the bottom side. It's going to cook down the whole time. So I'm not going as heavy on this side, but I want to get some of that flavor all around this roast. If any comes off the edges, just kind of take it and pat it back on. That looks good for the bottom side. Now we're going to flip it over. We already have the olive oil on it, so we're ready for the seasoning. First is going to be that AP, salt, pepper, garlic. Pat it in just a shot. Then we're going to run some hot rub just for some color, some extra kick of pepper. Don't forget your sides. You got to season those too. Now we're ready for the herbs on top. I'm just getting them in my hand and going to put a heavy layer right over the top of this prime rib. Make sure I get the sides good, the ends as well. That's going to give us that herb crust on the outside. It's going to give a ton of flavor, crusty and salty, all those savory notes. That's beautiful. So now our prime rib is ready for the smoker. We're going to let it sit here and rest just a few minutes while we fire up the drum today. Now you can cook this prime rib on any kind of pit. Doesn't really matter. You just want to hold the temperature steady. Today I'm running the drum about 275 to 300, right in that range. Firing up with some good B&B lump charcoal. And I want some hickory smoke. I want some really good smoke flavor on a big roast like this. So I'm going to use a couple chunks of hickory wood. As soon as the pit gets up to temp, we're going to get this prime rib on and it's going to be heaven. And I'm just setting the prime rib right center on the drum, but just know you got to keep it straight. It's going to cook however you set it down. The twine's going to help it keep kind of round, but we want to make sure it's laying on the rack as straight as possible. We're going to get the lid closed. We're going to let that hickory smoke do its magic. All right, our prime rib's been on about an hour, and this is where I want to start watching the internal temperature on it because that's the most important thing when you're cooking a prime rib. So I've got my probe to my CyberQ going right down in the middle. We're going to watch it. Want to stop at about 120, 122 is where we're taking this prime rib, so it's nice and rare in the middle. We'll have it a little more done outside the edges if somebody wants that, but hey, you know that rare prime rib is where it's at. Let's get the lid closed. Now we're just going to watch the internal temperature. As soon as it hits about that 122 mark, it's going to be done. All you got to do is keep the lid closed and wait for the temperature to climb. We're going to be eating some good prime rib before you know it. All right, you can hear my cyber cues telling me I've reached that target internal temperature. We're actually about 124 now, which should be exactly perfect for this prime rib. Let's take a peek at it. I mean, you can see the herb crust on it. Still got a little bit of that hickory smoke rolling. That's a good thing. It's got a beautiful bark on the outside. I'm going to go ahead and pull my probe out. I'm going to go ahead and get this prime rib off the pit, and we're going to go rest it. I mean, look at that. Is that not a thing of beauty? I mean, you can see the herb crust on it. Oh, man. All right, so I've moved the prime rib to a platter here, and it is just gorgeous. I mean, I love the way those herbs, that steak rub crusted on the top of it. But this part is just as important as what we did to get here. We have to let it rest, especially with the piece of prime rib like this. So what I'm going to do is just cover it up loosely with a little bit of aluminum foil. We're just going to make a tent around the prime rib. And I'm going to get it real tight. I don't care if some of
Butcher
the air gets
paper,
out.
you
I'm just
fucking
trying to cover it
inbred.
up, and we're going to let it rest for at least 15, 20 minutes. It wouldn't hurt to drop it in a cooler. Let it set for 2 hours now. When we come back, the best part of the day, I'm going to slice into this. I'm going to go make a quick horseradish mayo to go with it. Y'all are going to want to watch me try this, I promise. All right, so we rested this prime rib about 25 minutes. You can see it still has steam coming off of it. It's still good and hot. I can't take it no more. I can't take it. I got to get it over here. The reason why I put it on the platter is I wanted to catch all that good juice. I can use that. But look at this. I mean, that prime rib is beautiful. We took a whole ribeye in the cryovac. We trimmed the fat off of it, the sinew, exposed all that good lean meat. I mean, the ribeye's fatty anyway. It's got a ton of fat on the inside of it. Then we hit it with some olive oil, some AP, and a little hot rub so it would brown up. And then we made our herb crust. That was the sage, the thyme, the rosemary, the garlic, steak rub, all mixed together. Put it on the drum. It went about 2.5 hours is all it took to come up to about 125 degrees. And we gave it that all important rest, and that's all I can take from it. So let me grab one of these knives here, and I'm just going to cut this right in the middle so we can see just how it turns out, straight down through it. And I'm going to open it up and let you guys see it first. I mean, that thing is beautiful. It's got all that juice running, perfectly cooked meat, the spinalis wrapped around, nice smoke ring. Let's cut a few pieces of it, see what it tastes like.
Prime rib sandwiches, anyone?
That is beautiful. I'm going to get a piece right of this spinalis right here before I cut any more up. I got to try it. Some of the herbs on the outside, all that good rub. That, my friend, is good. Wow. You get the smokiness from that hickory wood. You get all those seasonings on the outside, and inside is just a really, really good beef flavor. I mean, that is how prime rib is supposed to be. We did it all on the smoker. I also mixed up some creamy horseradish sauce to go with this. This is one of Shell's recipes. We take mayo, we take horseradish, a little bit of hot sauce, a little bit of creamy horseradish, put it all together, season it with some AP, and it makes a wonderful sauce to go with prime rib. And I'm going to have a bite right there on this one. Y'all pardon me. That goes with the prime rib so good. It just melts in your mouth. This piece has got me wrote all over it. We're just going to have to take a pause for the calls because I'm having it. So juicy, so tender, perfect beef. It is hard to beat this. Now, prime rib cooked this way is fantastic. If you want it a little more done, you can cut some off the ends. You can even put it back on the grill to finish that off for your guests. But just because you see this red juice running, that's all flavor. There's no blood in this. It's cooked perfect. It's tender. Hey, a lot of people are intimidated by doing prime ribs, but they really are easy. You can do it outside on your smoker, get you a good thermometer so you can watch those internal temperatures, and I promise you everybody's going to be happy this holiday. Thanks for watching us here at How to Barbecue Right. If you like what we're doing, subscribe to our channel. We're going to be coming back next year with all new videos.
Pretty good. I'm getting hungry, Stanley.
Yo, yeah, well, don't let me hold you up.
cuisine of Mexico, and I love paying someone else to cook it for me because it's so much work. An authentic mole poblano, for example, involves about 30 ingredients and hours of cooking. But what I've tried to do here is reimagine this great classic sauce as a quick pan sauce for a quick weeknight pork tenderloin. I know it sounds crazy, but bear with me. Mole just means
Is that a hot dog?
Being the sauce from the state of Puebla.
No.
It's famous here in the US because it has chocolate, something not often used in savory dishes here. And as a result, taste very transporting. When you can't travel, cook, I say, and pork can be your passport. So many of the great dishes of Mexico and tons of other cultures are built around this beautiful meat, and the meat can take you there. Pork is your passport to the great cuisines of the world. Hop on board and go. Of course, many of those dishes involve cooking the meat for a really long time, but this right here is one of my favorite weeknight cuts of meat, the pork tenderloin, the most underrated source of lean protein at the store. Why beef tenderloin is so expensive, and this is not, I'll never understand. It cooks in a flash, it's tender as all get out, and it's an ideal substrate for any flavorful sauce, like our mole, which I've already started, by the way, with a few big garlic cloves and a shallot or two. Just crush and peel the garlic cloves, no need to chop them. Onions would obviously be traditional, but shallots are great for pan sauces because the layers are thin, so they cook super quickly. Plus, I don't need a whole onion's worth. I'm only making 2 or 3 portions. This tenderloin requires only one little bit of prep, and that is to trim off that silver skin there. That is not fat. It's connective tissue. It won't melt. The easy way to do this is just slip under it with a little knife. Don't try to get it all in one go. Just do a little strip at a time and pull it up as you just shave underneath the rest. Once that end is loose, grab it taut and shave down the other side. You don't have to get every little molecule of this off. Just trim off most of it, and I would not trim anything else. There's hardly an ounce of fat on this thing. I'll just season it with pepper and salt, and I recommend a non-stick pan or a well-seasoned cast iron like I've got here on medium heat. A good amount of whatever oil you like to sear with. This is avocado oil. And the thing about tenderloin is it's very tender. It's soft. So the outside tends to get beat up and shred a little bit when it sticks to the pan. I'm avoiding this by constantly moving it around with my tongs. I'm not giving it a chance to stick. I just imagine sweeping around the oil with the meat until the protein structure on that side is seared firm. This is a technique that a lot of people use when cooking really delicate fish fillets. They'll shake the pan underneath the fish continuously until it's browned. Same exact concept here. Notice that it didn't fit in the pan before, but it fits now. Meat contracts. After 5 minutes, I've got a good sear on all sides, and now I'll take my heat down to medium-low and dump in my garlic and shallots. For a traditional mole, these would get roasted a long time, so you want to get them going early. Now I'm going to import a French idea and drop in some butter for pan roasting this meat. We'll just baste it continuously until it's done. The French would do that with a spoon probably. I find you can get the exact same result by just continuously flipping the meat around and mopping up the butter with it. This is a tenderloin from a local organic producer I really love, and it's a little on the small side. It's a pound even. If you have a much bigger one, you might find it easier to transfer this pan to the oven. I used to always do that with pork tenderloin, but honestly, it's just not necessary to heat up the oven if you've got the time to kind of mother this in the pan. Just tossing it around to get even heat on all sides. Getting some good color on the garlic there. I can feel the pork getting kind of rigid, so I know it's about cooked inside. I'll take its temperature, and I'm looking for 145 Fahrenheit or 63 C. That will give you pork tenderloin that's still a little pink like that. And you absolutely can do that with modern American pork. Totally safe to eat after it rests for a few minutes. That was in the pan for 15 minutes total. Okay, a mole would traditionally be made with
Synthetic Future Entertainment. Hold that thought about the Italian dressing. You bring up a point I've been meaning to bring up for a while. So just stand by on that.
with an array of dried chilies that you toast and then slowly rehydrate. We don't have time for that, so I'm putting in 2 canned chipotle peppers. Only 2. Go easy or these will be the only thing you taste. These are smoked chilies, and while that's definitely a different flavor than a toasted dried chili, it really does fulfill the same function. It gives you that dark, musky backbone to the sauce straight out of a little can. Now, traditionally, you toast and grind a whole array of nuts and seeds, pumpkin seeds, peanuts, probably owing to African influence on Mexican food, but we can get a similar effect much faster if we borrow a page from Southeast Asian cuisine and simply fry a little bit of peanut butter or tahini, any nut or seed paste you have. Just fry it for a sec. Now, if you have a little square of Mexican chocolate, throw that in. I'm just going to put in some cocoa powder. That was a little too much. Just a little bit is what you want. The cocoa nibs for Mexican chocolate are generally roasted really dark. And again, we can simulate that by simply frying our cocoa a little bit. Okay, now spices. You could use some combination of any of these. A little ground coriander, cumin, dried oregano, a tiny pinch of cinnamon, and even tinier pinch of cloves. Now, to thicken this, you traditionally put in some stale corn tortilla and or slices of white bread. You just fry them and then stew them to let their starches gelatinize the sauce. That's a genius use of leftover food, but you really can get a very similar effect with just
stale corn tortillas
flavor that you would get from toasting the bread of the tortilla. And then the last
I thought it was kind of funny because I use stale corn tortillas in my soup sometimes.
Yep.
thing, because it tends to burn, is a little squeeze of tomato paste. A mole like this might have some roasted tomatoes in it. We can get a similar effect by simply frying a little tomato paste until it goes kind of rusty brown, and it is time to deglaze. Traditionally, you might ladle in the broth from where your meat is slow simmering, but water is totally fine for our purposes. We have all that fond in there from when we seared our pork tenderloin. Just scrape it up with your spoon. I'll simmer that for a few minutes to extract flavor out of the solids and gelatinize the flour. I would err on the side of reducing this down too thick, because you could always water it down right before you spoon it over the meat. And mole is generally very thick. Mole poblano generally has some kind of sugar in it to balance the bitterness of the chocolate. It also usually has some dried fruits like raisins simmering in there for hours. We don't have time for that, but we do have this, a big spoonful of any fruit preserve. This is some local fig preserves. This will get us the sugar we need plus a little fruity flavor. Not quite what you get from dried fruit, but a preserve has a deeper flavor than fresh fruit. Give it a taste and see if it needs more salt or sugar or anything. And you could eat this chunky, or you could puree it. I'm going to strain it. Or am I going to puree it? When you use a metal sieve like this and really grind into it with a wooden spoon, you really are kind of pureeing it. Just make sure you scrape off all the puree sticking to the underside. All that's left is skin and seeds. And there is our weeknight mole. I've given my pan a cursory rinse back on medium heat, and I will put in maybe a tablespoon of toasted sesame oil, very potent stuff. And into that, a 6-ounce bag of frozen solid lima beans. Don't worry, they'll thaw in a couple of minutes in here. Frozen limas are way better than canned, I think. This is a very simplified version of one of the best vegetable sides I ever had in my life. It was from a place in Louisville, Kentucky called Mayan Cafe. You just stir these for a few minutes until they start to brown. Pinch of salt, grind of pepper, optionally the zest of a lime, and make sure to give that grater a tap. And then not optional is the juice of said lime. Also a teeny pinch of sugar in place of caramelized onions. If you've got it, a handful of fresh parsley or cilantro right at the end, and we're ready to eat. Slice up that tenderloin. It's just the perfect amount of meat for a protein-heavy meal for 2 or 3, or mom and dad plus little kids. Our limey lima beans go on, and now that weeknight mole poblano. I believe we took a very different route to a pretty similar destination with that. You often see this sauce garnished with some toasted sesame seeds, and I'm very pleased with that. That pork is so juicy and tender. Even if you think you don't like lima beans, try these. The sesame oil just makes them come alive, and the lime really complements the sweet mole. 35 minutes of weeknight cooking, and I feel like I've taken a 1,500-mile plane flight. Thanks again to the National Pork Board for their sponsorship. Bring flavor to everyday moments with pork. Visit pork.org/
Just a quick point about this particular guy. He is a fascinating character. His name's Adam Ragusea. He literally took his cooking, his YouTube cooking video. He's right at 2.5 million subscribers now. But he's one of the few people, at least in the cooking world, who literally started from scratch and made like a lot of money. Now he did other things, you know, but you can see he's got like the pork board. He's had some major sponsors over the years. And I wouldn't say he's a hero of mine, but if you know his story, dude literally started from day one, 2.5 million subscribers. And I don't even know that he does the cooking videos full time anymore. I think if he still does it at all, he's doing, maybe 1 or 2 a week. He used to do several a week. So for people who want to take it seriously, this guy built a YouTube empire. Doesn't happen too often, but he did it. So the next thing I have, synthetic future entertainment. You reminded me years ago. This is like back in the 1995. I had a buddy of mine that I worked with. We went over to his father's house for dinner one night, and he was doing chicken breasts. He had marinated the chicken breasts in Italian dressing. And I'd never heard of that before. So I looked at him, I go, well, Italian dressing, that's weird. Well, Italian dressing is like the perfect marinade. It does not matter what meat it is, fish, chicken, steak, pork, it doesn't matter. Italian dressing, just like your Walmart bottle of Italian dressing for $1.50. You do your meat overnight, and vegetables too, but meat especially overnight. It's awesome. It's got everything you need for a marinade. It's got the oil, the olive oil or whatever oil. It's got the vinegar in it. It's got the little seasonings in it. It's the perfect marinade. So I'm sure, a lot of people know this, but I figured I would mention it because I've been remiss in not doing it. And it's got sugar, some form of sugar in it. So you get caramelization. And this particular recipe I'm going to show is just, throwing chicken on the grill. Again, I reckon if you've never tried it, definitely try it. Just all you got to do is just dump a bunch of the marinade into a bowl, put the meat in, let it sit overnight in the refrigerator. And you don't even have to, well, you might want to salt and pepper it. But, if for some reason you're like on a low sodium diet or something, just the marinade itself will do. I cannot recommend it enough.
Now, Stanley, did you eat it after it was done?
I'm sorry, what? Oh yeah, you're right. Synthetic. It will do like a ceviche. It will chemically cook, but I wouldn't. Chicken. You probably want to actually, grill it, put some heat to it. What'd you say, Virgo?
I said, did you eat it after it was done?
After it was grilled?
After it was done, cooked.
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's how I know it tasted good.
So he didn't bother putting nothing else on that chicken, but with the Italian seasoning marinade.
Well, I don't know what he's put on there. I haven't started the video yet.
No, the guy that you said that was your
Oh
roommate.
no, he as far as I know, he seasoned it. I'm saying,
Ebony.
Hold on one second.
Ebony.
Hold on one
Ebony.
second. Okay, motherfucker. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I'm saying if for some reason you were on like a low sodium diet, you can get away with not putting salt or pepper on the chicken. Some people are on low sodium diets, like my father, for instance.
Yeah, my mom, she was on low sodium ever since we were like teenagers, but I just got used to it. Like, usually I feel something salty when everybody else is like it's fine. You know, it's not too much salt. I was like, oh,
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way because I got used to his cooking, but I think people get over dependent. People get over dependent on salt like they do sugar. You know, you'll think something's not sweet
yeah.
when it really is extremely sweet to other people. So,
Yeah, and that's how my taste buds are wired. Like sweet stuff are superly sweet, and that's why I don't really do like sweets and desserts. Now, every once in a blue, I may get a little sweet tooth and want some apple pie with a nice little scoop of ice cream. You know,
right, but even that's not too sweet depending on the ice cream.
right?
Okay, so
what about pumpkin pie, Ebony? Did you get any pumpkin
I'm
pie?
gonna show you how to grill some chicken.
Not a
I'm
fan
gonna
of
steal this
pumpkin pie.
recipe from my old buddy,
No.
Toss Tin Man, out there in California. He likes to marinate his chicken in Italian dressing, and I thought, what? So I got it. You know, I had to try this. So what I got here is some really thin chicken breast and some real baby thighs. And there's the dressing. I'm going to do it in that wishbone Italian. All right, now be sure and salt and pepper your meat real good because that Italian dressing don't have a lot of salt and pepper in it. All right, and then cover it and refrigerate it for 24 hours for a marinade. 24 hours later, that's what mine looked like right there. Now, it's too hot here in Texas to cook outside for old people anyway. So I'm going to take these things to my inside grill here and grill these babies up. Now, these are thin pieces of meat. The thigh and the chicken breasts are real thin. So it don't take a lot of time to cook them. If you cook them too long, they're going to get tough on you. So just kind of keep an eye on them when they start getting some really great color like that. Make sure it's nice and done because chicken is chicken. You know what they say. You'll have the chicken detectives after you. So when you're done there, let's take her to a plate. I'll show you a couple pieces here that after they're finished. There's one of the breasts. I'm going to bring another one of the breasts over here to you. Oh, yeah, baby.
Are those Costco breasts?
I thought, well, let me get that one out of the way so I can show you how moist and tender these turned out. Just
those
really,
aren't
really
breasts, those
awesome.
are chicken thighs, I think.
You guys give this a try and give old Toss Tin Man a shout out there in California too. I'll leave a connection to his YouTube channel down below. He's new. He likes to do a lot of toaster oven cooking too, which is awesome.
Oh boy, that sounds
Y'all
fun.
go out and have yourself a marvelous, marvelous day. It's a beautiful summer day. Bye.
That was interesting.
I have to take a picture of this air fryer that I've got here. It's kind of weird. Air fryers these days have gotten to be like a toaster oven, convection oven, air fryer, like all in one sort of things that are perfect for apartments. And I've got one at my grandmother's house where I am right now. And my father had an air fryer that he never used much. So I was going to take it home with me, but it was kind of big and I left it here intending on picking it up, the next time I came down. So my brother, I don't know what he did with the toaster oven, but he put it up on the counter and I guess he's been using it. And this thing is just fucking perfect. It's like a little mini oven. I put a couple pieces of bread in there the other day to toast. This thing is like perfect. If I were living in an apartment Unless you're going to cook something big like a turkey or something, I would almost never use the oven because this thing is just perfect for sandwiches and who knows what else. So anyway, that's my ode to the air fryer.
I have a 10-quart air fryer. I can roast a chicken in it, and even does rotisserie.
Interesting. Okay, well, let's see what this is all about.
Crab legs.
So Alaskan king crab, every once in a while you get it on sale like I did, and then you get to figure out what to do with it. So the one thing I am sure about is that I'm gonna need a fire to cook these. So let's start by getting that fire lit. So this, if you're new here, is Mace Windu. He is my La Piazza Toscana wood oven, and we're gonna be cooking our crab over wood in the wood-fired oven. So I'm gonna start by building myself a little log cabin here. I'm using hickory. That should be a good start to our fire. Let's get it lit. Do you guys know why crab is so expensive but never gives anything back? Because it's shellfish.
Well, you do it right there. Hell yeah.
All right, I'm gonna open up the chimney stack, let the air flow, and let's get that warmed up. We're gonna try to get it up to about 500 degrees. So for right now, I'm gonna break the crab up into sections here. So I got this one big section. I don't know what it's called. I call it the thigh. I'm sure that's not what it's called, but this is that thick section of the king crab. And then we've got this here that I call the knuckle, which I am positive is also not the right name for it. If you guys know the names for these parts, chime in and let me know. But right now I'm just trying to separate these. Now these knuckles have a meat that's nice and sweet, and I'm gonna go ahead and pick the meat out of here. This is expensive meat, so we wanna get as much of it as we can. I'm just gonna break this up with my fingers. I don't want any really big pieces for what I'm gonna do with this. Have you guessed what I'm doing with it yet? If you think you've figured it out, put a link in the comments now. No cheating. Don't come back and leave the comment after you see what I do with it. No cheating. Now let's take a look at these other pieces here. These that I was affectionately calling the thigh. We're actually gonna cut these open. So I've got shears here. So all I'm gonna do is take this top off here and set it on the side. So I'm exposing the leg meat in there. These I'm just gonna set out on my grill pan. So we're at 500 degrees on the oven. So let's get this fire set up so we can cook. So what I'm gonna do here is use the small pizza peel to move this fire over here against the side. That's gonna leave me lots of room to cook with over here on the right side, and places where I can put more wood to keep the fire going. Now I'm gonna put a cast iron skillet in here and let it start to preheat. Be right back. To finish prepping these, I'm gonna put avocado oil. The reason I'm not using extra virgin olive oil on these is because it will smoke too low. Avocado oil has a smoke point of 520 degrees Fahrenheit. We've got the oven running at 500 degrees, so we should be able to maintain the flavor there. I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of kosher salt, just a little bit of sweet paprika, an even smaller amount of cayenne pepper. You can skip this if you don't like spicy, and a bunch of cracked black pepper, freshly cracked from my pepper cannon. You guys see how much pepper's coming out of this thing? Let me set this on the side and we'll get on to
That's me.
All right, who had mushrooms? Okay, so I'm gonna put some avocado oil in here while I'm telling you this story. But one of my favorite food bloggers is named Bobby, and her food blog is Bobby's Cozy Kitchen. And I'll put a link in the description, and she does some amazing keto recipes. And many of you know I am keto. And one of them is a crab stuffed mushrooms. I've been wanting to make this for a long time, and I saw the crab on sale, and I quickly asked her, hey, Bobby, is it okay if I make your crab stuffed mushrooms on the show? It took her a little bit of time to get back to me and say yes, to which I replied, good thing, because I saw the ingredients in the store and I bought them all. So we're gonna make Bobby's crab stuffed mushrooms, but instead of in the oven, how she makes it, we're making them in the wood-fired oven. The first step here, as you can see, is I'm taking these mushrooms and I'm removing the stems, but I'm saving the stems. We're gonna use those. And then I'm using a spoon to get the gills out so that I can stuff them with crab meat. But again, we're saving everything. Now, Bobby's recipe calls for 16 mushrooms. I only have a dozen here. Bobby, forgive me. So I'm going to fine chop these stems because they're gonna go into our stuffing. All right, now I'm gonna grab a couple of green onions. So Bobby's recipe calls for 1/4 of a red pepper. I didn't want to use a red pepper, primarily because I'm wearing a red shirt and you wouldn't see it. Just kidding. I actually really like orange peppers better than red peppers. So I tend to cook more with orange and yellow peppers. All right, so we're gonna start by sauteing those vegetables, those mushroom stems, the pepper and the green onions in this skillet that we preheated. We're gonna saute these for about 5 minutes, maybe a little less. This is a nice hot skillet. All right, these look like they're ready to come out. Now, Bobby's recipe calls for 4 ounces of cream cheese. So this is half of a brick of the good stuff. This is the Philly, it's a Southie, don't mess with it. And we're gonna put that right over our hot stuff and that's gonna start to melt. And I'm gonna fold in crab meat. Now, I did not weigh this or measure it, but I can't imagine Bobby's gonna be mad at me for having too much crab meat in here with our cream cheese. And then we're gonna put
Virgo, does that look like real crab meat?
We showed it to you when he was breaking it apart, Stanley.
Yeah, that the little orange parts there, that doesn't look like real crab meat.
Have you ever had king crab?
It's been years.
You gotta break it apart and
I mean,
pick it out of the.
I actually grew up on the coast, so I know, blue crabs at least. Usually you don't have little orange pieces like that. That's not how crab meat works. So anyway, it was just a question.
put in salt. She calls for pink salt. I'm using kosher salt because I got it handy. And pepper. It doesn't look like that cream cheese is melting, so we're gonna have to manhandle it. Luckily, we have man hands handy. And we're just gonna mix this all up into a nice cream cheese based crab stuffing for the mushrooms. So now I'm just going to stuff a ball of this into each mushroom. I'm probably putting in more than I'm supposed to, but I don't care. Bobby, you can correct me in the comments if you're watching. I hope she's watching. I wonder if Bobby watches the show. Look at that. I put so much in the first couple of mushrooms. I don't have enough, so we're gonna spread it out. That's okay, we can spread the love here. I'm just gonna sprinkle a little grated Parmesan, kind of like we do when we're grilling oysters. All right, let's get these in the oven. Now, we're gonna cook these and the crab legs. Bobby says 350, 15 or 20 minutes. We're at 500 and we're gonna put these right next to the fire. So hopefully they're done in about 10. So we'll start with these. And then we're gonna put our crab legs, thighs, whatever we're gonna call those, over there. And boy, it looks like we've got a nice.
Well, that was my point. Unless he actually went and picked the crabs, like from the legs and claws and stuff like that, that's probably artificial crab meat. The legs are obviously being cooked separately.
Well, he showed where he was picking the crab meat out of and cut the ones in half and everything, and
okay, I missed
the knuckles and everything.
I missed that.
Showed that.
Gotcha.
Hot fire going. All
You
right.
missed the knuckles part, Stanley. You cooked the knuckles and got the meat out of it.
Yeah, he got all that crab meat out of knuckles.
Okay, it's decision time. I'm gonna start with the crab leg. All right, look at this. Definitely have a juicy crab leg. Holy! I've grilled crab legs a bunch of times. There's something about this wood-fired oven, Bobby. We're gonna see. I'm gonna cut into a mushroom. So got a little char on top, which I'm happy about. See what it looks like inside. Okay, well, it is juicy AF. That's stuffing there. Mushrooms nice and soft. Took about 12 minutes. Here we go. Yes, Bobby, you rock. This recipe, I mean, this would be amazing in the oven in the kitchen. Over wood fire with king crab. Yeah, this is something else. Hey, I'm 2 for 2 on the wood oven. If you didn't see the first video where I made the rack of lamb on the wood oven, I'm going to put it right here. If you've already seen that, watch this one over here.
Oh, yeah.
I think you're going to really like it. And I'll see you next time on Eat More Vegans. Thanks, Bobby.
Wasn't we talking about rack of lamb the other night, Stanley?
Yeah. And let's see here.
Eat gravy, it is healthy, and you can make this year-round whenever you feel like having something simple as well as easy, but at the same time.
Skillet food.
Namaskar and welcome to Curries with Boombi. First, coming to the aromatics, we need an onion. I do not like much of garlic for this recipe, but instead, I like using a good amount of ginger for that warmth. I also use celery, but this is totally optional. All of these enter into my handy-dandy magic churner, and here you go, all chopped up fine in the wink of an eye. But my friends, it is not at all necessary to have this gadget. I love using a lot of veggies for this recipe. Here is Mr. Potato, then green papaya, which is very good for the stomach, but you can use squash in place of papaya. I have also taken carrots and another small onion that I have cut like this. You can use any veggies of your choice, but I like using vegetables that hold on to their shape well after cooking. I also need a teaspoon of coarsely crushed black pepper. My friends, please make sure to use freshly crushed black pepper because those ground black pepper sold in cute bottles are very disappointing.
That's all I use.
And who knows what is mixed in them. Okay, oil heating up on medium heat. Add a bay leaf and a small piece of cinnamon stick along with
It's not fresh pepper. It's not it.
Immediately add the chopped onion, ginger, garlic, and celery. Stir for a few minutes and then add the chicken. I would highly recommend using chicken on bones. I have used only drumsticks, but you can also use chicken thighs or a combination of both. I added some black pepper and a sprinkle of salt and allow the chicken to sit on medium-high heat for a few minutes. Now, when you want to flip, if you see the chicken sticking to the bottom of the pot, then please
You just throw the chicken in there raw,
If you do so, then the meat may tear. Just give it a few more minutes and it will release by itself.
12 man. How else would she throw chicken in? Cooked? How do you get? What do you do with chicken in order to cook it? You got to put it in a pan, and generally, when you put it in the pan, it's raw. Is it not?
Yeah, but stirred up with a bunch of veggies like that, I don't know, man. It's just,
Okay, let me
kind of weird.
let me go ahead and level set you right now. If you need me to stop a video to comment, I'm more than willing to do it. But I have sat here for several hours with you just kind of injecting yourself over videos. It is not that entertaining. So I would ask you this time nicely, if you need me to stop a video, I am more than willing to do it. but I would also ask you not to just interject drunkenly over the videos, because I can't hear them, and possibly the folks in the chat can't either. And while I'm at it, this person is one of my favorite cooks. Basically, I started cooking Indian curries because I ran into her channel. One of the more interesting things that I guess Indian cooks do, at least this one, is they will take things, you know, the raw ingredients like bay leaves, cinnamon sticks, cloves, that sort of thing, and they will basically make seasoned oils. I love how she does that. A lot of one other thing that's different about her style of cooking is that when they cook onions, they don't just brown them, they literally cook them till they caramelize. So curries from scratch, I can make an Indian curry better tasting than I've ever had in a restaurant, and I'm not even good at Indian cooking. If you're inclined to that sort of thing, you know, to like Indian cooking, definitely cook it from scratch. It's not hard. It's a little, you know, the ingredients tend to be a little exotic, and they tend to put a lot of ingredients into single dishes, but the results are just incredible if you like Indian cooking, and I do. So anyway, that's my commentary.
Very good, Stanley.
Stir for a few minutes and then add the chicken. I would highly recommend using chicken on bones. I have used only drumsticks, but you can also use chicken thighs or a combination of both. I added some black pepper and a sprinkle of salt and allow the chicken to sit on medium-high heat for a few minutes. Now when you want to flip, if you see the chicken sticking to the bottom of the pot, then please no tug of war to try flipping it, because if you do so, then the meat may tear. Just give it a few more minutes and it will release by itself. Next, add the veggies. Notice how I have cut the veggies into large pieces. That's because I will be pressure cooking today. But you can follow this same recipe by not using a pressure cooker, and in that case you can cut the veggies a little smaller than I did. I also added salt and about 2 cups of hot water. You can also use chicken broth, and if you are using boneless chicken, then there will be far more reasons to use chicken broth. Then lid on, allow the cooker to come up to a full pressure on high heat. After that, lower the heat to low and pressure cook it for 15 minutes. If cooking in a regular pot, it will probably take 25 minutes for everything to become tender. In the meantime, in a bowl, add half a cup of cold milk and a third of a cup of water. Add about a tablespoon of all-purpose flour and stir very well till you get a smooth mix and there are no lumps. Now, if you're allergic to milk, you can use coconut milk or maybe chicken broth or just water. You can also use corn flour or rice flour in place of plain flour. Here are some frozen green peas thawing out. I add the beans near to the end to retain its green color. After 15 minutes of pressure cooking, allow all that pressure to be released naturally and then only open the lid of your cooker. The gravy looks like this, and you can have it in this way as well if you want to skip the thickening step or if you want to prefer the gravy to be light. I switched the heat back onto medium and added the green beans along with the milky flour mix. Keep it on medium heat for 5 minutes so that the flour gets cooked, the green beans get tender, and the gravy thickens up. My friends, please do try this recipe and please do not forget to send me your feedback because your feedback means a lot to me, and I'm requesting you to please help me by sharing these videos, and your likes are really very precious to me. Okay, at the end, add a teaspoon of vinegar or lemon juice for that freshness. Have this with a crusty bread. It is so comforting and satisfying, and I'm sure you will like it. I make this whenever I feel like having something light or if I'm feeling a bit
The fuck does he mean he doesn't do boiled food? The hell does he think a stew is? I don't suppose he's figured out that when you make chicken stock, most of the stock is water. That poor man. You still there, Virgo? Well, apparently she's fallen asleep too. Well, that is okay because I have plenty more.
Making a sub sandwich at home is not really even cooking. It's just.
Oh, good. This is actually one of the things I don't eat a lot of sandwiches these days, but every now and again I want to do something like this. And this dude, if I recall, oh no, he's not the guy I'm thinking about. But anyway, he's a YouTube chef, and this is about deli subs. And I actually will make the bread homemade. If you know how to do bread, make your own sub rolls. They are way better, like 10 times better than store-bought sub rolls. They actually have flavor.
Making a sub sandwich at home is not really even cooking. It's just assembling stuff. But why does the local deli, places like Wawa, or even grocery stores like Publix, where we have all...
Hey, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning, Stanley.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Just my penance for Sunday is over.
And where are we? Are you still in Savannah?
Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
Nice. You had a nice break there. That's good.
Yeah, we were here for about a week.
Is your son coming back with you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
school doesn't
starts
start
school
till January, right?
January 6th, so it's a week from tomorrow.
Oh, good.
So, he got to spend a week here. He'll get to spend a week at home. And then my father-in-law's coming down towards the end of this week. So, we'll get to see both grandparents. He only has grandpas left.
Wait, where's his other grandfather coming?
Up in Oak Ridge.
Is that also in Georgia?
Yeah, Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So actually, we live roughly equidistant.
Oh, wow.
It's about 4 hours. Excuse me. About 4 hours from Oak Ridge to my house.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. And it's about 4 hours from Savannah to my house. So.
And where you live, you have all 4 seasons?
Yeah, Carroll County. It's outside of Atlanta. So yeah, we definitely get all 4 seasons. Though winter isn't that bad. Last time we got like 6 inches of snow about 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, it was longer than that because I think my son was in 7th or 8th grade.
Oh, I see. We haven't been having harsh winters the last couple of years in New York, but this year it wasn't harsh, but it was extremely cold for like 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just so happy to like be home and not have to go out in that weather early in the morning for work.
Right.
What a blessing.
Well, a couple weeks ago, up in my neck of the woods, it got down to 27. So it will get cold.
Right. We got down to 7 degrees, Stanley. 7. It was freezing. But yeah, I'm glad he's going to be home with you, and I hope he gets to rest, Stanley. Don't work that young man.
Don't what?
Don't work him too much. Let him rest.
He hasn't been doing. Believe me, he hasn't been doing shit.
Good.
Really, the hardest he's worked is I made him straighten up his room because it had been, he had a bunch of clothes that were just thrown everywhere. So much so that, there were clothes he didn't take to college because he didn't feel like folding them, I guess. But other than cooking a couple meals that he wanted to cook, like tonight, he wants to make patty melts.
Ooh.
Well, he hasn't been, believe me, he hasn't been hoeing fields or anything like that.
Right. Okay. I don't know what happened to Tote Man. Looked like he left.
I don't know. Well, it was probably time for him to go. Apparently, he doesn't do boiled food. Which, well, how does he think stew? I mean, when you do a stew, you use water. I mean, the food, stews are boiled food. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Apparently, it's in his mind that the only way a real man should eat is if his food is smoked.
Wow. I like smoked food. I like stews also, especially this time of year. I like smoked food, specifically smoked herring. That is the best to me.
But the thing is for me, now I grew up in the South. We fucking barbecue everything. So, you know, smoked food, you can get tired of that smoky taste. Like a prime rib or something like that, I prefer it to be roasted rather than smoked. You know, that smoky taste doesn't taste.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you ruin I think steaks and stuff like that taste better either pan-seared or roasted. Smoking stuff for me works better for pork, and it works better for gamier meat. You know, beef isn't very gamey.
Fair.
Part of the reason, I mean, pork tastes good smoked, chicken tastes good smoked. I've had other types of game like venison or something like that tastes good smoked. It's a cool, you know, it's a cold cooking method. So, you know, you don't wind up roasting all the juices out. But you know, I don't know. I just, you know, smoking is a method, but it's certainly not the only method. So anyway, I'll go ahead and play this sub video.
Making a sub sandwich at home is not really even cooking. It's just assembling stuff. But why does the local deli, places like Wawa, or even grocery stores like Publix, where we have all the same ingredients, make subs or hoagies that people swear by? Well, today we're going to cover these 6 key sandwich tips that we can implement at home. Internet Shack helped us out with burritos, so I thought I would pick up the baton so we can all make better deli-style subs this summer.
So the 2 keys that I look for in a great sandwich are, firstly, it's got to be well seasoned but balanced flavors. And then secondly, it's got to have a satisfying texture. You know, as I bite through this, I want the chewiness from the bread, the satiation of the meats, little freshness and crunch from the vegetables, and then the sauces kind of help lubricate and tie everything together. So we're going to start at the top with the bread choice, because all of these guidelines or tips, if you want to call them that, kind of build on each other. And then I'll meet you back here for the taste test. Let's break it down.
Without good bread, you cannot have a good sandwich. And in my opinion, for a deli-style sub, the bread should be a long roll that is soft, yet chewy, and is sturdy enough to absorb some moisture from the sauces, vegetable, and all those meats and cheeses that we're going to pile on there. Now, if you have a sub roll that you love from the grocery store or a bakery, by all means, that is way easier. Just buy it. But for me, I do take the effort to make some. I take my standard hoagie roll recipe from the video I did a while back, and this time around I did some Italian herbs over the top before baking them. What results after baking is a beautiful bread that is ready to accept our meats and cheeses. I also did 2 hoagie rolls where I subbed in 20% whole wheat flour, which yields a slightly denser and chewier roll. Great subs start with great bread, but this is basically just the prerequisite. Let's get into the meat of it with number 2. Lubricate this sandwich well. Dry sandwiches are the worst, and to make a great deli sub, it must be lubricated appropriately. And I'm saying lubricants instead of condiments or sauces, because by lubricants, I mean anything that provides moisture to the hoagie. This could be, yes, the condiments and sauces, but also the meat choice, the fresh vegetables or pickled vegetables that you use. As far as sauces go, I think at the very least, some should be put on both the bottom and top piece of bread. And then for the meats, maybe if it's a little bit of a drier meat, you put some mustard in between the turkey and the pastrami like I did on this one. Now, on the other hand, sometimes you do want to limit the moisture, so you need to be conscious of this as well. For example, vegetables like tomatoes, cucumbers, or pickles have a lot more moisture, so maybe we need to dry off that excess instead of going straight from the jar and ending up with a wet, soggy mess. A well-lubricated sandwich improves both the texture in the mouthfeel as we chew it, and then maybe even more importantly, the lubricants help transport flavor compounds, which brings us to tip number 3, fat carries flavor. Very important here. As Samin Nosrat points out in her book, fats coat the tongue, allowing various aromatic compounds.
Just as an aside, homemade mayonnaise improves a sandwich astronomically. Just like the homemade bread. If you've got an immersion blender, making mayonnaise at home is way cheaper and takes a couple minutes, literally. And then you can season the mayonnaise. I made dill mayonnaise. I mean, you can make flavored mayonnaise as well. Chipotle mayonnaise, that sort of thing. Makes a great sandwich, just super improved. And I don't use the word super much.
I can see that being good. I just don't like mayo. I hate mayo. And I don't like deli meat. But I like deli meat, don't get me wrong, but I just don't eat it because it carries a lot of bacteria.
Well, yeah, I can see, any sliced or ground meat will.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Not
you
big on
can,
meat that much.
now the thing is, oddly enough, if you're really determined to do it, you can make things like pastrami and even pepperoni. You can make all kinds of things at home. It's just, sometimes they're time consuming and you got to store them to age. But I've made sausage at home. My blender, my kitchen made mixer thing.
Do you buy casing for it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you buy casing to stuff the sausage into it?
Oh yeah, you can buy casings.
Oh wow.
Yeah, just go online and buy them. Natural casings are what I usually get. And you can, they make like a sausage attachment for, I've got a KitchenAid mixer. You can get a meat grinder for it, which I've used. I actually tend to use my food processor, but I mean, I don't do it so much because I don't eat a lot of hamburgers. But I'll cut up a chuck roast, cut it up, cube it up, put it in your food processor, and make your own hamburger. That way you can cook the hamburgers to order. You don't have to, usually if you get like regular hamburger from the grocery store, you've got to cook it well done. I like my hamburgers a little raw, medium maybe. So you get a steak, you get a
But
roast.
you're not using ground beef, obviously.
No, if you use ground beef, you've got to cook it.
Cook it
well
all the way
done.
through. Yeah.
Right. If you take a chuck roast and wash the surface, and you should wash your meat if you're going to make hamburger.
Right.
Yeah, you grind it up in a food processor or a meat grinder. You got hamburger. You can cook it any way you want it.
That sounds
It
good.
ju-
I haven't had a hamburger in a while, but I do love burgers.
Yeah, just-
nowadays I eat like salmon burgers, but I do get that concept. That sounds really good.
Well, it's funny. It's funny. Now the thing is people don't tend to have time these days to do these, kind of drawn out processes. That's why I think everybody, like I'm telling my son, for instance, you know what? You need to go get a good job, be wise with your money so you can fucking retire at 50 and, still be young enough to kind of enjoy your time. It's a huge difference. So, People need to think about that if you have the
You're
opportunity.
100% right, Stanley. You're 100% right.
And if
And
you
I
can,
find like cooking to be a little therapeutic for me. Like,
oh yeah, cooking is huge. And I just wish everybody could do stuff that they want to do. The world would be happier, but unfortunately you can't.
yes. Well, I just wanted to say good morning to Chris Reed in the chat.
Hey,
And
Chris.
he had a question for you, Stanley. He says,
Yeah, about the
Mr. Stanley,
barbecue
can you
pit.
ask? Yeah.
I
Doesn't matter
don't
what
think
pit you use.
it depends. It depends on so many things. It depends on what you're cooking, but I would say by and large, if it's just like you want to make smoked chicken, you like smoked chicken, it doesn't really matter what type of smoker you use. What matters more is what you burn, whether you're using like oak wood or charcoal or wood chips. That will matter. Now, it will depend on the pit. If you make a bunch, like you need to feed a whole army of people, yeah, you'll want a big ass brick barbecue pit or a big ass, one of these industrial sized smokers. If it's just
And are these
me,
pits,
for
can you buy
me,
them separately, or are they like built in? Are they built in somewhere, or can they be
what up?
purchased like a grill almost?
Well, I mean, you can buy a grill. I had one of these little R2D2 Weber grill things. My father and I, about 40 years ago, built a brick barbecue pit that we still have, and it's still usable. And you could literally put a whole hog on it. Right outside on my porch at home, I've got one of these refrigerator looking smokers, with 6 shelves. I can cook a bunch of stuff in there, but it's electric. So I use these little wooden hickory disc things. It's like little hockey pucks, but they burn and create smoke. So it just depends. A lot of it depends. I mean, it can depend on how your food tastes, but it doesn't necessarily have to. It's hard to describe, but there's so many moving parts that it's a hard question to answer. But just your basic, I want smoked chicken, doesn't really matter what you use. So we'll go back to this video. And there was something, Chris, Chris, the sandwich you mentioned, that's not a Cubano median note. Are you familiar with this?
The medianoche? No.
Yeah, I've never had
I would
it.
have to look it up.
Yeah, let me look it up right quick. Well, I'll look it up on YouTube. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, we'll look that up next. It looks like a Cubana. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, I think. So we'll watch this video, then we'll go.
Compounds to stay in contact with our taste buds for longer, which intensifies and prolongs our experience of various flavors. Simply put, making a sub sandwich at home is not really even cooking. It's just assembling stuff. It's in oil like roasted, and it pairs perfectly well with an Italian hoagie and helps transport those flavors throughout the sandwich. Second, you can try dressing your vegetables with a vinaigrette. So instead of adding that dressing over the top, just mix it right with your onions and lettuce, which is going to help transport and make everything cohesive, just like a dressed salad. Thirdly, vegetables in oil like roasted or hot peppers can be another great addition too. Now, moving to tip number 5 is always season your vegetables. I think there's 4 main methods of seasoning your vegetables when it comes to sandwiches, and these are salt them, dress them, pickle them, and roast them. I hope most of us have tried a salted tomato versus an unsalted one at this point, but also adding a sprinkle of salt to some raw lettuce or onion too can have a nice effect that rounds out a sandwich. There's a reason why most deli spots ask if you want salt and pepper on your hoagie. It really works. Now, if you don't want to add plain salt to your vegetables, try placing salty chips underneath them. It's a delicious and crunchy way to make those vegetable flavors pop. Like I just mentioned, dressing them is a perfect way to bring those flavors to your taste buds. And just looking at this, I'll take a layer of this dressed lettuce and onions instead of just regular raw lettuce and onions any day. Next, you all know how I feel about pickled items. They give you the acidity, the crunch, and the freshness. And then lastly, roast them. Roasted peppers or caramelized onions are completely transformed into a savory and sweet vegetable that could be just what your sandwich needs. Whatever veggies you end up choosing for your sandwich, just think about how you are going to season them. Let's talk sandwich construction. So everyone probably has their own opinions here, so I'm going to generalize and just say craft your sandwich thoughtfully. As far as meats, cheeses, and vegetables and condiments go, we pretty much have access to all the same ingredients, or in some cases, the deli meats we get at the grocery store are even better than some chains, looking at you, Subway. So how we construct them should be done with some thought. My basic blueprint starting from the bottom roll is this: bread, sauce, meats, more sauce, optionally, cheese, chips, if you're adding them, vegetables, sauce, and bread. For example, giving this some thought, if we slid the tomato in the middle of the sandwich, this is sure to leave you with a slip and slide waiting to happen. Also, if you have a lot of moisture in your components, placing a fat-based sauce like mayo on both sides of the bread will help protect moisture from sogging up the bread. Additionally, think about your meat and flavor combinations. If you have 5 different meats, don't throw everything on one sandwich because then the flavors kind of get lost. Try to get meats or cheeses that work together. For example, to craft my Italian sub, I first placed the Italian herbs rolled down, added some of the garlic and basil lemon mayo, then my meats, which were black forest ham, salami, and pepperoni. Next, a couple slices of provolone, then the dressed lettuce and onion before hitting it with the salted tomatoes over the top, and finally that sauced piece of bread. These flavors work with and complement each other. Sure, you could add bacon, American cheese, and sweet pickles to this and it'll still taste good, but it kind of muddies up the flavor profile. Another one of my all-time favorite combos is turkey and pastrami, and I place down the partial whole wheat roll with plain mayo, then the pastrami, and before laying the turkey down, I put a bit of mustard on. Then I place the provolone cheese, the kettle chips, lettuce, pickled onions, and tomatoes before adding that top roll with mayo on it. It's nothing crazy, but it's just a well thought out sandwich. Now, before we devour these things, there's one last thing to do: wrap it. This may seem superfluous to do at home, but wrapping the sandwich does a really cool thing. It applies even pressure all around the sub, and the benefits of this are: 1, the texture is more cohesive; 2, we can add more stuff inside without it spilling out; and 3, the lubricants can go to work transporting the flavors. Now, obviously, you have to have built a sandwich worth wrapping using the previous tips, but I think the sandwich wrap is probably one of the biggest things that you can do to make that sub that you make at home feel special. Wrapping it evenly compresses it from all sides, which makes those ingredients get to know each other. I prefer using wax paper over parchment paper, but both work here. And for a large sub, I get out 2 squares to kind of create a large diamond, then place the sandwich on the overlapping point before folding in the sides and just rolling that up as tight as possible. After wrapping it, you can even let it sit for a couple minutes before slicing and enjoying. And you can just see how loose this sandwich was before wrapping. If I had tried to take a bite out of that, we were definitely going to be spilling out all over the sides compared to this tightly wrapped bundle of joy that I have now. It's time to enjoy our hoagies.
All right, everybody. So I can already tell without tasting that these are the best hoagies or subs that I've ever made. Like, this one just has, it's got the Italian hoagie smell that I know it's going to be good, but Let's taste test. Absolutely, hands down, best I've ever made. I mean, it's so nice because you can really taste all of the different components. You get the basil and garlic mayo, you get the meats, and then you get the cheese, the vegetables, and everything tied together. It's not dry. It's really moist, nice, and like just.
Oh, boy.
It's so hard to describe. I mean, it's just really, really good. Easily the best Italian hoagie I've ever made. But now we're gonna move to this one, which is another one of my favorite combos. Is the turkey and pastrami.
Oh my god, I used to love pastrami.
I still do.
It's another winner. You know, you get the meats in there, and then this one's really nice because of that layer of mustard that we added in between the meats. You get that in the middle there, which is really nice. And then we kept this one pretty simple with the lettuce, tomato, a little bit of pickled onions, some chips on there.
I've actually done it.
I think sometimes just the simpler the better. Don't try to overdo it with tons and tons of toppings. Stick to like a couple of key things so you get those flavors that come through. That's going to wrap it up for me in this one, guys. Hopefully you have enjoyed. If you make a sandwich with any of these tips, would love to see. Send it to me on Instagram. I'll catch you all in the next one. Peace.
Yeah. What I think what he did with the shredded lettuce, he put a vinaigrette on there. It kind of reminds me of like how they pickle the like carrots and peppers and onions in the Caribbean when they make the escovitch.
Right.
I could see that being really good and tangy.
This I know who Real Black is. I don't. We can play this, but I'm not sure if there'll be any copyright issues or not. I know, for instance, he has a problem getting his channel monetized. I think because he gets a lot of he plays a lot of movies and stuff, and I think he runs into copyright issues sometimes. I think that's what he said. I've seen him. He every now and again he'll do a live show.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you should risk it.
I don't know. This looks like something that probably nobody's watched in about a million years.
It might be okay. I
Yeah,
also put something in the private chat too. I don't know if you had a chance to see it.
No, you're talking about the conspiracy to destroy black boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try it. It looks like some sort of documentary. I'm guessing that no
If
one
it's the
will.
one I've seen before, it's more like a. It's not really a documentary. It's like
Yeah, I think it is.
Really? Maybe I said the wrong one. It was like he was talking to like a room full of like people. Almost like a TED Talk, but not TED. Like years before TED existed. He was like just like in a room with people who paid to be there. But did you find out what exactly the Medianoche is, or?
Yeah, I think it's a regular Cubana, or what I call a Cubana. Let's find out.
Because the title makes it sound like two different things: the Cuban and Medianoche sandwich.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
Two very popular Cuban traditions.
Well,
the Cuban
apparently they're two.
and the Medianoche sandwich. What makes a true Cuban sandwich is the exact combination of ingredients. It's a very simple recipe. I think that what makes a Cuban sandwich so universally appealing is because it's a combination of ingredients that are almost universally loved. To start, we're going to use delicious Cuban bread. Now, Cuban bread is similar to French bread. Important to have a nice crust, crispy crust, especially after we toast it. But the center cannot be as dense as a French bread. It's got to be lighter. If the center's too dense, you're going to take away from the delicious taste of the ingredients that fill the sandwich.
The sandwich gets its name because it was a common treat eaten after a late night of dominoes or dancing. Hence the name medianoche or midnight sandwich. Now, after getting the perfect bread, it is time to fill that bed with just the right ingredients. We need to first start with some delicious roast pork. Now, the roast pork is a very important part of why the Cuban sandwich is Cuban. The pork adds a Cuban touch as it is slow roasted with plenty of mole, which is a delicious citrus and garlic marinade. Then we use some delicious mild deli ham, Swiss cheese, pickles, and mustard. Toasted and flattened Cuban sandwich. Restaurants use a special press called a plancha. Think panini press without the ridges. What makes a Cuban sandwich great is that they are pressed between two hot plates of the plancha. You end up with a sandwich that is thin, hot, and crispy. Toasted crispy bread is a very important characteristic of a well-made Cuban sandwich. Yes, we serve our Cuban and medianoche sandwiches with French.
Now, you know what you'd use at home, right? For a press?
Well, I have a panini press at home.
Oh,
I
okay.
probably use that.
Well, what I usually, what I've seen done actually on YouTube is people will take a brick and cover it in aluminum foil and then use a press that way.
Oh, that's interesting. How do they heat the brick up?
Well, you don't. I mean, it's
Oh.
you put it like it's in a pan, so you just put the brick on top to weight it down to make it flat. And I guess if you want, you could flip it, after a while. But yeah, I've seen that used instead of, hey, if you don't have a panini press, use this.
Okay. And it seems like the medianoche is kind of like on a Hawaiian roll type of bread.
Well, they say egg bread, so I mean, like when I make sandwich bread, like when I actually make, I haven't done it in a couple of years, but I actually make baguettes. But
Yeah.
that's just salt water, flour, and yeast. And I actually have, I forget what it's called, but there's like a little crenulated thing that you make French bread baguettes with. I actually have one of those. Yeah, I do. I actually know how to make bread. So for sandwich bread, I just always use 1 or 2 eggs. It makes the bread more, well, it gets rid of some of the flakiness of it. Makes the bread more bendable, chewy.
And then how do you sweeten it? Because he said there was like a sweet egg bread. Like, what is the sweet factor?
Well, the egg bread is just you add eggs. That's pretty much it. And sometimes you'll add oil also, just to make it chewy. Sandwich bread is different than like baguette bread, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. My
And the
favorite
sandwich-
bread is brioche. I love brioches.
Well, see, brioche has butter and eggs
Oh, okay.
and milk, for that
And milk,
matter.
yes, it's true.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I make brioche hamburger buns.
Oh, yummy. I use
yeah.
brioche hamburger buns myself, but I also like Trader Joe's during the fall season. They have this pumpkin brioche, and it's good toasted, and it's good as like French toast. It's just so.
Yeah, that's just adding pumpkin to the brioche to the brioche dough. It's actually not hard. It's really weird. I started making bread as a project just for stuff me and my son could do. And I've actually, believe this or not, I can make a pie from scratch, including the crust. I can pretty much bake. And I didn't intend to, but I told you about that time after my wife died. My son knows that I knew that I hated baking and all that stuff. So he goes to my sister-in-law. He goes, I guess, what did he say? He said something like, I guess my life of cookies is over. And I was just like, damn, talk about make me feel guilty. Hey, John. My son thought after my wife died, he would never have homemade cookies again.
Good morning, Sally. Give me cakes, Virgo.
Hey there.
Morning, John. I think Virgo fell asleep.
Hey, good morning. You able to hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
good morning.
Yeah, my Virgo's been in
How's
and
everything
out.
going? How's everything going this morning?
Oh, pretty good.
Good.
Just and better now that 12th man is gone.
Yeah,
First,
12th man was up late last night, huh?
Well, he and Solid Snake, I am so over those two feeding off of each other. And apparently because you're here, they think they can get away with more. And I really, it's gotten to a point to where I do not enjoy having them on the panel at all. So
take them down this time.
Well, I tried not to because, I tried not to last night because, believe it or not, that behavior was pretty light compared to some of their answers.
Yeah, I saw him last night. Yeah.
Well, they're showing off, but just like little kids. But let me finish this, and then there's actually something you might be interested in coming on next, John.
Fries. But since these sandwiches are so huge, my favorite is the half sandwich combo with black bean soup and a soft drink for only $6.95. Delicioso.
Cubanos.
That's why I've heard of Yaya's. What is that?
Is it in Atlanta? Hold on
I
one
don't
second.
know.
Oh, no.
I think they have a lot of yayas though.
Yeah, I think I saw. I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's in.
Morning, going
Well,
down.
no, it's in Florida. There's one in Florida.
Oh, that makes sense.
Maybe I've seen it in Florida.
Orlando. You would think there'd be more than one.
I think there's a lot of yayas in that. Like, a lot. It's like a common name for like a.
No, you're
Latin
thinking
restaurant.
of Wawa.
I don't even know what. I mean, I've
The
seen
one in New
Wawas
York,
the
you
South.
think of is Sophie's. The one in
No,
New
but
York
they
is
have
Sophie's,
yayas.
right?
Like they have a yaya's Latin restaurant here in Brooklyn.
Oh, really?
They do?
Okay.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
that's
a
why
lot
I've
of.
seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
Well, it
customary that they
says,
use
it
that type of
says
name.
it's a colloquial term for grandma.
Oh, that's probably why you've seen it, Kim. You probably can't trademark Yaya if it's grandma. And so
Apparently
you
not.
may have seen it in New York, but it may not be
Well,
the
that
same
makes a lot of
company.
sense.
Yeah.
I'm switching
Yaya.
over to my laptop. So bear with
Here
me.
is your video here. Let me put this in. Copy that link. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens here.
And now, here is Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu with his penetrating presentation of countering the conspiracy to destroy Black boys.
There's no topic that concerns me more than the one on the conspiracy to destroy Black boys. And the reason is when our little boys are in preschool and primary grades, they're very innocent and very enthusiastic about learning. But something happens to that, and we need to find out what that is. My younger son is on the cover of this particular book, and I would like for him to grow up to be a man. Like many of you already told me, that you have sons and male students as well. Now, there's two parts of the conspiracy, volume 1, and this is volume 2. In volume 1, we raised 4 questions. First question is, when did the conspiracy start? Who is against Black boys? Why is there a conspiracy against them? And what exactly is the conspiracy? That's in volume 1. In volume 2, we look at the relationships between mothers and their sons. That must be studied. We also must look at female teachers and Black male students. That must also be studied. We must look at some case studies. In other words, many of us are doing a very good job developing Black boys to be men. What is it that some of us are doing that others are not doing? And then last but not least, a program called the Rites of Passage into Manhood. See, it used to be we knew when Black boys became men, but now many of us don't know when we're men. It's how much reefer we smoke, how much wine we drink, how many babies we make. Until Black men spell it out to Black boys what it means to be a man, this conspiracy will continue. But let's go back to volume 1. When did it start? And as we begin to look at that, I want to also share with you why we call it a conspiracy to destroy black boys. You see, contrary to belief at birth, there are more black boys born in the world than there are girls. It's close, but it's 1.03 black boys born in the world to 1.0 black girls. Hear me clearly. At birth, black boys outnumber black girls 1.03 to 1.0. A brief 18 years later, it is now 1.0 available, and that's a key word, available black men to 1.8 available black women. Almost 2 adult women for every 1 adult man. Now, the only question that should be going through your minds right now is what happened? We keep raising the wrong question. We keep asking, why do black men hang on corners? Why do black men lack direction? Well, you ask this question, you answer the question 18 to 30 years too late. It is not a conspiracy to destroy black men. It's a conspiracy to destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man. Not gonna look around the room and tell you know where are they. If they are not available to black women, where are they? Call the roll. In jail, there are 329,000 brothers in prison right now. 1 of every 4 brothers will go to prison. Where else? Or death. There's numerous ways that we die. Homicide, suicide, drugs, war, high blood pressure, and the leading killer among black men, lung cancer. Our love for cigarettes, especially cool. Smoke them all day long, die the exact same way. Cool. Where else? We have prison, death. What else to make us unavailable to black women? Yes, homosexuality. As you said earlier, 1 of every 9 men in this country are homosexual. Where else? Yes.
Hospitalized, institutionalized.
Okay, so institutionalization, and there's not only in terms of hospitals, but also mental institutions. And of course, when they get released, many times.
You believe all this? This is kind of old, Stanley. Do you still believe?
Of the large popular area. Themby?
Do I believe what he's saying?
Yeah, you know, I was going. Well, maybe I should say it's kind of dated. Do you think it still applies?
No.
Or if it applies, even if
this sort of thing is kind of. Oh, hold it. This sort of thing is kind of weird. I heard Francis Welsing talking on the Phil Donahue, one of those old things. I think a lot of this stuff we have moved on from.
You talking about the lady Francis Chris?
Yes, yeah, she's a MD.
You talking about the lady Francis Chris? Is what you talking about?
Yes, Francis Cress Wilson.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah. I know
I
you're
think
talking
there
about. Yeah.
might be. I think there might be more homosexual men
Yeah.
today than 1987.
Well, I don't think there are more. I think more have come out of the closet. I personally don't think we're creating homosexuals. I think it's the same number, or somewhere near it. It's just people are more willing to come clean about it.
Do you think it's better for? Do you think it better for us? For society to where the homosexuals just naturally stay in the closet versus being flamboyantly out of the closet? What do you think? You kind of
Well, I mean,
worlds.
I think what it's better to do is you don't have to be flamboyant, but I think it's better to be who you are. I'm sure you can come out of the closet without being flamboyant.
I mean,
But
you know, probably with gay people.
I don't think it's better to hide who you are.
You know, when you were growing up, and I don't mean to get off topic. I ask you this, and then we go on. When you were growing up, and I remember growing up, and you could identify the people that were seemingly homosexual, at least the men, and at a very early age.
The problem is, yes, you can, but never reliably.
Well, I wasn't about to say that. I was going to say that even with all that, as kids, we knew who would lean in that direction, but they got treated fairly.
Now, where I want to correct you, and I think it is actually a correction, is that it's never 100% correct. I mean, people say I am, and no, I'm not. So people get it wrong is my point. Who you think might be, might not necessarily be, but if you think someone is, it may influence how you behave towards them. And if you're treating someone like they're a homosexual and they're not, you're actually doing a disservice to them and yourself.
But my thing is like, why is it important to know? Like,
So Hold on one second. So therefore, it is better to be who you are and have people accept you. Just whether they approve of you or not doesn't really matter. It's that they know who you are. Don't have to be flamboyant, but you should always be yourself.
But I kind of feel
So,
like the whole idea of coming out is a setup itself, just because like it doesn't, like, all right, like John said, we can kind of tell who the queer people are, even if we might get it wrong. It's not 100%.
I don't agree with John. I don't agree with the premise. So I heard what John says, but I don't agree with it.
Understood. So it's not 100% foolproof, but at the same
Therefore,
time,
you shouldn't be doing it.
so at the same time, why do we need to know who other people go to bed with? That's private.
You
I don't need to
don't.
know. I don't need
Whoa,
to know
whoa,
who
whoa.
everyone goes to
You
bed
don't.
with to treat them with respect, dignity, and
You
respect.
don't. You don't need to
So
know.
then why come out?
Okay, well, what do you mean? What is coming out to you? I mean, coming out isn't getting
Like,
coming
announcing
out
to the
isn't
world
getting
who
on
to go to bed with. Why do we
coming
need to
out
announce
isn't
to the
getting
world?
on the news and letting people know who you sleep with.
They're not getting. They're
When
not
I
getting
say
on the
when I
news.
say come out, I don't mean you take out a
They're
newspaper
letting
ad.
people know. They're letting people know publicly, whether it's in their social circle or sphere,
Okay, who
that
says coming out has to
who
be
they're
public?
sleeping with. We don't need to know who they're
Okay,
sleeping with
apparently,
to respect them.
can you hear me?
Yes, Stanley. We can all hear
Okay,
you.
coming out doesn't have to be a public announcement.
Then who are you coming out to?
Well, your family
Yourself?
maybe. Your family maybe.
Okay. Well, why does
Okay,
your
so
family have to
even
be
if you
with them?
do it to even if you do it to your family, that doesn't necessarily mean the public needs to know it.
And when I ask queer people this question, the answer I get is, well, I don't. People will say like, oh, like automatically assume that I date women, or they might assume, and that might not be the case. But
Okay,
people
well,
always,
if someone says, "Hey, I want to fix you up with some woman," just say I don't date women.
thank you. So that's been my response to the queer people. Like, you don't have to come out and tell people who you go to bed with. You could just say no.
Well,
Like,
no, you should tell someone, "Hey, I don't date girls," so they don't keep fixing you up with girls.
just tell them don't fix me up with anybody. I don't need you to do that.
Well, that's a way to do it too.
I think the whole coming out thing messes things up, and it creates more prejudice
Okay.
instead
Well,
of people just keeping it private.
Well, like you said, that's what you think. Other people might not agree with you.
Understood.
Any other? Shall I go on playing?
Yes. Yes. Dad.
Okay, interracial marriages. Now I want to pause here for a moment because you would think if anybody is going to marry outside the race, it would be black women. You got 2 black women for every 1 black man. But as Slimmy pointed out, it's exactly the opposite. There are 164,000 interracial marriages, of which 116,000 are brothers. That means 48,000 sisters. It's almost a 2-to-1 ratio of black men to black women marrying outside the race. But remember, as you said in the earlier workshop, if the definition of beauty is light skin, long hair, and blue eyes, why stop with Renee, the light-skinned sister? Why not get you the real thing? There's some serious problems here. And then black men tell me, I can't find a black woman to understand me. You mean out of 20 million black women, you can't find one to understand you? You don't need a white woman, you need a psychiatrist. But that's another workshop on relationships. But I just want to share with you, we got some very serious problems. But to tease this audience, black women are tired of being by themselves. And in the earlier issue of Essence magazine, the article said, guess who's coming to dinner now? Black women are tired of being by themselves. In other words, brothers, you can't have it both ways. You can't have 2 black women to choose from and still marry a white woman. You can't have it both ways. Black women are tired of being by themselves.
Let it rip, Stanley. I said, let
When
it rip.
was this, Stanley? When was this?
When was it?
When was this, Stanley?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, when
It's got to be. It's got to be back in the. It's got to be back in the 70s.
It says 1987.
Okay. Well, one point I wanted to make about that statement he's making about black women not wanting to be alone. Well, today, it would be a Kevin Samuels saying, you know, hey, you don't have to be alone, just lower your standards. You know, everybody's not going to be a high value man. So that's how I would address that statement.
That's fair.
Now, that's with regards to the stats, why we wrote the book, because we saw the shortage of black men. But what we want to begin to find out is, when did it start? You see, it's called the fourth grade syndrome. Studies show that black boys may be the best students in the country up until the fourth grade. So we wanted to find out what your son, a male student, was doing at the beginning of the third grade, then at the end of the seventh grade, and then measure the progress. Let me give you 3 examples. We had a little boy 5 years ago on an Alba reading test score at the 98th percentile in the country. In other words, a walking genius. That means only 2% male, female, white, or black had a higher score than he at the beginning of the third grade. At the end of seventh grade, the same boy now drops down to the 35th percentile. Engineer potential here, pimp or pusher now, scores should have improved 5 years, instead they only improved 1.3. 2 more examples. We had a little boy at the 92nd percentile. He dropped down to the 24th percentile, and his scores only improved 2.1. But let me give you the average example. We had a little boy at the 63rd percentile. He dropped down to the 4th percentile, and his score didn't improve a year, a month, a week, not even a day. There are 3 critical stages in black boys' development: infancy to 9, 9 to 13, and 13 to 18. You see, it's easy to see the negative behavior here when he's already dropped out, laid about some street corner lacking direction. It's more difficult to see it around 9 years of age, when they begin to sit further in the back of the class, when they begin to ask less questions, when their ball becomes more important than their book, when they begin to cheat on their tests. We appeal to you to turn your sons and male students on early. Teach them how to read early. Teach them the beauty of being black and believing in God early. But many of us have waited, and we have waited almost too late to develop black boys to be men. You know what I'm getting at. America spends $2,300 on Head Start. They spend $38,000 on prison. If Reagan wanted to balance the budget, I can show you save about $36,000 per person. It's much easier to educate than it is to incarcerate. Now you raise the questions. How long do you stay in Head Start? Year? 2 years is the most? How long do you stay in prison? The rest of your life? Question number 1. Question number 2, does Head Start work? A 19-year study documents that Head Start works, but in prison, 85% of the inmates that get released go right back in. But as Jesse Jackson says, we have 2 choices. We can either send me to Penn State or to State Penn. It's your choice.
Stanley, do you believe Head Start works?
We have got to find ways to intervene.
It does.
Now, we have a whole
I
workshop
know you like Stanley,
just
but it's
on
proven.
the
It
fourth
works.
grade syndrome. I now want
Stanley, do you believe
You know
Head Start
what?
works?
I don't know. I mean, it sounds good. I've never interacted or looked up the statistics.
You didn't send
Uh,
your son to Head Start?
No,
Why? I didn't go to Head Start either. I'm curious to know why you didn't send your
well,
son.
neither did I. Well, Kim's the teacher or the educator.
Yeah, well,
Well,
Head
but you're a
Start has
parent.
Head Start has financial criteria, so
Well,
not
as a
everyone
parent, I
qualifies.
don't know. I've never needed to use it.
But not
I
everyone
mean,
qualifies for Head Start. They're
well,
qualified.
well, Head Start is like pre-kindergarten, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's
you know,
designed for
pre-K.
certain groups of people.
Yeah,
It's
my
single
son
mothers.
actually never went to daycare. He went directly to
Mm,
kindergarten.
Head
mm.
Start's not available to everyone. It's designed for like single parents, parents who are in school trying to get their GED or go to college, and it has income limits.
It's mostly a poverty program. Let's be honest.
Hmm
Head Start is mostly a poverty program. May have had good intentions, but it, ultimately turned into a warehousing of poor kids. Is that fair? This is my interpretation of how it's evolved.
I mean, I think there's a lot of ways to warehouse people. A lot of poor kids don't even really go to school-based programs. And I've done extensive research on Head Start myself. It was my actual grad school thesis, and it is proven to work, especially for children living in poverty.
My question, when you say warehousing, it sounds like a daycare program.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately what it really becomes. And there could be some programs clearly where it works. But I remember where I grew up, and I think I grew up right around the start of the Head Start. It may have started by in the early 70s, so it was catching on right when I was, coming of age in the 80s. And I remember even then there was a stigma to it that, working class blacks like yourself or like my mother and father, they weren't going for Head Start, even all the way back then, that they knew that, like, I can't send my children to school with those people, right? And I know that's why I didn't go. And we weren't rich, we just weren't poor enough to settle at that level. And I think that it is really just a class system, whereas very few blacks, of any means will send their children to Head Start with other poor blacks. And I think that's the brutal honesty of it. And that's why so many, like yourself, Stanley, your child, Kimmy Cakes, I don't know if Kimmy Cakes went, but not many black people of any means will send their child there. And it's been like that since I was a child.
I just always assumed it was for kids who, for one reason or another weren't exposed, to, I don't know, reading or, anything like that. I mean, I actually know it exists, but I don't know the details of it.
That's correct. It's usually to help them become school ready and expose them. Now, I don't know about other states, but now in New York, we have something called 3K. So they eliminated Head Start and they just put 3-year-olds in normal school, in regular school.
Man, that is wow. That is
I like to say the Head Start was a jobs program for black women, in my opinion. Because most of these was in the ghettos, and they mostly would be there, and they weren't teaching much. They weren't certified teachers, and it mostly just be daycare, giving out lunch. Free lunch. It'll be a free lunch program attached to it for the summertime to make sure that the kids are fed. And in my hometown here, they used to feed a lot of other people, teenagers and stuff, at the same facility that they housed the pre-K kids, the Head Start kids. So to me, it was like what it has evolved into today, where, you see these inner cities in the summertime, they put a lot of effort into making sure that they feed the kids in the summer. And Head Start was like one of those conduits to allow them to easily have the infrastructure up. The kitchen's already open because you got the pre-K kids. What's making another 150 sandwiches for the neighborhood? That's kind of how I saw it.
Antoine in the comments says that this video is accurate. 7 of his friends ended up in prison.
Who went to Head Start?
I don't know about the Head Start, but he didn't specify what was accurate about the video. Maybe just the decrease in the test scores, like what we're seeing on the chart. But he said he believes the video is accurate and that 7 of his friends went to prison.
What struck me was he mentioned Head Start, and I'm like, would that same guy today, looking back at the historical data of Head Start, consider Head Start a failure or a success? To be interesting.
Let's see here. Provides comprehensive early childhood education, health, nutrition, and parent involvement services to low-income children and families.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that when I did my study in grad school, the quality of Head Start programs, it does vary from place to place, from state to state. And in places where it's like incredibly like rural and poor, they may not have the best quality Head Start teachers. Whereas someplace like New York City, a Head Start program will thrive because they're able to get top quality teachers to not only operate the programs, but educate the children who are there.
I'm going to put this link in the background for Georgia Head Start. If anybody's interested, because I'm interested in exactly where it's offered. So I'll put that in the back.
I want to ask you, what are some of the reasons you feel to explain why Black students, especially Black boys, were doing so well K through 3, and now scores declining in the intermediate and upper grades? What explains it? Yes.
The learning style changes abruptly in 4th grade from what might have been more right brain activities in the primary grades into all of a sudden all left brain activities.
Okay, so a change in learning styles or methodology from the teacher, from a holistic learning style to a left brain. Okay, very good. Any others?
Yes.
I think that there's a lot of rejection on the part of the female teachers in the classroom.
And the rejection increases with the upper grades? Why do you think it increases?
Because of the students, perhaps his natural makeup, hyperactivity and that sort of thing.
And that may be increasing. Well, it may be increasing because we're now expecting them to stay in school or stay in a chair even longer. Okay. Any others that contribute to this fourth grade syndrome? We have a change in learning style. We have the teacher's outlook on the student. What else? Yes.
The student becomes more culturally aware and differs significantly from the teacher often.
Okay. So the child's now becoming more aware of their culture and racial identity. Okay. Very good. Any others? The major reason you have not given yet, and maybe that's why this problem is still with us, Terry. First name is Richard. I'm sorry, Richard.
Well, the peer group starts to form and become stronger about the peer group.
And that's unfortunate, Richard, that you said that, because as the age increases, peer pressure is on the increase, while parental involvement is on a decrease. I don't know who told parents when your child gets older, they need less of your time rather than more. When I speak to Head Start parents, 80% of them are there. Elementary school, 30%. High school, almost a joke. We have to work on that. That's another workshop too, on parenting all the way through, not just in those quote unquote tender years. But the major reason, it's not on the board yet. Still looking for it. Yes, go in.
I think too that young boys, and particularly young Black boys, in the primary grades, they have many mother figures, and they have very few men figures, and particularly Black male figures. And I think it makes a big difference come grade 4.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think it's the major reason. And let me now get my first position. I sincerely believe that only men can make boys men. Now don't misquote me. I didn't say that a single female parent or female teacher cannot rear or educate her child, but she need not do that by herself. But she calls upon her father, her brother, an uncle, a male neighbor, a nephew, a coworker. There needs to be some men in our children's lives. I want you to explain to me how a boy is going to grow up to be a man if he's never seen any. In order to be anything, you must see it first. Remember in the earlier workshop, and I'll go through this very quickly, from the University of Michigan, we wanted to find out what the major influence on children. We said 1950, it was home, school, church, peer group, and television. And then we gave you 1980. Home was still number 1, peer group in the number 2 position, television 3, school dropped down to number 4, church last on the list. Let's go back to my statement. My statement said that only men can make boys men. Now let's see where Black boys are going to find men. Let's first of all look at his home. 62% of all Black children live in a single-run household. It's a very good chance he would not find a man here. I'm going to hold off on the streets and drop down to television. Can you name me 5 positive adult Black men on television outside the news? And you can't name Cosby because the show just started. Name me 5.
Just a quick aside, John, you heard that Greg Gumbel died, right?
Look like John dropped off.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he'll probably come back.
Well, he'd know who Greg Gumbel is. You know.
I know Brian Gumbel.
Outside the news.
Well, Greg was his brother.
Oh, wow.
And you better not say George Jefferson. So they find very few Black male role models on television. Now let's drop down to the schools. 83% of all elementary school teachers are women. 95% of all teacher aides are women. And when do men teach? After the critical 4th grade, or they're in the upper grade, or they're a PE teacher, the janitor, or the principal. Very few before the 4th grade where Black boys need them the most. And lastly, the church. Most young people, men don't go to church. And the reason is we lie to them. First of all, we made Jesus Christ white. The man surely was not white. And we have a book called What Color Was Jesus to explain that. He had hair the texture of wool and feet the color of bronze. But secondly, the Lord's Prayer says on earth as it is in heaven. Young people and men want some action. They want some programs. If there are no programs in your church, they will see you later in heaven. As a result of not finding a man at home, few on television, few in school, and not wishing to attend church, the last place is the streets. And that's the problem. The streets do a very poor job making men. They do a better job making pimps, pushers, and a few basketball players. Their hero, Michael Jordan, has said there were 1 million brothers that won his job last year in the NBA. Of this million, only 400,000 will even make it to play high school ball. Of this 400,000, only 4,000 will make it to play college ball. Of this 4,000, only 35 will go to the coveted NBA. Of this 35, only 7 start.
And the average life in the NBA is 4 years. You got 1 million brothers looking for 7 full-time jobs that last 4 years. This conspiracy is complex. It goes beyond the NBA. Even schools are in on it. What will be the first thing you see when you walk into a Cincinnati high school? A large trophy case. In other words, even schools give more glory to their ball players than the scholars. That's said in the earlier workshop. Where are the pep rallies for the honor roll? In other words, even school, I can understand the NBA, but even schools give more glory to their ball players than their scholars. This conspiracy goes beyond the NBA, though. It goes beyond schools. Jesse Jackson is giving you the clue one more time. Is it not possible for a black man to be president? For a white woman to be president? For a black woman to be president? Is the club only reserved for European men? You didn't know that a white boy with a high school diploma makes more money than a white woman, black woman, or black man with a college degree? The motive for the conspiracy is clear. For the question of why is there a conspiracy, the answer is white male supremacy. In other words, white men are not afraid of women, black or white, because women have no power anywhere in this world. The threat to European men will come not from women, it will come from other men. And the best way to destroy black men is to destroy them as a boy. The motive is white male supremacy. But before you get comfortable blaming somebody else, let me make sure we're clear. On a conspiracy, there would always be two. You see, you have the active conspirators and you have the passive conspirator. See, it's like child abuse. There were always two. You have the father who does the beating, active, but you have the mother who turns her back, passive. Isn't apathy, indifference, low expectations, buying hot goods in the black community, isn't that also part of a conspiracy? You have the active and you have the passive. In a conspiracy, there would always be two. Let me now give you the starting lineup. We'll start with the active ones first and then move to the passive. Leading off, batting in the #1 position, representing this country, institutional racism.
Batting first is the president.
He bats in the #1 position. Batting second, representing the Trilateral Commission, the Fortune 500, big business. David Rockefeller bats #2. Batting third, representing the military complex. You didn't know, black people, 12% of the population, 1/3 of military, and died 41% of the time in the Vietnam War.
The chief of staff.
Bats #3. Batting fourth, and I don't mean Marlon Brando. I mean the real Godfather. Drugs running rampant in the black community. Please don't deceive yourself. If America is the #1 power in the world, they could police their borders to stop the drug traffic. These men and what they represent intentionally want to make sure the black boys never grow up to be men. But remember, they got some help from some of us who really like black boys, who may even have black boys at home, just didn't know any better. And so we bat #5 through 9. Batting fifth, not all, but some mothers who raise their daughters and love their sons. Batting sixth, some female teachers who don't understand that boys have different learning style than girls. Batting seventh, representing the media in this country, shows like Gary Coleman and Webster. Shows that make me sick. Shows that illustrate that black men cannot raise intelligent black boys to be men. In other words, we need a white father for Gary Coleman and for Webster. It's all part of the media image. It goes all the way back to Tarzan, all the way back to Superman, all the way back to Rambo, to Rocky, all part of white male fantasy trying to control the world. It's all part of a scheme. Make sure you heard me. It's consistent.
My question is, I've always wondered why people put so much volition into TV programs. Webster and I think it was Different Strokes. Why did people put so much stock? Were these shows actually trying to send a message? I never thought that they were.
I kind of see it like how TV is the new social media, and that people just put their children in front of tablets. Back then, it was probably more TV shows. So it's what's not only consuming their time, but their brain space and helping them to shape knowledge and information, in my opinion.
I think it's just entertainment, right? That's what I looked at it as, like Webster and all that, because it was funny. Webster was funny. So I didn't want to emulate what Webster was going through. I can talk about what you said earlier, Stanley.
Yeah, go ahead.
like what he was saying earlier, I believe that was like true, because when I was in elementary, we used to do tests, we used to compete, all us the black boys, like who got the better grades. But when we got to middle school, we started declining, and we got to high school, it was like some of my friends, like they didn't even care. Like we'll take a test. I used to take a test, hand the test back to my homeboy, then redo the test after the fourth time. I said, bro, you gotta come on now. No education is no money. That's what they used to explain to us. But
Right.
high school is like they didn't care. But the girls, they was on it. But the men, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. My classmates, they didn't. The guys, a lot of them didn't care about education in high school.
Not sure. I think he's asking why, and I don't know why.
He was right about the peer pressure, though.
I think what he's
Well-
described as why is the order of things have changed. Like it was God, family, church, like whatever that order was that he described, and how like 10 years later when they did the same survey, or whatever amount of years later when they did the same survey, the order of things changed. It became like home, the streets, then like school and church were like at the bottom of people's priorities.
Yeah, I agree with that. 'Cause I barely go to church. I used to sing in the choir, and I don't even go to church no more like that.
With Superman, Tarzan, Santa Claus, the White Father, all part of that scheme. Batting 8, the macho image, Mr. T, and we'll look at today someone like Prince or Magic Johnson or Isaiah Thomas. In other words, no need to study, just be macho, just be a superstar. In other words, Mr. T, Prince for entertainment, Isaiah Thomas, the Magic for sports. And then last but not least, a black woman by the name of Kathy, who do anything for a man, and a black man by the name of Willie, who does not feel good about himself. You see your faces right now. Who's Kathy? You have to stay to the end to find out who's who. The starting lineup: Reagan, Rock. No, you don't know who Willie is, though. We got a new theory for you now. We used to end with Donna and Kathy, but now we're going to give you the Eddie Willie theory. We have a new one. So we have we have Ronald Reagan, David Rockefeller, Caspar Weinberger, The Godfather, some others. I didn't say all, some. Some mothers, some female teachers, the media image, macho in sports, and Kathy and Willie. These people and what they represent, intentionally or subconsciously, want to make sure that black boys never grew up to be men. Let's now look at the active ones first. I want to make sure we start in the right place. The conspiracy did not start with black mothers. It started somewhere else. We must start where it began. It began with active conspirators. I want to now look at them first. In looking at the active conspirators, I want to make sure we understand that these kind of terms don't make sense. We are not the minority. In other words, there are 4.5 billion people living in the world. Of this number, 80% of the world's population has color. That means only 20% of the world's population lacks color. Now you tell me who's a minority. You see, it's called the African Triangle. It goes all the way back. We're not the minority. We're only a minority when we allow ourselves to be divided up from our brothers and sisters in Nigeria, in Jamaica, in the United States. Look at this African Triangle. After all these years, other than the way we're dressed, you can't tell who's who. There are 1 billion people living in China alone, and we are second. 500 living in Africa, 160 living in Central and South America, 40 million living here in the United States. We are not the minority. Now, the question is, how can so small control so much? That's why I respect them so much. Think about it. You have a gang. You have one gang with 80 people, another gang with 20, and the 20 gonna win? The only way they can do that is by controlling the mind. Because whoever controls the mind will also control the body. Let's look at this. Let's break this down in half. What you come out with is 10% European women and 10% European men. See, it's not even 20. It's really 10% European men.
In other words, the Trilateral Commission, they want to control more than just their countries. They want to control the world.
And they have pulled this off. Now, there's a tremendous amount of pressure when you're this small trying to control so much. Now, maybe you can't understand it. It's been a long time. It goes back to Egypt for us, having that much power. But can you imagine that small number trying to control the world? A tremendous amount of pressure is on that small group with that much power. In other words, the first thing that men are taught to do is not to cry. I'm quoting from their own Goldberg. The book is called The Hazards of Being a Male. The tremendous pressure when you're so small trying to control so much. The first thing that men are taught to do is not to cry. Think about it. Ever seen Ronald Reagan cry? John Wayne cry? They died with their boots on. They died in their saddles. They died like men. Now, any psychologist will tell you that crying may avoid suicide later. But as a result of European men not crying, European men commit suicide more than anybody else. Black men who want so much to be like European men are very close second. European women are third, and the most sane person in America, she don't make no money, but stay close to God and her children and cry. Black women commit suicide less than anybody else. Give yourself a hand clap. In other words, if you think that money is the source of all your happiness, they make more money than anybody else, but they obviously are not happy. In other words, money may not be the key. Putting God and your children first may be the key. Poorest people in America commit the less amount of suicide. First thing men are taught to do is not to cry. Second thing men are taught to do is to ignore pain. Got hypertension? Shake it off. Cancer? Shake that off too. Monday Night Football. Walter Payton goes off the field with a busted knee. Comes back on a half hour later and Howard Coach sells us. Oh, what a man. The man was crazy to go back on the field. But see, men are taught to be macho, to ignore pain. Not women. When women's finger bleeds, to the doctor's office. Women take care of themselves, but not men. You know, it's gotten so bad that studies have now documented that when men are married, they live longer. That's an insult to my intelligence. It means that I cannot live long by myself. I gotta leave my mama and go to my wife. Because if I don't, I'm probably gonna smoke cigarettes, drink liquor, and eat a lot of pork on the streets. But with women, annual checkup, that's what they encourage men to do. Drink a regular amount of water and eat a salad on a regular basis. What am I getting at? European women say they're so oppressed. European women live to 77 years of age. Black women live to 75 years of age. European men die at 69 years of age, and black men die at 64.8. Albert, you and I die before the first Social Security check. That law needs to be changed to lower it for us. We aren't living long to collect on the payment. This is sad. I'm gonna die 10 years before my wife. This is not theoretical. It's not just my son here. It's my life here and your life. Can I not live as long as my wife? 10 years before her? Men are first of all taught not to cry. Secondly, they're taught to ignore pain. And then last but not least, they're taught to bring home the bacon. Or as I say, the vegetarian, to bring home the fruit and the vegetables. In other words, to bring home the money. Ronald Reagan knows this. Rockefeller knows this. That the best way to destroy black men is to deny them the opportunity to work. You know what I'm getting at, because Bill Moyers didn't tell you that was Vanishing Black Family documentary. 1 of every 3 marriages in this country, black or white, ends in a divorce in 18 months. Now, you see, it used to be if you got divorced, something was wrong with you. But when you have a stat this high, something must be going on in our society. I now want to explain what that is. When America believed in agriculture, America believed in extended family. When America believed in the factory, industrialism, America believed in the nuclear family. But now that America believes in the computer, now America believes in a single parent family. Make sure you see my analysis. When the economy changed, the family structure changed. There was more than love in these relationships. There was some money involved here. Our grandparents worked the fields together, had economic reason to stay together, and so they did. In the factory, man works in factory, woman takes care of children. Economic reason again to stay together. But in this new economy, where you now have women working just as much, if not more than men, you now hear women telling men, I don't need you. Got my own job. Do what I want to do when I want to do it. And we are now doing it very well and by ourselves. You know the #1 song in America a couple of years ago, Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent. If you want to be with me, you got to have a J-O-B. It's all about money. All about money. When the economy changed, the family structure changed. And so now we have a lot of people making plenty of money and lonely. They place money before family. You see, black men want to do what white men do. Buy their family a house in the suburbs, 2 cars, and once a year go down to Orlando for Disney World vacation. And when black men can't do that, they don't feel they're worthy enough to stay. Now you see, the problem is there are 2 responses black women can give to black men when they're out of work. Now the first response some women say is, well, if you ain't working, you got to go. If you ain't working, you got to go. That's the mistake. Because black men don't hire nor fire. nor control the means of production. Now, before black men say that's right, brother, you tell them, please, brothers, quit assuming that black women took our jobs away, because black women also do not hire nor fire. We are being played off against each other for some crumbs. We recommend the second response for black women to say to that man, well, if you ain't working, can you at least go back to school? Can you at least learn a skill, or at least make dinner or wash dishes while I'm gone? But the problem is there are very few black men that look to black women for definition of manhood. Black men, as I said earlier, want to do what white men do, and that means be the breadwinner. What I'm getting at is we're going to have to redefine what it means to be a man. Because if being a man means being the provider, with 25% of black men out of work, that's a suicidal definition. You see, if I lose my job tomorrow, I'm still a man. As long as I'm responsible, treat my wife correctly, raise my children, that's responsibility. I'm not going to allow my employer to reduce my masculinity. I need to define what being a man is. And I think it's a perfect balance between the mental, the spiritual, and the physical. Not being a breadwinner, but a balance between the mental, physical, and the spiritual. Isn't it interesting? You have two black men. Both lose their jobs. One black man resorts to crime, leaves his home. He's been reduced by the society. The other black man sells newspapers, sells peanuts, does whatever he can to take care of his family. Same economic situation, but a different set of values. We have to work on that. A new definition can resolve this problem. I'm not belittling money. You have to have money living in America, but that's not the criteria for manhood. Boys make babies. Men take care of them. That's the definition. One more comment here. I mentioned earlier in our past workshop on the peer group. Let me share with you here this dichotomy where you have the mental over here and you have the physical over here. You see, a real problem is our boys have a difficult time finding a balance in the middle. I mentioned earlier homosexuality, and the figure is 1 of every 9 men in this country are homosexuals. It's going to increase. And the reason is because we've been so skewed to the physical, being macho, that when our boys want to be on the honor roll, they're labeled sissies. Want to be involved in the fine arts, labeled sissies. Want to be open, honest, communicative, labeled sissies. When you label something long enough, you begin to act that way. So you have the homosexuals over here, and you have the athletes, the machos over here. Tremendous dichotomy between these two. We have got to find some men that can teach black boys and Hispanic boys the balance between the physical and the mental. There's simply too much pressure over here. It's hard to find the balance, and women can't teach this. Only a man can do this. We need more black men who can do both of these areas. Physically balanced and mentally balanced. And spiritual in the middle. Comments, questions about what is a man? We've been looking at male behavior. Any comments or questions? Yes, Gwen?
Explain what you meant by saying women raise their daughters.
We're coming to that, Gwen. Matter of fact, I think it's probably the next point. Matter of fact, it is. Praise the Lord. Let's go to the next point. See, we were looking at the active conspirators, and we were looking at what the effect that causes on us in terms of male behavior. And we may not be able to control or to change Reagan, Rockefeller, Weinberger, but your question we can change. We can look at some mothers. And I said some, not all. The rumor is that some mothers raise their daughters and love their sons. My boy always loved his mama. 40 years of age, still went home with you. That needs to stop. Your boy is not yours. He is a future husband, a future father, and needs to be raised that way. Now, what do I mean by raised? Teach your son how to cook, to make up his own bed, to clean up his own bathtub ring because you raised your daughter. On the honor roll every marking period. Go to church with you every Sunday, and she can cook, sew, iron, and clean. All, but then we have your son. Ain't never seen an honor roll. He plays basketball all evening long. Never goes to church and can't boil a hot dog. The rumor is we have some, not all, raising their daughters and loving their sons. Now, I know the historical reason. The historical reason is our societies always try to destroy black men, the lynchings. So black mothers always want to overprotect their sons. What's the reason today? I know the KKK is on the rise, but what's the reason today? Is it because your own black man didn't stay? You now replaced your man with your son? Your son is not yours. He's a future husband, a future father, and needs to be raised that way. Quit telling these 9-year-old boys they're the man of the house.
Ain't no 9-year-old boy ready to be no man in the house. But because you told him that, he now begins to wonder. When you then
Hey, John. Hey, do y'all want to hear John? He just started up a live on H-1B visas. Or we can finish this and watch his next.
Yeah, we can watch. I mean, I'm down to watch his next, but I don't know how the rest of the panel or the chat feels.
It's cool. I wanted to ask Kimmy Cakes a question too, though.
Well, go ahead and ask it.
Miss Kimmy, like on the video when he was asking about I know you're a black woman, so why would black women say I'm strong and independent and I don't need a man? Because I never seen no other race say that. Because men, we don't talk like that. We'll never say something like that. Do you know why women say stuff like that?
Well, white women say their women hear me roar.
That's true.
So black women aren't the only ones to say it, is my point.
So they say I'm strong and I'm independent and I don't need a man?
Well, when white women say I am woman, hear me roar, to me that's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They kind of started the independent, don't need a man feminist movement. White women did.
Okay.
Black women had the power to even get that going. But did black women join in the movement? I would say yes. Why? I don't know. I'm not that type of woman at all. I'm black, obviously, but black or white, I'm not that type of person. Just in general. I figured that out when I got to college, and I was like, wait, why? Where are the men? Like, they're needed, and I had to do so much on my own that I didn't want to do on my own, to tell you the truth. I'm like, who fought for this independent shit? Like, why am I stuck with this? That's kind of how I felt growing up. But
yeah, because men, we make money just to get women. I ain't gonna say, oh, I'm an independent, I don't want no woman, man. I'm making this money so I can get women. I don't know what. That would never come out of my mouth.
I agree. I feel like men are very much needed, not only in families but in society. And personally, I like having my man, so I actually love having him. So I don't know. I can't really relate, but I do hear it also. And to agree with Stanley, there's a lot of white women who feel that way. A lot.
Okay, well, just so we level set, I showed a little snippet of a video yesterday. The original 1964 Civil Rights Bill did not have sex as a protected class. It was race, national origin, one or two other things. Around 1970, white women felt that, oh shit, black women, because they're black, are going to get more, quote, benefits than white women will. So they basically lobbied to have sex added to the Civil Rights Bill as a protected class. That was about, when feminism, ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment, came about in the early 70s.
Like affirmative action type thing? Like affirmative
Okay,
action?
well, no, it wasn't affirmative action. Now, women came under affirmative action. White women came under affirmative action at some point. What I'm saying, remember the 1964 Civil Rights Bill? You can't discriminate against race, creed, all that stuff. Originally, sex was not one of those protected classes. So women weren't covered under the Civil Rights Bill, but black women were because they are black. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so white women basically said, hey, we're oppressed too. You need to add sex to the Civil Rights Bill so we can be covered under things like affirmative action, etc. So when you say that black women are the only ones saying, hey, I don't need men and, all this stuff, well, white women started it, okay? And they basically said, hey, if you include sex in the Civil Rights Bill, then black women and white women will be covered, etc. So I'm basically saying that, Black women weren't so much saying, hey, we don't need men until they kind of joined into feminism, and white women were the ones who spearheaded the feminism movement. And I have a deeper argument than that because, frankly, nothing happens, at least back in the 70s, without white man approval. So, I think white men were the ones who, started feminism or at least supported it. But, that's kind of a separate argument. Kim, what do you think about what I said?
I think that's accurate.
So here's Jedi Rich.
Hey guys, I was just listening to what Antoine was saying and about that was fascinating. I'd never put that together, Stan. Was that Stanley or John that said that about the?
It was Stanley.
Stanley, man, I never really thought that about, but I wanted to throw it in there because I think I'm kind of unique in the sense where I was engaged to a white woman in Manhattan, and she was a social worker. And I made Manhattan dollars, Antoine. I made the money, I made the money. So it was like a trad fam, I wanted to be the guy. She was going to be, but she wanted to be independent. Okay, now hold on. I'm going to throw something in here. This is unique because she was raised by a black. Her mother, her stepmom was a black feminist from the 70s, right? So so it was this sort of thing. We ended up not getting married, obviously. And so, but yeah, man, I just want to throw that out there that there is this strong, you don't see it, but it is. I made a joke that it's hear me roar. It's kind of like a kitten roar, like she was like, but she was so meek, but man, she really fucked up the relationship. I'll tell you what, just because she wanted to be, I don't know, man, she just didn't want to have some guy paying the bills. I don't know. It's this weird sort of thing. She wanted to be independent. Well, she had to go move to Harlem after we broke up. So there you go.
Okay. So anyway, white women basically, got sex added to the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. So, basically there were no black feminists, and white feminists came first, is my point.
Yeah.
And black feminists in a certain segment, people like Bell Hooks, Alice Walker, Nikki Giovanni, all kind of glommed on to that feminist type of ideology, basically. So anyway, John is talking about H-1B visas, which I must say I started talking along those lines about 2 or 3 weeks ago when. But anyway, let's hear what John has to say, because I know it's going to be fascinating. This H-1B visa argument is thrilling me, quite frankly. Uh-oh, what happened?
Oh, they took it down.
Wonder why. He must have played something. Uh-oh.
No, it's gone. That's a strike or something.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Was that? My eyes were too bad.
No, he basically removed it. Something in there that needs to be cut out, probably. But anyway, we can go back. Oh wait, hold it. Okay, he started it again. There we go.
Oh, okay, switched it over.
A KGW spokesman.
Yeah, he cut something
She
out.
pleaded not guilty to the charges in federal court.
Just being a woman and you hear the stories of the things that are being done to young girls down there, I felt like I have a responsibility to do something about it.
Although court documents allege the 3 victims were forced to work long hours for little to no pay, and that Valmont and Andre took the victims' immigration paperwork and threatened them, Andre told reporters that couldn't be further from the truth. They may have stayed here, but she says they were not employees and that they came to the country through what's called humanitarian parole, a program that allows people from certain countries to come to the U.S. for up to 2 years to live and work.
No, they weren't employees. They didn't come here. We had hired other people to work. you know, and we only had 2 clients. There was no
I
need
didn't
for
know
us to hire
Giselle was
5, 6,
Beyonce's
7, 8
real
people to
name.
care for only 2
I like
people.
that name
When my
better,
mother and I
actually.
were already in the house and we already hired 2
I
other
agree.
people.
She said she and her mother helped her relatives get proper paperwork and ID cards, paid for food, clothing, and for medical expenses, and would send money back to Haiti.
In our community, it's just so normal to be so overly generous and put your family and everybody first.
So Andre says to be criminally charged, accused of indentured servitude, is shocking.
Growing up with a mother who was undocumented, a Black woman who had no papers, I have seen the way that the world has treated her. I would never do that to anybody.
All right, their next hearing is set.
I mean, if you really listen to what they're saying, and in the, you know, and I've been to the third world many times, and one of the things in the third world which surprises a lot of people, because you think that they're poor, is that the third world people oftentimes have servants. They could be middle class, you know, not even middle class in America, but if you're not poor in the third world, you probably have servants. And so in this case, these people bring the same mentality here, that they are accustomed to servants. And so she doesn't think she did anything wrong. She's like, yeah, I gave him medicine, I gave him food, a place to live. And in her mind, that was payment. That would be payment back in Africa, right? And you'll see this here back in Haiti, where she's from.
We had hired other people
Yeah,
to work, you know, and we only had 2 clients. There was no need for us to hire 5, 6, 7, 8 people to care for only 2 people. When my mother and I were already in the house and we already hired 2 other people.
She said she and her mother helped her relatives get proper paperwork and ID cards, paid for food, clothes.
Nice.
None of that was free, right? In exchange for giving them a place to live, food, housing, getting their paperwork together. These people probably did not speak English, did not know how to go about doing the paperwork. In exchange for that, they had to pay, you know, exchange some labor. And in America, that may not be necessarily legal, but in many parts of the world, this is how it works. And so now you're seeing Africans, Haitians getting in on the act of indentured servitude here. The people that were once slaves are bringing it back.
Clothing and for medical expenses, and would send money back to Haiti.
In our community, it's just so normal to be so overly generous and put your family and everybody first.
So Andre says to be criminally charged, accused of indentured servitude, is shocking.
Growing up with a mother who was undocumented, a Black woman who had no papers, I have seen the way that the world has treated her. I would never
And now she's doing it to other people.
do that to anybody.
All right, their next hearing is set for November. If convicted on the charges, they face up to 20 years in federal prison. David?
Yeah, really interesting to hear so extensively from the defendant right after an indictment. Thank you, Alma. I
Yeah, that
appreciate
is
your
very
reporting here.
interesting. You know, one of the other interesting topics that I saw come up was that Donald Trump apparently may have hired some immigrants here, H-1B visas. People, has anyone heard that? Has anyone heard that Donald Trump may have hired some H-1B visa people? And let me see if I can pull up that article for you. Maybe I don't go in that direction, but yeah, maybe I will. All right, here we are. Here's Trump on immigration right here. Here's a quote from Trump. So for the people that really believe that big businessmen, they just want the cheap labor, here's kind of some validation to that. And here's Trump in an article. This is from the Conservative Treehouse. Despite New York Post phone call, question and answer, Donald Trump companies do not use H-1B visas. And they go on to say when they read the article.
Lord.
And then Trump says in the New York Post article, a publication owned by Rupert Murdoch, by the way, I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. This is Trump speaking. I've been a believer in H-1B. I have used it many times. It's a great program. Yeah, you know, if that were the case, you know, I mean, it's the rules. You got to do what you got to do. You know, I don't necessarily agree with H-1B visas, but the article goes into a little bit more detail here, and it says, however, if you go to the DOL's website, the Department of Labor, you can see if Trump has actually hired some H-1B visas, or at least applied to hire them, and you'll see that here. How does this reconcile? So let's see for ourselves. Has Trump hired any H-1B visas? At least have any applications on file? Searching company Trump, any location, we find that there's none here for Donald Trump. Maybe still loading. results. One of so no results there for Donald Trump.
So is he saying Donald Trump is lying?
But again, there's so many different levels of the illegal immigrants. Is Dick Crack and other people have mentioned, and this article goes on to say that Donald Trump likely hired H-2B program, which applies to employers seeking to hire non-immigrant aliens as temporary workers, mostly in the service industry. You think about Donald Trump is in Florida. You know, they have a lot of seasonal labor there. I'm not sure. I'm not making excuses for it, but that could explain why. And you'll see here, Donald Trump's companies have sought visas to import at least 1,100 workers. This is from Reuters. And so the treehouse is saying the word snowbill. People go to Florida in the wintertime, and these are temporary workers, so on and so forth. We'll see. But either way it goes, there is a strong push for the H-1Bs amongst the Vivek Ramaswamys, the David Sacks, and Elon Musk. And then there is pushback on the political side, the Ann Coulters of the world, who aren't necessarily going along with Trump's immigration push. I think this is even bigger than the migrant issue, if you ask me. And I'm going to go through a couple of tweets and a couple of messages to kind of make my
Oh, it's
point.
huge
Yeah,
and funny.
I think this issue is bigger than the migrant issue because it really affects people. You've seen people march off their jobs after training migrants. And I just don't think that type of thing is going to work. The first thing I'll start off with from the thumbnail here, you saw the tweet from Ann Coulter, and she was saying she doesn't want any more migrants and H-1B visas. Let me see if I can pull that tweet up. That's not the tweet. And so anyway, there was
all this time,
start here. The Indian government,
Republicans have been contributing to the
some of this
to the immigration problem, and people didn't know this.
Governments are bribing some of these officials to.
This H-1B visa program has been happening for decades.
And here's a tweet here: Indian government lobbying for H-1Bs at every level of U.S. government. What do they gain from sending their best and brightest to a foreign country? That's a very good question. Why would the Indians want to send all of their best and brightest here? India intensifies lobbying against H-1B curbs, in touch with U.S. government at every level. Let me put that on the screen for you there. It just makes you wonder, why would the Indians want to send their best and brightest?
Well, because America has some of the best universities in the world is why.
Brightest workers. Again, it's very interesting.
Well, it's very obvious.
This is we've been fed the notion that the Indians, they're smart, they're better than us, they're brighter than us, and all these type of things.
No, actually, we haven't been fed that. Indian Americans
had some experience in India, and we'll see what they say, and we'll see kind of what they say in regards to Indians and working with Indians and so forth. So let me see if I can find one of those. If I can find one of those tweets here. Here's one from a Japanese worker, a Japanese man. He went to India, and here was his impression of working with the Indians here. And I'll let you.
Hey Stanley, I'm going to jump off here, man. Have a good morning.
Okay.
Just want to say hi.
Yeah, take it easy. Come on back anytime.
Thank you. I'm enjoying this. I really am. I gotta get going.
Yeah, you have to understand me. I'm the token leftist in this group, so I enjoy seeing pain.
Cool, because I'm your token Guy Fawkes or whatever you want to call me. I'm always kind of like looking for the next thing. Okay, I did enjoy what I was listening before I came on, but it's just I was fired up, man. Thank you. Have a
Take
good day.
it easy. All right,
brother.
Stanley,
yes, sir. Oh, yes, ma'am.
breaking news. There's a plane crash carrying about 200 people from Bangkok, sped off the runway and burst into flames.
Watch it one more time for posterity.
Oh man, this is like the third accident in a week.
Yeah, it's a South Korean plane. Oh my God. I don't think anyone
Women
survived this.
bombarded with
Oh my
countries
goodness,
that
did I put that
much
in the
smarter
wrong?
than us. But then when we look at their countries, there, what smart people create such a country with poo all over
I don't
the
think
ground.
anyone survived that, the way this plane
There's
looks.
some cognitive dissonance there. Like, how could these people be
Gotcha.
smart and leave behind a shithole where they come from? Here's I won't show that tweet just yet. Here's another tweet that I wanted to show you.
Man, can y'all hear that rain? It is storming outside.
Here's another tweet. Here's another my tweet. Here's another one. And again, when do you start to bring these people in, Indians, America? But they are the same people. I see what you're saying there, Stanley. We could go all the way back and we look at someone like Joy.
Excuse me 1 minute. I need to make a
And you
quick
look at what
phone
she
call to
did
my
and said,
sister.
Oh yeah.
about indentured servants, and this is Joy Reid. This is back in 2000, maybe. What was this? 2023. Joy Reid was talking about indentured servants and the migrants, and she was saying, she says, in Los Angeles, children stitch made in America tags into JQ shirts. They bake dinner rolls sold at Walmart, Target, processed milk, and Ben & Jerry's ice cream. And there's been a talk about these children being used as
those
indentured
allowing
servants.
these practices to continue should be ashamed of themselves. The company at the center of this article, Hearthside Foods, which packages the breakfast cereals and snacks many of us have in our cupboards right now, proudly proclaims that 25% of their employees have been with the company for over a decade. I wonder if they have similar statistics they could share with us about how many of their employees were even alive a decade ago.
That's an interesting quote from her. And again, it goes on to say, like, this is Joy Reid from the Joy Reid? Yeah, the Read Out blog. And she's talking about America is leaning on migrant children. It's indentured service. This was last year. So at least even Joy Reid is acknowledging that there is likely an issue there. And I think that this is, it's a feature, not a bug. I think that, the American companies want pliant labor. The American people, it's not that they're not smart enough or work hard enough. They're just not as pliant as pliable as the migrants. You can get a lot more done with them than you can with Americans. Americans can change jobs and things like that. Whereas the immigrants, they can't do that. The H-1B visas. And we've also had Mr. Kim. He's talked about some of the corruption that these other groups bring to the table when they come here. And from his vantage point, most of the corruption is in the gas station, convenience store business, lottery business, things like that. Well, look at what Black Enterprise is reporting here. New Jersey doctor sentenced for allegedly employing indentured servants. The New Jersey doctor Harsha Sani broke her oath to do no harm. This is a woman. This is a woman, no less. Harsha Sani, a New Jersey doctor, was served more than only 2 years in prison for harboring illegal immigrants and tax fraud. She was convicted for hiring Indian nationals from 2013 to 2021 to work in their home without paying taxes on their wages. Now, this is very similar to what the Black family was accused of doing to the Haitians. Again, they're all doing it, and they're all doing it to each other because they do it to each other in their own country. And it is probably why Haiti is the way Haiti is. And India is the way India is. And like, you can't have a culture of basically kidnapping, harboring fugitives, and it's going to be, very prosperous there. She'll have to pay $642,000 in restitution to the victims, Indian nationals, by the way, and up to $200,000 in medical bills. She's accused of paying the victims less than minimum wage in favor of paying their families in India. Wait a minute, what? I thought these were Indian Americans, damn it. She's accused of paying the victims less than minimum wage in favor of paying their families in India $600 or less for their services. So they were getting paid double. Were the families in India paying any income taxes on this wage labor? I doubt it. But we can't go to India and get those people for tax evasion, but we would definitely pull up on an American who pulled the same scheme. The victims allegedly worked 15-hour days taking care of her home. I've told you, people from the third world are accustomed to having slaves, to help, right? And they want people to clean up their house. One victim suffered a brain aneurysm was denied full medical treatment. Wow, this is what they do to their own people, and we're bringing these people here. The 60-year-old doctor engaged in a conspiracy to ensure the victims did not report their work conditions akin to indentured servitude, the victims were subjected to unethical treatment and exploitation of their labor. Again, this is an Indian doctor here in America exploiting her own people. And yet we're told that these are great people, very smart people. But it seemed to be something missing about the there's some scruples missing, I think, when they come to this country. Let me see if I can find another article to best identify that. And there's one I want to show you. Take a look at this video here. It's another guy who's been in India. Is actually an Indian expat. And so he's talking about the Indians in India who ultimately end up coming here. We're going to play a series of his videos, and here's the first one here.
I will explain how India.
This guy sounds like
India is a.
He kind of sounds like Oz Varun.
India is a veritable hellhole. I will explain how Indian culture has become cancerous, warping and perverting everything that the West has provided it. This has significant implications for the West because immigrants keep pouring in. India is a veritable hellhole.
And that's the first video. This is an Indian guy. I don't know what his name is here. And he goes on to say there's more things about India.
Connection. India operates on two fuels, corruption and connection. There's no concept of pride and honor in that society. A complex web of arrogance, egotism, servility, casteism, tribalism, sexism, rigid do's and don'ts, dogmas, and magical thinking drives what they do.
And that's another video of him, an Indian guy criticizing India from afar. He's not saying this in India, I don't think. Here's another interesting video again. Part of the speech
India,
he's giving here.
Where I have never witnessed a situation in India where someone in authority took the initiative to
Oh shit, I'm not showing that. Let me share my screen with you. Sorry about that.
Hey, Kim. Yeah, I saw the plane accident overnight, actually.
Again, this is a guy from India.
Oh, wow. They said only
what
two
it's like
survivors.
in India.
India is a
Yeah.
veritable hellhole. I will explain how Indian culture has become cancerous, warping and perverting everything that the West has provided it. This has significant implications for the West because immigrants keep pouring in.
I want to make one point here. I have a friend who is lives out in San Francisco who is Indian, and I've been, talking. I have friends in the Indian American community. I have for like 4 or 5 years, and the stuff that John is discovering now about, some of the cultural issues in India, the H-1B issues. This has been going on for years. So John is just discovering it because of the H-1B issues.
Right.
But India has a whole thing about wokeness. They have issues because they've got a form of affirmative action for Dalits and Muslims, Indian Muslims. So India has similar but different problems in their culture, their society. A lot of it bleeds over into America because of H-1B issues. And in San Francisco and on the West Coast in general, there's a huge Indian population. There's also a big Indian and powerful Indian community in New Jersey. So some of these issues that John's just discovering have been going on for years. That's why this H-1B thing doesn't surprise me at all. I've more or less known about this issue back since the Bobby Jindal days. If you remember, Bobby Jindal was a governor of Louisiana, and I think he ran for president, or he was maybe a vice presidential candidate for somebody who didn't get the nomination, something like that. But Yeah, I'm interested, but in my estimation, some of this stuff that's happening on the West Coast with the Indian community and in New Jersey, to me, it's a tempest in a teapot. The interesting thing is the Indian community, especially the Hindus, are very right wing. They are MAGA lovers. So this Vivek thing, and Vivek versus the rest of MAGA, it's been a powder keg waiting to go off for years, and I'm much amused to see it happen.
You are. But
Oh
Stanley,
yeah.
I have a question, and maybe people.
Well, the quick thing is, Kimmy, Vivek's right.
No, I agree with him. I agree with him. If people went back to the Reagan years and read the paper, and I think it's still available free online, A Nation at Risk, it actually predicted a lot of this.
Oh,
But
yeah.
anyway, I was going to ask you, because honestly, I'm struggling to see what is the big deal with the H1B.
About the H-1Bs?
Yeah.
Because the big deal is it's a source of immigration. Essentially, these aren't Haitians coming here taking jobs in the chicken factories. These are like PhDs in software engineers, etc. These are elites. And the thing is that if you go and you parse income, like the highest income earners per capita are South Asians and Asians in general. Okay, we just went through a lawsuit where Asians sued, to end affirmative action. But for instance, Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, Asians are the biggest student body demographic. Georgia Tech, where my son goes, Asians are the biggest student body demographic. So there's some elite institutions where Asians are doing better than white kids.
Oh yeah.
Test score wise, etc. Basically, the big issue is Indians are doing great in the meritocracy. They're doing better than the white students, and it's gonna. White people will not know what hit them because the Asians have been silent for years, but have been excelling for years.
Yeah. Okay.
And this H-1B issue is just like round one.
Wow.
And so you remember people thought I was crazy talking about how, I was joking about raising my son, damn the white standards. I want to raise my son to an Asian standard. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
But you're raising your son to be able to compete not only in
With
American society,
Asians.
but
I don't care about competing. I don't care about competing with whites. That exactly. If you are raising your kids to excel against white people, remember that, blacks have to work twice as hard to be as good as a white man. Well, you know what? The white man is no longer the top standard. The Asian man is. And I love seeing it. I think it's funny as hell. Now white people have to compete to be number one in their own system. Sorry
to be off topic, but I agree with Mavid in the comments that plane crash or explosion is really weird.
Yep. Well, you know what? Let me drop the link for you, Mavid. You can follow up on it. You don't think it has anything to do with H-1Bs, do you?
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's right. Mavid is a conspiracy theory guy. I'm not into conspiracy theory, so.
I'm into it all the way. I also think that as far as the visas go, I think for example, a lot it happened before with Syria, and it's happening again. But a lot of Syrians, like I've said, are very well educated. And I'm not saying they can't come here as refugees, but just like the Ukrainians and the Russians, when they come here, they're not starting at the bottom necessarily.
Oh no, of course they're not. That's what, but see, that's what I'm saying. This H1B issue, these aren't Haitians coming in taking over working class jobs. These are people coming taking top level jobs. Okay, it is American elites who aren't getting hired because of this H1B issue. Or at least there's more competition. And apparently no one realized this until now. And I don't know why they didn't. It's been H1B issues have H1B people have been coming here for decades. The CEO of Microsoft, the CEO of Cisco, they're like all these tech companies that have well, I think they're mostly Indian American CEOs. This has been happening for decades.
This is a prime example of why it's not good to ever get too comfortable and rest on your laurels.
Well, no, it's a good example of, hey, you need to pay attention to your surroundings. White people have been worried, this whole kerfuffle around ending affirmative action and all this stuff. That wasn't the biggest issue. The biggest issue wasn't Asians wanting to end affirmative action. I knew what was happening. Like, whites, y'all were glad to get rid of affirmative action. Now y'all need it.
You're silly.
Oh, I am having all kinds of fun with this.
But I
I
think
can't.
there
There gonna be a lot of people in this John Galt space that are gonna get pissed off at me.
I think from the Trump administration perspective and the MAGA perspective, it's all about like doing quote unquote doing immigration the quote unquote right way.
But this is legal. There's a whole H-1B visas are legal and desired.
Exactly. That's why I think
Elon,
when it comes to Trump and MAGA, it's doing it the right way.
Elon wants more. And see, I described MAGA, at least in 2024, it's the oligarchs riding the backs of the working class into power, and that's exactly what happened. Okay, all these people talking about Trump being for the working man and all this stuff. No, he's not. Elon and Vivek are powerful. They are literally like Elon calls Congress to tell them what he wants, as far as debt ceilings and stuff like that. Y'all, the working class voted for Elon Musk in the government. And Elon Musk is not a populist. I think this is hilarious.
I don't know. I think this might actually be a good thing for our nation, but we'll see.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it'll be a good thing once white people figure out they're second best in their own meritocracy.
I think naturally we're going to have to.
You know what?
Other systems are going to be forced to improve.
You remember that part about black people need to work harder?
Yes.
Guess what? Now white people need to work harder.
I think our whole nation needs to work harder. Our entire nation needs to work harder, and I think this is going to.
Nope, just white people. It used to, hey, all I have to say is that white people now know their place.
Oh my God, Stanley.
Oh, this is so funny.
We are a nation of many people.
Oh, you know what? We were a nation of many people. All of a sudden, white people are going to need DEI. Just as they got rid of affirmative action, now they need it.
I think this is going to be a good thing for our nation. I think it's going to be a good thing for
oh, it's going to be good.
It's
going to be good.
I think it's going to be the catalyst that forces other systems to improve.
You think these people want to change?
They're going to be forced.
These people don't want America to change. They just want to.
They're going to be forced to change if they want to keep their standard of living or better. They're going to be forced to change.
Kim, they're not going to change. And if they do change, it's going to be bloody. These
And if they
all
don't, it's
they
going to be
care
survival of
about,
the fittest. It's going to be
all
bloody.
all the Tucker Carlsons of the world care about is that they don't get replaced. That's why they're pissed off about H-1B visas. They don't want to work harder. They don't want to work harder and succeed. They just don't want to be replaced, which means, hey, we want to get rid of H-1B visas so some of our lazy ass kids can take these jobs that
This is
Indians
going
are
to be a wake-up call, and I'm telling you, it's going to
Oh, it's
force
a wake-up call, all right. It's a wake-up call, like the military kind of wake-up call. Those Asian drill sergeants are coming in, throwing trash can lids, waking people up.
Sheesh.
I am Carlson for the win, Carlson for the loss. Tucker Carlson couldn't. Brian, if you think Tucker Carlson is winning this, then just wait and see.
I think he's a pretty good journalist.
Vivek and Elon are going to win this one.
Oh yeah.
And Trump will mend his ways because he's going to have to.
They want to turn America into a banana republic.
100%. That's what they want to do. They believe me. There's some second best whites, like in Johns Creek, Georgia. Asians started doing better in the Johns Creek school system. So what did whites do? They didn't tell their kids who were crying that, oh, hey, I'm not as good as Asians in math. What they did is they did white flight. It used to be white flight away from black crime. Now it's white flight away from Asian excellence because the Asian kids were outperforming little Johnny and Brad and Muffy.
Okay, and Mavid G says the thing with white people is we don't see the race competition blacks often do.
Okay, well, you don't have to pay attention to what the blacks are doing now, Mavid. The Asians don't see race either. They see fucking SAT scores. They don't care about your race as long as you do.
Laughing at white people, Mavid says that your racism is showing. It always is.
Mavid is an idiot. Okay, Asians, you don't have to care about what Black Stanley cares about anymore. Fuck race. You need to do better on your SAT. That's all the Asians see. So little old Stanley doesn't matter, but I can do well on an SAT. How about you, Mavid? I went to the University of Georgia, which is the number 50 university in the country currently. So I didn't go to some, little non school. I went to, if you want to say this, an elite school myself. So fuck you. I know how to take an SAT. So I'll stop rubbing Mavid's nose in it.
Okay. I'm not going to read any more of his comments out loud, but they're definitely in the comment section.
Oh, Mavid, he's just grousing. He wants to turn it back to race. I'm not even talking race. I'm talking SAT scores and second best culture.
Well, Stanley, you did talk about race when you talked about white people being.
Oh, well, wait, hold it. How else am I going to describe them?
Okay, well, you did say that they're going to need
Okay,
DEI.
I literally said that white people's meritocracy isn't working. How for them? How is that racism? How is it racism that Asians are doing better in the meritocracy than white people? How is that racism? That's facts. What Mavid wants to do is pretend it's racism. Dude, it's SAT scores. So thanks for trying. Good try there, Mavid, but it's not race. It's SAT scores. It's engineering degrees. That's what's on the line right now, son. Meritocracy above all? Well, guess what? White people don't do as well as Asians in the meritocracy above all. And you're not smarter. What does it say? You're not smarter than us. Who is you? Who is the you you're talking about? Me personally? Well, I know I'm smarter than you. I don't have a doubt about that. But let's not make it personal. Let's talk about Asians are smarter than y'all. See how I could make it racist, just like you're making it racist right now? I am enjoying this. So anyway, let's go back to listening to John.
Whatever, Vivek, boy meets girl, to take on more of the traits of these people. I don't think Americans are going to buy that.
Causality, and other Western values have first been laid in their minds. How would you do that job? I don't know how you can do it. Without these foundations, the fruit of the Western civilization only serve to turn their hedonistic tendencies into something more malevolent.
Wow.
These foundations, the fruit of the Western civilization, only serve to turn their hedonistic tendencies into something more malevolent.
Something more malevolent.
Top engineering colleges. In India, I attended one of the top engineering colleges and believed myself to be very creative, decisive, and well-grounded. But as I started witnessing social interactions in Manchester and behaviors of people in the United Kingdom, I started to realize that even a grocery shop operator had more confidence and was more decisive. I realized my mind was clouded with confused thinking, conflicting motivations, which were implanted in me as growing up.
The other thing is that what's happening in India has nothing to do with this H-1B problem. If you're looking at India, that's the wrong direction. The problem is here in
Well, I
America.
used to work at Department of Justice.
The problem is
We were upgrading
Hindu
from VB6
culture,
to .NET
mixing in with the American meritocracy. And by the way, it's not just South Asians. East Asians are doing better as well. So, a lot of times they'll lump Asians
And they
together
asked her, "Do you want to work
instead
on
of
this new
breaking
project
them
with
out.
this new technology?" She
But
said, "No."
no,
I really
India
became
isn't
working on
the
this
problem.
ops
What they're saying in
VB6,
India
VB6
has
is
nothing to
more or
do
less today. No one
with
writes
this
VB6.
H-1B issue.
Maybe
Now,
except for
well,
Japali.
it doesn't have,
And
it has
again,
indirect
listen to what the guy did. They're all about the uptime
consequences,
certificates.
mainly
Certificates are like
because
a
that's
gold
where
chain
the
for
students are coming from. But policy-wise,
and they think that is
it's really American policy
behind those
that's the
certificates
problem.
completely immaterial to their minds.
You mean immigration policy?
See education as a
Oh
path
yeah,
to
it's
intellectual
immigration.
growth or as
Yeah.
a means to become
H-1Bs aren't an Indian thing. They're
function as rigid
That's
cogs,
true.
American.
cogs, not understanding the meaning and value of their actions.
It's American
Very true.
companies that are doing
I've
these
worked with them a lot of
sponsorships.
times. You're writing a method or something in software. I say, "Hey man, write a method to do this," and it would be what they would call a fat method. They're like, "Dude, I need a skinny method. You don't need to include all of those steps in the method to get the data from the database." But I don't think I don't think they knew or really had a deep understanding of software. They could go copy and paste, tinker, kind of debug it from there. But just designing software, writing nice, compact, concise methods, classes, stuff like that, I never saw it, to be honest with you.
Their micro compromises in a complex society may be untraceable, but result in horrible outcomes.
I want you to listen to that last part.
As rigid cogs not understanding the meaning and value of their actions. They are micro compromises in a complex society. Their actions.
They function as rigid cogs.
Rigid cogs not understanding
The meaning
and
value of their actions. I want that on the screen right there. And I'm going to see if I can pull this up quickly. Let me see. I'm going to look up. Let me see if I can find this here. What was it? It was a Boeing airline crash. Indians. That's what I'm Googling right here. You can see me Googling. And I'm going to add software to the search. Is it? What? Man, I knew this shit a long time ago, and I've mentioned this shit many times. In reference to the Boeing plane crashes involving the 737 MAX. What does it say? Read that shit for me. Reports suggested that a significant portion of the software developed John Galt's territory. I've been a software developer all my life. Never went to school for it. I ain't got no search like these fucking Indians. But I know what the man said. I'm not a cog, though. I was never a cog.
Function as rigid cogs, not understanding
the meaning and values of their actions. And you go back to this article right here. This is AI, by the way. In reference to the Boeing plane crash, does anyone remember those Boeing plane crashes a couple of years back? The 737 MAX reports emerged that a significant portion of software development, particularly the problematic MCAS system, was outsourced to who? HCL Technology. Who's HCL? You know who HCL is. Leading to concerns about the quality of the code due to potential cost-cutting measures and accusations that what? Being a contributor. Now, I know more about this. I know really a lot more about this. I can explain to you, and I think it's explained in this article right here. The new indentured servants, and they're not going to write software.
John is really missing the point, isn't he?
This was after the crash. Look at it. What is it here? So the headline says, Boeing's 737 MAX software outsourced to $9 an hour engineers. You're flying high in the sky with a guy that makes $9 an hour, don't even make enough money to go to McDonald's. Our McDonald's workers make more. He was a former software engineer that worked at Boeing. He recalled one manager saying at an all-hands meeting that Boeing didn't need senior engineers because its products were mature. It remains a mystery, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to see if I can find the exact part of this article because I've read this before. $9 an hour to develop.
JQ, I'm not hating on John.
Deep background in aerospace. Now, let me see what happens here.
I'm just saying if he thinks that this is an Indian problem, he's wrong.
People like me come to work in the morning.
And by the way, if we replace Indian, the whole problem is that we're bringing H-1B engineers in because there's not enough American kids to hire. Problem isn't India. The problem is our education system.
You either push the code or you either fix
it. We wouldn't need so many H-1B visas if we had American engineers.
This is how it works. And so what this article
but that goes back to my point in that it's going to force certain systems to improve, like our school systems, for example.
Isn't in your country, doesn't speak the same language you speak to these.
If you say so, I have my doubt. I'm not saying you're wrong. They do need to improve. What I'm doubting is the will to improve.
And so there's a lot of back and forth where things
I
get
mean,
lost.
having no job in the future might be good enough will.
If I'm not mistaken, is going to say here.
And not being able to, maintain a standard of living.
Yeah, well, see, not having a job is not the same thing as the job goes unfilled.
That's true.
Okay, we haven't worried about STEM. We talk about STEM education, et cetera, et cetera. And we've been talking about STEM for a decade or more. Nothing's improved. We're not getting more STEM graduates. We're hiring more H-1B workers.
We have to figure out why, as a leading nation, our schools are doing far worse. Our young people are not achieving as much as foreigners. And I think that's going to be the conversation at the table.
Time and money, but these guys only $9 an hour.
Well, I think the reason is part of it is H-1B. Hey, we don't have to. You can't force people to be engineers. By the way, if American kids don't want to be engineers, we have to figure out how to motivate them to want to be. but you can't make them.
Like
So
when I speak to those young guys in the bank smoking weed first thing in the morning, I tell them like we need more black engineers and mathematicians. We don't need more black weed smokers. We definitely
well,
need
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wonder about the wiseness of saying black engineers. We just need more engineers. We don't have enough white engineers for that matter.
Well, that is true. That's very true.
So, I mean, I don't know that colors at this stage of the game, more black engineers, I see that as kind of a lost cause. We've been saying that for
But I
decades.
also bring up color to them just so they can see. Because they're teenagers. I don't think they're seeing the optics of it. Like
Well,
you're
I don't think,
Negroes in the bank smoking weed. You're scary. You're a scary person.
well, that's kind of a different issue than STEM.
It's true, but I try to motivate them that they could be doing something better with their time.
Oh, well, absolutely, they could be.
And if this is
But see,
type
the
of
thing is that you'll have to excuse the thunder. The weather's bad out there, and it is possible I could lose cable. By the way, 'cause
wow.
it is thundering and lightning out there. There's actually a tornado watch.
Do you have like a battery operated lantern and all that?
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about any of that.
Okay.
Oh shoot, this is Savannah, Georgia. We believe me, we are prepared for storms.
Okay.
I mean, I even have like batteries, charge banks for the phones. So we'll be okay. Nothing, not even Mother Nature's going to ruin my fun.
I hear that.
But no, the schooling, the kids in the bank smoking pot is kind of a separate issue from the black engineers. And the black engineers, I worry about, we just need engineers. We don't care at this shit. If a female wants to be an engineer, we ought to be encouraging it. So, they're kind of separate problems.
Yeah.
And Mavid continues to, I think he's being willfully ignorant here. I literally just said that, tech jobs, as far as, color of the tech job, color of the person. I do find it ironic that, people like Trump and what's her name? Yvette Carnell, they're talking about black jobs in immigration when actually those aren't the jobs that we really need to be worried about. But, time reveals all. So let's see what John's talking about. Oh, and JQ, I'm not hating on John. I just think John is missing the point.
Anyway, so back to the guy's clips from his speech, and he's saying again.
I just don't think that the Boeing and the software is kind of a symptom. It's not the actual disease. Mavid, no, I'm not paying much attention because I think John is off base, and I think you're not even in the ballpark. What does race have to do with any of this? Meritocracy is what we're talking.
Now, this is where animalistic instincts operate when you don't have a civilized.
It just so happens that the race who invented the meritocracy isn't doing so well in it. So, see, I get to talk race and meritocracy. It's a golden day for me.
Why things cannot change. This is what happens with a society with an IQ of 77. Low IQ people cannot hold any values in their psyche.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm excited. It's a wake-up call for whites. As a matter of fact, that's what I'm going to call my show tonight. It's going to be called Wake Up Call for Whites.
Those are strong words. He said the IQ in India is what?
Why things cannot change. This is what happens with a society with an IQ of 77.
Wow.
Low IQ people cannot hold any values in their psyche.
Maybe I should call it Wake Up Call for those who happen to be white.
Migration from India and the rest of the third world will impact the the West.
Well, you know what? This is a good point.
That is amazing. Very amazing. This is a guy that's very, very honest. Being
JQ, you bring up a good point about H-1B creating indentured servants is interesting. However, it is much more complicated than that. A lot of these H-1B people wind up staying in the United States and getting good jobs ultimately. Don't think of H-1B as creating indentured servants. If you recall, back in the Jamestown in the 17th century, those indentured servants that came to the United States, often their offspring would be a George Washington, or a Thomas Jefferson. A lot of these indentured servants, when their time in servitude was done, they became wealthy landowners. The first families of Virginia, their origins weren't all in aristocracy. A lot of them, like Thomas Jefferson's ancestry, he didn't have an aristocratic ancestry. They were indentured servants, if I recall, who over time became wealthy landowners and became Virginia aristocracy. So don't think indentured servitude doesn't become something big a generation or two down the line. See, history doesn't repeat, but it can rhyme. One other point I want to make, y'all do know that Elon Musk had an H-1B visa at one point in time, and now he's the richest man in the world.
Wow.
So indentured, yeah, but you could say Elon Musk, if you want to go by that logic, was an indentured servant, and look at him now.
Yeah.
I'm having a great day. I know there are going to be some people really annoyed with me today.
this is only going to further accelerate things. Do you think people are just going to magically forget what they've seen and change their minds on this issue? Do you think when they walk into the local Walmart in the town they grew up in and they feel like they're in a third world slum, they're just going to sit back and suck it up? Do you think when their children can't find jobs and have to live at home well into their 30s, they're just going to shut up about this? We're playing along.
That's what I was saying.
And one way or another,
Standard
they're
of
all
living.
going back. A reckoning is coming, and the momentum and numbers are on our side. This is bigger than Trump. Oh, I need to zoom out. Okay. Matter of fact, give me 1 second. Let me just do this. How about that? Do that. How about that? How's that? Is that better? Let's see. That should be better. All right. Let's see. This should be a little better here. And so again, this is Andrew Torba, and he's saying a reckoning is coming. And the momentum and numbers on their side, on our side, he says, this is bigger than Trump, bigger than the present moment. We've known since 2017 that Trump is a stepping stone to what comes next. And what comes next will make Trump look like, whoa, Obama. In comparison, and I've long thought that, for the people that still have hope in voting, Trump, he's just not the right sauce. He's not as virulent as the people want him to be. They need a balls to the wall, a guy that's going to speak like Andrew Torba. And I think that things are probably going to get a little bit more, the tension in the environment is going to get much more heightened, particularly as the Indians, because they're continuing.
Yeah, I want to note this right quick.
If they continue to outdo the natives, the locals, there's going to be tension to get them the hell out of here. It's going to be very interesting. As I say, I think it's going to be a South African type situation here because the Indians have kind of co-opted South Africa with the whites, so it's a very similar situation there. And so I think that'll probably happen here. That's kind of the direction that we're headed. I had to guess.
This article is from Voice of America. Let me enlarge it right quick. This paragraph says Musk, a naturalized U.S. citizen born in South Africa, has held an H-1B visa, and his electric car company, Tesla, obtained 724 of the visas this year. So Elon held an H-1B visa at some point.
But interestingly, Elon is also a white man, like to your point about white people.
Well, yeah. I haven't gone and looked at other CEOs, but, you know, he is a white man, but, you know, he is also an H-1B visa holder.
Yeah.
Who is a CEO. I'll look up the other folk, but he's just a great example. Let me find, where did John go? Oh, there we are.
Being like poo poo. Poo. Once they have any power, they have any power over white Americans, they will use it to harm them. Interesting. Browns, black, and yellows are the most racist peoples in all of the world, and most of all towards other slightly different browns, blacks, and yellows. Generalizations aren't generalizations.
Let's see here.
But by and large, what I have said is true. And I think there is some element of that. The people want a little get back. And be it by government benefits, welfare, sending the white man out to work while they collect government benefits. That is an element of their get back. We've also seen videos of the black women saying she wants black men to go out and impregnate white women. Everybody has some form of grievance and a form of get back for the white man. And I think this guy is expressing some element of that.
Hey, wanted to point this out. Trump called this visa very bad for Americans. Truth Social applied to have an H-1B visa. Just thought I'd point that out.
Are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. I guess you just took off the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to bring John back up.
Oh, okay.
His name, but I was interested, so I went and looked the guy's name up. And here is that article. Hopefully, we can find a video to give us a little bit more insight. Alabama, Daniel Williams. We'll look up an article, but here's the guy that was killed.
Yeah, I don't know why his volume is low. I have it turned all the way up. Hey, Ghetto, just go. I'm streaming his video through this channel, this show. You can connect to his YouTube show directly if you want.
Do this. I'm gonna put in another tab because just in case the video you saw this story, yeah. For the people that haven't seen this story. I'd never heard of it before, and I'm from Alabama, so this is really amazing. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit, see if we can hit the highlights on this point. But the Alabama prisoner tied up, repeatedly raped, smothered to death, and I want to say they drugged him. They gave him heroin, and then told his family that he overdosed. And then they tied him up in a dormitory not his own, and you're left to speculate that he was raped while tied up in that foreign dormitory. Let me see if I can find an article. And the report mentions evidence of ligature restraint on the inmate, indicating he was tied up. It also documents multiple abrasions and contusions in varying states of healing. A DNA rape kit revealed 3 men raped him. They believed he was held captive by other inmates for 2 to 3 days. Inquiring whether he had any fears while incarcerated, his son had not expressed any. He was simply eager to return home. Now, he was supposed to get out on the day I think he died or something like that. Yeah.
Kim, by the way, the guy that Trump appointed AI czar, He's a citizen now, but I think he had an H-1B visa.
Wow, look at that. Top jobs.
Basically, he was. It sounded like to me he was tied
I
up.
think he did. I'll have to research it.
I think who was that? David Sachs.
And he
Did Sachs? I didn't know.
was allowed to be.
No. The guys, the AI guy is Sriram Krishnan. David Sachs is doing something else.
Well, I'll see if I can find the mention of them
Oh,
drugging.
okay.
They gave him heroin and tried to blame that on his death. This is the young man right here. And of course, there's going to be an ad to figure this out.
I did a story about him overnight.
Ozempic ad. Ozempic ad right here.
We make UTI relief products.
UTI.
We also
UTI, Ozempic, whatever. Oh, play the rest of it. Come on, let's get it.
make proactive urinary tract health products.
Yeah.
Take control of your urinary health.
Yeah.
It's
There
giving
it
your
is.
life back. It's a game changer. I'm a customer for
I
life.
don't know how this is in
Try
my
today
algorithm
at
here.
Eucora.com.
So this is Sriram, the Trump appointee that triggered MAGA infighting. I did this story overnight. Right. Here we go. Sriram, he immigrated to the United States in 2007 on an L1 visa to work at Microsoft before moving to positions at Facebook, then a pre-Musk Twitter. He became an American citizen in 2016. So he didn't have an H-1B. I don't know what an L1 visa is. But so Trump's appointed or future, he's appointing this guy to be the future AI czar. He came here on a visa, L1. I'd have to look it up. So, yep, Trump's got himself into a little bit of a pickle, and he's not even president yet. Let's see, what is an L1? Okay. Oh, okay. L1 is a non-immigrant visa category for intra-company transferees. So possibly what happened is this guy worked for Microsoft in India, and then he transferred to Microsoft in the United States. So interesting. So he was some sort of executive or manager, and then he transferred to Microsoft in the United States, and then went on to work elsewhere. Oh, Crack, you're perfect. Come on up. Let's talk visas. 'Cause I'm having all kinds of fun. I've driven Mavid away, which is always a good thing.
That are hell bent on revenge for what white people have done to them along varying degree, times in history. So, and again, very interesting. These are some topics that we'll probably discuss.
Okay. Yep.
on our
Anytime.
channel here.
I'm just having
Anyway,
all
thank you
kinds of
guys
fun.
for
So you
joining,
need to
and
come and level set me.
I guess we'll
There, Crack.
see you on another stream. Thank you.
Morning, Crack. Good morning, Crack.
Oh, so looks like John has ended his show. Hopefully he's coming back over here.
Okay, that was quick.
Well, it's kind of cool. He's been, drifting away doing his own little solo commentary.
I think that's
And
great.
and me and HB are over on this show, kind of watching John and commenting, and we don't disturb John when we comment.
Right.
And
Oh, right,
then,
right.
then we get to talk to him when he comes back over here. There he is.
Oh, that's good. I don't see him
And
yet.
John probably just got tired of us talking over him.
Mm.
Okay, there he is.
Hey, John.
Hey, what happened to Portia last night?
I have no idea. I came up, actually, Virgo, I'll have to ask, I meant to ask Virgo. I came up at about probably about 2:30 because I overslept a little bit.
Mm.
So when I came up here, she was a little bent out of shape, and she basically, I mean, I've talked to her offline. She just needed sleep, pretty much what you told me, but I think I know it's deeper than that. She seemed pretty annoyed.
I wonder who annoyed her last night.
Well, I don't think it was me because I wasn't here.
You weren't there.
And believe me, she said it wasn't me, but I came up and they were roasting me. But it was Clue doing it. So nobody, if Clue, I've known Clue for years, he does that, he and SKC, we have fun with it sometimes.
Yeah, I saw it in the chat. I didn't want to mention it while you talking or whatever, but yeah.
No. Because I kind of I'm having so much fun with this H-1B stuff.
Oh yeah. Hey, Stanley, what did you think about the excerpt from the? If you watch the stream, the excerpt from the speeches of the man talking about Indian. He's an Indian. He's like all the
Okay, I've been, the guy that I told you, my Indian friend who lives out in San Francisco. I've known about these issues for about 5 years now. This stuff has been boiling, and now it's kind of boiling over. This H-1B stuff has been a problem or a potential problem for years. So what's happening in India isn't the issue. What's the US policy is the issue. And now we have Indian CEOs at Microsoft and several other of the big tech companies. And yeah, of course they're going to favor H-1B people because they get them cheaper. And a lot of, I'm not sure, like this dude who's going to be the AI czar for Trump. I just discovered he was an L1 visa. I think he worked for Microsoft in India, and then he transferred to Microsoft in the United States. And then he went to work for Facebook and some other places. So, someone also mentioned that H-1B visas are like the new indentured servitude.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean anything because I brought up the example of Thomas Jefferson and all these, George Washington, all those people had relatives who came over as indentured servants. So indentured servants often become elites eventually, at least in history. So that, an H-1B guy comes here, you can call him an indentured servant, but he's liable to wind up AI czar for Trump.
I think that this shit is multi-pronged.
Oh, absolutely. Has been this isn't new, is what I'm trying to emphasize. People have been not noticing this for like 5 or 10 years.
Well, I think the bigger part is that it's a psyche thing. I would almost say like military grade psychological warfare. And we've been
doing the psychological.
I can't put my finger on it, but I will say this: we've been beaten down with these people coming here better than us, smarter than us, work harder
Who's
than us.
been beating us down?
I mean, sometimes we beat ourselves down.
Okay, I thoroughly disagree with that. I don't see where you're coming from. Because, I mean, if you're aware of something, it could be that I'm not aware of it. But I literally well, not so much anymore that I've been on this show, but I literally talk with people who are in the Indian community almost daily. They're like 2 or 3 YouTube shows that I watch every now and again. Indians who are elites. Believe me, this has been going on forever. Well,
But I mean, there are Nigerians that are elite too.
oh,
right?
absolutely, yeah. Shoot, they are the
But the average Nigerian coming over here is not elite. Would you say that's fair? Like just by numbers wise.
I would say yes. I don't know for sure, but I think you're right.
And that's not a criticism of them. That's just statistical.
Well, they can afford to.
Well, some of them, I mean, like Stanley, we had Diwali on here the other day. If one of Diwali family members had a chance to get to America for $1,500, which is a lot of money in Somalia, they figure it out.
Okay, but Somalia is not on the table. I mean,
I'm using just Somalia as an example.
Yeah, but Nigeria is a different animal.
Any third world country, bro.
Okay, Nigeria is not any third world country.
I'm just saying, if you need to name a third world country, pick one.
I don't need to. Why do you?
I'm just saying, $1,500 is not a lot of money in it.
Okay, let me just stop you right there, and then I'll let you go on.
Mhm.
You are not talking to someone who's going to buy this third world argument. Okay, India is not a third world nation. Neither is Nigeria.
What you consider them second world?
I think India's second world at best, and BRICS is a better term. Okay,
Right.
they're not India is not a third world nation. They're not first world, but apparently they wield some influence. They're also the biggest democracy in the world. Hell, they go up against China. Their border, they have skirmishes on the India-China border all the time. So, I mean, they're fighting every now and again a first world nation, and I think China's a first world nation. At least their economy is.
Yeah, I think I think it depends more on the economy, because if you get enough people, you're gonna have a decent enough. You're gonna have a sizable economy just off the
Right.
people alone, right?
But think about it this way. Okay, there are shitholes right here in the United States, and we're a first world nation. So there's shitholes in India, but they're a first world nation. There are shitholes in China, but they're a first world nation. I'm looking at their economies and their technology. I'm not looking at how they shit.
Man, I hear you. Fair enough. All right, fair enough. When I look at like countries like, let's say, Egypt, do you consider Egypt the first world, second world, third world?
No, nowhere near it.
Nowhere near what?
First world or second world.
And I bet you if you to ride the countryside of Egypt versus India, you're gonna see a lot of the same shit. I would argue you probably wouldn't see some of the same shit you would see in India in Egypt.
Okay. I've only been to one place in Egypt, Hurghada. Okay. And what I saw there, I've never been to India, but what I saw in Egypt they're not as good as Israel.
Well,
nowhere near it.
Cairo,
I've never been to Cairo, but I'm aware enough to know that it's no worse than any, the major cities in India.
Really? Okay. See, I've been to Cairo. Cairo's so here's one of the things. Here's how I look at the third world. If you can build a building and don't finish it, and then motherfucker just up there with windows and shit, that's third world. And then you get people living in that motherfucker, that's really third world.
Well,
That's
then America counts as a third world nation. I'm sure there are buildings that don't get finished.
And then if you got people like with no sewage, living like that, shitting on the street, all those combined factors, to me, you kind of get to the.
I look at the economy, I look at their military, and I look at their technology sector.
Yeah. It's all subjective, so I'm not saying you're right or wrong. But yeah, I just think that in listening to those clips of that Indian, I've heard Oscar Room say some of the same things. It's like if you don't have a concept of respect, right? If that doesn't exist in your country, it's just all these different like things where the different cultural areas where they seemingly a large room for conflict. Like what the guy said about respect. Did you hear him when he said that?
No, I heard part of it. But I also want to caution you, Osvarun is not some Indian elite. So listening to him, I don't.
Well, the guy speaking was probably an Indian elite, and he was speaking on just the general what it is to be Indian, right? And the average Indian doesn't respect people. There's no concept of respect. That's rather interesting because he says they respect you until they on top of you, then they'll demean you. There is no concept of respect. You know how in America, like there's this whole notion how you treat the waiter is how you might put some strength on dating someone based on how the man treated the waiter or the waitress, right?
Right.
In their sense, the waitress is beneath them, so they look down on them.
Okay, but I've had, like I said, this friend of mine is a second generation Indian. He went to Berkeley. He's an econ major from Berkeley, and he is an elite. His parents are elite. He comes from an elite family, as does Osvarun. I think he said his family's a priestly, class. However, how they act when they get over to America is different than how they act in India. They understand by and large that when they're in America, especially the second and third generation, they know where they are. They know this is in India.
So
their behavior changes, is my point.
It's like magical dirt theory.
Well, whatever the theory, they know they're not in India.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. It's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. I don't know. I think that some you see some of the crimes that they commit here. It kind of goes with the notion that there is some a sliding scale of immorality. Let's just say that, and I think that they can use a lot of the trust and stuff here to really take advantage of America. You look at
I don't agree about the Indians. Hindus are totally different. They are generally, as a matter of fact, they shy away from the limelight. That's why you didn't know about the H-1B issue until Trump, basically brought it to light. Hindu culture basically does not encourage boastfulness.
I knew about the H-1B issue. I told you the story that I had with the World Bank.
Yes.
I may not have known it exactly. It was an H-1B because, I'm sitting here like, probably just never connected the dots at that point. That was 15 years ago or so. But then as it went on and on, I started getting a lot of calls from Indian, almost all exclusively calls from Indian recruiters. And I worked for some of them. And I was just kind of amazed at how dominant they are. Hey, you mind if I show a couple?
No, go right ahead.
Let me. Here's one that I thought was interesting from the guy. There's so many interesting clips. There's a full speech. Maybe we'll do the full speech one day. This is interesting here.
It is irrational. The basic issue with understanding the Indian mind is that it is irrational and immoral, and it does not hold any of the Western values like honor, loyalty, dear to itself. They don't understand the concept of truth. They view the universe.
He said they don't understand the concept of truth. Yeesh.
I can tell you right now, their concept of truth is probably superior to that of the Christian world.
Age and magical thinking. They can.
Let me point out one thing, if you would pause this.
Yeah.
Hindu religion, basically Hindu religion is so open. I think when he talks about truth, he's maybe more talking religion. Hindus don't think there's one true religion. You know, they will embrace Islam as much as they'll embrace Christianity. There are Muslims in India and Christians in India who are considered Hindu. I'm hoping, I'm guessing, and it's just a guess, that when he talks truth, he means more in that sense. There can be multiple truths.
Animalistic instincts operate when you don't have civilizational values. Animalistic instincts operate. They cannot think beyond sex and money. But this should be expected, and this is why I think that there's a problem with why things cannot change. This is what happens with a society with an IQ of 77. Low IQ people cannot hold any values in their psyche. And there's nothing you can do about this except to understand how immigration from India and the rest of the third world will impact the West. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Woof. Woof. And see, you know, I did not know what the IQ of Indians was. Did not know. Never even really thought about it.
Well, why does IQ matter?
Well, but I would imagine that many of Americans have probably been cowed to those people. Just, you know, they've been beaten over the head. These people are smarter than you.
I don't know who's been beaten. You mean the common worker?
I mean, you hear someone like Vivek Ramaswamy, you see why he's taking criticism, right? I haven't even read
No,
his.
I don't actually. I think he's right.
Okay, well, but you see he's taking criticism of people saying, who the hell are you to tell me? You know, like that's what he's getting. And
okay, but Vivek Ramaswamy literally is an American citizen. He was valedictorian of an elite school. He's as American as any American. He's not Christian, but he was raised in America and excelled in the American meritocracy. So he is an American, and I think he can have a say and express his opinion.
all right, let me see if I can approach it from a different angle. Here's where I think the criticism of Vivek is coming from. Is that there are people on the right. Go ahead. You about to say something?
No.
Okay. There are people on the right who are wanting to fight. Let's just say they see this as more than just jobs or working hard. They see a cultural preservation as well. They say, you know, bringing all these people here, you know, aside from all the fraud and all of that, there's a cultural law.
Okay, but let me stop you right there, please.
Go ahead.
The American culture is not under threat from Hindus.
What I was going to say is that, so when he mentioned that, I don't know the movie Boy Meets, I didn't even see the movie that he referenced. What was it, Boy Meets Girl or Boy Meets World or whatever, right? And Homecoming Queens or something to that effect. He mentioned that. And I think from the people like the Ann Coulters of the world, the people on her side making her argument, not just don't focus on her, are saying you're denigrating our culture, trying to highlight your culture when India isn't better than the United States.
Okay.
Right? I think that's what they're saying, right? That sounds to me.
Coulter.
Don't focus on her. I'm just saying the argument. It's not just Ann Coulter. It's other people as well, right?
Understood, but Ann Coulter is wrong in the framing. She is wrong in how she's criticizing what Ramaswamy says. And I'm nowhere near a Ramaswamy fan. Okay, I would never vote for him, but not because he's Hindu. Okay, Vivek Ramaswamy did not come from India. He came from the United States of America, and he makes a correct criticism of American culture. The people who feel threatened by Hindu culture are basically shadow boxing. Hindu culture, they don't want to take over America. They just want to be American and excel in the system and they have.
We got Lupin up here.
Hey, Lupin.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
All right, I'm playing
Pretty
another.
good.
Of
You say you know
now
this
these
guy?
are all European concepts. You
Yeah,
think
I
that
used
these
to
are parts of
Google him. I used to work at a couple of his companies. I'm pretty sure he's not a household name.
What,
He's
this guy
right here
right
in
here?
Atlanta.
Yes.
Yeah, Jay.
That's
No,
right.
no, not him. Jay
Oh,
Shadrick.
okay.
I put it
Oh
at
yeah,
Jay
yeah,
Shadrick. I don't know him.
yeah. I've heard of him. Yeah. I've heard of Jay Chowdhury. What country companies he work for? Because I've heard of him. Yeah.
Oh, he's sold his companies now, but just to give you an idea, I actually worked at I never worked at Zscaler, but there's a couple of other companies, ventures that he started here in Atlanta that I've actually worked, and I know him personally.
Mm,
Not to have dinner or anything, but like I said, I've worked at this company, so I
yeah.
actually got laid off. He acquired one company. I was there, and he gave me a reference for a job to another company of his. So
Oh,
that's
wow.
kind of like how I got familiar. There's a whole crew of guys here in Atlanta that are like Jay Chaudhry. They all move around together, that are millionaires, billionaires, but you don't know their names.
Mm.
And that goes to my point. These guys don't want a lot of publicity. Hindu culture does not want this kind of smoke. Vivek, in my opinion, is an exception. As far as flashiness goes.
Well, he's like American to me. So
Yeah,
yeah, to me, yeah.
exactly.
It's like I said, it's totally different because there was a Indian company that I worked at, and I reported to this gentleman. Now, if you were to talk to him on the telephone, he sounds very European. You know what I mean? But he was bilingual. He's from India, grew up in the Pacific Islands, I think he went to college in California, but he talks very European. So, like I said, his whole presentation, everything. So, there are guys like that too. And then you have the other guys where they have the Indian dialect, and they just sit behind the scenes and pull all the strings and do all the financing. Because, like I said, a couple of the companies that I worked for, what they used to do is the Indian guys would sit behind the scenes, and they would hire a lot of African Americans, Europeans, and they'll be the front for the company. So on the front end, it looks as if the company is not Indian owned. But then I would go do the research, and you have an office in Mumbai, and that's how I would figure it out. Like, oh, okay. So it started from there. But they do little things like that. Oh, and another thing, and I'm not going to say all Indians, they don't like to pay your commissions. They're very slick with that when it comes time to pay your commissions, because I'm not going to say the name of the company where I work, but they were our CFO, the accountant. He was a CFO, Indian guy, because an Indian company, an Indian CFO. And every time that we would get like one of our monthly income statements, income sheet statements, it would be off by a percentage, money would be missing, and you have to go back and go through this whole thing to get it reconciled. So,
can I make one point to Momo's comment? You know what? American computer science majors are not doomed if they come up to an Asian standard. Okay, this doom and gloom bullshit that people like Ann Coulter want to propagate, all that, it's the Johns Creek, Georgia. Did you hear about Johns Creek, Lupin? Right up in where is it? It's not.
Alpharetta, off 400. I know exactly where.
Okay, well, those people basically, Asians started doing better than their little kids in school, so they did a white flight away from Johns Creek. I guess it was to Forsyth County or somewhere, so their kids could, do better again. Okay, they basically got scared of the competition, didn't tell Chad and Karen to work harder. They ran.
Yeah.
So that's
yeah,
what
I have heard of it. I've got a
that's
friend
what
that
Ann
stays up that
Coulter.
way.
That's what Ann Coulter and all those folks want to do. They don't want to compete. They want the problem to go away. They want to limit the competition. Now, I agree that H-1B visas are a huge problem, but the fix to the problem is to start parenting and raising native-born engineers.
That's
And
why.
teach them how to open up their own companies, like John. Like
That's
the
why.
big thing, be their own entrepreneurs instead of working for other people.
Yeah, I think honestly, if I had a crystal ball, right, and I could look, out 20 years, these companies are playing the H-1B game, and I don't know how long it's gonna last. Someone may come along and stop it. I think it is cutting the legs out from up under all this investment in STEM that we've done over the last 20 years.
No. It's
too much money.
Opposite.
I'm sorry.
It's the exact opposite.
Okay.
The investment in STEM, this STEM argument has been going on for like 20 years. Okay. And we have more H-1B visas, not less. So whatever we were doing, emphasizing STEM, it isn't working, and it's time to shift gears. If we cease the H-1B program, and I think we should. I'm not against it, but what I'm saying is, who are we going to replace the engineers we don't bring in with? American students?
Well, here's the thing. This is what I think, Stanley, and I think
good luck with that.
I do. I mean, we got 400 million people here. You mean to
okay? No. We have 400 million. We have 400 million non-engineers. I asked who are we going to replace the engineers with?
Well, as I told you earlier this week, Stanley, I got a Nigerian guy. Maybe I should call him on the stream one day. And he's trying to get out of software.
Well,
yes.
Okay.
And you ask him why, right? You said, why would you try to get out of an area that we're telling everybody to go into? Because he can't compete with the captured labor, the indentured servants, that is the Indians. And
well, he sounds white. Is he white?
No, he's Nigerian.
Okay, well, apparently he wants to turn tail and run too. Okay, the one thing you learn in the military is you don't run from confrontation, you confront and you win. Okay, and if the Ann Coulters of the world want to basically cut out H-1Bs and not have engineers to take those jobs, then America will be second best. The best way for America to become second best is not compete with Asians.
They're not going to do it to me.
You're going to compete with them one way or the other.
It's to me, and you're right, Stanley, it's too much money. And let me put it this way too as well. And I could say I'll take the swipe on both sides. The vast majority of these companies that I worked for, including excluding the Indian ones, because I'm not sure what their political affiliations are, they're Republican.
Yeah,
the vast majority. And one thing I will say that they're not going to do, they're not going to come out the H-1B, because this outsourcing thing has been going on since like the 90s, because I can remember. So they've been doing it forever, but now they're starting to expose it. It's too much money. And then, like I said, another reason why they like to hire these H-1B folks, they can hire them, and they don't want to hire, say, someone that's here already. Because for the life of me, why am I calling India? I have a customer, I have to call India for them to get support when you have people right here that should be getting those jobs.
Hey, I got to call India to order new damn servers for an American company.
Exactly. Or Thailand. Also, Thailand, which is the other spot that they like, Honduras, Jamaica. Jamaica's like a haven for like United Healthcare.
If I want a new HP server, I don't call Hewlett Packard in San Francisco.
Nope. Exactly. So it's making them too much money. And then, like I said, when I worked with some of these companies, I never understood like the whole H-1B thing. But then I started realizing, I think I had mentioned it before, that I would, work at these companies, and then, hey, you see a swath of folks, they'd be gone for like 6 months. Hey, what happened to them? Oh yeah, well, they had to go back over to India to redo their visas to come back. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Stanley, I lost a job that I really liked, an environment that I really liked. And Mono, I think I was a better coder than the guy. But he was from India and I wasn't. And the manager, she was Indian. And he straight up told me, he said, bro, if they choose you, I got to go back to India. They're not going to choose you and send me back to India. They're not going to make a decision. That Indian woman is not going to make a decision like that and send me back to India.
Well, if I might ask, your Nigerian friend, what is he going to do now that he doesn't want to do software?
You know what's crazy? You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to get into finance, like Wall Street. Yeah,
Asians are taking over finance too, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the.
But can I ask you a question? Is he fairly well off? Does he have the money to start his own business, or just what? I mean,
man, it's a long story. I'll see if I can distill it rather quickly. All my most of my professional software career, I developed specific software package. I implemented it, like customize it. He was just a general guy, right? Hey, build me a website, write me some code, do this, do that, right? Read some data from a database. He did that. So he never specialized in anything. Well, of course, that's the lowest area that the migrants and everybody is going to latch on to first, right?
Right.
So, where you don't have to have any specialized training in software, learn how to you just learn C# or JavaScript, and then you can jump in the marketplace and get an H-1B job. So he's competing with all of them. And so over the years, he said, man, I'm still making the same salary I was making 7-8 years ago. He can't get an increase in wages because they really aren't hiring any more of him. They're probably waiting on him to leave so they can replace his ass with an H-1B. And so now he's saying, like, from my experience, I don't get as many calls. I get more calls now from Indians who are probably middlemen. Sometimes I used to play it out. I was like, an Indian would call me and say, hey, I have a job with Wells Fargo. I said, okay. And then about 2 weeks later, Wells Fargo would call me. Right. The Indian would try his best to find someone, couldn't find him. Then the actual company that he was recruiting for would finally call me. Today, I think that they've figured out a way with all the H-1Bs to fill those slots before they get back to the actual company having to do what they have to do to hire people. And, there's a pipeline, full of Indians. You heard the guy say they get fake certification, fake degrees. And again, I've interviewed so many of them, Stanley, that I know they don't know what they're talking about, man. They just open up a book. You get online and read software prep questions, right? And that's how I think they prepare. As the guy was saying, like they do things without any. Let me see if I find it. They do things like knowing, what the ramifications are. Not all of them, but a group that's coming from 77 IQ, you're gonna have a lot of them that are. And that's I think my experience has been they'll say they can write software and they'll be very rudimentary trained. And I think so many Americans have been beaten down that they don't even try it anymore. And so it just leaves a void for the companies to use the H-1B visas. They have a value, but they have an excuse that people are buying. Oh, we can't find software developers, so we need H-1B. It can't be farther from the truth.
John, if I could piggyback on what you were saying, I'm not sure if you finished.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just kind of trying to figure out, you're on the software side, but IT is just so big. Don't you think there's always opportunities there? Because, there's like operations, there's CRM, you can go and, become a systems integrator. There's so many and a lot of these areas that I'm mentioning, they're usually dominated by Europeans. Still.
Yeah.
There's hardly any African Americans.
Yeah. Project. I've seen a lot of Indian project managers, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But maybe product managers. I don't know if I've seen a lot of them.
I've never seen. Yeah, you're right. I've never seen any product managers because even the company that I'm working at now,
I've seen Jamaicans. I've seen a Jamaican.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
I've seen two actually. You know what I'm saying? Well, actually, it was an African and a Jamaican.
Okay.
they were like product managers, but they
No,
were
I've never
very, very
seen that.
sharp. I would say they were very, very sharp. That's why I started. My first company, I went to New York. I was working at this company called. It was a very high-end software company. I mean, at the time we were building like a Facebook for very rich people. Very rich
Oh
people.
wow,
Seriously,
you've heard of that one? Yeah,
yeah, this is the company right here, Access Point.
Access Point. Okay.
Yeah, and so that's when the first company I worked for when I moved to New York, and that's when I really
Okay.
started to open my eye. Well, the World Bank, I left the World Bank because of the Indian shit, and then I come here, and my manager was a Russian. I never met a
Oh
Russian
boy.
in my life. You know what I mean? And these are some hardcore people. And then the
Oh yeah.
African guy who was, the product manager here at this company. This is right now. And I passed by here the other day when I was streaming, and there's a migrant hotel right. I mean, it's fucking Class A office space right here, and the migrant shelter is like right in the middle of the block there. Yeah, Access Point. But yeah, but then at that company, it wasn't as many Indians. I would say maybe none. But today, I mean, they're everywhere. And you're right. There are other areas, and I don't know a lot about all those other areas. And I would imagine they're facing some of the same pressures. But in the software, it's so low barrier to entry, to be honest with you, that anybody can get in there. And the propaganda is so bombarded people. It's hard. It's difficult. I think many people have just chosen to do something else over the last 20 or 30 years, just off the propaganda. What do you think?
I think you're right, and I think another thing too, because and I hate to personalize, but just from my personal experience, that a lot of times these other areas you don't really know about them, and I feel like as average American, they really don't know about these areas because they're not exposed to them, unless they probably have someone that works in that industry that can give them a bit of information and just set them on the course. It's just like me. I didn't know anything about technology, but when I started getting into it with my natural, I was always curious and always wanted to learn new things, and that's how I found out about all of these other areas. Like I said, CRM, the ERP. I don't know anything too much about the software writing the code. I've never been around those kind of folks. Most of the folks that I've been around, they're more or less on the engineering side. They're doing stuff on the servers, stuff like that. So
I think it's probably easier to enter the tech field without education in tech. Let me just say and the reason why I say it is because I've known some really smart people, and I went to Tuskegee, you went to Morehouse, and I would imagine Morehouse clearly does not have a strong computer science program.
no,
Right?
not known for that. Or sports.
Right. And so if you go there, right, and you say you want to major you really want to go to Morehouse and you want to major in computer science, the professors that you're going to have, they're not going to be the best. Let's just be honest. Right? They're probably not going to have any real world experience. They're going to be teaching you straight from a book. That's what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have any understanding of that, and someone's coming to you trying to teach you from a book, and they can't really, make it relevant. You know how they're teaching, experience in teaching goes hand in hand. And I think a lot of these professors don't have any experience. They're teaching straight from the book where they have the answer, right? And it discourages so many incoming students that I think that they just change their major. And I've seen many people change their major from computer science to math. So clearly they weren't dumb, right? They could have handled it, but I think it was the teaching that really stymied them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kind of like a weeding out process too, because like I said, that almost happened to me because I was never really good at math until I, was fortunate enough to meet this African. He was from the continent, and mathematician that I was getting tutoring from. It showed me how to kind of like sit down and systematically go through like the equations and how to solve them because I was never taught, and I hated math, and it discouraged me. So that's why I kind of like always political science. I always wanted to stay on the same thing that you were saying, stay in those non-hardcore subjects like political science, philosophy, psychology, that sort of thing. So,
But I've written code for years, man, and I probably have used so little math in writing code. Now I'm sure in some code maybe you have to implement some kind of math, process.
yeah, depending
But
on the app.
I just haven't had to do anything more than just basic math. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I mean, I would think if you're writing like financial software, you're probably going to have to use a little math.
in terms of what though? I've written some financial software.
Well, there are algorithms for, everything from stock trades to, if I'm writing software for, TurboTax. I mean, math has applications. I mean, there are applications.
Let's say you're doing a turbo.
Physicists write for physics experiments.
Let's say you're doing a TurboTax application, right? Add cell 11 plus cell D. And
from a spreadsheet.
Well, I suspect it gets a little more complicated than
there
addition.
may be some divisions or multiplication, but you're not doing any cosine. The slope of a, you know what I mean? It's very basic math.
Yeah, but there are apps out there that, I would imagine writing software for NASA is going to, writing something that'll put, a satellite 3 million miles from the sun. You're probably going to have to do a little math in that planetary physics and, all that sort of stuff. It's there are apps out there.
I wonder
what
what
it is you're trying to do with the app.
I wonder
That
what
would
that
intimidate
math,
me.
see, I wonder would that math be fed into the requirements? You see
Okay,
what
well,
I'm saying?
someone has to write the software.
Right.
At
And
some
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So like when someone would give me the requirements, right? And they would say, hey, calculate the tax over here, right? Okay, well, I need to know how to calculate the tax. I mean, they probably give me the formula as well because they want to make sure that I got it exactly right. So the customers are charged, and there will be QA testing and all that kind of shit. But basically, they give as the software developer, you're implementing requirements somewhat being fed to you. So
Okay, all I have to say before we get knee deep in effluvia, basically, when you decide, hey, I want to put a satellite somewhere, near the sun so we can study it, I'd imagine, that software hasn't been written before. So you do have to have some people who know math and can do coding. I'm sure stuff like that happens all the time. And if I could, I'd like to address Momo's point here about importing labor to drive down wages has been the American way for a long time now. This is bigger than a company wanting to save some money on their payroll. This is almost an existent. This H-1B issue is multi-layered, multifaceted, and possibly existential to the United States. So if you're worried about nickels and dimes and, paying, people more or less depending on, cheap labor and all that stuff, that's the least of our problems. Okay. Vivek is right. Okay. Americans and white people especially have been resting on their laurels thinking that they were the top of the heap for quite some time now, for like 100 or more years. And Vivek gave them a wake-up call, and the Ann Coulters of the world are not enjoying the reality. You can get rid of H-1B visas, but you can't get rid of the problem. The problem is Americans are not hitting the books, haven't for probably 50 or more years, and it's almost time for the rubber to meet the road, and they're not liking it. And the political part of it is I described MAGA in 2024 as the oligarchs like Vivek and Elon riding the backs of the working class into power. And now you're getting what you voted for. Okay?
Sally, you may be on to someone with that.
Trump isn't even president yet, and he's already used up his honeymoon period. They're criticizing his presidency before he's even inaugurated, and I'm sitting back laughing. And you know what? Remember when I said at some point I'm going to get to say I told you so? Well, I think today's that day. I told y'all so.
He's gonna have to. He's gonna have to be a bulwark against those H-1Bs, Stanley. I tell you that he's gonna have to do that. Or people are gonna be angry. You know, he has a couple things on his agenda that I think that he can only have a successful presidency if he addresses them and solves them. I'll give him a pass on the birthright citizenship, but I think the H-1Bs and the immigration, he's gonna have to solve those, and the J6 people. I think.
Okay, well, the thing is you're being short-sighted here. Immigration is a facet of this existential problem. Okay, the real problem is we're not producing engineers. If we solve the H-1B problem tomorrow, we don't have minds. We don't need bodies. We need minds.
See, that's why I disagree.
Those engineering spots.
That's why I disagree, Stanley. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you give me a moderately intelligent guy with interest in software. I mean, he's been tinkering with it, and I can make him a pretty good programmer.
Okay, John, that sounds like was it Hillary Clinton saying the solution to all our jobs was, hey, if you lose your factory job, go to the trade school and learn how to code? You sound like Hillary Clinton.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Learning to code is easy.
No, what I'm saying is that.
I know I understand what you're saying. You don't have to break it down. I disagree with you. Of course, you can create a moderately good coder with medium intelligence, but we're not talking we're not talking intermediate. We're talking elite coders.
But if you look at it,
we're talking elite level.
Stanley, if you look at those H-1B applications,
okay, I don't need H-1Bs. I'm saying these are people they're bringing in mediocre intelligence. We don't have the interest in coding. You said.
I say I don't think that's true.
Okay, well then we disagree.
I think there are more people tinkering with code today than ever. I just think that the university
say is Johns Creek. Okay, when those kids met Asians who could do, these are AP kids. These are AP white kids who are getting discouraged because the Asians are doing better in their AP courses than them. These aren't mediocre kids. These are elite kids saying, "Mommy, I can't do it. Can we move?"
Are you guys familiar with the Water Boys?
No.
In
the Water Boys?
Is there in Baltimore?
I don't know if they have them. I'm not sure if they have them in Baltimore, but here, you know, those little kids that are on the corner of the like on the highway selling water.
Right.
John, every time that I get off the highway or I see them, I'm the first thing that pops in my mind. I'm like, gosh, what a waste, because these kids could actually be learning coding, and they're standing on the corner hustling water like they're being trained to be drug dealers here in Atlanta. So it's just
you see it in Baltimore and shit too. You see it in Baltimore and shit too. You know, when I used to go early on in my career, I used to go to the interviews. Like Crack said, I would go and interview even when I had a job, even if I wasn't looking for a job. I would just still go, right? Just practicing, you know what I'm saying? How to answer questions, how to better refine how to answer questions, and not to be using book examples. A lot of motherfuckers, you say, hey man, what's a class? Give me an example of a class. And he would give you an example that's straight out of a book that you read when you first started programming. Like, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But many people can't interview people because they don't hardly know what the hell they're talking about. They're interviewing someone, he gives them an example that matches up with the answer in the book. They say, oh, I guess he knows what he's talking about. And you know, I think, you know, that's kind of the, you know, how the Indians have been able to jump into this and really take advantage. There's just so much ignorance, you know, of coding. People think it's so hard. Hey man, I want to share. Go ahead.
Well, before you go on, you do realize that we're not just talking coding. We're talking harder disciplines.
Yeah, yeah. And I
Okay,
think,
so
Mhm.
coding is one thing, but
and
there are some engineering disciplines that are somewhat more challenging.
yeah, yeah, that's very true. And I think that even with those,
And
again,
medicine, there are a lot of people come.
yeah, in medicine,
Amy Wax of all people was complaining about Pakistani doctors coming over. Being a doctor isn't that easy.
nah, being a doctor is not that easy. Hey, you guys, I've mentioned this guy's podcast before, Germ Warfare. You ever heard of this, Stanley?
No, I wouldn't be aware of it just because he misspelled germ.
And this is a podcast about a little young boy out of the DC area, and it's relevant to what we're talking about here today. If you don't mind, I play it like a second. Let me play a second. Let me see where it is. Where is the boy? Is this it? I don't know where the hell it is.
I'm away to the fence. I work.
Oh, this is the wrong one. Shit,
Yeah,
this is the wrong one. Wrong one. Where's the little boy one? He had one with a little boy. Let me see. You might find it interesting, Stanley. Damn. I thought I had it. Let me see. Is this it? Hold on. It has got to be it here. Copy link. This is interesting because it applies to education, what we've been talking about, Stanley.
Mhm.
And what I think is going to happen as we go forward. And I really want to get your feedback on this, Stanley, and Lupin. Tell me what you guys think of this. Both of you have children, right? Lupin, you have children? Is Lupin still there?
I do. I have a daughter, but she's about 38. So
I hope this is the video. I hope this is the link right here. Give me 1 second. I really want to get you guys' opinion on this. Stanley's talking about this John's Cabin thing, so let me see if I can come up with something.
John's Creek.
Yeah.
Which I need to reemphasize how hilarious I find it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hope this is it. This is it. Shit. I don't know. Let me see what the little boy's name was.
I also want to say that my son got into a school where the majority of the student population is Asian.
Let me see if I can find it. Stanley.
Not Asian standard.
I may have to play it from my phone if that's okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get on the road because I really want to let you guys hear this here and then get your opinion. You can tell me stop it wherever you want me to stop it. Give me 1 second. I'm almost on the road. I'm on the road. Podcast. All right. So this little boy is named. I'm gonna pull him up on the screen so you can see who's talking.
Hey, John, by the way, Michael Eric Dyson apparently has done an interview. You remember Brianna Joy Gray?
Who?
Well, don't worry about it. Michael Eric Dyson, we're going to be I'm going to be talking about him overnight, if probably not tonight, but tomorrow night. So your buddy, you remember Michael Eric?
Yeah, I know someone that knows him.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. So Stanley, you see this kid right here?
Yep.
His name is Michael Siegel. 13 years old at the time of this. Goes to change the world in some remarkable way. I'm dropping out of the 7th grade. Nigga dropped out. Drop out.
You think he calls himself a nigga?
I'm just talking, Stanley. I'm going on a journey of self-discovery, preparing to meet the world head on. Hard hats and goggles required. There will be spots. This is a young man, couple of 13. And here is the podcast. Oh, shit, let me get it right. Damn, to start playing Be Brave to y'all guys. Let's see. Is that it? Podcast. Damn, did I just lose it again? Shit. Damn. Did I lose it again? I think they're hiding this podcast from me. Let me see if I can find it again. Damn. I just had this shit too. God damn. Library. Latest episodes. That should be it. Damn, did they hide the episode from me that quick? Let me go library again. Let me search for the guy's channel. Michael Siegel. Damn, I just listened to this shit the other day. Damn. The fuck? That's fucking amazing. I just lost this shit that fast. Let me see if I can find it again. That's fucking amazing. Let's see. I was all teed up, Stanley. You threw me off. Let's see. Let me see. Where the hell did I have it? It's fucking weird. No, I have it somewhere. Let's see. This it. Yeah. Shit, I can't seem to find it there, Stanley. It just deleted it out of my feed that quickly.
How old is this blessed event?
Let's see. I think it was this year. Michael Siegel.
I mean, because on the surface of it, I don't generally take 13-year-olds this seriously.
Well, I think I found another one from him. Let's see. Here's another video of him. Let me know if you can hear this.
Classroom going, okay, class, go to page 35 anymore. COVID sort of was the antidote. It made it also notice that teachers aren't really smart people. They're not economists, they're not scientists, they're not mathematicians. They're mostly people who are good around kids. They're babysitters mostly. Yeah, it's a learning-free zone. It's not about learning. Learning is just the excuse that they use to make it feel important. But it's daycare for kids while the parents go do their job and go to work.
I think, Micah, I think that's really true. And in the UK, for example, they're now talking about offering school children the opportunity to come to school from 7 o'clock in the morning until 6 p.m. in the afternoon.
Can you pause it right quick?
For a young
What's this, Tim?
Just pause it right quick so I can address Momo. Momo, this kid is sounding based already, according to Momo. I'm like, dude, if you're taking 13-year-olds seriously, this kid's voice hasn't even deepened yet. So he sounds based. He sounds like a preteen.
I think the parents are more based in the kids.
His point about learning, he's maybe basing it on his, public school or whatever. He's not right about what learning is and what it should be. If his point is that stuff needs to be changed, yes, I agree with that. But that doesn't mean you don't just quit when something isn't going your way. If you can modify it and fix it, that's actually the adult way to do it. Now, a 13-year-old might just quit. So he doesn't sound based to me.
Day for a youngster.
And it's just become so normal. Nobody questions it at all. And, it was really taking years of my life away. And when COVID hit, it was a miracle. I had about a year of freedom because most kids will agree with this, because most kids will agree that school is the worst. And COVID sort of was the antidote. It made the schools sort of fall apart and go to online, and school is now on a computer. And kids had more power when they're on a computer. And all the kids turn their camera off. There's a rule on Zoom that you can't force someone to turn their camera on. That's illegal. So all the kids had their camera off, and They were playing video games, the whole entire class. The only person who didn't, me too, the only person who didn't was the teacher. That was all year. I could be a kid and I had so much more time. I felt like days went so much shorter because I wasn't just sitting in a classroom going, okay, class, go to page 35 anymore.
When did this happen?
And then when that was
He's talking about
over,
he's talking about right around COVID time.
it was 6th grade.
He's talking about COVID when COVID was online. And he's saying that at this point, I'll go ahead, play more.
And in middle school, there's like 10x amount of tests and stupid scores. And also, COVID wasn't entirely over, but mostly. So they made 8-year-olds and up take COVID shots, which is insane. So I really couldn't handle it. And it's at this point, it's taken like 3 years out of my life so far, like 7 hours every day. It's terrible. And I thought, maybe if you pay money, maybe if there's a transaction, then the school will
This is where it gets really good. This boy lives right outside of DC in Bethesda, very affluent young territory or neighborhood city, actually, where he lives. So you're going to hear something very interesting.
something else, and I'll explain what I did. So there are about a dozen private schools in DC that are about $50,000 every year for middle schools. And I applied to one basically for fun, the field school. And I had to write an essay, which I decided was about the Hexaco personality test. Well, it takes into account 6 factors and makes a personality profile of yourself. I took that profile and made an analysis of that profile and wrote about it in the essay about how I thought my personality was compared to what the personality test said I was. And I got in. These are really hard to get into, just so you know. And I learned more about the school because I was just doing it for.
This is the school that he got into, the field school in DC. I don't know how much it costs. He says 50,000. We'll see.
I didn't really know much about it. I learned more about the school, and I realized where the $50,000 a year is going is to get kids into big, famous colleges and universities. It's still tests and scores. The only difference is after you go to Harvard. But that's overrated. And so at the same time, my brother, Shai, found this new awesome school, the Socratic Experience. And it's online, but it works. And the motivation for learning there is learning because you're actually interested in learning. Learning isn't a chore. And the kids are excited to wake up on Monday morning and go to school. There are no tests, there are no grades, and it's not about scores. And the teachers are actually really smart. They're real economists, real scientists, and real mathematicians. And it's called the Socratic Experience. There's a lot of conversations and discussions, and there's lots of questions.
What's a typical day like? Because I understood that you're mostly teaching yourself. Is that correct?
Well, that's later. That's when I started my own school.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, now me and my brother were really enjoying this school about half a year until summer break came. And then they gave us an assignment to read a book and write about what you learned in that book. Most kids were reading Alice in Wonderland and 12-year-old stuff, but I decided to read Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. I was always very inspired by people like David Goggins and George Carlin and Jordan Peterson and Simon Sinek. People who are changing the world, who are very smart and very hardworking. That changed me. I wanted to be just like them. But I didn't want to just play video games all day for the rest of the summer. That assignment was pretty quick. It took like 10 days. So I didn't want to just spend 3 months forgetting everything I learned for that half a year at the Socratic Experience. And I wanted to do a project that used my interests like school never could. My interest is animals. Ever since I was a little kid, I was fascinated by animals. I asked questions like, why do zebras have stripes? Why are giraffes' necks so long? Why can owls, Why can owls turn their head 360 degrees? I was very fascinated by them. And I always got really, really mad when I saw them being killed by humans. What do you think about them?
What do I think about animals? I think animals are wonderful, and it also makes me mad when they're killed by humans. But I have to admit, Mike, I regret to say I am a complete carnivore, and so I do eat them.
Do you have pets?
Yes.
And you who do know and do understand the situation. And so I contacted this guy, a rhino expert, Marcus Hoffmeyer. He was in South Africa at the time. And he told me all sorts of things about rhinos, the demand for their horns, the fact that it's worth more than gold at this point, and traditional Chinese medicine and demand as sculptures in Southeast Asia.
This boy sounds about 15 years old. He sounds about 25 years old, man. He sounds above his head.
Okay, he might sound like a wise kid to you. I'm telling you right now, this kid it sounds like an idiot in need, a future idiot. He's in need of parenting. Okay, asking about why the zebras have stripes, that's like kindergarten level. I was about to ask, I bet he's interested in sharks too. So is my son at 5. I don't know why you're impressed with this. This kid's parents need to be held accountable for what they're creating.
You think they should force him to go to public school?
Oh, no. I don't care what they do. I'm just making an observation. I have no recommendations for this level.
In terms of for what?
I have no recommendations for this level of irresponsibility.
Oh, you think they're being irresponsible? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Right.
A 13-year-old asking about why zebras have stripes is not excellence.
Lupin, what do you think about the young man so far, what you've heard?
He's precocious for one, but to me, and can't take full credit for this. I learned this from BGS. I didn't realize that we were taught from the Prussian school system here and in most countries, and it sounds like that's where he started out, where he's just doing like the babysitting, basic programming, as opposed to like where he evolved to. I guess is what he was referring to now, where he's actually thinking. But I would agree with Stanley a little bit, not too much pushback, where it's kind of precocious and he needs to be reined in a little, because it's kind of like if I had a 13-year-old like that, I'd like to go tell him to sit down somewhere and just relax.
This kid is obviously not being raised to a standard of Asian excellence. Why do zebras have stripes? Really?
It's not a beating.
Why isn't he learning calculus?
I don't think he's old enough yet.
Oh, bullshit. I've known 13-year-olds who were getting close to calculus. I don't know why you think this is precocious.
Speaking of calculus, we'll go off topic for just a little bit. Since you mentioned math and all that. News coming out of San Francisco. Nas 415, you in the audience? Has anyone heard about what's coming out of San Francisco in math?
No.
Anyone? Yeah, nay.
The only math I know anything about is calculus 2 and linear algebra being taken in the same semester, which I disagree with.
Coming out of San Francisco here.
For the first time in more than a decade, students attending public schools in San Francisco will be able to take algebra next year in the 8th grade. And if you live anywhere other than San Francisco, that might not seem like a big deal, but it is. It's been a policy debate and political fight for years, and because it touches on topics like race and class and student achievement, it's also become deeply polarizing and deeply divisive. But the district has changed course, reversed its policy, and I spoke with a student.
How would algebra in the 8th grade be about race? I don't know.
Parent dealing with the fallout of that change, one that could have a ripple effect across middle school, high school, and beyond.
For fun, you definitely don't do math at all. But as a subject in school, you probably would have to push through that, right?
Carlos Quintanilla has done the math and believes that taking algebra next year as an 8th grader will add to his chances of getting into a good college and perhaps someday help fulfill his dream of becoming a doctor.
Maybe medical stuff? I don't know. Being a surgeon seems fun. Tiring, but, fun.
For the first time in a decade, the San Francisco Unified School District will offer algebra to 8th grade students like Carlos after reversing its policy of beginning algebra in high school and not sooner.
Why are you holding our kids back?
The school district's previous policy created a fair amount of division within the school community. Before the March primary, we introduced you to Rex Ridgway and his granddaughter Josie, who took 2 math courses, algebra and geometry, in a single year as a freshman, to accelerate her education and allow her to take calculus by the time she was a graduating senior.
Definitely taking 2 math courses wasn't probably the way I wanted to do it.
The experience turned Rex into an outspoken critic of the district's policy.
Bottom line is, it didn't work. I call it a decade of damage.
He even campaigned in favor of Prop G, a non-binding ballot measure that allowed San Francisco voters to weigh in on the issue. Prop G passed with overwhelming support from voters, nearly 82%, in favor of the school system offering algebra to 8th graders like Carlos, whose mother Angelica says it would be a welcome addition to the school's curriculum.
It's important they learn algebra in earlier age. For me, it's important.
Carlos says his family is likely to opt into the algebra program next year, but he still has some nagging doubts about whether he's ready for the challenge.
If I were to really want to enter algebra, I feel like the conversation would go, are you going to study or are you going to be prepared?
Which would, of course, be the formula for success. I want to pull back the curtain on our editorial process a little bit before we move on. Our original goal was to talk to a middle school math teacher for this story. It's going to fall on their shoulders to implement this change. Now, I reached out to the district spokesperson more than 10 days ago, asking to be connected to a teacher. Now, long story short, it never happened. I can't be sure why exactly, but I do have my suspicions. But my concern as a journalist and as a member of the public is that talking about algebra should be infinitely easier than teaching it to 8th graders. And the reluctance to do even that raises its own set of questions.
So what's wrong with that? What's the big deal if they're getting taught algebra in the 8th grade? I'm not understanding. Like,
My
they
son
should be
took
to me.
algebra in the 8th grade. Algebra.
Right. So
Well, you noticed there that they talked about how up until now it wasn't allowed in 8th grade, right? And then they talked about there was racial elements around it, right? You heard them say that, correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, what do you think those racial elements were?
they're likely African American.
Well, but what do you think it revolved around? Well, clearly it had to be blacks, right? Blacks and Hispanics. That's the only people that can make a racial argument. But what do you think they were arguing? Why eighth grade algebra has been prohibited up until this point?
Because it's probably to them too hard. And they didn't want to do the work.
Okay, but why prohibit it? Just let it, whoever want to take it, take it. Why prohibit it for everyone?
They might be expected to take it.
No.
They probably don't have the teachers. And maybe see teachers that don't have enough students.
Yeah, they can find a fucking algebra teacher. It's bigger than that. Think about it. If I let you take algebra in the 8th grade and I ain't ready, then what happens to me?
Oh, you're behind and I'm excelling.
I'm behind.
Okay.
So what we do, we stop everybody from taking it, correct? So we don't like algebra before the 8th grade. No matter how ready you are, you're gonna be ready for the 8th grade before the 9th grade.
Can I make an observation?
Sure.
And this is as a black man.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I give a fuck? As long as my son is taking the class that he needs to take or I expect him to take, I really don't care what the arguments are.
Well, I think what you mean.
I'm trying to figure out why it matters what these blacks and Hispanics.
I got you. So let me see if I can thread the needle here. So you're in the school district, San Francisco Public City School District, right? And you got a lot of minorities in the school system, and you got a handful of Asians handful of whites that are, doing better than everyone else in the school. So they want algebra in the 8th grade, but the POCs, the people of color, aren't ready for algebra by the 8th grade. So you got two choices: hire some algebra teachers it's going to be primarily white and Asian students, or hold it off for everyone until the 9th grade, so that no one gets too far ahead of anybody. And that's what they're more or less doing, holding the floor down so that the Asians and the whites don't get too far ahead of the POCs who aren't ready for algebra by the 8th grade. You let the whites and the Asians take algebra in the 8th grade. Well, if you prevent them from taking algebra in the 8th grade, aren't you doing harm to them?
No.
Wouldn't that be doing harm to them? That they're not being allowed to pursue their highest potential because the school system is arbitrarily holding them back because their fellow men aren't ready for it yet.
Okay, I'm thoroughly confused here.
Okay, let me see if I can do it.
Don't they have accelerated programs everywhere, so nobody gets held back.
San Francisco had a program where it had a law or rule or something where no kid can take algebra in the 8th grade. Right.
Well, I also
want
to point out just the sheer numbers. I don't know that San Francisco has a humongous Black population anyway. Definitely a Hispanic population. If they're 1 or 2% Blacks saying, "Hey, we don't want it taught," well, that's insignificant enough to just basically ignore what they want.
We have a Black mayor, and it's not 1 or 2% Black. San Francisco probably has about 8 to 10% Black people, and
That's
then,
still low.
but within the public school system,
California has a 5% Black population. I don't know about San Francisco, but it can't be that high.
But within the public school system, they may be 20%.
Well, let me have a look. San Francisco public schools.
Yeah, I don't know about San Francisco. I don't think there are that many Blacks there anymore. But I heard too as well.
Well, but somehow they were able to get a Black.
I don't have any stats to back it up, but I just here and there.
But it's not just Black people, as I said, it's persons of color. They mentioned POCs, right? Hispanics as well. They probably have another 15, 20% Hispanics in the school. That's at least 30% of the school that is not ready for algebra, right? In the 8th grade. And it's and they're responsible. Nobody gets any algebra.
I'm still confused as to why this matters.
Well, because
it's 5.1% African American
in the public school system.
San Francisco public schools, 5.1% African American.
And what's the
now the 45% white, 34% Asian.
So it's Asian and white, then that's probably what it is, and not African American.
Yeah, I don't see Hispanic. Okay, so hold on one sec, because I don't see Hispanics in here. Why do I not see Hispanic? Asian, African American. Okay, I'm gonna have to find what the.
But clearly, it
sounds like a Johns Creek situation.
Yeah, pretty much. But basically, it's 5.1% African American, and the state has about the same population wise, just overall population.
Well, either way it goes, there's a solution to the racial issue. They mentioned the race, and we can look it up even further if you like, was to more or less get rid of algebra in the 8th grade. And now they're finally bringing it back. And that is kind of a big problem in the American school system. If that well, at least it was a problem in that school system where they say, you know what, we'll just get rid of algebra for everyone, even the people that are already in the 8th grade. So it's not to offend or discriminate or disproportionately serve one group over the other. And so in the 8th grade, if you're ready for algebra, you got to take some kind of remedial math, I guess. Up until this point in San Francisco, Crack is in the audience. He would know a little bit about this.
I just have a question. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. America used to also be like the leader in innovation, and we tell all of these great folks, like, what happened in the past, 30 years or 40 years? Like the educational system just went kaput. I don't understand.
Did the educational system ever contribute to innovation, or was it just the innate qualities in the people that were creative and imaginative, pushing the envelope? you know, a lot of people invented a lot of things and never went inside of the school door. I don't know. Causation, correlation. What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. They started somewhere. They had to go to school and they had to have that push, and you know what I mean. So it's just it's almost as if like I look at my grandkids and like I'm like I can't. It's just they're not taught how to think. They just kind of like taught how to just regurgitate information. Because if I just ask them, you know, just basic things, they look, they can't respond, and I'm like, wow, just basic stuff. It's interesting.
Hey, you know, I want to, since you mentioned that, I want to play another snippet from the video I played on the stream earlier today, because I've seen this in my own experience working with Indians. And let me see if I can find that clip. Yeah. Lupin, give me your thoughts.
In India, I attended one of the top engineering colleges and believed myself to be very creative, decisive, and well-grounded. But as I started witnessing social interactions in Manchester and behaviors of people in the United Kingdom, I started to realize that even a grocery shop operator had more confidence and was more decisive. I realized my mind was clouded with confused thinking, conflicting motivations which were implanted in me as growing up, and rules lacking a principled foundation. The focus is on obtaining certificates, putting on Western clothes, and they think that is all that matters. The skills behind those certificates is completely immaterial to their minds. They completely fail to see education as a path to intellectual growth or as a means to become better human beings. They function as rigid cogs, not understanding the meaning and value of their actions. They are micro compromises in a complex society, may be untraceable, but result in horrible outcomes.
And then I went on to talk about the Boeing airplane that crashed at the hands of Indian software developers. And I want to say they left a default option on that had to be turned off. And if you didn't know to turn it off, it could cause a crash. I think that's what it was. But I've seen that in my career, man. I've been working with an Indian guy, and he just didn't seem like he understood. He could write the code, but he just didn't seem to understand what the hell he wrote.
Okay, well, let me just go ahead and insert here. I don't think anything that you have covered, the Boeing accident, or I think it's all off base and missing the point. Who cares about the? I don't mean to sound callous, but a Boeing crash. Boeing's an American company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so blaming it on, Indian software developers seems to excuse the American company.
Mm.
Yeah, they're the one that cut all the corners and probably cut out all the QA and everything else just to like decrease the cost.
And this H-1B problem, it's bigger than immigration. It is an existential crisis, and I think Vivek is one of probably the first time since I've known of Ramaswamy that I actually think he's dead on right.
He's converted your channel.
No. He has. I still don't like him, but everybody gets something right, and he is right on this. There's a whole book called what's her name? I forget the lady's name. She wrote probably almost 10 years ago about the mediocre, the white mediocrity, I think was the name of her book. We have worshipped mediocrity for quite some time. How white men especially fail up. Okay. Trump has failed up. So I hear what you're saying. There's definitely validity to your points, but I think the main point is not being recognized here. America has a cultural problem. We literally worship mediocrity, and it's coming back to haunt us.
Yes, I would have to agree. And John, I just thought about something that you said when you played that video. It reminded me of myself when I everything that he mentioned. It reminded me of me so much when I was a lot younger until I started to kind of like evolve because that's all I was just interested in: get a degree, doing the right things, dressing the right way, saying the right things, but not learning anything. So yeah, that is interesting.
The guy had it was a lot of good clips there. Here's another one I'll play.
We were, as growing up, indoctrinated to be submissive. The indoctrination is so profound that Indians address even those slightly above them in authority as sir. But this, you should never ever take their calling you as sir as a sign of respect, because respect is another concept that is alien to Indians. When they call you sir, it reflects their view of you as a stronger person. They will demean you the moment you are in a weaker position. In this system, in the system of India, you are either higher or lower in the pecking order. You're either an abuser or the abused. We were, as growing up, indoctrinated to be submissive. The indoctrination is so profound that Indians address even those slightly above them in authority as sir. But this, you should never ever take their calling you as sir as a sign of respect, because respect is another concept that is alien to Indians. When they call you sir,
Is that all of it? I played it twice. I'm sorry about that. It's very interesting. That, have you ever seen the video where they talk about Africans? Some Africans don't have a concept of love. You ever seen those videos? Seriously?
No.
You ever seen that?
No.
Well, dude, Christians don't have a sense of nirvana. So what?
Well, again, like, let me see if I can find that video. Man, it was an interesting video. They were asking, like, African men, what is love? And they were like, what? They just want to have sex.
Like John, this gentleman here, I'm not sure of his name, but like I said, the few Indian companies that I've worked for, I've never really experienced the that I would say sort of Indian. Like I said, these folks are like they're very Eurocentric. They went to school here. They are Eurocentric in their outlook a lot of times. Now, I'm not sure when they deal directly with their own people, it may be that way, but when they're interacting with like, us as Americans, I mean, it's not that way. But I understand what he's saying because every now and again it will come out. But I'm just saying, all the stuff that he's talking about, I've never really experienced that from them. You know what I mean? But it's just like you're working at a white company, but they're just Indians. If that makes sense.
Yeah. In 2020, California Civil Rights Department filed a lawsuit against Cisco Systems alleging a caste system had evolved within their workplace. Has anyone ever heard of this?
Yeah, I have.
What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, as I said, I think it's I think it's true because, as I said, now when they're interacting with their own people, it's probably different. But as I said, when they're interacting with non-Indians, it's really different. But I can believe that because, like I said, when you go around like where they are in like the departments and the development folks, it's like being in high school almost. They're heads down in the desk and they're just working. Nobody's talking or interacting. So yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting. I think Trump is going to be in hot water though, standing with this shit. Like the corporate powers that be are really going to press him on this shit. You know what I mean? It's going to be very difficult for him to resist the power of these corporations that want these H-1Bs. And I don't think he's going to be able to resist it.
I think Trump is going to figure it out. He needs to listen. He needs to probably he's going to have to use all his skills. I don't think he's going to be in trouble. I just hope he can figure out that H-1Bs are part of the problem, but they aren't the problem. The problem is, who do we replace these immigrants with? And I also want to point out that, this is basically the Mexican gardener, but elevated. Okay. The Chamber of Commerce years ago fought to keep, immigration, kind of flexible. So, the rich the rich people could have their lawns manicured and kept in good condition. Now we have stepped it up several levels above that. And this is bigger than grass clippings. Trump needs to realize that it's more than an immigration problem.
Hey, this got another porn bum right here, fresh. That's why I put him at the bottom.
Nah, doggy. I'm a real person. I'm just chilling.
You seen him before, Stanley?
No, I don't think so. But that's cool.
I don't porn bomb, doggy. I'm Christian. I'm not about that.
Show me the number 2 with your hands in. There you go.
Peace, my brothers.
All right.
No, I ain't doing all that.
Hey, Fresh, are you one of Jedi Rich's crowd?
I've never heard of Jedi Riches. I wish I had Jedi Rich. Oh, hold on. That sounded gay. Let me say that again. I wish I had the riches of a Jedi. Nah, I'm just here. I saw what your topic was, and I'm enjoying the content.
Cool.
Something else I just thought about too, in terms of especially the H-1B visas and illegal immigrants. Like a lot of these food companies, manufacturing companies, Tyson's, whoever you could think of, they hire a lot of these third-party companies to go in and sanitize and clean a lot of the factories.
Yeah.
A lot of those companies hire a lot of HB1 and illegal immigrants. So I wonder how they're going to deal with that outflow too as well. I just thought about that.
Man, go ahead.
One thing I want to jump in real quick and say this. Before they can even tackle the immigration issue, they need to tackle the welfare problem in this country. Because like Stanley said, you get rid of Jose the gardener, you get rid of the people, because they're not just hiring them as, outsourcing them for these companies. They're outright hiring for them in these companies. So my question is, if these people can get jobs with benefits over the table, then why are they not giving these jobs to Americans, or our Americans are even going after these jobs, especially in these small towns? A lot of these small towns, they have a lot of meat packing plants. So they hire these people to work there. So, but the first thing you hear about is, oh, they're not paying enough. Well, if they're not paying enough, then what are the American people in those small towns surviving off of? Welfare, benefits, all kinds of things like that. So that problem needs to be addressed, but Republicans won't touch that because that's going to affect their base.
I've seen this. Oh, my apologies, ma'am.
Okay.
Carry on.
Oh, I was gonna say real quick too, and also too about as far as the HB1 visa thing. Have you guys read the article showing how Elon Musk is calling? He says there's now a drift within the Republican Party of racists, and they're going to weed them out. Now all of a sudden, he was championing the same things that people are now against, saying that there are too many migrants coming here, illegal immigration. But when they start touching his HB1 visa program, now all of a sudden these Republicans are called racist. Do you see the double speak that's happening? And then also too, there is a caste system in India. They continue their caste system.
Can I interrupt you right quick?
Go ahead, Stanley.
Please tell me that your point isn't about what's going on in India.
No, it's not. It's about here in the United States.
We're listening.
I
Stanley
think something else too that just came to my mind that shuts a lot of Americans out of these jobs in most of these places too, especially small town. You know, a lot of these companies run drug tests, criminal records, and they shut out a lot of folks in those little towns like that because a lot of folks may have like little infractions here and there, and then they won't hire them, and then they go out, and that's why to me like they're trying to pull in all these H-1B visa folks because I mean they don't want to hire these the folks in their local area that have like criminal records, which is like totally ridiculous to me.
And
You
so
know what's
also
crazy?
the HB1 visa thing is not only affecting the tech sector, it's also affecting the healthcare sector. And one thing people don't realize is these people, when they get in positions of power, they're very tribalistic. So I don't know if you guys know who Michelle Malkin is. She used to be on Fox News, but they banned her
Yeah,
because
we
she was
remember
too
that.
outspoken.
I know who she is.
She did
Yeah.
a program talking about residency programs in hospitals, how South Asians have taken that over, and how it's hard for American students to get residencies in a higher level like cardiology, orthopedics, and the high level universities because they've been taken over by South Asians, and they only a lot of times interview and hire their own for these positions.
Yeah,
So-
we talked about that with the doctoral programs as well.
Yes,
talked
sir.
about-
Can I ask you to is it the South Asian students' fault that they're here, that they've been allowed in?
No, it's not.
Can you
It's our government's fault. It's our
place the blame? I'm going to ask you to place blame on why this is.
I place the blame on our government because what happens is, as an international student, you pay more in tuition, so that's how they're able to get them in. So like you said, I don't blame them.
Well, H-1Bs aren't necessarily for students.
Well, can
Like
I ask a
actual
question?
undergrad.
Did you say they were in the medical field? Quite frankly, I don't care where they came from or who they are or what race they are. If you're better at the job, that's who I want in that job.
But see, the problem with that is, I agree with you. But
No, for
on one
medical
point-
purposes, for
no.
sure. I
On
want
one
the
point,
best
no,
person.
because they're not. And let me tell you why.
Oh, let's hear why the South Asians aren't the
No.
best.
A lot of times what happens is the ones that go to school here in the United States, they are good. But see, the problem I have with them is the ones who come from overseas, they have a leg up on our students. Never forget, and Stanley, once again, when you say place the blame, our whole system needs to be changed.
Are you mad about the DEI hires because of diversity, inclusion, equity?
Well, this isn't necessarily a
What are you mad about?
DEI issue.
This is not a DEI thing. This is not. We're talking about for the international students that are coming here, and they already have a leg up on our students. And one way is this, because in our school undergraduates, they spend a lot of money and time on classes you don't need. And those students, when they in their universities and their schools, first of all, they test in to get into the university, and then second of all, they go directly from high school to college without taking all that undergraduate stuff like the history, the English, and all the stuff, the extra stuff that they make us take in order to go on.
Oh, you're saying they're not even learning the language first? Is what you're saying?
No, sir. Please keep up. That's not.
I'm
that's not what I'm saying.
keeping up, sweetheart. I'm trying to figure out why you have a problem with the South Asians.
I don't have a problem with South Asians. I don't have a problem with anyone. We're just speaking
You mean
on
Southeast?
facts.
I've never even heard anyone say the phrase South Asian.
We're just speaking on facts. That's all.
All right.
Anything else?
No, I'm listening.
Oh, okay, thanks. So that's
I was-
another thing. That's our whole system needs to be ramped, because when these companies say they don't have the workers here, then what is the point of these schools offering these programs and you're not going to hire them?
Yeah, AP, let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
And anyone can chime in. If the immigrants are able to, let's just focus on one group. Let's just say the Indians, right? Let's say the Indians are doing very well. The ones that come over here, most of them don't go to public schools here. The ones that come here. What are they doing in their public school system?
Winning.
And their parenting in India. And maybe we should mimic that.
With
Right.
the same thing they're doing it here in the United States. I don't know if you guys have read Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom.
I read it and have talked
What's
about
it
it.
called? Battle from
Battle
Him of the
him,
Tiger
battle
Mom.
Him of
him,
the Tiger Mom.
Tiger Mom.
As a mother
Yes,
too,
and
as well.
by the way, before you
ahead,
get
Stanley.
too far, Amy Chua is problematic. You need to know about her problems at Yale. And as a matter of fact, she did an interview last summer, which I'll put in the back chat for you. Before you go hard pro Amy Chua, you might want to hear, some mistakes she's admitted to making.
Oh no, she submitted. She said that she was too hard on her daughter. She did say
Okay,
that.
yeah, then okay, cool. Then you
Yeah,
know
she
that.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stanley. She did say that. I read a book, and you know what? Also, she talked about Stanley too, which was interesting. I didn't know about this, John, too. Why the hatred of Chinese people is around the world. How the Chinese own most of the economies in places like Taiwan and the Philippines. Do you know that I think it was her mother-in-law was murdered by her Filipino housekeeper. She wrote another book. Yeah, she talked about, and I didn't know this. She talked about how it's called minorities. I forgot the name of it, but something about minorities, how they are discriminated against or something like that. I forgot the title of the book, but she talked about how the Chinese own most of the wealth in a lot of places like Malaysia, Taiwan, and the Philippines, and how majority of the people there, they really hate them. They have their own caste system. Like when we talk about the caste system in India, we all heard about that. But the Chinese have their own caste system.
Okay, but why does that matter? Why that they want to run their country with a caste system? Why is that important to American culture?
It's important to American culture because they bring that here to United States.
I disagree to the extent that you are I disagree to the extent. Of course they bring it, but by the third generation, they are pretty much American.
That's really
I just
difficult
kind of
because
disagree with you.
Okay, they
It is
do
true.
not. What I'm basing this on is the third generation tends not to do as well as the second and first generation. There are stats out there that support that. They are so American, the third generation gets lazy too.
Not necessarily, Stanley, but I don't know. You have to show me the date on it. I've heard
Okay.
about that, but I'll put it this way: from my observations from my community.
Okay, well,
30, 40
gotcha.
generation. I'm not disagreeing with you, Stanley. I haven't seen the data on that, but what I'm saying is, from what I've observed, when they come here, they get a leg up. They continue to push their children to continue to go forward. So you have generations of doctors. You have generations of pharmacists.
Okay, well, think about Amy Chua. One of her daughters didn't do so great for a time.
Oh, you talking about the younger one? Yeah, the younger one. She said gave her a hard time.
So that's third generation. If you want to do anecdotes, that's an anecdote.
But
no, I think AP's making good points, but I think there's a bias inside of the premise, if that makes sense. Because if you want to find bad in the white community, the black community, any community, you can find it. It's there because we're human.
Agreed. But I also believe in that if I want to breed champions, then I need to go by how to breed champions.
Well, then I wish we need to listen to Vivek.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah. On some points, Vivek is
our favorite Hindu.
But I think Vivek is a dirty oil salesman. I don't trust him.
He's not a dirty oil. What do you mean he's a dirty oil salesman? If I said that same phrase as a white dude towards anyone of color, a dirty oil salesman, I'd
he's
get
a dirty oil
crucified.
salesman. Hey, guys,
That's the first time I've ever heard that term.
I've never heard dirty oil. Jeez.
Vivek will sell
dirty
you.
In there?
If you lived in Siberia, Vivek will sell you a freezer.
That's how wow.
Good he is. That's how good he is.
Hey, Trump's that good.
No, Trump's
just a troll. He might be doing good for the policies that go around economics,
Trump will sell you a
but
used freezer.
he trolls a lot.
Yeah, he's a carnival barker.
Yeah, he will sell you a used freezer with no power cord. But Vivek will sell you a Lustrolux or Whirlpool or a Maytag freezer, and you'll be living right there in the middle of Siberia. You'll be like, man, this is a good deal. That's how good he is. Watch that guy.
Thanks, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Going back to the question that was asked originally, why I think the Indians that are coming over here are doing so well. Something that just I just thought about in terms of like when I used to read a lot of technology magazines. You know, a lot of these companies set up like quite a few technology centers in India, and are grabbing a lot of the local folks and putting them through this like IT type academies. A lot of these American companies on the technology side, they invest billions and billions of dollars. So that's what I'm saying. By the time they're there learning, and by the time they get over here, they already have that experience and the certification. So it's no
Right.
problem.
Right. And they're also very competitive. See, this is a part that I think we've lost as a nation that I don't know how we can get it back. America, we used to be competitive. We now have a group of people that start to use the same term that give an award to everybody. No, we need to push the best of us to be even better.
So what's wrong with the South Asians being better than us? Why don't we start working on ourselves?
I that's a good question. It starts in the home. It starts in the
I
home.
think it starts with God, really. If we actually started bettering ourselves as human beings and taking life
I think
seriously, like, you watch Karate Kid, this is a bad stereotype. They're basically beating their children into education. Next thing you know, top of their class, and the rest of us are like, well, I got my GED, I didn't even do it. I didn't even try. And these guys out here are doing everything they can to become the best they can so they can provide for their family. They're sending money back to Asia, back to Mexico. They're over here working on a farm, doing hard work that no one in this country wants to do. We would do it if these jobs weren't taken already, but not for the pay that these people are breaking their backs for.
Yeah, but even the pay that they're so-called breaking our backs for, they're not breaking our backs for them. They're still breaking our backs. And let me tell you why. Because he goes out there and he works
I've lived
whatever.
here too, I know.
He's out there working whatever job he's working. He's got 4 or 5 kids. Those 4 or 5 kids are going to public school that we pay for. And they're also because he makes low income, they'll be able to go to school on a dime that Americans, they'll be told, you make too much money. You can't qualify for this scholarship, or you can't qualify for this federal aid program. So my thing is, give everybody a fair start. If these people are so industrious and they're so intelligent, they need to go home and build up their own nations. We don't owe them anything.
I don't think we owe them anything either, but I will say there is freedom here that isn't available to those in other countries. I lived in South America for 2 years, and quite frankly, I don't know what they could have done, because I lived in jungle huts with them. We were in the Andes Mountains. We were in the Amazon rainforest. They don't have shit, and they're the happiest people I've ever met.
Good, and that's the reason why they should
No,
go
I'm
back
being
home.
serious. They were the
No,
happiest
serious.
people I ever met.
I agree, and that's why they should go back home and build up those nations and fight for their freedom.
Okay.
The same way they
Well,
fight.
hey, listen, I don't like
Not
this
gonna
go
happen.
home,
Not gonna
go
happen.
home shit.
Right,
Where they
it's
gonna
not
go?
gonna
Not
They
gonna
don't have a
happen.
home.
Okay,
I know.
AP, I have a series of questions for you. Number one, say tomorrow, and I asked John some of these questions. If we got rid of the H-1B visas tomorrow, who would we replace these people with? From the most technical engineer to the physician, just across the board. I don't think that's an easy thing to do.
And
A
agree with
lot
you.
of these people that we're talking about wind up staying here and producing a second generation that's high achieving. I don't think that going back and improving their country, besides just the naked xenophobia of the comment, I don't know that that's necessarily applicable.
No,
And
I think it's wrong on all levels, because no one in this country is from this country. This is a country built on the backbones of I realize slavery,
besides
guys,
the nation of
but
immigrants
the
trope,
immigrants,
I
it's all
don't want to
immigrants.
follow up the nation of immigrants trope. I think it's just that. It's not
It's
really
all immigrants.
applicable. It's not applicable to my point. I think that basically we don't have replacements for these H-1B visa folks. And better than that, Vivek's right. We need to do something deeper than worrying about the immigration issues. There, in my opinion, is an existential issue, which is we're not educating our kids up to standards that we need to continue the success. And HB1 visa programs exist for a reason. It's a stopgap. And the H1 visa
I ain't mean to interrupt you, Stanley.
for decades.
Hey, Stanley, I ain't mean to interrupt you. I got a guy on that just called in. He want to discuss a nonprofit that he's running. It's right down your alley, Stanley. So
I'm sure.
I got him on the call right here. Hello? Are you able to hear me? Hello? You able to hear me? Hello? He wanted to talk about his nonprofit. Let me see if he... Hey, are you able to hear me? Hello? Maybe we lost him.
Damn.
I know he's still there, though. Yeah. Hello? Are you able to hear me? I'm going to call him right back.
He'll come
You know,
back. I know it.
Yeah,
But
you want to talk about enough.
Stanley, you
I'm
bring us
sorry.
some excellent points, and I totally agree with you.
All right,
Because if you
Let me see what the
compare,
fuck is going on. Go ahead. Hey, baby.
I agree with you, Stanley. You bring up excellent points because if you compare, look at the type of teachers that you hire that are hired in public school versus the type of teachers that are hired in like STEM academies. Totally different. Or look at the quality of teachers that are hired somewhere else versus like Finland or Estonia, places or Norway where they have a higher educational system. Though they pick the best of the best to be their teachers. Why? Because we want to turn out once again a best crop. We're not doing that here in the United States.
Are you talking about certain inner cities, or are you talking about the entire United States?
The
of America?
entire United States. The entire United States.
Well, if any of the how do you call it, men in dresses book reading time is true, then I agree. But I don't actually know because I've never seen it. I've just heard it online. And if that type of nonsense is going on with the kids these days, I don't know what the hell happened to this country. I went through the school system. I remember it was pretty much useless. Aside from learning English, reading and writing, most of it was nonsense. We did have a TLC class, which was like, it wasn't tender love and care. It was something, we were like learning how to sew, stitch, there were certain classes that were actually useful. No one teaches you how to do a little bit of plumbing in the house. They don't teach you how to do taxes. We're really missing the mark on actual useful skills when it comes to.
Hey guys,
that's a parenting.
Better now.
Yeah, I got you. Hey guys, I got a guy on the screen want to discuss his nonprofit real quick. Just call in. Yeah, real helpful nonprofit. Let's let him give his spiel here. Yeah, can we? Are you able to hear us now? What's just able to hear?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, we got your nonprofit up on the screen here. You want to give us a kind of rundown about your nonprofit here?
Yeah, man. It's the my nonprofit is about helping kids, man, getting them out the communities, man, trying to stop the violence, and it's basically on more stop the violence, man. I lost my son at 16 years old, and what happened was I turned it all toward kids, man, and helping kids and getting them out of situations. And I own a bail bonding company too, but the nonprofit I got is putting them in sports. It's saving them from the streets. So it's giving them something to do. The education and the mentoring and the tutoring and all that's going on in this program.
And you know quite a bit about football. You have your son-in-law. Your son? Let's just call him your son. Is that fair? Can I call him your son? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's my son.
Right. He played in the NFL. Is that correct? Or still plays? Is that correct?
Yeah, he's still playing in the NFL. Been in the NFL 10 years.
Okay, linebacker. If you want to
Yeah,
name it, feel
it's
free.
Quan Alexander.
Okay, yeah, you named Quan Alexander there. And so, tell us a little bit more about your nonprofit. What you got coming up? Looks like you have a tryout here coming up. Is that right?
Okay, I got the 7-on-7, and it's got we got like 160 kids right now that we trying them out. We ranking them. We getting them ranked, trying to take them to schools, talk to schools about scholarships and the whole nine. And the whole thing about it is, once the kids, we developing kids, we got all the NFL players that's from here that used to play in the NFL coming back to coach the kids. You see what I'm saying now,
Yeah.
Nate?
Mm-hmm.
So we got them coming back to coach the kids, and man, it's just so much, man. I gotta send you the articles of what's going on in it.
Yeah, you have to send me the article. We're definitely updated. We're showing some of the videos here. Let me ask you this question. How has the NIL money affected, high school football and stuff like that?
Well, the NIL, what's going on is we can't keep a kid.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean?
No, what do you mean?
Well, the NIL money comes in where kids moving back and forth. Like just say per se, you got this kid that's a 5-star that playing down here at the school I'm coaching at, Oxford, and we got another school over here in Georgia. See, right across the line over there, they giving out NIL money damn near high school. Really?
In Georgia?
Yes. It's so crazy to where they giving the money out in high school. So what they doing is, okay, just say I got a 5-star kid down here, got all kind of scholarships. We looking to win state this year. Then boom, he all of a sudden up and move and leave and go to Georgia. They done bought him a house.
Really?
Through a third party. They done bought him a house through a third party. They done, he's living rent free. He's driving a car. He's not having his money in his pocket, but all the stuff is headed toward, you see what I'm going with this?
But how's it any different than it's always been?
Well, man, come on, man. Nobody had the money to do that. So that's what's going on with the colleges now. On the bigger scale is, man, the transfer portal is killing high school kids, because now the high school kids that's going to college, man, why would I take this kid right here that's just fresh coming out of high school when I can take this scholarship and give it to a kid that's been playing 3 years already here in the transfer portal? We want to win now.
I see you only
We
7
want to win
on
now. So high school is like, high school is finna be in trouble, bro.
I see you only doing 7-on-7. Why not 11-on-11?
Well, no, 11-on-11 ain't it. The wave is the 7-on-7.
Why is that?
Well, that's the springboard, bro. That's what's going on. That's the whole world. That's Cam Newton, all these big stars getting these teams. You see what I'm saying? And they just going around taking the kids, getting them out the community, man, taking care of them, bro.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that was.
Yeah, man. This huge, bro. This is $1 billion industry, bro.
7-on-7
this
football.
is huge, bro.
You keep
Yeah,
here for
this
a
is
handout when you got
huge.
billions of dollars in your product.
All right, but why not 11-on-11? Is it harder
Well,
to
that
recruit
ain't
11?
there, bro.
Is it harder to recruit 11 players to want to play
No,
football?
you don't. You're not using 11-on-11 because you're using only skill players.
That's where the money is.
You only using running backs. You only using running backs.
Thank you, Brooklyn Watson. I agree.
You only using running backs and wide receivers. You see what I'm saying? You're not using no big linemen or no defensive linemen, no offensive linemen. It's all skill players. On defense, it ain't nothing but linebackers
Now,
and
how is
cornerbacks.
this
Do you think that's because of the
keeping
NIL
youth
money?
away from drugs and gangs and not
No,
getting murdered?
But I'm
this
saying,
been going on.
but what I'm saying is the NIL money, it probably goes more to the skill players than the offensive linemen. Is that fair?
Yes, yes.
That's interesting.
Yes, Nate. Yes,
That's
Nate.
very
Yes, Nate.
interesting.
Yes, Nate. I'm into it, bro.
Yeah,
I'm in it. Like, you got to see what's going on, bro. And like I got like all the kids from like to build a team anyway. I got all the kids to build a team, bro. I got 5 teams.
And do you kind of stand as a gateway? Do you get to decide, like, you have some input, I would imagine, on where they go to high school or even college, right? You give me some input, right?
Yes. See, I got all the connections with. I'm building the connect. See, the scouts gonna have to come to me because I'm gonna have the players. They're gonna want to know more about the player. And they gonna. So that's how I get them recruited too now.
Do you do a lot? Do you have to do all the filming and stuff like that? Like, like.
Yes, I got a film crew. I got somebody that's filming. Yeah.
Damn, that is amazing. Damn, that's interesting. Well, look, man, I want you to, pitch it to the audience, let everyone know. I think you've given them some kind of inside baseball on where football is headed.
Football is crazy.
The Alabama was showing up crazy down there.
Football is crazy. So, and and it's the things that I'm doing is all a tax write-off, bro.
It makes it even better.
Everything I'm doing a tax write. Anybody that helps, it's a tax write-off for it. Everything legit is tax write-off.
And I got your son up on the page here as well. People can see his son right here. Quan Alexander. I've been knowing him and his mother, went to high school with him. But look, man, I ain't gonna hold you up.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Yeah, someone wants to ask you a question. No, go right ahead.
Yes.
So, I am actually really happy to hear it because my brother, he only got through high school because of football. Are you just focused on the sport aspect, or are you really trying to help them get out of the hood, out of the drugs, away from gangs, the violence? Like what?
Yes, that's what it is, man.
Because
They don't have to play
you bring
sports
up
because
you bring up taxes and stuff, and then I start having questions. I start feeling doubt in my heart, and I'm not placing that on you. That's just where I'm coming from.
You start feeling doubt in your heart.
I think he mentioned he's heard a lot of taxes or something, right?
My own church does that shit. They start doing this is a tax write-off, and next thing I know, I'm like, are you taking this seriously, or are you just trying to make money on the down low because now you don't have to pay taxes on it?
I tell you what you do.
I'm listening, brother. I'm shut up right now.
For you to be able to see my heart and see where I'm at with this situation. It's a documentary. The NFL did a documentary on the situation and why I'm doing what I'm doing. It explains everything better. And
what's the doc called? Can I
what's
look
the name
it up?
of it?
What's it called?
Quan Alexander documentary.
I'll watch that.
And it's gonna show you everything that this program stands for and why I won't let. And I'm telling you right now, when you look at this program and see what's going on, it's gonna tell you I don't want your money either if you're not right. You know what I mean? So no, I don't need that. Ain't what I'm looking for. That's money's not the big object for me, but I know money laying out there for me to get. So it's not your money. That's not nowhere near. It's gonna save some kids' lives, man. That's what I'm about. And once you look at that video, and Nate, you watch that video,
but you own businesses
whatever
too.
Y'all think, y'all call me back, man.
But you were doing you were well
listen,
off before.
yes.
You were doing very well for yourself before you.
Yes,
and you
so
own
you
business and
could-
stuff like
yes.
that, right?
Right, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
you watch
nightclubs every day.
So my thing is though, Nate, I'm telling you like this straight from the hip, like, no, like if you watch the video, you don't like it, hey, you don't even gotta call back, I still love you. Like, yo, no. It's nothing like that.
Yeah.
People
I said the exact
you
same
gotta
thing.
understand, I'm from a small town, man. And
It's you right
Nate
here.
from here.
This is him right here.
And
Now I got a picture of you on the screen right here. This is you. This is him right here. Still on the far right here, right?
LSU, Louisiana.
He's
We're in. Support this man. I'm already in.
That's him right here.
You
The person
already
we have
what
on the
now?
phone is right here. He said he's already in. Hey, I get to the LSU fan here.
oh no, LSU. He went to LSU for 4 years.
Yeah.
3 years. He went to the league from there and went to Tampa. Man, I'm an LSU guy. Roll
Hey, I
Tigers,
know
man.
this. I know what this is, right? Hold up.
My business, purple and gold, man. I bleed
Hey,
purple
I
and
know
gold
it.
down here in Alabama, man. And I'm from here, man.
I
And
know what this is, right?
I never thought that the people up there, man, would be treating me different. Man, I'd rather be like, I'm just sad to say, bro, like I can't be from here. Like I'd rather be from LSU.
Hold on for a minute. Let me play a couple snippets in. Matter of fact, let me do it like this. So I don't get copyright stricken. I'm gonna play a couple
Now, don't
seconds.
be taking now, Kevin Samuels. Don't be taking advantage of the good hearts of the people here.
Hey, let me know if you guys can hear. Hey, let me know if you guys can hear this. Can you hear this?
To support, yeah.
Can you guys hear
As
it?
his parents finalized their plans, the Friday night before the game, Broderick attended a house party with his friends.
They're talking about you right here. This is the guy on the line they're talking about right here. I'm gonna
That's
rewind
my
it.
son.
Oh,
That's
this
my
your son. I'm
son.
sorry. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Friday night before the game, Broderick attended a house party with his friends.
I was in the hotel. And we was all sitting down, and I got the call from my mom.
I just told him the boy had been shot. He was trying to come home then. And I just told him, just hold on.
Damn, is that you? I ain't seen you in so long. Is that you right here? Sitting with the
Yeah,
lady on the
bro.
couch. That's you.
That's me and my wife.
God damn, I ain't seen you in so long, boy. You big as a motherfucker. God damn, boy, you're swollen like a motherfucker.
Bro, that's me and my wife. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
hell.
yeah, check that shit out.
That's Peaches. I ain't seen Peaches in so long. That's
Yeah.
Peaches. God damn, I ain't seen her in
That's
so long.
Peaches.
I ain't seen her in years. God damn. All right, let me play a little bit more. Let me know if you guys can hear this again.
You know, because we didn't know
You're
what
gold. We hear you.
the
You can hear it, right?
outcome of it was
Yeah,
gonna be.
we hear you.
I got that call. They said he was gone. I just broke down. I walked like 2 miles, just thinking and crying.
That's your son right there.
God, why?
He was at the wrong place at the
That's your
wrong
son right
time.
there. In the
Guy coming up,
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
carrying on, and they got into an altercation, and he shoots him.
48 hours. 48 hours, I ain't sleep. I was in the hotel by myself, just sitting there, just talking to him.
I'd say, hey, as far as football is concerned, yeah, we were preparing to play the Atlanta Falcons at the time. Whatever you want to do.
Oh, that's
you know,
Lovie Smith. He
Quan,
played
you
for
want
Lovie
to play
Smith.
the game, fine. If you don't, we're fine. We just want you to do what's best for you. Go home and talk it over with your family.
I was like, nah, coach, I'm gonna play, because I know he'll want me to play. I didn't sleep. I don't know how I even played. And I played for him.
I could see it in his eyes how he was so anxious to be out there. And I know he wanted to say something, but he couldn't.
Come on, Alexander, come here. We got a brother. Guys, we got a brother having pain. Oh, we our brothers keepers. Oh, we our brothers keepers. We got people that's down. We got captains that's down. All we got is each other. So, family on three. We our brothers keeping our family on three. 1, 2, 3,
I was like, okay, Quan just got to get started because I know you're going to be anxious. I know you're going to be.
Hey, you know, I know it's been a long time, but it still must stir up emotion for you. You seeing your son die, you killed like that.
Bro, bro, I can't sit here to listen to this shit, bro.
I know it. Yeah, I shouldn't have played too much of it. Yeah.
No, you okay, bro. If it's gonna help me, bro, and these kids, bro, listen, bro, I'm in.
Yeah.
I don't replay this to nobody, bro.
Yeah.
I don't get this story to nobody. I ain't staying, bro. No.
Hey, brother,
I'm
I
helping
know
kids,
you
man.
gotta make your money. Don't lie about how you make your money, but you got a really touching story with your son. And I know you actually are trying to help out the community. Just don't lie about nonprofit. Do nonprofit so you get tax free, but do what you gotta do. And quite frankly, I'm gonna pray for you and your family because that f's me up inside. I've had multiple friends pass this year, and I couldn't imagine, especially as a father.
Hey, hold on. First of all, let me tell you something, bro. First of all, I've never ever did nothing with the nonprofit. Never to now. So I'm collecting money to put kids on the team to play sports.
Oh,
I'm going to gather these kids up and put them on the
I
team.
must have misunderstood.
I've
'Cause
never.
I thought you were
listen to me.
saying you were taking like cash in the pocket.
501. Never, ever. I give cash. I give the money. Look at, you got to watch the end of the video, bro. You got to watch that shit all the way through.
Well, Sir John the Galt, I don't know how to say your name.
Yeah.
Let's wrap this. I apologize, brother. Someone in the chat's been going on and on about a little bit of moaning and groaning
with everybody, and that's what is going on. I don't really not even trying to think about this right now. I'm staying positive.
Yeah, we toward. I just skipped toward the end. We played the last. What was it, about 30 seconds, and we let you guys listen.
Yeah,
to
you
that.
see all the kids I gathered up, man. I've been doing this since then, man. Taking care of these kids, giving them what they need, man. This is my money.
Yeah, that's how you have to start. You have to start your own money.
Yeah, man, this is my money.
Now, wait till you get to the kids part to see. Man, well, no, we had the credits here. Oh, that's right. That's right. He was on the 49ers. I forget that. And the NFL will jam your ass up when you play some weird shit. They will jam your ass up. I think that's it. Maybe we missed the kids. But yeah, anyway, man, I wanted you to get a chance to talk about your nonprofit on here because I know it means a lot to you, particularly with your son, both of your sons. And you just happened to call me, so I said, let me give him that opportunity.
I'm only trying to get the nonprofit off the ground. That's why I'm trying to understand. I don't know what they saying. Like, no, I don't got no. I've never had a dollar in the nonprofit. Never.
I think people are just always
never. I've never took no money. The nonprofit
You literally
ain't
just
even
said it's my money
got
like
the name out there.
40 seconds ago. It's my
I think
money.
people are just always skeptical. I wouldn't take any offense to it. People in these days and times, man. Everybody's skeptical of everyone. People are always running scams, and it's probably where the guy on the panel is coming from. It's just America today. You know how it is. It's just how it goes, man. People always
No hate, man. Like we've
I
all
don't
been
think it's any hate.
bamboozled once or twice in our lives, and we start getting skeptical of everything.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to be skeptical of everything you try to do. You just have to keep pushing forward. That's really what
I respect that, bro. And we do not have to carry on with this conversation.
No, it's been a pleasure.
No, we only do it because when we support someone, we want to know we can trust you. And when we have that trust, like we're diehard 100%. But if we don't have that full support in that way,
yes, but
it's
you
really
gotta
hard.
go. It's really hard when you ain't even tried to get to know me either though. You ain't tried to check and see who I am and what I'm doing in the communities. And if anybody done gave money to this foundation, never. They
but P. Diddy got off the ground, supported a lot of communities.
Well, we do have one question. Someone wants to know what do you need to get things off of the ground? How can the public support? Let me put the Instagram back up there one more time. And Instagram, you can always check out the Instagram. But I had a question for you. Or someone had a question for you. What do you need to get your organization off the ground? What can they do to help? And here's the Instagram again. For anyone that's interested in seeing.
I thought you had billions of dollars back.
I don't know how to do it. That's what I'm telling. So that's why I was told to do this and built the 7-on-7 program out of the Broads World Foundation. Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing I know.
Indeed, we'll be looking forward to your tryout. You have to come back and tell us how the tryout went on December 3rd. That's tomorrow.
Thank you, Brooklyn Watson. I hear you.
All right, my man, Broad Taylor, with the Real Sports Snipers, and they're going to be having a tryout tomorrow at Oxford High School. Maybe I'll give you a call tomorrow. See, you let us know how it turns out. At 3:00 your time, we give you a call.
All right.
Sounds great. Thank you, man, for calling. Anyway, sorry to distract you guys, but he wanted to pitch I know his story, man. I know his wife. I didn't recognize her in the picture, but I know his wife. I know his son. I know, the whole family. And he called me. He's opened up a nonprofit to do this whole football thing. So I gave him his time. Sorry for the interruption. Okay. Stanley may have dipped off.
Oh no!
Stanley, 707 football.
No, I'm still right here.
What's up, Fresh? Fresh, you sound like you were a little bit of a skeptic towards 707.
I've been. If he didn't bring up, we got billions of dollars backing this, and then asking for money, I would have been a little less skeptical. But I'm like, well, if you got billions of fucking dollars, sorry for the curse words on your channel, my bad. If you got billions backing your project, and it really is what it is to save the kids from the street community, what the hell are you doing here? That ain't a diss on you, Stanley, or you, my dear brother John.
No, he just happened to call me, and then he was telling me, over the phone, he had a nonprofit, so that's and so that's what my interest, yeah.
Because usually when I hear nonprofit, I assume it's for we're taking care of the animals. We go to a third world country, we build them a church, we try to set up some kind of facility for hospitals, some housing, get them clean water. And it seemed like he was so hyper focused on everything other than actually not getting kids killed or overdosing on drugs. I've already had one homeboy, he hung himself this year. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. I apologize, but let me feel that grief. And then my other homeboy, he had a friend with him. I know who he is, but he wasn't as tight with me as my other friend that I grew up with. And I just didn't feel enough compassion and love for really what I thought the cause was, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That was where I mean, if football is what keeps you out of that, make that. You got to have how do you call it? This is my brand. This is what I'm doing. We're getting kids off the streets. Focus on that. And I just didn't hear much about that. I heard about tax codes, about how I'm not getting taxed. I heard about money. And I just felt like it was a little crass for acting like you're trying to support the community. It sounded more like you're trying to layer your pockets with dollar bills with the Benjamins.
Yeah, I think
that's all. And he ain't wrong for it. This is America.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I get it, but just don't lie about it. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, I think everybody's taking it, an approach to try to solve a problem. You might do something different. I probably do something different.
Especially because
and oftentimes that drives people to be more motivated than maybe I would be.
And by the way, I don't know if you guys say prayers on here, but I'd love to pray for him if you guys
go right ahead.
All right. You know his kid's name?
Broderick.
Roger?
Broderick, yeah.
Oh, Roderick or Roger?
Put a B in front. Broderick.
Oh, Broderick. All right. Name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. God, at this time, we want to pray for our dear brother who came on here, and we hope that his business succeeds as he's trying to help these young kids get out of the struggle of life that could take them down. We want them to be happy, and especially at this time, our brother Roderick, who's passed away, we hope he rests in peace. We hope his family finds happiness, fulfillment in life, and can feel of thy love. Please bless them at this time, that they will be comforted by thee.
Airbnb your home, but you're nervous about your first.
What
Sorry
the
about that.
hell? In the middle
Sorry
of
about
prayer.
that. My
This
phone
guy
went off. My phone went off. Sorry about that. I had to cut it down really quickly. Sorry about that. Sorry about
tried
that,
to
Fresh.
ruin my prayer.
No, sorry about that. My phone went off and I cut it down immediately. Definitely
All
don't want
right,
to
bless
interrupt
this,
your prayer.
bless this brother too. Okay. God, sincerely, we just want to give thanks for all our blessings, for all we have, for our families. And at this time, we want a special blessing for Broderick and for his family, that they will feel that love and feel peace. And if he's in heaven, let them know so that they can feel that joy that comes from coming unto thee. And if he's sincere in his heart, let that man's company blow up so that he can take care of a lot of youngins and they can be happy and get out of that life and get away from the streets, because we don't need no more of that in this day and age. And we love you so much, God. Bless everyone on panel. And in Jesus' name, amen.
Stanley, we haven't had a prayer in here so long. Have we ever had prayer on here before, Stanley?
We got to keep praying, man. I don't know if it means nothing or not, but I believe in it. I believe prayer is real.
I tell you, it can't hurt. It can't hurt, right? It can't hurt. I will say that much. I don't know. I think this immigration thing, Stanley, is going to be Trump's bailiwick here.
I'm
I think it's
only
gonna be a
nervous.
hard
I
one,
live
to
in
be honest.
Arizona, brother, and quite frankly, I understand the concept of why we need a border. The immigration thing is a problem, but I don't think there's anyone in my state who doesn't know someone who's illegal, if you know what I mean. And I would feel a little uncomfortable just being like, yeah, well, your grandma has to kick sticks, man, later. Like, I don't know what the correct action is for it, but maybe moving forward, it's like maybe everyone's grandfathered in who's already here, but maybe we can start putting things in place now. I don't think separating people's families at this point would be, I don't know.
No, that's probably not going to work. That's
You know what I
probably
mean?
not
I
going to
just
work.
feel like that would be really effed up.
Let me play a new video. Dr. Burks. Anyone remember Dr. Burks? The scarf lady. Remember Dr. Burks? She's
still wearing scarves.
Yeah. I always thought she was a nice looking older lady. I'll be honest with you.
But it sounds like it doesn't. It sounds like from what you're laying out, you don't think this
We
country
did
has
not.
learned from the COVID pandemic.
Our
And there's
agencies,
not a sense of urgency right now.
Our
that should
agencies
match the
are
moment.
making the same mistakes we made with COVID. The number 2 principle of pandemic is detect. And the only way to detect for viruses is to test. You cannot see a virus through symptoms. You miss so many cases. Yet we're still talking about flu-like illness. Well, there is no flu-like illness. There's RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. It causes croup. Parents know what that is. There's mycoplasma pneumonia circulating right now. There's flu circulating right now, and soon there'll be COVID circulating. Those are all coughy respiratory illnesses that look the same. We should not be tracking
Did you
illnesses
say coffee?
so that parents know whether they're
As in COUGHY, coffee.
Oh, I thought you was talking about a damn drink.
or flu, so they can protect their grandparents. And the grandparents can know whether they have RSV or flu or COVID, because flu and COVID are treatable. So we need diagnostic tests out there. And I know if CMS tomorrow said, you know what, we're not going to pay for that doctor's visit unless you have a definitive diagnosis, we'd have better respiratory tests within 4 weeks, because our private sector will respond. If there's a need and there's a way to be reimbursed, they will make the product.
I want to turn to kind of looking ahead to Trump's picks to lead the nation's health agencies. As you know, some of them are controversial. At HHS, you have vaccine skeptic RFK Jr., also a big advocate for raw milk. At NIH, by the way, the raw milk is relevant to the bird flu discussion, so that's why I brought that up. At NIH, a doctor who criticized COVID lockdowns. At FDA, a doctor who said
And
the
he's a
government was
neurologist.
the, quote, greatest perpetrator of misinformation during COVID.
Oh,
Do people like this concern you about our preparedness for another pandemic? What's your take?
What I'm really hoping happens is what these individuals represent is a lot of what the American people are thinking right now. So instead of burying our head in the sand and acting like they're over there by themselves and there's not a lot of people who think that way, we need to bring everybody into the same discussion. Hopefully that will happen in the hearings where we can hear from the individuals and there can be that exchange. And out of that can come people moving more towards the center of the response that we need. There were states that probably over lockdown. And we just have to admit that and say, what are we going to do? Where is our school guidance for the next pandemic? That's what we need. We need practical school guidance. I was out on the road keeping universities and schools open. How did we do it? Testing. Once a week testing, didn't quarantine, just removed the acute cases, and they didn't have any campus spread. So we know how to do it, but we're not using everything that we learned and applying it because now we're just arguing about individuals on either side rather than saying, let's find a practical place in the middle where we can all agree this is going to be our response. This is how we can keep the schools open. And it really comes down to being able to see what viruses are circulating. That's why I keep coming back to testing.
So obviously you think testing was a miss the first time around and you think it's a miss right now.
I do.
What were some other lessons learned? Things that, as in hindsight's 2020, as they say, you would have done differently the first time around as we look ahead to the potential, I don't want to fear monger, but there is the potential of another pandemic here with the bird flu. What do you think the lessons learned should be applied to that? And what should we all be doing right now? I mean, should we just avoid, it's the holidays. Should we avoid gathering with a lot of people? What do we do?
No, I think, to me, testing is fundamental.
But it's
Testing is fundamental. You worry about another pandemic, Sally?
No, but her testing point, it's why. When people ask, well, why were schools closed, et cetera, it's because Trump didn't want to do testing. She's absolutely right.
Do you think you can effectively
Yes.
test for a virus? Okay.
Yes.
Do you know, I want to say contact tracing initially started, there was some bacteria at a water spigot or something. And they traced the bacteria back to their water spigot. I think you can effectively do that with bacteria. I'm not sure if you can do that with viruses, but it's something we can discuss. Here's a lady having an interesting thought about healthcare.
Some people asked, well, how did baby boomers afford to have children back in the 1960s and early 70s if there was no health insurance? And other than employer health insurance, there was no health insurance. So when I had my first child in 1969, it cost a total of $300. That was everything. And then a couple of years later, I had my daughter, and it was a little bit higher. It was $1,000 for everything, visits in hospital, everything. But there was no health insurance. You just paid cash. So the doctors couldn't charge very much.
They don't even
because there
take
were no
cash
health
these days.
insurance
It's
companies
crazy.
to pay for it. So if you require health insurance or you put it in a legally required format, then all of a sudden the prices just shoot up. Ask yourself why. When you put an insurance company in the middle, why does the price that you have to pay go up?
Yeah, that's the middleman tax.
Yo,
there.
Brooklyn Watson, whoever's in this chat, this lady, thank you. Go ahead, brother. My bad.
What is she saying? She's saying we need a testing option in New York City.
No, she says she prays 3 times a day. I've been paying attention to the chats. She's been making good points this entire stream. At least when I've been here. You guys have been alive for 10 hours now, almost 11. Holy cow. What do you guys do this all day?
24/7, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I
Almost
didn't know
every
that.
day. Yeah, almost
I
every
didn't
day.
realize I was like
He takes
9
my
hours
time.
deep into a stream when I jumped on.
Yeah, every day. She says we had a testing option in New York City to keep schools open. I mean, if a kid is healthy, what the hell they need to be tested for? That's just my thought. But you know,
I was told
hey, what
that
do I
kids
know?
can't get it.
Well, at the time, Kimmy, did they have like the mobile test? I mean, you can go to CVS and buy tests these days.
Shit,
I don't
places all over.
I don't know. I don't know that you could at the beginning of the pandemic.
Shoes places to get tested all over New York City. I tell you, all over New York City.
Right. I mean, I literally have a COVID test sitting in my nightstand drawer these days.
Are you still taking them, Stanley?
No, I don't still take them, but as a matter of fact, Ryan just had COVID, so people are still catching it.
You said Ryan?
Yes.
We got COVID right before it hit in 2020. We got it like.
As a matter of fact, he was supposed to have a medical procedure, like a colonoscopy or something.
I got one of those too.
He couldn't take it because he caught COVID.
Really? They testing him before he got the colonoscopy?
Are
well,
you kidding?
no, he
My
caught,
best colonoscopy was in Peru.
He caught COVID, and well, I mean, generally, if you even have a cold, they're not going to do any sort of surgical procedure.
Yeah.
His wife got him a test, and it turned out, and so he had to reschedule. So really, wouldn't the COVID is kind of besides the point. He wouldn't have had the procedure anyway, but mentioned it that hey, it wasn't a cold, it was COVID.
Let's take a look at
Well, since we're talking about colonoscopies, let me give you a short story of my synopsis.
Do you have
They're
to?
a disaster. No, they're a disaster, bro. In America, we do it better. You put them asleep, you don't hear about it. In Peru, I've got some beautiful Peruvian lady. Oh, todo está bien, no hay problema. Like, she's just over here whispering.
You do realize this is weird, right?
I know. I lived it. There was a stake president.
Do we have to live it though?
There was like 7 people in the room, and I'm sitting here thinking, I'm getting.
You're going to be
raped.
unstoppable.
I don't
aren't
like
you?
this. I was being taken advantage of in front of multiple people, and I was awake for the whole thing.
In Peru, right?
Yes, in Peru. They don't put you asleep. They just kind of give you a little bit of a. They kind of try to succumb you a bit with whatever drug they give you, which clearly wasn't enough. But yeah, I just had some sweet, beautiful Peruvian whispering sweet nothings in my ear. And I watched everyone see me get violated. And I didn't like it.
I see.
I thought it was unfair. Just put me asleep if you're going to have everyone in the room.
Well,
there was like 9 people. There was no reason for that.
Colonoscopies are voluntary procedures, right?
Not when you have a disease from Peru.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a yearly checkup or something.
Bro, we're talking about developing country. Some call it third world. I don't like to say that term because it sounds like they're not up to snuff. But
Gotcha.
The hospitals aren't. Let's move on. Anyways, I got it violated. Carry on.
Here's a video.
Chairwoman Lofgren, Chair Scanlon, Ranking Member McClintock, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss. Chairwoman Lofgren, Chair Scanlon, Ranking Member McClintock, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the consequences of immigrant physicians in the U.S. healthcare system. The United States is facing a doctor shortage. However, it is a shortage of our own making. In recent years, thousands of American medical doctors have been denied the right to practice medicine. This is one of the most unreported stories and one of the most ignored situations by our elected officials and medical community. Leadership in America, including our medical schools and the various governing bodies who represent physicians. In 2018, Progressives for Immigration Reform started the Doctors Without Jobs Project to build awareness of the number of U.S. citizen doctors graduating from medical schools who were not matching to residency positions each year, while foreign-trained physicians were. This encouraged more doctors to advocate for themselves and push back against graduate medical education profiteers. The match is the mechanism by which medical school graduates move into medical residencies at teaching hospitals. It is a process managed by the National Residence Matching Program. Please understand that without a medical residency, a doctor cannot practice medicine, and a residency may require 3 to 7 years to complete, depending on the specialty. Each year, over 7,000 U.S. citizens and lawful permanent resident medical graduate physicians, which includes seniors and prior year graduates, do not match for a medical residency. All of whom are qualified, ready, and willing doctors who have been sidelined and are waiting to serve their communities now. A situation we worked to draw attention to at the start of the pandemic so that they might be deployed. Her call went unanswered. There is much more to this story that should concern the subcommittee. In 2021, over 4,000 non-citizen foreign-trained physicians received residencies in the U.S. This is an enormous increase from 10 years prior, where 2,700 foreign-trained physicians received residencies. Between 2011 and 2021, more than 40,000 non-U.S. citizens, foreign-trained physicians were given U.S. taxpayer-funded residencies. Each residency costs taxpayers $150,000 a year. So we are subsidizing foreign doctors. Many foreign-trained physicians arrive in the U.S. for residency training via the J-1 visa, a cultural exchange visa. In addition, foreign-trained physicians arrive via the H-1B visa program to work directly in hospitals. In 2020, over 3,500 labor condition applications were filed for 4,252 workers for the occupation of medical doctor. Of those, over 3,000 were approved. In addition, over 5,000 applications to extend from prior years were also approved. Every country prioritizes its citizens. Canada, the last holdout, has changed its policy to prioritize Canadian citizens and permanent legal residents a couple years ago. Failure to prioritize Americans is emblematic of our medical establishment preferring to import foreign healthcare workers instead of making necessary investments that would broaden medical education and improve our healthcare delivery infrastructure. This doesn't just cause problems here at home. A 2020 Migration Policy Institute article titled "Global Demand for Medical Professionals Drives Indians Abroad Despite Acute Domestic Healthcare Worker Shortages" describes the brain drain and the harm it does to India's healthcare system. The same can be said for countries in sub-Saharan Africa, where healthcare professionals are also lured to the US, UK, and Canada. A poor country's loss is a rich country's gain. The estimated financial benefit to the United States from luring physicians from sub-Saharan Africa is believed to be in and around $846 million. The sending countries lose about $2.1 billion from the investments made in their doctors who leave. According to survey data, in 2020, roughly 70% of doctors in the US were born here. About 20% were naturalized, some 7% are non-citizens. These percentages have remained fairly consistent over the past 10 years. Every area of American endeavor has been impacted by relentless importation of foreign workers, starting with lower paying work, seasonal hospitality workers, and then on to manufacturing, to technology workers, and now to doctors who have spent at least 8 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to practice the healing arts, a very specialized profession, only to be sidelined and saddled with debt they are unlikely to be able to pay off if they can't practice medicine. The demand and enthusiasm to enter the medical profession is there. Applications to medical schools are at an all-time high, as are enrollments in the nation's nursing programs. We have thousands of physicians in line waiting for residency training. We need more residency positions, and we must prioritize US citizens and lawful permanent residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank God that's over. God, I'm sorry if that's in taking your name in vain.
Herman sent that to me, Stanley. What did you think about that?
He's clearly reading a script. That wasn't coming from the heart. He didn't give two shits about that. He just cares about his paycheck.
I guess that was a Congress member, right?
I honestly don't know, but it sure seems like white man in a suit is top of the line, dude. That's ridiculous. Whatever I just heard was absolute nonsense. They don't care. They're not going to do nothing. They don't
Yeah,
care.
I think you're right about that. That's the one part I do think you're right about for sure. Shannon, what do you think about that? Are you still there, Shannon?
Yeah, I think that we need to fix the system. Complaining about, foreign doctors over here, it's a problem entirely of our making. Stop whining and fix it.
Do something
The
about
only thing I'll add to this is, quite frankly, if a foreign doctor, it's so stupid because we're all immigrants to this country. Maybe we're like, second, third generation, whatever, but like, we're all immigrants here.
Okay, I don't buy that argument. I think it's a lousy
What do you mean?
argument.
No, America's
There are
made up of
people.
immigrants.
There are people, including Black people, who have been
No,
here.
Native Americans were here first.
Okay,
The rest of us are from
dude.
somewhere else.
Let me finish.
Oh, my bad, G.
Your argument. I don't buy it. Okay, we are a nation of immigrants is not a solution.
No. I wasn't giving the solution. I was just,
Okay, well
I
then
was
the
simply gonna
comment doesn't tickle me.
No, you're right. I had one more line, but okay.
Look at this robot here, Stanley. Boston died.
Is that a robot? I thought it was
I
a
was
human.
simply going to state that, quite frankly, when it comes to healthcare, those of us look at this guy.
Fucking
Cat
robot.
Williams in a suit.
Fucking robot, damn man. These robots are getting more and more impressive.
Oh,
as
that's
the
a
days go
robot?
by.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
like it. That's
I think it's Boston
getting
Dynamics.
scary. That's getting
I
scary.
like the
You know where
dogs,
that's
though.
going. That's not good.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I wish I could have a robot dog.
So they say here's 10 examples of robots performing complex tasks. That was number 1, doing perfect flips. What's number
Y'all
2?
seen that? Y'all seen that? There's a news clip. I think it's like the governor of New York, where he was like, "You got to check your kids' bedrooms," and then he's talking about a crack pipe, and then he's checking the pillowcase, and then he's checking the backpack.
I think that was Mayor Adams. Look at this
You know
robot
what I'm
walking
talking
up and
about,
down
or
the hill.
no? That
I think it
shit
was the
was
mayor.
crazy. I was like, "Yo, don't teach kids to do that."
Look at this shit. Look at this robot. American engineer. Look at it. Slipped and fell and corrected itself. You see that?
We're looking.
Look at that. Damn. That's some dexterity there. Oh, no way. No way. No way. No way. Oh, shit. Robot basketball, bro. Robot basketball. Oh, shit. Motherfucker will never miss. Is your Asian, Stanley? Is your Asian, Stanley? Damn, that's amazing, man. Damn.
I'm terrified of these robots because I know people in the military. I know a dude in the what's he called? The DOF, the defense. What's it called? The Department of Defense. Whatever he is, he just got out of it finally after all these years, and he said he was free. And he told me all about the shit that was going on in the military. Backstage, he told me about Guantanamo Bay. I don't trust these robots. It's gonna turn into a killing machine, and that's scary as hell. What are you gonna do? Kill a robot?
Dang. That's amazing. This is a robot right here working at the BMW plant. Chinese Pudu Robotics. It's probably what Snake talks about. It's a sleek robot, huh?
I don't support the robots, man. I don't like it. It's one of them's gonna kill my kids someday. I don't trust a damn robot. They're getting too advanced. Please tell me he kicks back.
Oh shit! This motherfucker above the floor.
I mean, if he's gonna come vacuum my house, I guess that's fine.
Damn! Motherfucker bumping the floor. I'll be damned.
I'll vacuum my own
Oh
house.
shit!
It's okay.
Look, it noticed the dirt. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this shit.
Yeah, I don't like
shit.
it, man. You know how terrifying it is? They're doing this in military. This is extremely terrifying.
Shit.
It's robots can play ball. It's over for the. Nah, I can't say that, you bastard. Now, John. I guess I could
That's
say
amazing,
it,
bro.
but it would cause a lot of distress.
That's fucking amazing, bro.
No, I know it's amazing, but it's scary. Can we just admit that, like, they're getting too real? They're getting too real, these robots.
It ain't real enough for me yet.
Well, what do you mean? For sex? No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I can still see that it ain't not real. Damn, look at this shit now. This is getting pretty real. Oh shit. Look at this shit.
Well,
Very interesting.
look at the cheeks on this one, huh? Ay.
That's what you're afraid of, huh? You're gonna replace your girlfriend. Look at this shit. A dog.
Yeah, I don't, dude. They're gonna start killing us, man. I don't like the robot shit. That's scary, dude. That's terrifying.
Damn, motherfucking robot cooler.
I seen some bullshit video where someone drove up a robot to somebody's like place of business. There was money in it, and there was like a I want whatever it was. I'm sure it was Diddy oil, and then it drove back, and then he got his product. I don't like it. It's weird.
Better robots and immigrants. What Purdue? What I don't know. What does the American black have in the future? People got too much time on their hands coming up with this crazy shit. I think you're gonna see a lot of this shit.
That's crazy. That's
You're gonna see a lot of
wild.
this shit. Greater Metal Gear Solid does a great job at outlining the future of robots. That's an old game, Metal Gear Solid. That's true. Truth is shredded. People talking about population decline, but it looks like the robots are ready to take. Yeah, man. Like a robot working in a BMW plant is probably a pretty good job. And, not many people are going to be able to compete with a robot. Just the mistakes that the regular person would make relative to a robot is going to be almost perfect every time. So, give me one second.
It's not good, dude. Everyone's bitching about immigration, then we got robots on top of that, and now you're like, oh.
I mean, but there will be people that build the robots, and that will be a boom for those people. The building,
but
the
for the
servicing
rest,
of the
just
robots.
for the rest of us normal people, just trying to get by. No, that's not good.
You never know. You never say never. Here's a tab I want to share with you. How many of you guys
imagine
watch?
one working in a Wendy's, flipping the burgers? Oh, this is a perfect burger. Here you go. No,
How many of you guys work for
I'm not
HBD?
having that.
How many of you guys watch Patrick Bet David?
Yeah, I love Valuetainment. I get annoyed by who's that white guy who calls himself a comedian? Clearly not a comedian. He's more like a bachelor.
I'm not sure, but here's people now are aware of this H1B data website, and all of your favorite entertainers and podcasters or streamers are now exposed to what they were doing behind the scenes here. And I think for someone like Patrick Bet-David, I think he's going to be asked about this. You can see here, Patrick Bet-David has an H-1B request for a graphic designer, $41,000, Oakland Park, Florida. You have to be able to find a graphic designer here in America.
Can he not do anything privately? That's crazy. Let me take these sunglasses off. I can't. It's too. It's that.
Yeah, anyway, so
too small.
Patrick Bet-David here.
I had to get glasses to read that.
All right, thank you for telling me. Yeah, Patrick Bet-David here. Yeah, I think it. For some people that look at this as exposing them.
No. I wish people could have a private life. When you get that famous, it's just game over. You can't do anything without someone showing it.
And so this guy, Patrick Bet-David here, he's clearly taking advantage of the system here for such a low-level job, a graphic designer, man. Like,
well, wait, hold it. He's doing H-1B?
Yeah.
Oh my
This is
Lord!
what I'm
You know
saying, like,
what? These guys are so hypocritical. They're
That's what I'm saying.
complaining about this stuff and contributing to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Stanley. I think the sunlight is the disinfectant in this case, and these people are being exposed in some ways for probably. I don't know if he talks against H-1B, but I imagine for his program to be successful, he can't be out here pushing H-1B. And here he is, some low-level job, a graphic designer.
I can't believe
you can't believe it's not actually.
I wonder if he has a relative or something that he's looking to hire.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm sure that's not him doing it.
Well, why wouldn't it be him? It's his company.
No. I believe that he's funding it, but it's not. I'm sure it's a niece and nephew, a cousin and uncle. He's not playing in these low-level games. He's making billions of dollars. Why would he? I mean, maybe he is, but I couldn't imagine why he would take the time.
You can't imagine it. You can't imagine.
Okay,
it.
what I'm saying is that I wonder if he's looking to bring a relative from overseas for the job.
I see what you're saying. That is the way that some part of the game is played as well. But
well, I mean, we talked about nepotism.
Yeah. That is very true. Yeah, I didn't think about that. But yeah,
I mean, if I ran a business, I would want to give it to my offspring or someone in my family. The thing with nepotism, I really get why everyone's pissed about it. But if someone actually, I'm not talking about the Queen of England who's passed away. Rest in peace. You lived too long. Now we have no idea who rules the throne. But on some level, even if you started a mechanic shop, whatever you did, of course you'd want to give it to a loved one. You don't want to just give it to some nobody. You want to give it to someone you know. Like, I get it, but I also see...
Okay, well, here's the deal. Okay, giving a low-level mechanic job to someone, this is an H-1B visa. Okay, these are the people who want small government, etc. There's all kinds of problems with this.
Yeah, it's very hypocritical.
Listen, I've never been on his level of finances. I'm just talking from my broke ass self. I don't live in that world.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that this isn't just a matter of hiring your nephew Gomer, to pump gas for you.
Okay.
This is getting the government involved. This is costing taxpayer money,
which I find disgraceful because the taxes are getting out of control. I mean, you know that. We
right?
all know.
And
I think we can all agree.
The irony is that these are the people talking about how high taxes are getting.
Yeah, of course the rich person is. Of course they are, because they get taxed so much. They can't believe the hundreds of thousands they're losing, while the rest of us can't even afford fucking milk. Sorry for the F word. Like, we're all struggling like hell out here.
Don't worry, you're not the only one who wants to use it right now.
Well, I trust a robot will
It just
put.
blows my
Yeah.
mind that these rich people have the audacity to start moaning and complaining about it. That's so
Well,
messed up.
I think PBD probably earned his money. I don't begrudge him having the money.
I've always liked him, by the way.
I begrudge, and he may not have a problem with H-1Bs for all I know. But what I'm saying is that folks in his party are just all over immigration as a problem, including him. They don't seem to regard H-1Bs as an immigration problem, which is surprising.
I think.
I can
Go ahead.
see the immigration problem because coming from Arizona, so this is how it works, apparently, according to my understanding. Okay, I'm not saying it's true, but this is how I understand it. Basically, you get a lot of, you get some coyotes bringing some brothers over the border. Next thing you know, they're taking a bunch of jobs. Not jobs anyone wanted to take in the first place, but hear me out. And they're getting paid so low, so they pay their other employers low. And because of the excess of workers, no one's getting a fair wage, if you will. And they can't provide for their own families. But if these folks that weren't brought over by the coyote were gone, then they could actually pay them properly. And so a lot of these businesses are very anti-immigration policy when it comes to setting up a border. And a lot of people are getting fucked, and then their wives have to work. Next thing you know, there's a hard time in the marriage. And next thing you know, they're screwing the boss. They're screwing their like what do they call that shit in work? I hate it. They call it like your wife, your work wife, your work husband. That shit. That's a real thing. I've seen that multiple times working in that industry, and it ain't right. It ain't right. And I think why we're not getting anywhere is because we're not giving thanks to God. And I'm being serious. We're thinking too much of ourselves and not giving thanks to the Creator.
On a lighter note here, take a look at this zip line, man. I think this is the longest zip line in the world. I would be willing to do this. It looks amazing, bro. Just take a look at this. I think it's in Dubai.
Are you ready?
Why they always got to put a song?
Yo, look at this, man. Damn, zip line and all this shit.
That's beautiful.
Damn, that's amazing, right?
It really is, dude. Damn, man.
Look at this zip line, bro. Look at
I'd
this
be
shit.
terrified, by the way. I only did zip line one time. I'll never do it again. If something goes wrong, you're dead.
Look at this shit. Damn. Look at the yachts right there. My goodness.
Fucking rich people. That's a Die Hard reference from.
Look at this shit right here. Whoop. Damn. That's amazing, bro.
Well,
That's amazing.
the gentle landing is what amazes me.
Yeah. Oh man, I would be tempted to do that. I would be
I'm
tempted
not
to do that. I ain't gonna
tempted
lie
at
to
all, dude. If that thing goes south, man, it's over.
you. Yeah, it's over.
I
You
mean,
made your family
maybe
wealthy.
you'll live, but
Well, at least we know you'll make the news.
oh, that would
15
be
minutes
nice.
of fame right
You
there.
guys can
15 minutes.
report on me for 15 seconds and then move on with your day. I'd prefer to live.
Would you do that, Sam?
No, that was actually really. Where was this?
At this age, probably not.
You wouldn't do it?
No, the
I've done
internet's
zip lines
fucked everything
before,
up
but
because I've watched so many like deaths on the internet at this point. You almost become desensitized, if that makes sense. and I'm kind of feeling like I gotta stop watching it. It's
I would.
it's really like taking a toll on how I view everything. Anyone who bitches about I don't have money for groceries, yeah, but someone's dead. like it's screwing up my normal functions of just being a human being and being nice. And I'm trying to be Christian too, but I'm like, what are you bitching about? There's horrible things going on in this world. You have a home. You're obviously walking into it. I'm sorry you didn't get your eyes today, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna be all right.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Now that looked fun right there. I would definitely do that. That zip line looked amazing right there. I would be definitely tempted to do it. I wonder how much it costs. You know, I think Kimmy Cakes has Kimmy Cakes been to Dubai?
She said she's done it over volcanoes.
I did
Haven't you been to Dubai?
Big Island Eco Adventures.
Have I?
In Hawaii, I did that.
I think I have, but it was just like in port.
I think Kimmy Cakes has been there, right? She's been one of those countries.
She has.
UAE, Dubai, one of those countries.
Well, I've been to Abu Dhabi, which is UAE, but Dubai is also.
I hear it just feels like they're just not authentic, just like a made up city in the middle of the desert. Is that right? Like not the culture that, you know, like a Paris or Europe would have, other parts of Europe, you know. It's just my, you know, what I've heard. It's true or not. Was that your impression, Stanley?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I've heard this kind of like a made up city, you know, like.
Oh yeah.
Really, you know, like it doesn't really
Well,
have.
Abu Dhabi isn't, though the port is. You know, they had to dig that port. But yeah, they poured. They like basically did island building.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it works. It's almost like landfills. You know, you just import sand and stuff. You know, the Chinese have been building islands for a while.
Hey, don't you dare talk about the South China like that one woman. We love you, but don't disrespect South China. I always said Southeast Asia.
Okay, I didn't disrespect anything. I said they've been building islands.
No, I was making a joke, brother.
Oh.
No, I was just confused why she was so mad about South Asians or South Chinese Chininians. What the hell is that called? South Chinas. South. You know what I'm saying? That was so confusing to me. Was I off base thinking she was not like correct or what? Because I understood her point, but it sounded like she was saying when people come to this country as immigrants, like literally every fucking person but Native Americans, if someone has, I don't want a female, you know, flying the plane if she doesn't know how to do it. I don't want DEI hires. When it comes to life or death, I want the best person running the job.
Yeah, I think most people agree with that.
When it comes to
Most
surgery, I don't give a shit what color you are. I just want the surgeon to know what the hell they're doing.
Well, then you know what? You better make sure it's not a white surgeon.
I don't care if it's white or black or brown or yellow or whatever, dude.
We want Asian surgeons.
You know what I'm saying though? Like,
I know what you're saying.
I the color doesn't matter.
And I'm agreeing, and we all know that the best is going to be Asian.
It's all about the skill, the intelligence.
I'm getting all kinds of thrills saying that.
That blew my mind because I felt like she had a real grudge against the South Asians. What did she date one? Did someone like screw her and leave her on the side of the road or something? Because she had a real problem with South Asians, man.
Who?
whoever that sweet lady was. By the way, she had a lot of good points too, but I just didn't agree with
I
that
think
one.
she is South Asian.
Who?
Oh, heavens,
AP.
Betsy.
AP
Well, I
South
don't know
Asian?
that.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know
Half
that.
South Asian. Yeah, she's got an Asian connection.
Really? Okay. I did not know that.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
we
didn't
were
know
talking
that.
about Kali. Not today, but the time she was here before. She was here last week.
But, you know, I just found it weird because I'm like, why are we bitching about the Asians? Because, like, where I'm from, no one's bitching about Mexicans, no one's bitching about blacks, whites, brown, nothing. So that was just like left field for me to be like, oh, you mean the kids that are dominating all schools everywhere? Yeah, let's get mad at them because they're taking jobs where they're actually saving lives. I'm not bitching about that.
Fraudulent schemes are seeking to exploit students hoping to further their education abroad. CNN News 18 dives deep into the operational details of these syndicates that are operating blatantly from the national
Is there a scene in India? I didn't know that.
capital and from the state of Punjab. The exclusive investigation focuses on those people who claim to help you lay hands on any academic document required to fly abroad for higher studies, but turn their back on you in a situation like today. While a majority of them remain absconding, CNN News 18 brings you a ground report uncovering their ugly truth. Take a look.
सर आप ऐसे बताओ मेरे को, आप एक चीज बता रहे थे आप उसके डिग्री का। बिल्कुल जी। ये आएगी आपकी उससे कॉलेज से जी 5 लाख बाहर जाने वाले टेस्ट का ये 4.5 4:45 के आसपास एवरेज लेके चलो 5.5 4:45।
Is that brother speaking English?
आपका क्या है? हमारा टोटल 40 है पर पर्सन का 20 पहले 20 वीजा के बाद।
I can't understand.
I thought this shit was in English. I guess a lot of it is. What is it? Whatever fucking language.
Amidst all the hue and cry around Indian students facing threat of deportation in countries like UK, Australia, and Canada, CNN News 18 deep dive into the operational details of syndicates operating blatantly in national capital and the state of Punjab. Who are these people who initially promise you to help you lay your hands on any kind of educational documents required to be obtained fraudulently to fly abroad for higher studies, turn their back towards you in a crisis like this?
Posing as students desperate to leave the country for higher studies, but short of documents at hand, we contact some of the agents who facilitate admissions in foreign universities. Our choice was the UK, Canada, or Australia, where the students at present are facing deportation threats.
We right now TOEFL या PTE ये एग्जाम किया जा सकता है। तो इसमें टेंटेटिवली no less than 6 कोर्स के साथ अगर करेंगे that would be around 4.5 के आसपास का एक कॉस्ट रहेगी इसकी।
अच्छा मतलब पीटी या फिर टॉफल क्लियर कराने का मतलब 6.5 लाख मतलब 4-5 लाख रुपए के आसपास कह रहे हैं आप?
4.5
I don't know what the hell they're saying. I don't know what they fucking do. But apparently this is a big certificate record. I've heard about that over the years, and you know how India. I mean, we've talked about it here. The old certificate rackets and shit like that goes on over there. Probably not just there, but I think there's a very big market for it over there. Anyway, very interesting. India's student racket market.
And why is this important?
Well, you know, I think that again, you know, for me, I'm just having a hard time understanding something. Something just is not making sense to me. You know, I've read about India's public schools, you know, K through 12. They're not very good. And, you know, of course, you've seen what India looks like and all that. And I don't believe in magic dirt. And so this guy early in the video said that IQ was 77. Okay. Now I know that they cheat a lot. right? You've heard the other guys say they have no morals and stuff like that. I don't know if that's true, but I do know they cheat a lot. It's been proven a lot.
They have
in many
Okay,
cases.
let me ask you a question. If this apply, no, you hold on.
I will hold on, but please let me
Thank
speak
you.
when you're done.
The problem is we're blaming the immigrants for the opportunities.
No, what I'm saying, I'm not blaming anyone because I can't
No,
really.
I just wanted to
Don't
address
cut me
the
off.
fact that Indians are immoral. That's
Okay.
bullshit.
All right. But what I'm saying, I can't.
That's bullshit.
Well,
There
I
are
can't.
piece of shits in every culture, but Indians as a whole are not immoral. Carry on.
I'm not saying that they're more than anything, and
is
like
all
you got to stay on topic, right? Anyway, so the point I'm saying is that if there exists a market where there are fake certificates, fake this, fake that, fake degrees, there's a lot of corruption where you can buy a degree, you can buy this, you can buy that. That exists, right? We all can acknowledge that. And a lot of this, a lot of jobs here in America, as a guy even said, are certificate based, A+, S&P, or whatever the hell all those other certificates are. And I've even seen in my field, I've never gotten a certificate ever, right? I said, fuck it, I know what I know. I don't need to get a certificate. But the bigger reason was because it was always gained by the Indians, and not just the Indians, but I'm using them as just a template group. You meet someone, you say, okay, yeah, he said, I'm a MCSD. I'm like, oh, okay. And then you start working with him, like, damn, he's not even that intelligent. And then you start realizing, well, the answers for the test are on the internet. All you got to do is memorize the answers. So it like devalues the test. So I always say, well, what the hell do I need the certification for when half the people with the certification aren't that good? They just memorize the test.
Okay, and my question is, why are they taking advantage of opportunities? If you take away the opportunities, they have no reason to fake certificates.
You mean letting them come here? Is that what you're talking about?
If there's nothing here for them, they have no reason to come.
Right. Well, if they can't come, right, then surely
No. If we have 1 million H-1B visa slots and we take away 3/4 of them, that means only 250,000 come here versus 1 million.
Right.
And it's the same thing with south of the border immigration. If we change the laws to take away the incentives to come,
yeah, I agree with that.
they will not come.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I was just talking about more or less like
I mean, why not cheat? If the opportunity is there and you can game the system, I don't necessarily blame them for gaming it.
I think Lupin was up on the channel the other day talking about how, white kids, he was saying that white kids cheating in college. I mean, if everybody's cheating, is anybody cheating? And in life, in real life, there are no
kids. I can finally speak on my own race. What about white kids cheating?
Wait, do you own the white race? Is that what you're saying? You own it?
Yeah,
it's not about white people,
I'm
but
the superior chief judge. Yeah, that's me.
but the
No,
big one is
dude.
how many
No,
tests?
because anytime I'm talking to anyone of another race, and I don't even like to look at race. I hate when people say I can't see color. I'm like, oh, I
Do you
seen it.
see color at all?
Of course I see color. I know when I'm talking to a black
Just
person or a
checking.
white person. I just know that well, if you're talking about college, everyone cheats. I've not met one person of any color who didn't cheat.
I didn't cheat in college.
Okay, you
Not
win.
even once. Not
No,
even
but
once.
basically everyone kind
No,
of.
I'm dead serious. Why would I cheat when I can actually do the work?
Yeah, don't say it online, but yeah, no, everyone they
Well,
found
I mean,
loopholes.
now when I went
It
to
wasn't
school,
technically cheating.
when I
They
went to
just kind
school,
of
there
found
was no
loopholes.
online.
I believe you, brother. I'm not. This is not an argument. I'm just saying. I remember when I was in college, there was. We had tests. We had to go read Wuthering Heights, which I think is about a female. Drove me nuts. I'm like, this is boring behavior. But all of the questions and answers, the Cliff Notes book that you can buy at like your local Barnes and Noble if you have one, literally it was all those questions, and so I basically 100% passed the test because I just went to check that out, and then I passed the entire test. Had I not looked at the Cliff Notes question and answers, oh, I would have failed that so miserably.
Well, did you really pass the test if you cheated?
I didn't cheat. I read the
Well,
book
if you did
myself.
if you did Cliff's Notes, you did.
I read both. No, I read the actual book and then read the Cliff Notes because I don't know why I did it, but I did because I was bored that day. I'm like, let's see what it says on the Cliff Notes. But then I realized the college test was the question and answer in the back of the booklet. I realized that in
Well,
real
it's a good
time.
thing you cheated.
I didn't cheat. I read the book. No, I realized it in real time.
Okay, you obviously don't understand if you read the Cliff's Notes, you took a shortcut. Taking
No, I read
shortcuts.
but I read the
Taking a
actual book.
shortcut.
But I read the
is
actual book as well.
okay. If you had read the actual book and actually studied it, the Cliff's Notes questions, it wouldn't have mattered.
No,
You would
because
have,
it was.
you would
it
have
was like
known the
wild.
book.
It was
Okay, son, are you slow?
Hey, brother, if anyone's slow,
Okay, if you
ask me.
read the Cliff's Notes and you're saying the only reason you passed the test was because of Cliff's Notes, then you didn't read the book.
I did read the book, but it's
If
because
you read the
you're
book,
not
you
listening.
just
You're
skimmed it.
interrupting
Your
too much
definition
for
of
me to tell you
reading,
why.
your
You're
definition of
interrupting.
reading is not an Asian standard then.
Yeah, I'm not Asian. Thank you for asking. I
When
wish I
Asians
was.
read books, they take education
So
very
do I.
seriously.
What do you think?
I
Asians are the
I
only
don't
ones
think
reading
Asians
books?
use Cliff's Notes, do they?
I
I
read
bet
the
they
whole
don't.
book, and then I read that, and then I read the Cliff Notes because I wanted to pass. I was in college. I
Okay,
wasn't
I think it sounds like had you not read the Cliff's Notes, you by your own admission would have failed. Therefore, you didn't read the book. And if you did
No,
read the book, you
If
didn't
you
read
would
it well.
shut up long enough
Can
for me
you?
to tell you
Oh no,
why.
motherfucker! You'll be gone if you fuck with me.
I'm not messing with you,
You,
brother.
you
Just let
no
me
no
let me
no.
tell you what the questions were.
Don't ever tell the host to shut up.
I didn't say
Don't
shut up,
ever tell the host to shut up.
brother. Let me just tell you what the questions
I'm
were.
not your brother right now.
Oh, okay. We're now brothers. All right. All right, brother. Let me tell you. The questions were shit like, so when Carice went to Cleopatra's house, what do you think she was feeling inside of her heart? And then it gave like a really detailed description. I didn't read that out of the book. Like it was all this like uh, esoteric. It was this like otherworldly level of spirituality type shit where it's like no normal person who reads this would have ever gotten that out of the book. And I just fortunately read the Cliff Notes after I read the book because I read both at the same time. And then all the questions were this really deep theological shit, and I passed because of that.
About to crack the first beer today,
I
Stanley.
did think it was weird. I did think it was weird though that the questions were literally out of the Cliff Notes book. I found that weird for a college university to do that.
First beer today, guys. First beer today.
Must be nice.
We gotta get Crack up here. What's up, Crack?
What's going on? What's up?
Crack.
What's all this H1B crap, man? You guys.
For me, it's high comedy.
I bet it is.
You know, I'm out of the job market these days for the most part, right? But hell, most of my tenants are in the job market, and so it is kind of interesting to see H-1B visas for low-level jobs that my tenants might be able to get it, pay me rent, and this is eye-opening to me that the low-level jobs for H-1B and even the people that you think ideologically would be opposed to it or doing it themselves. Interesting.
What is H1B, by the way? You've been saying it all stream, and I feel like a moron.
Oh man.
Just a status, right? It's like a status they're bringing in.
Is that hub housing like Section 8?
No.
What's H? What is that?
Right? You gonna tell him, or you want me to tell him? I don't know what the
anyone can tell me. I shut up. I was listening.
I don't got time to explain shit this morning.
I think it's just a law that
Tell
allows
me the
foreign.
name of it, because no, I live in Section 8. I'm in the hood, dude. I live in Section 8.
Well, if you go on Twitter, you'll see everybody screaming, yelling
I
for
don't
the
have
past
Twitter.
like since
I don't have
Christmas.
Twitter. I don't
There you
have
go.
Go on the
Twitter
news.
media.
Just Google the news. You'll find it.
Yeah, the news is all over it now too.
You guys can't just tell me what the H and the B stand for?
No.
That would be so
I don't know
much
what it stands for.
faster.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know what it stands for either. I know
Probably
F1, I know
literally
It
wrong.
sounds
H1B,
like
that's it.
homeless and bums, number 1. Okay, I got you. Homeless and bums, number 1. And this guy's making profit off of bums. What a genuine man. What a guy. What a genuine man. Carry on.
What an ultra maroon.
What a man with Christianity in his
Wasn't
heart.
that that's a Bugs Bunny line, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. So anyhow.
I'm resorting to Looney Tunes.
I
Craig, what are you
never
looking forward to in the market on Monday?
Oh, me? The market? Nothing. I mean, it's holiday. It's all been holiday since No, I stopped trading around first week of December, pretty much. I didn't do too much.
Do you even watch it now? Or you just
I watch it, yeah, and I'll see what's left to prepare for next year. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. Yeah,
Yo,
what's up,
can you-
Ruby?
Sorry, G.
but no temptation to trade at all.
You don't need to. I made over 100% like in 1 month in November since the
Damn.
so that
How
was
did
it.
you do
Man.
this year? How do you think you did
Overall this year? I don't know. I don't track. I mean, you remember like what was it? Ice Cube? Where the heck is that guy anyway? He was asking me what my gains. I never cared.
Ice Cube, by the way, he's been married for so many years. He's been doing it right, man. He got into no, I'm serious. When you look at NWA, you look at all these folks, Easy E
Yeah,
guys.
that's not
Tupac
the Ice Cube we were talking about. But all right.
Biggie. No, I'm just saying when you look at all that shit, all the fucked up shit that's happened, Ice Cube just kind of walked out of that clean. You know, I don't know if he did it in the past. I actually don't want to know about it if he did, but he kind of just got scot-free on all that, and that's pretty dope, man. And I like to hope it's because he was just a really good guy. Maybe he did something fucked up and just hasn't come out yet.
I mean, pop your
Like,
bubble,
you
but
know,
we weren't
people
talking
are-
about the real Ice Cube. We were talking about the panelists.
Hi.
We talking about the real Ice Cube. Hey, what's up, Ruby?
Not much. We
Ruby.
were watching
Sorry.
the clip on my channel the other day of Stanley turning down the Thorpe. It was beautiful. Classy. I just want to say a man of integrity out here. Not everyone is just out for views' sake. And hallelujah.
Well, I don't know about classy.
How did the show go, Ruby? How did it go? Did they ever do that Loud Cow Reject show?
Dude, no, they did. Well, yeah, they're doing it. They did a couple episodes. They lied and said I was going to be on it, even though why would I be on a show with people who've been cyberbullying me for months? Like, the fuck? Like,
But weren't they supposed to do it that night that they were asking Stanley to come on there?
what's that?
They were supposed to do it the day that they were asking Stanley, correct?
Oh yeah, I don't know if they're just gonna stop doing. I mean, this is the thing that they do is they start things and then don't continue them. Like they had 700 viewers, it dropped to 200. Their regular chat's already dropping. They need like constant validation and encouragement and like instant results to stay on any project, and that's never gonna happen for them.
Crack knows this. Where what do you think is the point where they can see it as viable, Crack?
I don't know if it's going to be viable. Yeah.
Well, what would be the point? Is it a number of viewers in the audience? I guess it's the character.
No,
the 10 of
that's
the
not
viewers.
enough. They want to be like, okay, well, I mean, I can't speak for Grace maybe, but Ben for sure.
Right.
He wants to be like a Destiny, right? He wants to be that big league YouTuber and just have a community of people and make tons
Right.
of easy money because you just donate, right?
Yeah.
Every month you get a subscriber, you got Patreon,
Did
you
you
have got
say
the whole thing.
Destiny? That blue-haired fool?
Yeah, he's like one of the most successful political streamers.
Mhm.
The Thorpes initially wanted to do like more commentary, and then that didn't work, so they exploited the family issues. And then that's not sustainable because it freaks everyone the fuck out. But if they were better at hiding how horrible they were, they could have made it. They could have taken the big break.
Yes,
But
yeah,
they're
they
so
could have.
Really,
pathological.
you think that their reputation preceded them in preventing them from like being successful? Their family
Absolutely.
stuff? Really?
Reputation and continual bad behavior nonstop. Oh my God.
You know, I guess I just never followed them enough. I don't know what they've done
You're better off.
so
It's,
terribly. Yeah. What have they done so wrong, Craig? Give me the top thing you think they've done wrong to someone.
The top thing?
maybe
Listen,
Grace
that's
uploading
hard.
my old
Ruby,
porn
I really
videos. Maybe
appreciate your
Grace
integrity.
collaborating with my stalker to send and encourage him to stalk me more. Maybe making hate after hate video, encouraging people to false flag my channel,
Really?
etc., etc. They play dirty, and everyone knows
Right.
it. So no one wants to work with them.
But what's the benefit? Now, answer me this question: what is the benefit to them of doing that to people? That's the part I think I'm missing as well.
They're pathological narcissists, so they lack self-awareness entirely. So that's why their behavior is so bizarre, and they're addicted to attention, negative, positive, it doesn't matter.
Have you
But
been
they're not
talking?
understanding how far off they are from the average person. They aren't getting it. I don't know why.
Have you been talking to Maven? I've never heard anyone use a term like that before.
Talking to who?
Psychological. What is it?
Oh.
Pathological.
Narcissist.
That's Maven. That's Maven talk.
Yeah, I know
I have a lot of experience
you
with
go to
mental illness.
therapy, Next thing you know, you find out you're a narcissist, you're a sociopath. It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing.
Yeah, it's wild, but they truly are, and they're terrible people. And I still have hope that Grace can break away someday, but it's a horrific situation, and I personally am not, trying to involve myself in it. No, but it's hard to ignore when they're always coming for me and other people. So,
So,
I
Ruby,
wanna
what's
say,
the goal
Ruby,
for
if
your
I can-
channel?
if I
What are you
can
doing on your
just say
channel
one
right now?
piece- If I can just say one piece, brother, I wanted to say I commend you because I just told one of my homies of 7 years that I could never come on his stream again, which sounds like a jackass move. But he cut off one of his friends because someone donated $20 or something so he could buy beer and get high. And I was like, if you're gonna cut your friends off for drugs, dope, money, and alcohol, I already know where this is gonna land in the future.
yep, it's a dark
And
path.
no, but it's sad because I still love the mother freaker. I
Yeah.
still care about the dude, but I'm like, if you're that addicted to drugs and alcohol, somebody should get you off that shit. Somebody help him. 'Cause
People think
I'm
they're
not-
helping, but they're enabling and making it worse
Yeah,
sometimes.
because I'm not going to be a part of someone's life who would just cut me off for $20 so they can get high and drunk.
Yeah, that's fair. But to answer Stanley's question, the channel right now, I primarily I used to be a musician, and then during COVID, everything shut down. So I got into YouTube. So I like editing videos, and I got super into live streaming over the summer. So I'm hoping to do. I'm doing a new show actually with Lo, who I met through this channel.
Oh, wow.
We're starting a show called LOL Angels. So we're not a part. Okay, listen, we're not doing any LOL Cow
Well, wait,
spin-off.
hold
Okay.
it. Are you looking to be clay pigeons on the Thorpe shooting range or what?
We're trying to create. Do you know how there's just so much toxicity in the lolcow live space, and then now with everything that Thorpe touches, obviously. So we're trying to create a channel where people can laugh and look at clips, but it's still focused on positivity and encouraging each other and religion and things of that nature is
Oh,
kind of
that's
the vibe.
wonderful.
Thank
That's
you.
wonderful.
Well,
So who
trying.
are you
It's
going to
just
be doing it
always
with?
special.
Who are you going to be doing it with?
Low riding high with Low. She just started
Okay.
her channel, but she was in the Halloween costume
I
contest with
thought you
me
were
and
gonna say
Ava.
low
Yeah.
I
Uh,
about died. I was like, no, that's not it.
but I'm excited. We're working on it. We're just brainstorming now, but it should be coming soon.
Hey, do you know if you've associated with that low-cal community? Do you know a full name Tonic with Sales? Was it Tonic and Sales? Tonic with Sales?
I'm not. I don't know if I know them.
Thank God. I love you for that. I love you for
I'm new
that.
to
Thank you.
that space, so but I've been on
No,
the show a couple times. It's been good exposure for the channel.
I'm grateful to be on here, but New Year's I got to get off the internet because, quite frankly, I cuss too much when I'm on here, and it makes me feel bad. And I'll come back someday in June when I have real opinions that matter. And thank you for actually standing your ground and having integrity, Ruby. That's beautiful. I love that when someone actually stands their ground.
Well, I try. It's tough out here. There's a lot of like bad incentives online to encourage bad behavior, and I'm trying to move away from that. Might be a failing project, but we're gonna try.
No, yeah, because I grew up a Juggalo. Our whole culture was like,
Oh, bro,
yeah,
I'm
we
kind of
grew
I'm
up
kind of down with the clown. Not gonna lie.
yeah, we all grew up F bitches, do drugs, get high.
Yep.
Like, and I'm just like,
It's
if I
the
have
path of
kids,
darkness.
I'll show it real quick. It's on my hand. I got it. I want to cover
Oh no
that
way.
so bad. I don't have the money to cover it, but someday I gotta cover that shit because when I have kids, I can't have that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was nice catching up with you guys. I'm gonna go back and check 'cause I have to go wash my hair day off. But yeah, I'll be hanging around again
All right.
soon.
Well,
All
have
right.
fun.
Yeah.
Good
Always a
luck with your
pleasure.
channel. Good luck with
See you
you
guys
and Lolo.
soon. I know. I'm excited. We'll keep you guys tuned.
Whoop whoop.
That was Ruby. We have about 10 minutes ago. 21 people in the audience. Get cracked. Me, John Claude. We have Stanley and Fresh up here. Guys, please support the channel. Make sure you hit the like button before you get out of here as well.
Oh yeah, of course, of course. I don't know about the support, only because I'm a broke ass.
Mm.
I do what I can for the people that are. When I feel like there's a genuine cause, I'll support it. But when I think people are just bullshitting, you know what I mean. I take a step back and
I can
reevaluate.
understand that, yeah. I can understand that. Crack, you got your mask stocked up for the bird flu coming back? You know, San Francisco ground zero. Oh, Crack, before we
Dude,
get
I
out of
haven't
here.
even heard about this bird flu. You guys just
I know.
brought it up.
Crack, before
Is
we
there
get out of
another
here.
pandemic
Hey,
coming?
Crack, before we get out of here. Did you hear about that algebra in the 8th grade San Francisco? Can you explain it?
I played that video. What
the hell is that about, Crack?
They just
Explain it
banned
to us.
algebra. That's about it.
Hmm?
They banned algebra in the 8th grade, something like that. Yeah.
Why would they ban it?
I don't know. I mean, to me personally, if you want to take algebra, you'll take it anyhow.
Right, like you know, if your family really wants you to take algebra, they'll go get a tutor for you.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
That's it.
And the poor kids who may have the ability and desire to take algebra, where they just don't have anything, they don't have any options. Is that how it works?
Yeah. Yeah.
It just seemed weird to me that they would just ban it. I could see not offering it, but ban it.
No, I mean, if you want to get into the nitty gritty of the San Francisco Public School District, you can. Like, there's tons more stories than that. It's about like Lowell High School, which was where I went to high school, and things like that during the pandemic, and all the Chinese residents getting like riled up. How come they don't open the schools? Blah blah
Really?
blah. Yeah, that's how they recalled the whole board of supervisors or whatever they call them, right? And I think recently they also recalled the superintendent just recently too, for some other reason. But otherwise, no. Most the population in San Francisco, the public school district, it's all immigrants. It's all immigrants now.
Did they fight to ban algebra, or was that something just
No, the district just did it. Yeah.
And did the
Oh,
people say,
so they didn't. I'm sorry, I'm getting in. I was talking to my father. So they didn't. So it didn't come back. Algebra didn't come back.
The voters had to put it. Somebody had to put it on a ballot measure to like bring it back. Yeah.
damn?
That's crazy.
And so
That-
it passed to come back.
Yeah, that was over the summer. I played the video. Here.
Well, I mean, we're old, crack.
No, I mean, I didn't know this was such a hot topic now again, because like if you really
No.
want to do that, yeah.
It shouldn't be, but the thing is I mean, algebra in 8th grade is not
it's not too heady, right?
Exotic. Everybody, I
Right.
mean,
Right. No, so I don't know what politically the game was to get rid of it, and maybe John, you're trying to allude to some conspiracy where the teachers it's just because of funding issues, right? If you take it out of the curriculum, you don't test it, so then the teachers get to keep their jobs because they it's so hard for them to get a quota to pass algebra with the right because they have a whole. It's like Portia's issue. It's like, dude, I can't teach you math if I also have to teach you English in parallel. So she, being a math teacher, also has to like translate. Like, what am I saying? Like, what is y equals mx plus b? No, now I gotta teach you. Hello, what's up? It's like, holy shit! And this is probably what happened. And this was just a politically expedient way to do that. But at that point, like if it was a 10-year-old policy, I would assume that when I left the system, mid 90s, right? Something around there. It was already changing. There was a lot of immigrants already. There were students that did not speak English. Yes, there were. There was noticeable in the school district. But there's still enough that that didn't matter. But I think like if I went back now and I saw what's going on, I can see why. Yeah, John, you're muted.
Yeah, I just assumed it would be mostly the Asian kids in the algebra classes. The Spanish and the black kids wouldn't be in the class, and it would be like, hey, it's unfair, so we're just gonna hold it off.
Yeah, what we did back when I did was something called the GATE program. So I don't know how many people in the audience knew about the GATE program. There's something called the GATE program, Gifted and Talented Education. Yeah.
I think every state has some kind of
So I don't know if that's gone now. Yeah. Well, in any case, we got to start a new stream.
And we don't have time for it now, but I actually want to hear your naked thoughts about this H-1B thing.
Yeah.
I think I've heard it, but I think you've heard mine. I'm just curious to know because
I like it. I liked your argument this morning where you were talking about like Thomas Jefferson, and yes, this is what's happening.
Yeah,
this is probably what they're more afraid of. White replacement. This is what it's covering for, right? The whole thing about the MAGA movement, and
that's a real shame because like I said, I have a good friend of mine in San Francisco. By the way, he went to Berkeley.
I don't know if you can get him on. That'll be nice to pick his brain.
He's been on once before. Talking to Denison's crowd about international politics and pretty much held his own. But this dude's a heavy hitter. He's an econ guy. So anyway, I have known him